Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. Douluo continent. My spirit, I am the god of light. Male, Douluo Dalu. System, transmigration. Action, comedy, fanfiction, fantasy, shonen, supernatural. Jin Mian, a college graduate facing unemployment, was killed in a car accident while watching anime at home. He was then transported to the Douluo continent, becoming the grandson of Jin Yi, the second elder of the Hall of Worship in the original story. Orphaned at the start, he lacked the usual transmigrator's cheat abilities. It wasn't until he was 6 years old, after awakening his martial soul, that the system finally arrived. His first login reward was a god-level martial soul, Miris. After consuming a magical herb, Miris evolved into Radiant Miris. He created his own godhood, the god of light, comprehended true light power, and evolved into the child of light, Miris. As for Tang San, that bastard, he was naturally going to be thoroughly tortured. Tang San. Clearly I. 1. Number 1 My name is Jin Mian, grandson of Jin Yi. Chapter 1. My name is Jin Mian, grandson of Golden Crocodile. Spirit City. This is the sacred land all spirit masters on the continent aspire to. And the Spirit Hall, which all spirit masters are desperate to join, is located in the city center, because it selflessly helps commoner spirit masters awaken their spirits and attracts a large number of geniuses. The power of Spirit Hall has only grown. It has now become the undisputed #1 power on the continent. However, this also aroused the apprehension of the two great empires. One must know that before the rise of Spirit Hall, almost all those who could awaken a spirit were from the noble class. Commoner spirit masters had almost no opportunity. Even if some were lucky enough to awaken a spirit, their upward mobility was blocked by the two great empires, making it difficult for them to grow no matter how hard they tried. But after Spirit Hall appeared, it selflessly helped commoners awaken their spirits and regularly distributed gold coins to encourage spirit masters to cultivate, completely changing the monopoly of the two great empires' Hall of Worship. This is where the 7 great consecrated elders reside, and their power is even greater than that of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The reason for such immense power is that all 7 great consecrated elders are above rank 96, inside a luxurious manor. It's been 6 years since I came to this world, and today I can finally awaken my spirit. As a transmigrator, isn't it reasonable to awaken a golden crocodile king? The black-haired youth sat on the rooftop, his right hand propping up his chin, muttering to himself. The youth's name is Jin Mian, and he is 6 years old this year. That's right, he is not from this world. In his previous life, Jin Mian was just a college student who was unemployed upon graduation. Unexpectedly, one midday, he was lying on the sofa at home, watching the latest updated animation of Douluo continent. Who would have thought? Just halfway through, a semi-trailer appeared out of nowhere and ran him over. And the place he lived was on the 6th floor. When he woke up again, he found himself transmigrated into the world of Douluo continent. He became a newborn baby, and his name was also Jin Mian. What excited Jin Mian even more was his identity in this life. He was the only grandson of Gold Crocodile Douluo. Familiar with the Douluo plot, he naturally knew who Gold Crocodile Douluo was. This person was the second consecrator of the Hall of Worship, possessing the top-tier beast spirit Golden Crocodile King, and his cultivation had reached the terrifying peak Douluo of rank 98, Gold Crocodile. He was currently the strongest person, apart from the High Priest Qian Daoliu, the Sea God Island High Priest Bosake Si, and the previous sect master of Clear Sky Sect, Tang Chen. Not only that, Gold Crocodile Douluo, who was over 150 years old, was even senior to Qian Daoliu in terms of generation. From childhood, Jin Mian had many people around him who deliberately tried to curry favor with him. This was the prestige of being the only grandson of Gold Crocodile Douluo, the second consecrator. Facing these people, Jin Mian naturally couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. As for why he was the only grandson, that's because Jin Mian's adoptive parents in this life were both killed during Tang Hao's attack on Spirit Hall, not long after he was born. Just as Jin Mian was lost in thought, an ethereal female voice sounded in his ear. Jin Mian, the spirit awakening ceremony is about to begin. Second grandfather has already gone over. Why are you still here? Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Jin Mian turned his head. He saw a young girl with short golden hair, wearing a golden dress. Although her delicate features hadn't fully matured, it was clear that she would be a beauty in the future. Especially her pair of deep purple phoenix eyes, which were as sacred as a lake filled with the frozen ice of the polar regions. She was Qian Runshui, the granddaughter of the high priest Qian Douluo, the daughter of the former supreme pontiff Qian Zunji and the current supreme pontiff Bibi Dong and the future angel god. In his previous life, whether reading the Douluo novels, comics, or animation, he always liked Qian Runshui very much. High appearance, great talent, and intelligent, she was a true high-quality woman. Unfortunately, her ultimate fate was terrible. Her grandfather sacrificed himself to help her become a god. Her father was killed by her mother detested her, and even she herself had her god position shattered to save her mother during the final battle. Thinking of this, Jin Mian resolved to help Qian Runshui change her destiny. Just as he was pondering how to build a good relationship with Qian Runshui, an opportunity presented itself automatically. One night 3 years ago, Qian Runshui, once again neglected by Bibi Dong, ran to the river to cry. Jin Mian, who happened to be passing by on an errand, saw Qian Runshui wiping away tears by the river. Thinking that such a good opportunity must not be missed, he went forward to comfort her. That night, Jin Mian's left shoulder was soaked by Qian Runshui's tears. From then on, Jin Mian actively approached Qian Runshui in his free time. After a while, Jin Mian became Qian Runshui's first and only friend in her life. Normally, Qian Runshui still maintained an aloof demeanor, but in front of Jin Mian, she would act spoiled like other girls. I was just thinking about something, I'll be there right away. Didn't you say yesterday that you didn't want to talk to me for a month? How is it that only 1 day has passed and you've specifically come to find me again? Little Shui Mei? When he said the 4 words, Little Shui Mei, Jin Mian deliberately emphasized them and showed a mischievous smile. Bang! Qian Runshui's figure flashed quickly. She clenched her fist and knocked Jin Mian on the head. How many times have I told you? Don't call me Little Shui Mei, you should call me Jia Jia. Also, who said I specifically came to find you? It's not like grandfather and second grandfather saw you hadn't arrived, so they asked me to come find you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. HMPH. Feeling the pain on his head, Jin Mian not only didn't change his words but continued to smile and say, I won't, Little Shui Mei, Little Shui Mei, Little Shui Mei. Sigh. Looking at Jin Mian's mischievous appearance, Qian Runshui sighed helplessly. Her eyes were full of confusion. She was 3 years older than Jin Mian, but this little brat, who always loved to sit on the rooftop swinging his legs, insisted on calling her Little Shui. Sometimes, Jin Mian would even tempt her to call him Zhe Ji, saying that if she called him brother Jin Mian, he would call her Jia Jia. To make this little guy call her Jia Jia, Qian Runshui, who hadn't yet experienced the harsh realities of society, agreed and called Jin Mian Zhe Ji. But after she said it, Jin Mian immediately went back on his word. This infuriated Qian Runshui greatly, and she often complained to Qian Douluo and Gold Crocodile about it. Qian Douluo, seeing that his granddaughter, who never played or interacted with other children, now had a playmate, was very happy and didn't say much. He even encouraged Qian Runshui to interact more with Jin Mian. As for Gold Crocodile, there's no need to mention it. After all, it was his own grandson. And what's more, his Gold Crocodile family only had Jin Mian left as a sole heir, so he would naturally side with his own family. When he learned that Jin Mian had tricked Qian Runshui into calling him Zhe Ji, he praised his obedient grandson for being clever. Unconvinced, Qian Runshui went to complain to the other consecrators. But after hearing Qian Runshui's story, the other consecrators all pretended not to hear. Are you kidding? The eldest brother's granddaughter was bullied by the second brother's grandson, and the direct relatives of both sides didn't say anything. They certainly wouldn't dare to express any opinions. They immediately claimed to have something to do and quickly slipped away. At that moment, Qian Runshui felt that the hall of worship had turned dark. Alright, stop bickering, let's go quickly. Grandfather and second grandfather have been waiting for a while. Qian Runshui interrupted Jin Mian, urging him. What's the rush? Those old folks are idle every day anyway, let them wait a bit longer. With that, Jin Mian pulled Qian Runshui down to sit. 2. Number 2 Mischievous Demon King. Chapter 2. The Chaos Demon King. Inside the Elder Palace, the 7 great consecrated elders, who usually remained elusive, were all gathered here today, for it was the day of Golden Crown's spirit awakening. They all wanted to see what kind of spirit this stinky kid, who had been riding on their necks since he was little, would awaken. And the one presiding over Golden Crown's awakening ceremony was, naturally, Golden Crocodile. It would have been fine for someone else to do it, but Golden Crocodile didn't feel at ease and insisted on coming personally. Seeing that it had been so long and his family's stinky kid still hadn't arrived, and even Qian Runshui, who went to call him, had disappeared. This made him so angry his mouth almost twisted like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. This stinky kid has no sense of time at all. Just watch me beat him when he gets here. Is that for real? Great, I've wanted to teach this kid Golden Crown a lesson for a long time. Second brother, can you let me hit him with my coiling dragon rod later? Hearing this, demon-subduing Douluo's eyes lit up. Ever since Golden Crown could walk on his own, he had been a literal chaos demon king, turning the hall of worship upside down. One day he'd be playing horse riding with Lion Douluo, the next he'd be flying everywhere on Blue Luan Douluo's back, and the most miserable among them were the two brothers in misfortune, Thousand Weight and demon-subduing. Once, Golden Crown got hold of some pigment from somewhere and, while Thousand Weight was sleeping, drew a large green turtle on his face. But that wasn't even the most irritating part. When Thousand Weight woke up, this kid Golden Crown actually held up a mirror for Thousand Weight to see. Thousand Weight originally wanted to wash off the pigment with water, but after washing several times until his skin was almost raw, he found that the stuff actually wouldn't come off. One had to know he was the 6th consecrated of the Hall of Worship, a level 96 Super Douluo. If other elders saw this big green turtle painted on his face, wouldn't he be a laughingstock for the rest of his life? So, for the sake of his lifelong reputation, Thousand Weight Douluo didn't step out of his door for a month. Demon-subduing Douluo had it even worse. When Golden Crown was 4 years old, he brought him a bowl of soup. At that time, he had just finished cultivation and didn't think much of it, drinking the soup in one gulp. After a while, Demon-subduing felt something was wrong. His stomach churned, and immediately after, an uncontrollable urge surged forth. He rushed toward the toilet. Demon-subduing Douluo stayed in the toilet for 3 days like that. 3 days later, when he walked out of the toilet, his face was deathly pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His legs were weak, and he could only walk tremblingly, leaning on his coiling dragon rod. That wasn't all. Just as demon-subduing was halfway there, Golden Crown popped out from nowhere and kicked the coiling dragon rod out of his hand, causing him to fall flat on his face. After the deed, Golden Crown said with a smile, "Grandpa Demon-subduing, you're too weak. Just 5 pounds of laxatives and you're this exhausted." Hearing this, Demon-subduing's eyes widened. Holy crap, what did this kid say? 5 pounds of laxatives? Even a bull in the village wouldn't eat that much. You're treating me like livestock. From then on, Demon-subduing Douluo never ate anything handed to him by Golden Crown again. And Golden Crown's feats were far from over. Ever since he became friends with Qian Runshui, this kid became even more lawless. One night, he actually dragged Qian Runshui and quietly sneaked into Qian Daoliu's room. The two made a bet to see who could pluck more of Qian Daoliu's beard to win. At that time, Qian Runshui was still very innocent and agreed without a second thought. This made Qian Daoliu, who was pretending to sleep, twitch with anger. His own innocent and cute little padded jacket had actually been led astray by the Chaos Demon, king of the Golden Crocodile family. He originally wanted to open his eyes immediately and teach the stinky kid Golden Crown a lesson, but seeing that Qian Runshui was playing very happily, Qian Daoliu's heart eventually softened. He continued to keep his eyes closed, pretending to be fast asleep, letting these two little rascals pluck his beard. As for how to vent the anger in his heart, he planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with Golden Crocodile the next day. Hearing that Demon-subduing actually wanted to use the coiling dragon rod to hit his beloved grandson, how could Golden Crocodile bear it? He immediately protected his own, saying, "Old Seventh, has your skin been itchy lately? Or do you not want that rod of yours anymore? Believe it or not, I'll hang you up and then use your own coiling dragon rod to whip you." Demon-subduing quickly retracted his smile and waved his hands. "Second brother, I was just joking. Besides, I've watched Xiao Mian grow up since he was a baby. I love him too much to hit him, so how could I?" Hearing this, the other consecrated ones looked at each other and smiled. As time slowly passed, the sky darkened. Golden Crown and Qian Runshui finally arrived at the Elder Palace unhurriedly. Looking at the 7 great consecrated elders who had been waiting for a long time, Golden Crown smiled and said, "Grandpas, you've come early enough. The sun has just risen, and you're already here." As he spoke, he pointed to the moon outside the window. The 7 great consecrated elders. Qian Runshui covered her mouth and giggled. Seeing his grandson actually pointing at the moon and calling it the sun, Golden Crocodile immediately stepped forward, pinched Golden Crown's ear, and said, "Stinky kid, to actually make your grandpa wait so long. See if I don't teach you a lesson." Golden Crown wasn't afraid at all. "Come on, Grandpa, I'm the only child in our family. If you break me, who's going to take care of you in your old age?" Golden Crocodile wanted to say something more. Qian Daoliu spoke up to interrupt. "Forget it, second oldest. Let's perform the awakening for Xiao Mian first." Qian Runshui also said, "Second grandpa, be gentle. Don't hurt Xiao Mian. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu, who had just interrupted Golden Crocodile, couldn't help but feel some regret. Damn, my little padded jacket has been kidnapped by the Chaos Demon King. He roared furiously in his heart. Golden Crocodile, hit him hard if you can't. Let me do it. This old man's angel sword is already parched and restless. Seeing Qian Daoliu speak and with Qian Runshui protecting him, Golden Crocodile didn't say anything more. After all, he was only talking tough and wouldn't really hit his grandson. Stinky kid, come with me. Golden Crocodile picked Golden Crown up and carried him to the center of the formation on the awakening platform. This was a formation specifically used for awakening spirits, composed of 6 black gemstones. Gather your thoughts, relax, and don't be too nervous. After speaking, Golden Crocodile's gaze sharpened and a powerful aura erupted. In the next moment, his entire body was covered in a dense layer of golden scales, and his originally white hair turned yellow. Immediately after, 9 spirit rings of various colors appeared from top to bottom. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Simultaneously, a massive phantom of a golden crocodile appeared behind Golden Crocodile. Martial Soul True Body, Golden Crocodile King. Then, Golden Crocodile reached out and began to inject powerful spirit power into the formation. Qian Runshui curiously asked Qian Daoliu, Grandpa, what kind of spirit can Xiao Mian awaken? What else could it be? It's definitely from the Golden Crocodile King lineage. It's just hard to say if this kid can awaken a Golden Crocodile King as good as Golden Crocodiles. Unexpectedly, just as Qian Daoliu's voice fell, a fierce aura erupted from Golden Crown's body. Feeling the familiar aura on Golden Crown, Golden Crocodile laughed heartily. Good boy. As expected of my grandson, you're more reliable than your father. 3. Number 3 God Level Martial Soul, Miris. Chapter 3, God Level Spirit, Miris. Roar. With a domineering roar, Golden Crown's entire body was covered in a layer of golden scales, much like a golden crocodile, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. His pitch-black hair turned golden yellow. Indeed, the spirit he awakened was the top-tier beast spirit, the Golden Crocodile King. Seeing that the spirit he awakened was indeed the Golden Crocodile King as expected, Golden Crown began to contemplate his future path. When the time comes, I'll have the old man go and seize Dugu Bo's immortal herb garden. I remember there's an immortal herb in there called the Golden Crocodile Dragon Fruit. Eating it can significantly boost the golden bloodline in the body, evolving the Golden Crocodile King into the Golden Crocodile Dragon King. Anyway, that guy doesn't know its true value. Instead of letting Tang San get it for cheap later, it's better to snatch it early. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening your spirit. The God level sign in system has been bound. Close black lens bracket. A system. Golden Crown was startled. Oh heavens, oh earth, 6 years, a full 6 years. Every day for these 6 years, he had been waiting with eager anticipation. He didn't expect that his golden finger would finally arrive today. After a brief overview, Golden Crown quickly mastered how to use the system. He only needed to sign in at the locations, people, or events specified by the system to receive rewards. Additionally, the system gave him a 10x10 by 10 cubic meter backpack to store all sorts of items. The only thing that frustrated Golden Crown was that this system was incredibly stingy. It was 6 years late and didn't even give him a newbie gift pack. Whatever, if it doesn't give one, it doesn't. After all, having a system is better than not having one. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently at Spirit Hall. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God level spirit, Miris. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next sign in location. Stardow Great Forest. Close black lens bracket. In the next moment, a phenomenon suddenly manifested. Golden holy light erupted from Golden Crown's entire body, shooting straight into the sky. The powerful force of light condensed in mid-air into a massive V-shaped crystal. The originally dark night was illuminated by this sudden phenomenon, as if daylight had descended. Then the V-shaped crystal shattered, and a figure slowly emerged. A red body paired with 2 long ears, a yellow V-shaped crystal on the forehead, and a light attribute pattern on the back. He was Miris. With the appearance of Miris, a terrifyingly powerful pressure rapidly spread out. The angel god statue outside the hall also reacted, emitting a golden light. However, her light seemed as insignificant as a firefly's before Miris. A natural phenomenon, a god-level spirit. Seeing this scene, the 7 great consecrated elders present revealed looks of astonishment, and spoke in unison. Golden Crocodile was surprised at first, then beamed with joy. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson, not only twin spirits, but the second spirit is actually a god-level spirit. A god-level spirit? Doesn't that mean the grade of the spirit Xiao Mian awakened is the same as mine? Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. This was because her spirit was the god-level spirit, Seraphim. The commotion in the Elder Palace naturally drew attention from all sides. The Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong, who had been reviewing matters all day, was currently in the training grounds teaching her disciples, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan. Suddenly, the holy light emanating from the Elder Palace drew her attention. This feeling a god-level spirit, Bibi Dong's eyes widened as she spoke in disbelief. Yu Guan, Gui Mei. As Bibi Dong's voice fell, two figures rapidly descended from the sky. Supreme Pontiff, they said in unison. The newcomers were Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Both of them were level 95 Super Douluos. Bibi Dong inquired, who is awakening their spirit in the Elder Palace today? Reporting to the Supreme Pontiff, it is the second consecrator's grandson, Golden Crown. Gui Mei responded respectfully. Golden Crown. After Bibi Dong murmured the name to herself, she turned and commanded, follow me to the Elder Palace. Slaughter City. Tang Chen, who had already become the Slaughter King, was currently holding a glass of Bloody Mary in his left hand while embracing a woman in his right, living a life of pleasure. At that moment, a beam of light shone upon his face. Where did this light come from? Damn it, I hate light. I will kill whoever possesses this light. Why am I here? Clear sky sect Bo Sixi Ah. Tang Chen screamed madly, his eyes rapidly switching between crimson and pitch black. My lord, what's wrong? Are you alright? The woman beside him asked tremulously. Die, Pucci. The woman was directly pierced through by Tang Chen, her life extinguished in an instant. The reason Tang Chen had become like this was that during his 9 trials of Asura, he had been parasited by the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King. The light just now had allowed him to recover some of his sanity, but he was quickly brought back under control by the 9-headed bloody Crimson Bat King, reverting to the Slaughter King. A god-level spirit? Interesting. I wonder if his blood tastes good? Jia 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 Jia. The Slaughter King looked toward the direction of Spirit Hall and let out a sinister laugh. See, God Island. As the High Priestess, Bo Sixi was praying before the sea god statue. Suddenly, she felt a surge of divine force, and the sea god statue also reacted at this time, emitting a deep blue glow. That direction is Spirit Hall. I didn't expect another god-level spirit to be awakened there. Sigh, unfortunately, it's not a citizen of my sea god island. After speaking, Bo Sixi ignored it. Besides Slaughter City and Sea God Island, those attracted by this phenomenon included the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the 2 great empires, and so on. Even the gods in the god realm far beyond the universe were stirred. Unfortunately, the god realm had regulations that no god could descend to the lower realm at will, which meant they could only watch from afar. A naturally born god-level spirit, what a fine specimen. The Asura god looked at Golden Crown's figure in the mirror, almost salivating. Looking back at Tang San, whom he had previously selected, he suddenly felt a sense of disdain. The god of destruction and the life were also discussing it. Little Green, do you know what kind of spirit this kid awakened? The god of destruction asked curiously. The life shook her head. I don't know either. Such a spirit has never appeared on the Douluo continent. Such pure light, I'm afraid even the angel god of back then couldn't compare. Little Green, what do you think about making this kid our successor? Back to the Elder Palace. As the person at the center of it all, Golden Crown was currently full of pleasant surprise. This was because his second spirit was Miris. That was the eldest prince of the Light tribe, hailed as the legendary Light Sprite, the god of light, Miris. At this moment, all he wanted to say in his heart was, System, you're awesome. As time passed, Miris gradually shrank, eventually returning to his initial form, Xiao Mi, and transformed into a ball of light that returned to Golden Crown's body. The phenomenon also dissipated. However, the people present now looked at Golden Crown as if they were looking at a rare and precious treasure. Golden Crocodile's grin was so wide it almost reached his ears. He took out a crystal ball for testing spirit power and said, My dear grandson, come and test your spirit power. Golden Crown nodded and placed his hand on the crystal ball. The moment he touched the crystal ball burst with a dazzling blue light, and after a short while, several dense cracks actually appeared. This made Golden Crocodile even happier, because the spirit power crystal ball he held was specifically used for testing the spirit power of spirit masters below level 20. Now that the crystal was covered in cracks, it meant that Golden Crown's innate spirit power was actually above level 20. One must know that when Qian Runshui awakened the god-level spirit, Seraphim, her innate spirit power was only level 20. As everyone knew, the higher the innate spirit power awakened, the higher the person's talent. In other words, his grandson's talent was even stronger than Qian Runshui's. At this moment, Golden Crocodile really wanted to say, my grandson Golden Crown has the potential to become a god. At the same time, a voice came from outside the hall. Golden Crown, are you willing to become my disciple? 4. Number 4 Refusing to become an apprentice. Chapter 4. Refusing to become a disciple. The doors of the Elder Palace were opened. Bibi Dong walked in, dressed in a splendid golden gown and holding a scepter inlaid with countless gems, with the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo following behind her. When Qian Runshui saw that the newcomer was her mother, her little face instantly turned cold. Since childhood, this so-called mother of hers had always loathed her, treating her with extreme indifference, as if they were strangers. The relationship between the two had also become extremely strained. Seeing Bibi Dong come to snatch his grandson, Golden Crocodile quickly shielded Golden Crown behind him and questioned with a stern face. Bibi Dong, why aren't you staying in your Supreme Pontiff Palace? What are you doing here in the Elder Palace? Second Consecrator, you know I am the Supreme Pontiff. The Elder Palace is not some forbidden land, so why shouldn't I be able to come? Bibi Dong responded expressionlessly. These words left the consecrators with no grounds for rebuttal. Golden Crown peeked out, sizing up Bibi Dong. Although he had already been transmigrated to this world for 6 years, this was the first time he had seen Bibi Dong so up close. Just as in the original work, she was indeed a beauty. Time had left no trace on her face. Standing next to Qian Runshui, one might mistake them for sisters. The only pity was that such a powerful, talented, and stunningly beautiful woman was actually a love-struck fool. For the sake of a worthless scumbag, Yu Shaogang, she ultimately met a tragic end. Just as Golden Crown was lost in thought, Bibi Dong also noticed him. You must be Golden Crown, the one who just awakened a divine-level spirit, she said. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Bibi Dong got straight to the point. Seeing Bibi Dong trying to lure Golden Crown away, his own grandfather, Golden Crocodile, would never agree and bluntly refused. Of course Xiao Mian is unwilling. With the 7 of us old-timers here, why would he need to become your disciple, Bibi Dong? Ever since the previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Zunji, passed away and Bibi Dong became the new Supreme Pontiff, the Hall of Worship and the Spirit Hall had become completely irreconcilable. The other consecrators also chimed in one after another. We may be old, but we're not so decrepit that we can't teach Xiao Mian. Speaking of which, hasn't your holiness already taken 3 disciples? What, not satisfied, trying to set your sights on our Xiao Mian? Not to mention, Xiao Mian is a member of our Hall of Worship and has nothing to do with your Supreme Pontiff Palace. Listening to the consecrators back and forth, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Although Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan's talents were enough to be considered geniuses, compared to a divine-level spirit possessor, they fell far short. After all, geniuses are 1 in 1,000 selected from among commoners, but a prodigy is that 1 in 10,000 chance that emerges from a group of geniuses. Not to mention, Golden Crown was also the grandson of the second consecrator, Golden Crocodile. If she could bring him under her wing, he might become a significant asset in her quest to fully control the Spirit Hall in the future. Seeing the consecrator's resolute attitude, Bibi Dong knew that trying to take Golden Crown as a disciple was likely impossible. Just as she was about to turn and leave, the residual Rakshasa god's spiritual thought within her stirred. With the help of the Rakshasa god's spiritual thought, Bibi Dong clearly sensed that Golden Crown, like herself, possessed twin spirits. Realizing this, Bibi Dong, who had already given up hope, curled her lips into a faint smile. Whether Golden Crown is willing to become my disciple isn't for you to decide. It depends on whether he himself is willing. Isn't that right, little one? As she spoke, Bibi Dong's gaze locked tightly onto Golden Crown. She looked utterly determined. Golden Crocodile was about to refuse again, but Golden Crown spoke up. The auntie makes a good point. A auntie, hearing Golden Crown's address for her, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anger. Did she look that old? Golden Crown continued, I refuse. Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Bibi Dong? My grandson refuses to become your disciple. Go back to your Supreme Pontiff Palace. Golden Crocodile laughed heartily. Hearing this, Bibi Dong wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she slowly said, is that so? You should think carefully. Although this little one possesses a divine-level spirit, don't forget he also has twin spirits. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, both were shocked and simultaneously looked at Golden Crown. They hadn't expected this little fellow to have another spirit. The consecrators were equally astonished. Bibi Dong hadn't been present earlier, and none of them had mentioned that Golden Crown had twin spirits. So how did this woman know? Qian Daoliu stroked his long beard, looking thoughtfully at Bibi Dong. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Bibi Dong continued, as you likely know, although twin spirits are rare, they have a flaw. If spirit rings are attached to the second spirit after rings have already been attached to the first, there's a high risk of the spirit master facing spirit ring conflict, which could ultimately lead to bodily explosion and death. Although all 7 consecrators are above level 96, I ask you, who among you has a solution to this problem? After Bibi Dong finished speaking, the Elder Palace fell into silence. The woman was right. Spirit ring conflict was indeed a significant risk, and the slightest misstep could lead to death. They had seen spirit masters with twin spirits before, and all had died from bodily explosions due to issues with attaching spirit rings. Bibi Dong added, coincidentally, I am also a possessor of twin spirits, and it just so happens that I know how to eliminate the risk of spirit ring conflict. Upon hearing this, even Golden Crocodile, who had been utterly unwilling before, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although he disliked Bibi Dong, she had a method to resolve his grandson's spirit issue. In this world, Golden Crown was his only remaining relative. For Golden Crown's sake, Golden Crocodile would pay any price. Thinking she had the second consecrator in her grasp, Bibi Dong said smugly, what do you think, second consecrator? I have many matters to attend to in the spirit hall and need to return to handle them. The other consecrators' gazes turned to Golden Crocodile, as they truly had no solution to the spirit ring conflict issue for twin spirits. After careful consideration, Golden Crocodile made up his mind. Nothing in this world was more important than his grandson. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he couldn't hinder his grandson's future. Just as Golden Crocodile was about to swallow his pride and ask Bibi Dong to take Golden Crown as her disciple, Golden Crown spoke up first. Thank you for your kindness, your holiness, but I still refuse to become your disciple. Xiao Mian, don't speak recklessly. Qian Runshui quickly stepped forward and tugged at Golden Crown. Although she also didn't want Golden Crown to become Bibi Dong's disciple, hearing that woman say Golden Crown risked bodily explosion and death made her extremely worried. Bibi Dong was also surprised by Golden Crown's answer. As the Supreme Pontiff, countless people fought to become her disciple, yet she was unwilling to take them. Today, she had been refused twice by this 6-year-old brat. But what concerned her more was that the relationship between Golden Crown and Qian Runshui seemed unusual. 5. Number 5 Using public office to settle personal scores. Chapter 5. Abusing power for personal revenge. Golden Crown, have you thought this through clearly? Spirit ring conflict is no small matter. This emperor takes pity and cannot bear to see a genius like you meet with an accident. That is why I have come here to take you as my disciple. If you agree, not only can I help you solve this problem, but I will also devote all the spirit hall's resources to nurture you, Bibi Dong said with a serious expression, using both threats and inducements. If other twin spirit masters heard these words, they might immediately and without hesitation bow to Bibi Dong as their master. Unfortunately, Golden Crown was a transmigrator. Knowing the plot well, he naturally knew about Bibi Dong's so-called experience in solving the spirit ring conflict for twin spirits. Not to mention, he had just bound with a system moments ago. To become Bibi Dong's disciple for such a minor problem would be purely looking for trouble. He first patted Qian Runshui's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then said, I've thought it through clearly. My affairs do not require your holiness the Supreme Pontiff's concern. Fine, I hope you won't regret today's decision. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to Qian Runshui. I advise you to keep your distance from him, because soon you will. My affairs are none of your business, Qian Runshui said loudly. Bibi Dong's face darkened completely. With a cold snort, she left, accompanied by the 2 Douluos, Zhu and Gui. Returning to the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong flipped a table over onto the floor. That damn brat, does he really think awakening a divine-level spirit makes him invincible? I want to see how you plan to solve the spirit ring conflict problem without my help. After the awakening ceremony concluded, Golden Crown and Golden Crocodile returned to the manor. Golden Crocodile looked at Golden Crown with a complicated expression and said, Xiao Mian, your decision today was too rash. I've always looked down on Bibi Dong because that woman is insane, but I have to admit that regarding the twin spirit ring conflict problem, she is currently the only one who has succeeded. Seeing the old master still worried about his twin spirit issue, Golden Crown smiled and said, Don't worry, grandfather. I have my own plans. Bibi Dong's method for solving the twin spirit ring conflict was nothing more than first using heavenly treasures to strengthen her physique, focusing on raising her first spirit to the titled Douluo level before absorbing spirit rings for her second spirit. However, this method still carried certain risks. A crucial factor in Bibi Dong's success was that her two spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, both belonged to the Spider-type spirits, and the spirit rings she absorbed were of the same type, which greatly reduced the risk. But if it were applied to himself, that might not be the case, as the Golden Crocodile King and Miris were completely unrelated. Golden Crocodile knew well that his grandson had always been very independent since childhood, so he didn't press further. Alright then, since you have plans, grandson, I won't say anything more. But if any situation arises in the future, tell your grandfather immediately. By the way, which spirit do you plan to cultivate first? Golden Crown didn't hesitate and gave his answer directly, the Golden Crocodile King. Just kidding. Miris was a divine level spirit, so of course he would cultivate it only after reaching the titled Douluo level. Cultivating it now would be a complete waste. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile nodded, feeling very gratified. His grandson hadn't lost his head just because his second spirit was divine level. Good Xiao Mian, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, your grandfather will take you to hunt for spirit rings. Golden Crown quickly waved his hand. The spirit ring matter isn't urgent. I plan to cultivate for a month first and then go hunt for spirit rings after the month is over. Golden Crocodile quickly guessed Golden Crown's intention. He had indeed been a bit too hasty and momentarily forgot that Golden Crown had awakened a divine level spirit. His physical strength must far surpass that of ordinary people. If he trained properly, his first spirit ring would definitely be able to exceed the limit. Golden Crown then took out a piece of paper he had written earlier and handed it to Golden Crocodile. Grandfather, this is the training plan I formulated myself. Please, along with the other elder protectors, strictly supervise my cultivation according to the contents of this training plan for the next month. Also, please help me prepare some of the equipment listed on it. Golden Crocodile scanned the contents on the paper and said, don't worry, leave this matter to your grandfather. On the training ground, 1 week later, Golden Crown was seen sprinting rapidly ahead, while the demon-subduing Douluo followed effortlessly behind, swinging his coiling dragon rod. Xiao Mian, why are you slowing down? My coiling dragon rod is about to touch your butt. After saying that, he swung his right hand, striking Golden Crown's butt with the rod. This made Golden Crown jump up in pain, clutching his butt, and he quickly sped up, turning his head to say, demon-subduing old geezer, you're abusing your power for personal revenge, believe it or not. I'll throw your coiling dragon rod into the latrine pit. Ever since asking his grandfather Golden Crocodile and the other elder protectors to strictly supervise his training, Golden Crown had been suffering terribly these past few days. Every day, he was either getting beaten up or on his way to get beaten up. Indeed, upon hearing Golden Crown's words, Demon Subduing gave a mischievous laugh. Very good. It seems Xiao Mian you're very motivated. Let your grandpa Demon Subduing turn up the intensity for you. After saying that, he hurled the coiling dragon rod in his hand. The coiling dragon rod spun rapidly, flying swiftly towards Golden Crown's butt. Holy crap, Golden Crown, seeing this, sped up once again. At this moment, he wished he had a few more legs. Although he knew the demon-subduing Douluo had restraint, that coiling dragon rod really hurt when it hit. Soon, a day of torment ended. Golden Crown, rubbing his nearly blooming butt, returned to the small courtyard. No sooner had he entered than he saw Qian Runshui sitting alone on a swing, staring blankly at the ground with vacant eyes, clearly in a bad mood. Little Snow, are you okay? Golden Crown approached and waved his hand in front of her eyes, thinking to himself that it must be that old woman Bibi Dong who had made Little Snow unhappy. Hearing Golden Crown's voice, Qian Runshui snapped out of her daze and quickly put on a smile. You're back. You must be very tired after cultivating all day? Not tired. My physical fitness is terrifyingly strong. The little intensity my grandfather and the others said is nothing to worry about. Saying this, Golden Crown sat down on the swing beside her. As soon as his butt touched the wooden plank, he jumped up in pain. Seeing this, Qian Runshui took out a bottle of medicine. Stop being stubborn. This is a high-quality wound medicine prepared by my grandfather. Take off your pants, I'll apply it for you. No need, I can do this myself, Golden Crown said, blushing. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes, having a girl apply medicine for him, and having to take off his pants, still made him a bit embarrassed. Seeing Golden Crown embarrassed in front of her for the first time, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a bit happy inside. You're getting shy in front of me? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Saying this, she forcibly pulled Golden Crown into the room. A few minutes later, Golden Crown walked out of the room with a red face, while Qian Runshui covered her mouth with a light laugh, though upon closer look, her face was also slightly flushed. The two returned to the swing and sat quietly like that. After a long while, Qian Runshui, looking at the setting sun, spoke up, Golden Crown. If one day I leave your side for a very, very long time, would you still forget me? 6. Number 6. The Promise Under the Sunset. Chapter 6. Promise Under the Sunset. Leaving? Golden Crown was slightly stunned, his brain spinning rapidly. In an instant, he understood what Qian Runshui meant by leaving. In the original work, Bibi Dong wanted to swallow the two great empires and complete the unification of the Douluo continent, but while the idea was beautiful, implementing it was extremely difficult. Because although Spirit Hall possessed powerful Spirit Master combat strength, it lacked military force. Thus, she thought of sending undercover agents to infiltrate the two great empires. Compared to the Star Luo Empire's highly centralized rule and cruel, fratricidal, succession system, the Heaven Do imperial family was much easier to deal with, because most of the spirit masters in the Heaven Do Empire were controlled by sect powers, and the interior of the imperial family was also corrupt. Therefore, it was much easier to infiltrate. To smoothly plant an undercover agent, Bibi Dong set her sights on Qian Runshui. For no other reason than that the Qian family possessed a set of inherited seraphim spirit bones, among which the skull bone could achieve perfect disguise, not only changing the owner's appearance and voice but even disguising the spirit as the swan spirit exclusive to the Heaven Do imperial family. Just like that, under various verbal provocations from Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui finally agreed to go undercover. The dignified little princess of the Hall of Worship, an owner of a god-level spirit, and a peerless genius with innate spirit power reaching rank 20, was about to be wasted like this. Thinking of this, Golden Crown couldn't help but feel regretful, but unfortunately, he currently had no way to change this decision. After all, although he was Golden Crocodile's grandson and his status was better than other spirit masters, at the end of the day, he was just a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his spirit. What kind of say could he have? However, he couldn't just stand by and watch Qian Runshui be wasted by going undercover as she was in the original work. When the time comes, seeing the expectant gaze Qian Runshui cast his way, Golden Crown said confidently, "Of course I won't forget you. With our relationship, I guarantee that even if you turn to ash, I'd recognize you instantly." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Qian Runshui's mood couldn't have been better. This was exactly the answer she wanted in her heart, but the second half made her mouth twitch involuntarily as she raised her hand and gave Golden Crown a smack. "Are you cursing me to turn into ash?" Golden Crown clutched his head and said, "Who's cursing you? That was just a metaphor, okay? Also, you're a girl after all. Can't you be a bit gentler and not so violent? Careful, or you won't be able to get married later." "Who are you calling violent?" Qian Runshui clenched her fists and cast a death glare at Golden Crown. Golden Crown waved his hands repeatedly. No, you misheard." Qian Runshui didn't dwell on it and turned her head away. "So what if I'm violent? This young lady likes being violent. So what if I can't get married? It's no big deal, at worst I'll just live alone." "Sigh, seeing you so worried about getting married is so pitiful. This young master will show some mercy. If you really can't get married in the future, I'll marry you," Golden Crown said with a sigh. Qian Runshui covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh please, do you even know what love is, you little kid? Besides, I'm 3 years older than you. What's wrong with being 3 years older? As the saying goes, a wife 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. If no one wants this gold brick of yours, then I'll be the one to carry it away," Golden Crown said seriously. After hearing Golden Crown's words, for some reason, Qian Runshui's heart suddenly raced, and her face turned red involuntarily, just like the setting sun about to dip below the horizon. This was the first time she had felt such a strange sensation. "Are you serious?" "Of course." "Then pinky swear on it." "No problem." "Pinky swear, hang yourself. The words spoken will never change, X2. As the last words were spoken, their thumbs touched under the witness of the setting sun. The invisible threads of karma between the two tightly intertwined at this moment. And in the distance, 7 figures were also silently watching what was happening here. "Not bad, as expected of my beloved grandson. His flirting skills are better than his father's." Golden Crocodile laughed very happily. Light Plume Douluo quickly interrupted. "Second brother, you should say less." "Why?" Golden Crocodile had a puzzled look. The other consecrates pointed in unison at Qian Daoliu, who had already drawn his sword. Golden Crocodile then realized. He secretly thought, oh no, his beloved grandson had made off with the cabbage right in front of the farmer's face. And he was still here clapping and cheering. "Boss, let's go to my place for a couple of drinks. I just remembered I have a jar of fine wine that's been stored for 100 years. Let's drink until we're drunk today. As he spoke, Golden Crocodile didn't forget to snatch the sword from Qian Daoliu's hand and shove it back into its scabbard. Qian Daoliu didn't speak, but just glanced at Golden Crocodile and said indifferently, "That brat Golden Crown devised a physical training plan for himself, didn't he? And he even asked you all to help strictly supervise him?" "Yes." The 6 consecrates nodded in unison. Qian Daoliu continued, "Very good, excellent. From tomorrow onwards, I will supervise all of his subsequent cultivation." "Ah, boss, didn't you say you didn't have time when we asked you before?" Golden Crocodile already sensed something was wrong. Qian Daoliu was expressionless. "I suddenly have time again. Alright, old Jin, go drink your 100-year-old fine wine." Hearing this, Golden Crocodile could only silently pray for Golden Crown in his heart. "My dear grandson, Grandpa can only help you this much. The rest is up to you." A month passed by in a flash. Since that afternoon, Golden Crown had rarely seen Qian Runshui, because Qian Runshui had already disguised herself as a maid and was lurking by the side of the Heaven Do Crown Prince, Shui Qing, learning his mannerisms. But what Golden Crown couldn't understand was that in the following days, the person supervising his training had become High Priest Qian Daoliu. Of course, there was nothing inherently wrong with that, but during training, this old geezer Qian Daoliu was a bit too heavy-handed. Especially when he mentioned Qian Runshui. Qian Daoliu would explode for no reason and chase him with a sword for 10 kilometers. While shouting, "Golden Crown, don't run, come at my sword." Good grief, if I don't run, am I supposed to wait to be hacked? It could be said that for the remainder of the time, due to Qian Daoliu's intervention, Golden Crown's original training difficulty had increased several times over. Fortunately, the training ended just yesterday. Although there were a few tiny accidents during the process, the result was very good. Golden Crown clearly felt that under this month of high-intensity training, his physical fitness had received a massive boost. And so, the grandfather and grandson were currently in a carriage on their way to the Stardo Great Forest. Inside the carriage, Golden Crown complained, "Grandpa, I'm not trying to nag, but why don't you dare pick a fight with the High Priest? Do you know how miserably I was tortured by him this month?" "I know, but the point is, I can't beat the High Priest." Golden Crocodile honestly stated the facts. Golden Crown was choked up, and after a long while, he said, "Fine, let it be. Considering the physical strength improvement exceeded expectations, I won't hold a grudge against the High Priest." Hearing this, Golden Crocodile was somewhat speechless. "You brat, you're the one holding a grudge. If you hadn't made off with his cabbage, would the High Priest have trained you so miserably?" But he only thought it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. Golden Crocodile asked again, "By the way, for this spirit ring hunt, what age do you plan to absorb? What do you think, Grandpa?" Golden Crown asked back. Golden Crocodile thought for a moment and said, "With your current physical strength, an 800-year spirit ring shouldn't be a problem." Golden Crown smiled and shook his head. 800 years? No, that's too low. With my talent, the age of my first spirit ring must at least start at 1,000 years. What? 1,000-year spirit ring? 7. Number 7. Sign in to Starry Sky Forest. Chapter 7. Signing in at the Star Do Great Forest. What the hell? 1,000-year spirit ring, and that's just the starting point. After a sharp cry of surprise, Golden Crocodile grabbed Golden Crown's ear and scolded, "You little brat, have you lost your damn mind? Do you really think that just because you awakened a god-level spirit and trained for a month, you can let it go to your head? Do you have any idea what the gap is between a 100-year spirit ring and a 1,000-year spirit ring?" Ow, 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 Grandpa, let go quickly, listen to me first. I have a reason for daring to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as my first ring, Golden Crown said, grimacing in pain. Golden Crocodile let go and said solemnly, "I'd like to hear what kind of reason you have." Golden Crown rubbed his ear and wiped the spit off his face before saying unhurriedly, "First of all, a spirit master with twin spirits has a much stronger physical constitution than an ordinary spirit master. My 2 spirits are a top-tier beast spirit and a god-level spirit, which makes my body's endurance even stronger than a typical twin spirit user. Plus, my innate spirit power is above rank 20. Theoretically, absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring as the first ring is feasible. You also know that's just theory, but actual situations are usually more complicated than theory." Golden Crocodile was clearly not convinced. After all, Golden Crown was the last remaining descendant of their family. He had to ensure that nothing went wrong with Golden Crown no matter what, otherwise the Golden Crocodile lineage would be severed. Golden Crown was helpless and could only continue to persuade him, "Grandpa, don't worry. Besides, how can one become a powerhouse without experiencing difficulties?" After a round of persuasion, Golden Crocodile finally gave a reluctant agreement. I agree to let you absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, but if even the slightest accident occurs during the absorption process, I will immediately intervene to stop it. Okay, no problem. Seeing the old man agree, Golden Crown finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 days later, the carriage reached the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. Golden Crocodile led Golden Crown down from the carriage. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the cold voice of the system rang out in his mind once again. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently in the Star-Do Great Forest. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. God level technique, 9 Yang Divine Art. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next sign in location, Saint Spirit Village. Close black lens bracket. Holy crap, the 9 Yang Divine Art. Looking at the reward obtained from this sign in, Golden Crown was greatly shocked. As a novel enthusiast in his past life, he was all too familiar with this technique. This was a top-tier internal cultivation method, known as a cultivation divine tool. Once mastered, not only would one possess an indestructible Vajra body, but one would also be immune to all poisons and possess healing properties. When cultivated to great completion, internal strength would become endless, inexhaustible like the vast sea. Compared to the 9 Yang Divine Art, Tang San's mysterious heaven skill wasn't even worthy of carrying its shoes. As the system's voice faded, the mental formulas for the 9 Yang Divine Art flooded into Golden Crown's mind. Having obtained the divine technique, Golden Crown could not hide his smile. The corners of his mouth were like an AK with an 8x scope. He couldn't suppress them at all. Beside him, Golden Crocodile saw Golden Crown suddenly start giggling and couldn't help but feel baffled. Xiao Mian, what are you laughing at for no reason? It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Golden Crown brushed it off with a random excuse. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile didn't say much more, but instead reminded him, alright, let's head deeper. Remember, the Star-Do Great Forest is not Spirit City. It's very dangerous here, so you must stay 100% alert. After his warning, Golden Crocodile picked up Golden Crown and took to the air, flying into the depths of the forest. It had to be said, having a titled Douluo for a grandfather was truly great. When others came to the Star-Do Great Forest, they not only had to form groups but also enter on foot, potentially encountering various spirit beast attacks along the way. But he didn't have to worry at all. After all, since his grandfather was Golden Crocodile, with his rank 98 cultivation, he only needed to release a bit of his aura. That would be enough to scare off all those low-level spirit beasts. There were some blind spirit beasts that tried to launch sneak attacks during the journey, but they were all slapped to death by Golden Crocodile. Grandfather and grandson searched all over the forest for spirit beasts like this. How about this 1,000-year ironclad crocodile? The ironclad crocodile focuses too much on defense, its attack is too weak. I don't want it. A 1,000-year armored giant rhino? Its attack is okay, but its speed is too slow. I don't want it. How about a 1,000-year crocodragon? It's too ugly. I don't want it. Just like that, Golden Crocodile searched for an entire afternoon without finding a spirit beast that met Golden Crown's wishes. The two of them temporarily came to a dark part of the woods to rest. Golden Crocodile said, exhausted, you brat, exactly what kind of spirit ring do you want? Golden Crown thought for a moment and replied, the kind that is very strong in both offense and defense, and has a bloodline close to the Golden Crocodile King. You brat, your requirements for a first spirit ring are quite high. High? I don't think they're high at all. While the two were chatting, Golden Crocodile suddenly sensed a spirit beast approaching and hurriedly shielded Golden Crown. Behind him, in the nearby bushes, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up. How bold to actually want to ambush us. Golden Crocodile clenched his fists, his face full of killing intent. The spirit beast in the bushes stepped out. It was an adult giant bear 3 meters tall, covered in dark gold fur. Most notable were its sharp claws flashing with dark gold light, appearing as if they could tear through anything. Seeing the spirit beast's appearance clearly, Golden Crocodile blurted out, Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear. Seeing that this Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear was at the 1,000-year level, Golden Crown was overjoyed and thought to himself, it's decided, I want it for my first spirit ring. As is not commonly known, every spirit beast, in the process of growing, will excel in a certain ability. For example, excelling in defense, attack, agility, and so on. But the Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear was an anomaly. This fellow not only possessed extremely high defensive capabilities but also had powerful attack power. Those Dark Gold Dreadclaws had the ability to tear through space. It was said that the Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear could use its bloodline advantage to fight above its level. A 100-year Dark Gold Dreadclaw Bear could contend with a 1,000-year level spirit beast. Although his golden crocodile king had no bloodline connection to the dark gold dreadclaw bear, both involved the gold attribute. The dark gold dreadclaw bear looked at golden crocodile, a deep wariness appearing in its eyes, simply because it could sense that the opponent's strength was far above its own. To avoid being at a disadvantage, the dark gold dreadclaw bear struck first. Opening its incomparable sharp claws, it rapidly launched an attack toward golden crocodile, seeking death. Although the dark gold dreadclaw bear could fight above its level, unfortunately, the level it had to overcome this time was a bit too high. Golden crocodile was, after all, a rank 98 peak Douluo. Dealing with a 1,000-year spirit beast was as easy as pie. After performing spirit possession, golden crocodile charged straight ahead. In just a few moves, he sent this dark gold dreadclaw bear to meet King Yama. Looking at the purple spirit ring representing 1,000 years floating above the dark gold dreadclaw bear's corpse, Golden Crown walked straight over. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile said, "Xiao Mian, you don't actually want to absorb this 1,000-year spirit ring, do you?" 8. Number 8. The first ring in 1,000 years exploded and the soul bone exploded. Chapter 8. The first ring is 1,000-year one, and a spirit bone drop. This dark gold dreadclaw bear has both offense and defense. I feel it's very suitable for me. Jin Mian voiced his thoughts. Golden Crocodile said nothing. After releasing a powerful pressure to drive away the surrounding spirit beasts, he instructed, "Go ahead and absorb it. Grandpa will protect you here." Without any hesitation, Jin Mian sat cross-legged in front of the dark gold dreadclaw bear's corpse and summoned his spirit, the Golden Crocodile King. The spirit ring nested into the spirit from top to bottom. Under the guidance of spirit power, the spirit ring burst with a dazzling purple light, and the energy contained within began to flow into Jin Mian's body. It was only an instant. Jin Mian felt that this 1,000-year spirit ring produced by the dark gold dreadclaw bear contained energy that was not only vast but also incredibly violent. It was by no means comparable to an ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to withstand the wash of energy every second. Golden Crocodile stood not far away, most of his attention focused on his beloved grandson. His eyes filled with worry. If anything went wrong with Jin Mian, he would immediately step forward to interrupt the absorption process. Although doing so would likely damage Jin Mian's foundation, it would at least ensure his life. 2 hours later, the absorption of Jin Mian's first spirit ring officially reached its final stage. Golden Crocodile's hanging heart finally settled, replaced by a look of gratification. 1,000-year first ring. In the entire Spirit Master's world, this was the very first instance. As expected of his grandson, this talent was likely unprecedented. As for whether there would be anyone like him in the future, that was a matter for the future. How could he know? When he returned this time, he had to show off properly to the other enshrined priests. The next second, Jin Mian opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light passed through them. His entire aura began to rapidly climb to the peak of rank 20. This is the benefit of high innate spirit power. After awakening their spirit, ordinary spirit masters need to cultivate for about a month to reach rank 10 to absorb a spirit ring. After absorbing the spirit ring, they must continue to cultivate for a long time to reach rank 20 before they can absorb a second ring. In contrast, Jin Mian didn't need to go through such trouble. With innate spirit power exceeding rank 20, his level reached rank 20 immediately after absorbing the first spirit ring. He could continue to absorb the second ring. Jin Mian stood up, feeling the changes in his body. First, his height grew from 1.3 meters to 1.5 meters, and then his previously unremarkable muscles now bulged slightly, looking full of power. Golden Crocodile walked over and asked curiously, "Xiao Mian, what is your 1,000-year first spirit ability?" Dark Gold Tyrant Body. It's an enhancement type spirit ability. After casting it, all my attributes increase by 200%, and my strength and defense increase by 300%. I am immune to all negative status effects during the process, and this effect increases by 20% for every 10 levels I gain. The only pity is that with my current spirit power, I can only maintain it for about 10 minutes. Just as Jin Mian finished speaking, a sharp pain came from his right hand. Xiao Mian, seeing Jin Mian suddenly clutching his right hand and crying out in pain, Golden Crocodile thought there were side effects from absorbing the spirit ring and rushed forward to check. Unexpectedly, the next scene left him stunned. Jin Mian's right hand was emitting a golden light. In the palm where the golden light converged, a dark gold bone-like object gradually formed. Golden Crocodile's eyes widened, his face full of surprise and joy. This is a spirit bone, and it's an external spirit bone. Good heavens, was his grandson's luck a bit too good? Never mind awakening a god-level martial soul. Never mind the first spirit ring being 1,000-year one. Now an external spirit bone had actually dropped. Could Jin Mian be the child of destiny? Golden Crocodile quickly called out a reminder. Xiao Mian, hurry and use your spirit power to guide the spirit bone to fuse with your right hand. Hearing the old man's words, Jin Mian was startled. What was it, a spirit bone? He looked at his gold-like right palm and said, so this is a spirit bone. My luck really is quite good. Immediately, he released his spirit power and guided the spirit bone to begin fusing. Another hour passed. The golden light on Jin Mian's right hand gradually faded. The intense pain also slowly dissipated, and his palm returned to its normal state. What surprised him was that this external spirit bone was actually growth type, meaning that as his level increased, the spirit bone would also grow with him. Xiao Mian, how do you feel? Golden Crocodile asked anxiously. Jin Mian looked at his right hand and said, I feel very good. My right hand is full of power now. Golden Crocodile placed his hand on Jin Mian's shoulder, checking if any hidden injuries were left behind. After a careful inspection and seeing that Jin Mian's body indeed had no major problems, Golden Crocodile finally felt relieved. He continued, let's go. Let's continue hunting for your second spirit ring. Since your first spirit ring is already 1,000-year one, the second ring can only be higher, not lower. Jin Mian nodded. The grandfather and grandson thus began searching for a suitable spirit beast in the forest. Again, this time their luck was quite good. Without much effort, they found a crocodile dragon of about 3,000 years that carried a trace of the golden crocodile bloodline. Although it was a bit ugly, this bloodline was very compatible with Jin Mian's first spirit. Golden Crocodile did some warm-up exercises, and this golden crocodile was beaten until it had only one breath left. The reason he didn't kill the golden crocodile directly this time was because he wanted Jin Mian to kill the spirit beast himself, because a spirit ring can only be absorbed if the spirit master personally participates in or delivers the killing blow to the spirit beast. The dark gold dreadclaw beast earlier was entirely an unexpected situation. Furthermore, since Golden Crocodile already had 9 spirit rings and there was no one else around, the spirit ring produced by the dark gold dreadclaw beast became an unowned object. Only then was Jin Mian able to absorb it. Looking at the dying golden crocodile, Jin Mian pulled out a small knife and stepped forward. One strike ended the golden crocodile. Immediately after, a 1,000-year spirit ring condensed and floated in the air. The first time is difficult, the second time is easy. Jin Mian summoned his spirit and used his spirit power to guide the spirit ring to begin absorption. Perhaps it was the bloodline suppression of the golden crocodile king over the golden crocodile. This time the absorption process was incredibly smooth. The whole process took only half an hour to finish. And the second spirit ability the golden crocodile brought him was an offensive type. Named Golden Flash. He could condense a light ball with powerful destructive and offensive power in his palm and throw it at his opponent. In addition, his level also reached rank 28. This was even the result of Jin Mian's deliberate suppression. Otherwise, he could have already started looking for a third spirit beast. However, although he had strength now, he had no combat experience. So he looked at Golden Crocodile and said, Grandpa, I want to test my current strength. Faced with this request, Golden Crocodile naturally had no objection. It just so happened that he also wanted to see the effects of the 2 spirit abilities his precious grandson had obtained. He stroked his white beard and said with a smile, Good, I'll go find a spirit beast for you. 9. Number 9. Historically, the left side of the wave is the source of the water. Chapter 9. Since ancient times, the one on the left loses the beam struggle. After learning that Golden Crown wanted to find a spirit beast to test the spirit ability he had just obtained, Golden Crocodile hurried and captured a storm devil wolf. A 500-year-old storm devil wolf? Isn't it a bit too weak? Golden Crown glanced at the unconscious storm devil wolf, his tone full of disdain. Please, his first and second spirit rings were both at the 1,000-year level, so the best experimental subject should naturally be a 1,000-year spirit beast. Bullying a 100-year spirit beast felt a bit undignified. That's enough, kid. Don't think that just because you absorbed 2,000-year spirit rings, you can get cocky. A 1,000-year spirit beast isn't something you can handle alone yet, Golden Crocodile said seriously. Golden Crown compromised. Fine. 100-year one it is. I'll make do. Meanwhile, the storm devil wolf also woke up. At this moment, it looked around with a dazed expression, its brain working rapidly. Family, who gets this? I was just about to have an intimate exchange with my wife. Suddenly, I was knocked unconscious, and when I woke up, I saw 2 humans standing opposite me, talking. Although it couldn't understand them, these 2 people looked at it from time to time, clearly with ill intentions. Could it have encountered wolf traffickers? Woo! The storm devil wolf let out a low growl, its eyes glowing green, baring its teeth, and assuming a battle stance while watching the 2 humans before it with great vigilance. It didn't act rashly because the old man opposite it radiated an extremely terrifying pressure. Seeing the storm devil wolf wake up, Golden Crown flexed his wrists. Finally awake. Fight me. After saying that, his eyes turned golden, and he directly entered his beast transformation state. His originally thick black hair turned golden, golden scales covered his body, his hands became sharp claws, and a massive long tail appeared behind him. 2,000-year spirit rings, shimmering with purple light, appeared from top to bottom. Golden Crocodile had already flown up to a large tree and sat down, even taking out a bottle of wine from the storage soul tool on his wrist to drink while watching. Not far away in the forest, a group of people was crouching in the grass, watching this battle. Unbelievable. This child's first and second spirit rings are both at the 1,000-year level. A genius. This is simply a genius. I wonder if he has started school yet. If not, let's see if we can invite him to attend our Heaven Do Royal Academy later. The three people speaking were Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin. These three were the three instructors of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's education board. Behind them stood a man dressed in luxurious clothing. There was also a large group of soldiers around. This person was the current first prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing. The reason they were here was to hunt for Shui Qingyi's third spirit ring. Unexpectedly, they heard the roar of a spirit beast nearby, so they came over to investigate. Looking at Golden Crown, Shui Qing also felt the urge to recruit him. 1,000-year first and second spirit rings? Interesting. If I can recruit him and nurture him well, I will have another strong right hand in the future. Hearing this, Meng Shenji quickly flattered, the first prince is wise. Should I go and capture him? Shui Qing raised his hand to refuse. No rush. If he wants to receive this prince's nurturing, he must first show his value. Let me see what he's capable of. Yes. As for Shui Qingyi's group, Golden Crocodile had already noticed them. However, he didn't take them to heart. After all, a mere 3 spirit Douluos plus a group of soldiers weren't even worth his notice. Rather than wasting time on them, he'd rather watch his beloved grandson's first real battle. Below, the battle between Golden Crown and the Storm Devil Wolf quietly began. The Storm Devil Wolf took the initiative to attack. True to its name, the Storm Devil Wolf pounced forward as fast as a gale. Golden Crown dodged with a side leap. Good timing. Watch this first spirit ability. Dark Gold Tyrant Body. As his voice fell, his body was covered in a layer of dark golden light, and his muscles instantly swelled, filled with power. After performing his first spirit ability, Golden Crown's legs tensed, and he leapt powerfully behind the Storm Devil Wolf. Clenching his fist, he punched out with force. Bang! A loud crash sounded. A large crater was smashed into the ground, but the Storm Devil Wolf had already dodged with its agile speed and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Golden Crown's neck. Golden Crown was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, grabbing the wolf's head with both hands and then kicking it away. After rolling several times on the ground, the Storm Devil Wolf stood up again. Its limbs paced back and forth, its eyes fixed on Golden Crown, clearly preparing for the next attack. Suddenly, it caught a flaw in Golden Crown's guard and immediately gathered power to strike with a wind blade. Although Golden Crown reacted in time, he was still a step too slow. He took the hit head-on with his body. Seeing its attack hit the target, the Storm Devil Wolf was very proud. It thought the human before it would be heavily injured, if not dead. Unfortunately, while the ideal was beautiful, reality was cruel. As the saying goes, the law of no damage within the smoke works everywhere. As the dust settled, Golden Crown stood there completely unharmed. He even reached out and made an international friendly gesture, taunting, "The speed is okay, but the power is a bit lacking." A woo roar. Seeing the little human brat taunting it like this, the Storm Devil Wolf opened its mouth and condensed a greenish-blue light beam, firing it out. Golden Crown naturally wouldn't just stand there and take it. His second spirit ring lit up. Second spirit ability, Golden Flash. He brought his hands together, and a light ball the size of a basketball quickly condensed. Then, he pushed the light ball towards the Storm Devil Wolf. The light beam and the light ball collided violently, and for a moment, they were at a stalemate. At this moment, Golden Crown grinned. The power of the beam is okay, but don't you know the principle that since ancient times, the one on the left loses the beam struggle? With that, he increased his spirit power output. The light ball quickly surged towards the Storm Devil Wolf, knocking it flying. Golden Crown turned around and struck a cool pose. The next second, boom, a violent explosion sounded. This is what they call a real man never looking back at an explosion. The Storm Devil Wolf was heavily injured by the explosion. The entire wolf had turned from greenish-blue to charred black from top to bottom, lying on the ground completely incapacitated. Golden Crown flickered and appeared in front of the Storm Devil Wolf. The Storm Devil Wolf was now trembling all over, thinking its life was about to end here. Unexpectedly, Golden Crown took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to the Storm Devil Wolf's wounds. After a short while, the Storm Devil Wolf was able to stand up and walk with difficulty. Thanks for helping me test my strength. You can go now, Golden Crown said with a kind smile. Although he wasn't soft-hearted, he wasn't bloodthirsty either. This trip was originally to hunt for spirit rings, and now that the hunting was finished, catching this Storm Devil Wolf was only to test his strength, so there was no need to kill it. The Storm Devil Wolf's head was buzzing. Wait, big brother, you caught me just to test your strength, not to hunt me for my spirit ring? Why didn't you say so earlier? Did I really need to fight that hard? Seeing that this human really intended to let it go, the Storm Devil Wolf didn't hesitate and bolted away as fast as its legs could carry it. Golden Crown deactivated his beast transformation and prepared to find his grandfather to return to Spirit City. Suddenly, a sound came from the nearby bushes. A large group of soldiers armed with spears rushed out and surrounded him. You think you can just run away after letting this prince's spirit beast go? 10. Number 10. You want to create a spectacle, huh? Close the door and let in a golden crocodile. Chapter 10. Competing with backgrounds, release the golden crocodile. Flanked by 3 instructors, Shui Qing walked out, scanning Golden Crown with the posture of a superior. Similarly, Golden Crown was also observing this group of people who had suddenly appeared around him. At that moment, one of the generals pointed at Golden Crown and shouted, "How bold, kneel before the first prince. Kneel my foot, who do you think you are?" Seeing that the other party had not only surrounded him immediately but also ordered him to kneel in an unfriendly tone, Golden Crown's anger flared up instantly. A prince? What prince? Do I even know him? Impudent men, seize him and leave him to the first prince's disposal. The general drew his sword and commanded the surrounding soldiers. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers raised their spears one after another, pointing them at Golden Crown. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Shui Qing spoke up, "Stand down." Hearing this, the soldiers retreated. Shui Qing looked at Golden Crown, showing a friendly expression as he said, "Interesting. Kid, what is your name? Which sect are you from? I don't change my name whether I'm walking or sitting. My name is Xing Daerong, just an ordinary, unremarkable spirit master." Golden Crown made up a name on the spot. As the saying goes, when you're away from home, your identity is whatever you give yourself. Surnamed Xing? Shui Qing's mind raced. In his memory, he didn't seem to have heard of any sect or power that used Xing as a surname. It seemed this kid really was a commoner spirit master. In that case, it was even better. As long as he brought him under his wing and nurtured him with all his effort, he would likely have a titled Douluo as a confidant in the future. And he wouldn't have to worry about the whims of those sect powers. This would be of immense benefit to his future ascension to the throne. Thinking of this, Shui Qing said, "Xing Daerong, that Storm Devil Wolf earlier was a spirit beast this prince had his eye on, yet you let it go. Do you know that is a capital offense? However, this prince is in a rather good mood today. If you are willing to join my ranks, I may consider sparing your life." Hearing this, Golden Crown retorted directly, "Capital offense? Sparing my life? You think you're so great just because you're a prince? Sticking green onions in a pig's nose to pretend to be an elephant." Shui Qing's face stiffened, and he felt extremely angry. As the first prince, he was the person most likely to become the crown prince. From childhood until now, everyone who saw him was respectful. When had he ever been contradicted like this? Seeing Shui Qing's anger, Meng Shenji interrupted Golden Crown, "Ignorant child, hold your tongue. Standing before you is the first prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing." Shui Qing? Golden Crown paused. He was all too familiar with this name. Isn't this the person little Shui would later go to the Heaven Do Empire to impersonate? He didn't expect to run into him first. Should I take the chance to kill Shui Qing now, so little Shui doesn't have to go undercover? Seeing Golden Crown dazed on the spot, Shui Qing thought the other party was intimidated by his status, so he continued, "Xing Daerong, this prince cherishes talent and will not hold your rude behavior against you. As long as you are willing to join my ranks, I can provide you with the best resources." After saying that, he pointed to Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin behind him. These 3 are instructors of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, all of them powerful experts at the Spirit Douluo level. You may choose any one of them to be your teacher. How about it? Not interested. Just based on the 3 of them, they are not qualified to teach me, Golden Crown said without hesitation. What a joke. A mere spirit Douluo wants to be my teacher? I'm a man who has even rejected Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. As for whether to kill Shui Qing now, he thought about it and decided against it. If the system ever released a check-in task related to the Heaven Do imperial family, having Qian Runshui there as an undercover agent would allow him to complete the check-in smoothly. Seeing that even after offering such generous conditions he was still rejected, the usually gentle and refined Shui Qing was now beyond furious. He threatened, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll give you one last chance. Either join my ranks and be a dog, or I'll send you on your way." As his voice fell, he raised his hand to signal the surrounding soldiers to be ready to act at any moment. Since he couldn't have him, he could only destroy him. This was how nobles dealt with geniuses. Treat them to a meal, behead them, or make them a dog under their command. Although the three instructors really wanted this kid named Xing Dairong to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the phrase "just based on the three of them, they are not qualified to teach me," made them very resentful. So what if he's a genius? If you don't understand the ways of the world, you'll still die. Golden Crown looked at the soldiers brandishing their weapons around him and smiled disdainfully. "You really think you can take me down with just these few rotten cloves of garlic? Too naive." Shui Qing turned around and spoke coldly. "You three, seize this kid who doesn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth for me." "Yes." X3, Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin stepped forward. Bai Baoshan said, "Xing Dairong, as long as you change your tune and join the first prince's ranks, the three of us can save your life." Golden Crown remained silent, his hands in his pockets. Competing with backgrounds, he wasn't afraid. After all, he had a level 98 titled Douluo for a grandfather. What a pity, what a pity. Do it. Having finished speaking, the three were about to deal with Golden Crown. Golden Crown wasn't afraid at all and shouted, "Old geezer, how much longer are you going to watch? If you don't come now, I'm really going to be killed. Stinky kid, causing trouble every single day." Golden Crocodile dropped from the sky, raising his hand and sending Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin flying with a single slap. The three spat out blood, having been directly struck with heavy injuries. "Whoa, where did you get that outfit?" Golden Crown asked curiously. Golden Crocodile was wearing a mask and a black hooded cloak, looking extremely mysterious. If he hadn't spoken just now, Golden Crown might not have recognized him. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter?" This sudden scene left Shui Qing utterly shocked. Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin were all spirit Douluos. Even against a titled Douluo, the three of them combined could manage a fight, but now they had been easily slapped away by this suddenly appearing masked man. In that case, there was only one possibility. The opponent was a titled Douluo. Golden Crocodile glanced at Shui Qing. In an instant, Shui Qing felt a majestic pressure weighing heavily upon him. His whole body began to tremble involuntarily. "You are not worthy of knowing this old man's name. Furthermore, you want to kill my grandson. How could I just watch?" "What, grandson?" Shui Qing was startled, crying out inwardly that things were bad. It turned out this Xing Dairong was actually playing the pig to eat the tiger. At the same time, he was annoyed at how stupid he had been. To actually believe this kid's words and think he was an ordinary spirit master. What commoner spirit master could possess 1000-year level first and second spirit rings? "Your Excellency, please calm your anger. This is all a misunderstanding." Yes, a misunderstanding. "We were just joking with young friend Xing." The heavily injured Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, activating their spirits and summoning their martial soul true bodies to shield Shui Qing. Shui Qing was the first prince of the Heaven Do Empire and the most likely person to become the crown prince. If anything happened today, the three of them would be finished. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Whale Glue. Chapter 11. Whale Gel. A joke? HMPH. Golden Crocodile sneered twice. Quote, "Then how about I make a joke with you as well?" A light breeze blew past. Before anyone could react, Golden Crocodile had already arrived in front of Shui Qing. He grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. Strangled by the neck, Shui Qing couldn't speak. He struggled wildly, his eyes filled with terror, fearing he would be choked to death in the next second. "Your Highness." The surrounding soldiers, seeing their master's neck being squeezed, immediately rushed forward. Meng Shenji also rushed forward recklessly, wanting to rescue Shui Qing. Golden Crocodile didn't even spare a glance, raising his hand and flicking it lightly. This seemingly casual flick contained an extremely terrifying power. Old Meng, watch out. 8th spirit ability, Celestial Star Furnace Cage. 5th spirit ability, Green Vine Protection. Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin immediately acted, each unleashing their strongest defensive spirit abilities to block in front of Meng Shenji. If their opponent were an ordinary titled Douluo, they might have been able to block this strike. Unfortunately, this time they were facing Gold Crocodile Douluo. How could they possibly withstand an attack from a super powerhouse who was only one step away from being a super Douluo? Only a loud boom was heard. The combined defense of Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin didn't even last a second before being smashed to pieces. Meng Shenji spat out a mouthful of old blood once again, and he was sent flying back, losing consciousness. The surrounding soldiers were knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Overestimating yourselves, Golden Crocodile said indifferently. Looking at Shui Qing, he added, the joke continues. Seeing that the mysterious titled Douluo was about to act against Shui Qing, Ji Lin grew anxious and hurriedly said, Your Excellency, please think twice. The one you are holding hostage is the first prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Shui Qing, although your excellency's strength is terrifying, surely you wouldn't want to be endlessly pursued by the Heaven Do Empire. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? A mere prince is nothing in my eyes. As he spoke, Golden Crocodile tightened his grip slightly. Shui Qing's face instantly turned red, his limbs flailed faster, and his eyes became bloodshot. Ji Lin quickly bowed his head and said, I wouldn't dare. As long as you can spare the first prince, your excellency may make any request, and we will certainly comply. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile loosened his grip, and Shui Qing gasped for air. At that moment, he felt as if he saw his great-grandmother waving to him. Of course, Golden Crocodile didn't actually want to kill Shui Qing. After all, this guy was the target of Qian Runshui's disguise and infiltration. If he were killed now, all of Qian Runshui's hard work over these days would be in vain. Consider yourselves lucky. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare his life. Golden Crocodile tossed Shui Qing to Ji Lin like a piece of trash. Ji Lin quickly caught him. Seeing that Shui Qing was mostly unharmed, he felt much relieved and bowed to Golden Crocodile. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. Please state any requirements you have, and we will carry them out. Golden Crocodile returned to Golden Crown's side and asked, Grandson, is there anything you want? Golden Crown thought for a moment. Hey, he really did need something right now. Grandpa, I want whale gel. Alright, whale huh? What did you say you wanted? Golden Crocodile paused, then reacted, looking at Golden Crown with a complex expression. Even Shui Qing and the others on the opposite side looked over strangely. They didn't expect that this kid, despite his young age, would be exposed to that kind of thing so early. But then again, his grandfather was a titled Douluo. It was normal to be a bit precocious. Golden Crocodile slapped Golden Crown on the back of the head and said, Stinky kid, can't you be more serious? Is whale gel something you should be eating now? Seeing Golden Crocodile's strange expression, Golden Crown knew he had the wrong idea and hurriedly explained, Grandpa, what are you thinking? I have another use for whale gel. Your mind is really dirty. Whale gel is a special tonic derived from the brains of whale-type spirit beasts. It is a supreme yang tonic with certain aphrodisiac effects. High-ranking officials and nobles generally used it for certain indecent matters. But what they didn't know was that whale gel had a very powerful effect. It could enhance a spirit master's physique. It strengthens the spirit master's muscles, bones, and meridians, indirectly increasing the upper limit for spirit ring absorption. Of course, the older the whale gel consumed, the more obvious the effect. Especially 10,000-year whale gel. It was something that could be sought but rarely found. Golden Crown wanted this item to improve his physique and prepare for absorbing his third ring. In the future, he had already decided that since his first two spirit rings were already at the 1,000-year level, the third ring must be at the 10,000-year level. Otherwise, it would be too underwhelming. But Golden Crocodile didn't know that whale gel had such an effect. He asked in confusion, another use? What other use does whale gel have? Golden Crown pulled Golden Crocodile aside and quietly explained the effects of whale gel. What, is that true? Whale gel actually has such an effect. Upon learning that whale gel could actually enhance a spirit master's physique and increase the age limit for spirit ring absorption, Golden Crocodile was shocked. But after the shock, he asked again, how come I didn't know whale gel had such an effect? Where did you learn this from, kid? You're not lying to me, are you? I saw it in an ancient book in the Hall of Worships. I thought it was interesting at the time, so I read a few more pages. It just so happened to have a detailed record of whale gel. Besides, why would I lie to you? Grandpa, won't all your assets be mine in the future anyway? Golden Crown rambled on. There was no ancient book, He knew all of this from reading the Douluo series in his previous life. I see. But how come I didn't know there was such an ancient book in the... Could I have skipped it when I was reading back then? Seeing that Golden Crown didn't look like he was lying, Golden Crocodile believed him. He looked at Shui Qing and the others and said, listen up. We want 100 pieces of whale gel. The older the better. Hand them over to me in 1 month. 100 pieces this. Ji Lin was very troubled. Whale gel was not easy to find. Golden Crocodile said coldly, is there a problem? No. Rest assured, Your Excellency. In 1 month, we will definitely have 100 pieces of whale gel ready. It's just that we don't know where you reside, Senior, so it would be convenient for us to deliver them to you. Golden Crocodile pointed at a large tree and said, don't go to all that trouble. Once you have them ready, leave the items under that tree. I will come and collect them myself when the time comes. Also, you'd better not play any tricks. If I don't see the whale gel in a month, your first prince's corpse will appear at the city gate the next day. With that, Golden Crocodile took Golden Crown and left the place. Seeing this, Ji Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hunting the spirit ring for Shui Qing, he reported the matter to Shui Yi. Upon learning that they had actually provoked an extremely high level titled Douluo on this trip, Shui Yi first gave Shui Qing and the 3 instructors a thorough scolding, then ordered people to collect whale gel nationwide. After all, he was his own son, he had to be saved. 12. #12 I've succeeded, Taoist Master. Chapter 12. This Taoist Master has succeeded. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the hunt for spirit rings in the Stardo Great Forest. Early this morning, the sun had just poked its head out. The back mountain of Spirit Hall. Golden Crown sat cross-legged on the mountaintop, his palms overlapping at his dantian while he muttered under his breath. Let him be strong. The cool breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Let him be fierce. The bright moon shines over the great river. This was exactly the mental mnemonic for the 9 Yang divine art. Since returning from the last spirit ring hunt, Golden Crown had begun practicing this technique in earnest. In just 1 month, he had achieved some success. As he recited the mnemonic, a warm current arose in his dantian, passing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and washing through his entire body. Golden Crown's face turned red as if he were being steamed, with wisps of heat rising from him. This warm current began to merge with the spirit power in his body. The spirit power that was originally like a small stream had now turned into a vast, mellow river. The purity of his spirit power had also been greatly enhanced, becoming extremely refined. Before long, powerful spirit power fluctuations erupted from his body. Golden Crown opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing through his pupils. This Taoist master has succeeded. As expected of the 9 Yang divine art, it truly lives up to its reputation. Only a month has passed, yet my spirit power has actually increased by 2 levels in a row. Moreover, the purity of my spirit power has also been significantly improved. At this moment, Golden Crown's level had already reached level 30. This meant he could continue to absorb spirit rings. However, he would definitely not hunt for a 3rd spirit ring before consuming whale glue to strengthen his physique. As for the whale glue that the Stardo Empire had compensated him with, Golden Crocodile had set off early this morning to retrieve it. Once Grandpa brings back the whale glue and I consume it, I can go absorb the 3rd spirit ring. I've been practicing all morning and I'm starving. Time to eat. Golden Crown glanced at the rising sun, stood up, and headed down the mountain. He soon arrived at a steamed bun shop. After eating 20 baskets of meat buns in a row, he finally filled his stomach. His appetite left the owner stunned. Whose kid eats this much for breakfast? Was he a pig spirit reincarnated in his past life? Regarding his sudden increase in appetite, Golden Crocodile's explanation was that he was only 6 years old and it was normal to eat more while growing. To ensure Golden Crown ate well and was full, Golden Crocodile had specifically tripled his usual pocket money. Burp asterisk. After letting out a satisfied burp, Golden Crown handed the money to the owner and left. Just as he was about to head home, while passing by a training ground, he was blocked by 3 people around his age. These 3 were 2 boys and 1 girl. One boy had red hair and the other had silver hair, each wearing clothes that matched their hair color. The girl was very cute, but there was a hint of fox-like charm in her brow. They were Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan, who had been taken as disciples by Bibi Dong and were hailed as Spirit Hall's golden generation. Golden Crown naturally recognized the 3 of them, but only in a one-sided manner. They had no prior interaction with each other. Do you need something? Golden Crown spoke calmly, looking at the 3 with a neutral expression. Xie Yu stepped forward and questioned, so you're Golden Crown? I heard that you refused the Supreme Pontiff's personal offer to take you as a disciple a few days ago? Golden Crown replied, that's right, it's me. What about it? Hu Liena took over the conversation. What an honor it is to be personally recruited by Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. What right do you have to refuse? This made Golden Crown laugh in anger. Who says I can't refuse that brain-dead woman's request to take me as a disciple? As for the three of you, blocking my path like lunatics just to ask about this? You, how dare you insult teacher like that? Hearing Golden Crown call Bibi Dong brain-dead, Hu Liena's eyes widened in disbelief. In her heart, her teacher Bibi Dong was the most perfect woman in the world and the goal she aspired to reach. But now, this kid in front of her was evaluating her teacher like this, which made her very angry. Xie Yu, Hu Liena, why waste your breath? Today, let's give this ignorant brat a good lesson, Yan said irritably. He turned to Golden Crown and said arrogantly, Kid, do you dare to come to the arena and play with us? Seeing the three of them using such obvious words to provoke him, Golden Crown immediately understood their true intention. Did Bibi Dong send you to test my strength? As soon as he said this, the three of them were momentarily stunned. The expressions on their faces were extremely awkward. Clearly, they hadn't expected their purpose to be seen through so quickly. Ever since her personal offer to take him as a disciple was rejected, our Supreme Pontiff had been brooding over it. Upon hearing that Golden Crown had finished hunting for his spirit ring and officially become a spirit master, she wanted to test his strength, but because of Golden Crocodile's presence, she couldn't easily act directly or indirectly. So she waited for an opportunity. Learning that Golden Crocodile had gone out on business, she immediately sent her 3 disciples. First, to test Golden Crown and see the age of the spirit ring he had absorbed. Second, to give him a good lesson to vent her frustration, while also letting Golden Crown witness the strength of Hu Liena's trio, making him realize what a mistake it was not to take her as his teacher. Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Golden Crown said, I don't have time to play with you. Move aside. HMPH, you're just scared. You know you're no match for us, so you're in a hurry to run away. Yan mocked. Golden Crown crossed his arms and looked at the 3 of them. Wrong. I'm afraid I'll beat the 3 of you until you start calling me Daddy. What did you say? X3. Hearing Golden Crown's arrogance, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan immediately flared up in anger. Fine then. I'm a bit too full from eating just now, so I'll play with you for a bit. Didn't you say we're going to the arena? Let's go. With that, Golden Crown walked toward the arena. This kid is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Exactly. We need to let him know that our golden generation isn't just for show. Let's go. The 3 followed closely arena number 3. Quite a few people had gathered here to watch, simply because they had received news that someone was going to challenge the golden generation. Inside the arena, Golden Crown stood calmly on the left side, watching the 3 opposite him do their warm-up exercises. Seeing Golden Crown so composed, Yan said disdainfully, TCH, this kid really knows how to put on a show. I'll definitely let him see what I'm capable of later. He looked at Hu Liena and Xie Yu. Let me be the first to teach this guy a lesson. The 2 had no objections to this. The warm-up soon ended. Yan stepped forward with an arrogant stride and said, let me be the first to test your skills. Wait, Golden Crown raised his hand to interrupt. Yan was momentarily stunned, then mocked, what? Scared already? Golden Crown pointed at Xie Yu and Hu Liena. What I meant was, all 3 of you should come at me together. I don't want to waste too much time. 13. Number 13. The advantage of 1 against 3 is mine. Chapter 13. 1 against 3, the advantage is mine. All together? You're being far too arrogant, Yan roared, his anger boiling over. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever encountered someone so conceited. Xie Yu and Hu Liena also clenched their fists. They were geniuses whose innate spirit power had reached level 7 or higher, not to mention they had already been cultivating for a year. Yet now, they were being looked down upon by someone else. Golden Crown gave a confident smile. Arrogance requires capital, and I just so happen to have it. Hu Liena gave a wicked smile and stepped forward with a feline grace. In case, we'll all go together. We'll take the opportunity to teach this little brother the meaning of humility. Xie Yu and Yan exchanged a glance. Immediately, the 3 of them formed a triangular formation and summoned their spirits. Simultaneously, Yan, Spirit, Lord of Fire, Level 22 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Xie Yu, Spirit, Moonblade, Level 24 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Hu Liena, Spirit, Charming Fox, Level 26 Control System Battle Spirit Master. As their voices fell, 2 yellow spirit rings representing 100 years each circled around each of them. However, in the next second, a loud bang was heard. Yan was sent flying backward. Only then did Xie Yu and Hu Liena react. It's a battle. Why so much nonsense? Didn't your teachers ever teach you not to talk so much during a fight? Golden Crown said, picking his ear. Truthfully, he didn't understand why spirit masters on the Douluo continent had to announce their name, spirit, and level before a fight. Wasn't that just a complete waste of time? Yan wiped away some blood from his nose and stood up from the ground, his eyes looking at Golden Crown as if they were about to spit fire. Damn it, he actually launched a sneak attack. Seeing that Golden Crown still hadn't activated his spirit, Hu Liena asked in confusion, aren't you being a bit too overconfident? You won't even summon your spirit? Golden Crown wagged his index finger back and forth. No, no, I'm afraid that if I use my spirit, this battle will end very quickly. Then let us see just how powerful you are. Xie Yu, Yan, let's go. At Hu Liena's command, the other two immediately rushed forward to launch an attack. It had to be said that for these three to be hailed as Spirit Hall's golden generation, by Bibi Dong, they did indeed have some skill. Xie Yu's moonblade was incredibly tricky, every strike aiming for the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Yan's flame-wrapped fists moved like a whistling wind, every punch aimed directly at Golden Crown's face. And then there was Hu Liena, using Jiu-Jitsu to constantly restrain him. Combined with the fact that the three had grown up and cultivated together since childhood, their coordination was seamless. For a moment, Golden Crown actually fell slightly into a disadvantage. Golden Crown performed a leap of faith, jumping backward to temporarily put some distance between himself and the three. You want to run? It won't be that easy, Nana. Pin him down, Xie Yu said as he gripped his moonblade and rushed forward quickly. Leave it to me. First spirit ability. Charm. A pink halo emanated from Hu Liena's body, and her already alluring eyes now looked at Golden Crown with intense seduction. Whoa, this little fox's charm is really something. Golden Crown only looked for a moment before his mind instantly became dazed. Good opportunity. First spirit ability. Seeing that Golden Crown seemed to be controlled by his sister, Xie Yu immediately activated his spirit ability to attack. Just as Golden Crown broke through the charm, he turned his head to see Xie Yu swinging the moonblade toward him. He quickly performed a split to dodge the strike, but it wasn't over yet, because he was fighting three people. Xie Yu, move. After giving the warning, Yan leapt into midair. Second spirit ability. Granite Rock. The Lord of Fire attached to his back let out a roar, followed by an intense burst of heat. Yan's entire right hand transformed into a massive, rock-like stone. He smashed it down with great force. The momentum was so great that one might have thought One Punch Man had arrived. Facing this blow, Golden Crown wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and take it head-on. But just as he was about to dodge, Hu Liena activated a control skill once again. Second spirit ability. Fox Charm. This time, a tail appeared behind Hu Liena, and her ears became furry. The level of charm was even more powerful than before. Golden Crown fell directly into her illusion. Xie Yu took the chance to throw the moonblade from his hand. Seeing this, the three were certain they had won, and smug smiles appeared on their faces. Kid, this is the price of your arrogance. It's over. Yan declared his victory. Let him be strong, for the breeze brushes the mountain. Golden Crown clenched his fists and continued. Let him be fierce, for the bright moon shines on the river. Ha! With a loud shout, Golden Crown broke through Hu Liena's control, and a powerful spirit power erupted in an instant. His entire body entered a beast-like state, and two purple spirit rings slowly descended from above. The powerful aura directly blew the three back. After retreating several meters, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan finally steadied themselves. Unexpectedly, as soon as they looked up, the scene before their eyes left them dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Yan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Nana, you didn't use a spirit ability on me, did you? Why am I having hallucinations? Hu Liena ignored Yan, her eyes fixed on Golden Crown as she muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. This doesn't make sense. Xie Yu also said, lost for words. Didn't teacher say the limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years, and the limit for the second is 764 years? How are his first and second spirit rings both at the 1,000-year level? Quote, they weren't the only three who were shocked. The onlookers outside the field were equally stunned. My god, is this a joke? Who is this guy? His first two spirit rings are both 1,000-year level? Impossible. I must be dreaming. Compared to him, we're miles behind. And within the crowd, two others were so shocked they couldn't snap out of it for a long time. 1,000-year first and second rings, old ghost, hit me to see if I'm dreaming. Chrysanthemum Douluo's feminine voice was full of surprise. Hearing this, Ghost Douluo said irritably, get lost, Ju Hua Guan. If you want to get hit, hit your own face. The reason the two were here was to secretly protect Hu Liena and the others. They were afraid the trio might injure Golden Crown, which would prompt the Hall of Worship to intervene. But now it seemed their worries were entirely redundant. Back on the field, Golden Crown ignored the sounds of surprise coming from around him. Instead, he immediately unleashed a spirit ability. First spirit ability, Dark Gold Tyrant Body. After boosting his physical strength, he locked onto Juliana and rushed forward quickly. Before she could react, he landed a punch on Juliana's abdomen. Then, another punch smashed into her face. Finally, a kick sent Juliana flying. Throughout the process, there was no mercy for her beauty and no hesitation whatsoever. Nana x2. By the time Yan and Xie Yu reacted, Juliana had already collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Golden Crown cracked his neck and loosened his wrists, saying casually, "Don't be in a hurry, it's your turn next." Second spirit ability, Granite Rock. HMPH Petty Tricks. Golden Crown scoffed. Before Yan's move could take shape, he arrived in front of him with extreme speed. He grabbed the other's head and slammed it hard into the ground. With a thud, Yan lost consciousness. Golden Crown tossed Yan aside and looked at Xie Yu with a kind smile. "Only you left. Do you want to be knocked down like your teammates, or will you surrender? What do you think?" Xie Yu raised his moonblade and launched an attack. Golden Crown sighed slightly. Sigh, sometimes people need to know when to retreat, otherwise they'll suffer greatly. Second spirit ability, Golden Flash. Boom. Following a violent explosion, Xie Yu fell straight to the ground. This also declared Golden Crown as the final winner of this match. "I told you, if I used my spirit, the battle would end very quickly. Believe me now?" Sigh, those who don't listen to a genius will suffer right before their eyes. As Golden Crown spoke, he left the arena. The three who lay incapacitated on the field were taken back by the two Douluos, Ghost and Chrysanthemum. 14. Number 14 BB Dong's Surprise, the 10,000-year-old whale glue. Chapter 14. BB Dong's Surprise, 10,000-year whale glue. Nighttime. Xie Yu, Juliana, and Yan, led by the two Douluos, Chrysanthemum and Ghost, arrived at the Supreme Pontiff Palace. BB Dong had not yet retired for the night. She was seated on her throne, reviewing files. Sensing the arrival of her three disciples, she spoke without raising her head. "You've returned. How did things go?" Hearing their teacher's words, the three looked at each other. No one spoke, they only lowered their heads in shame. As disciples of the Supreme Pontiff, they had actually lost in a 3-on-1 situation, and the defeat was so absolute that they felt incredibly ashamed, wishing they could just find a block of tofu to bash their heads against and end it all. Finally, Juliana took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and cupped her fists, saying, "Teacher, your disciple is incompetent. We were defeated by Golden Crown." "Defeated?" BB Dong still didn't look up, instead pressing further. "How were you defeated?" Juliana gave a general account of the battle that afternoon. When she heard that the three disciples she hailed as Spirit Hall's Golden Generation had joined forces against Golden Crown, who had only recently become a spirit master and ended up losing, BB Dong stopped what she was doing. She raised her head and lightly propped it up with her hand. Those beautiful legs were crossed, her lovely eyes scanned the three of them, and her fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop. After a long silence, her cold voice rang out, "Are you saying that the three geniuses this seat hailed as Spirit Hall's Golden Generation were defeated in a joint effort by a fledgling novice spirit master?" Hee hee. Bang. After a cold laugh, BB Dong's hand slammed heavily onto the desk. She stood up and pointed at the three disappointing disciples below, scolding them. "Has all your daily training gone to the dogs?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yu and Yan also hurriedly knelt on one knee. They knew that their teacher was truly enraged. So, without any excuses or rebuttals, they just kept their heads down and took the scolding. Seeing BB Dong so angry, Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly stepped forward to help speak for them. "Your Holiness, please calm your anger. Nana and the other two's defeat this time is excusable." BB Dong's gaze was like a sharp blade as she looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo. "Excusable? HMPH being defeated in a 3-on-1, what is there to excuse?" Ghost Douluo hurriedly said, "The Supreme Pontiff might not know, but that Golden Crown's spirit power has already reached level 30. More importantly, that boy's first and second spirit rings are both 1,000-year spirit rings. It's normal that Nana and the others were not his match." "What did you say? 1,000-year?" BB Dong's pupils quaked as she abruptly stood up from her throne. This information truly left her stunned. One must know that back then, even after Qian Runshui awakened a god-level martial soul, she didn't dare attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring as her first ring. Yet this boy, Golden Crown, was actually so bold, and the key was that he succeeded. Both his first and second spirit rings were at the 1,000-year level. Is the physique of a god-level martial soul awakener truly this terrifying? Or does the Hall of Worship have a method to increase the age limit of the spirit rings a spirit master can absorb? Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and quickly ruled out the second possibility. After all, if the Hall of Worship really had such a method, Qian Runshui's first spirit ring wouldn't have been 100-year one back then. Thus, the only possibility was that it was because Golden Crown had awakened a god-level martial soul. Seeing her teacher's expression shifting between dark and light, Hu Liena mistakenly thought she was still angry and said, "Teacher, we are willing to accept punishment for our failure." Bibi Dong sighed and said, "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. It's only because I underestimated that boy's talent. You may leave." Yes. After Hu Liena bowed, she left the Supreme Pontiff Palace along with Xie Yu and Yan. After the three had left, Bibi Dong looked at Yu Guan. "Chrysanthemum Douluo, starting tomorrow. Double the training volume for Nana and the others. You will personally supervise them." "Ah? Double it? Isn't that a bit, Chrysanthemum Douluo originally wanted to say, "Isn't doubling the training volume a bit too harsh?" But upon meeting Bibi Dong's cold gaze, he chickened out and quickly cupped his hands, saying, "Yes." After giving instructions to Chrysanthemum Douluo, Bibi Dong then looked at Ghost Douluo. "Gui Mei, when the second consecrator returns, give him something." "What is it?" Gui Mei asked in confusion. Bibi Dong threw a piece of paper from the desk to Gui Mei. Gui Mei caught it and took a look, feeling very puzzled. "An admission notice? Your Holiness, you surely don't want the second consecrator to go to school, do you?" In an instant, the Supreme Pontiff Palace became deathly quiet. Chrysanthemum Douluo covered his face, inwardly cursing Ghost Douluo for being an idiot. Bibi Dong was also extremely speechless. How did she recruit such an idiot as a subordinate? She opened her mouth and said, "It's not for the second consecrator, it's for Golden Crown." Only then did Ghost Douluo realize, saying, "Yes." The two of them then withdrew. Bibi Dong walked to the window, looking at the full moon hanging in the sky. This seat will never let such a talent slip away. 1 week later, Golden Crocodile returned carrying 10 exquisite boxes. "Xiao Mian, did you miss your grandfather these past few days?" As soon as he returned, he couldn't wait to pick Xiao Mian up. "Old man, wasn't it just to go get that whale glue? Why were you gone for so long?" Golden Crown asked curiously. Golden Crocodile explained. "The journey from Spirit City to the Heaven Do Empire is very long. Besides, I handled some other matters on the way, which is why I'm back a bit late." "Other matters? What matters?" Golden Crown was very curious. Golden Crocodile waved his hand. "Don't ask, it has nothing to do with you. By the way, this is the whale glue the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family gave us as compensation. Take a look." Seeing the old man being so mysterious, Golden Crown didn't want to ask more, instead focusing his gaze on the whale glue. The Heaven Do Empire is indeed wealthy. They actually managed to gather 100 pieces of whale glue in a month. "By the way, Grandpa, you must have been followed on the way, right?" Golden Crocodile said. "You guessed right. The Heaven Do Empire's imperial family did indeed send people to secretly follow behind me. But who is your grandfather? I sent those dozens of people on their way in just a few moves." "Right, I have something to see the High Priest about. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Golden Crocodile left. Golden Crown opened all 10 boxes. Each box contained 10 pieces of whale glue. Glancing over them generally, the vast majority were 100-year ones, with only a few thousand-year level ones. This is... Suddenly, his gaze landed on one of the black pieces of whale glue. He picked up the whale glue, and after looking at it closely, a look of surprise appeared on his face. 10,000-year whale glue. My luck is really good to actually come across this. But then he became troubled again. Because although 10,000-year whale glue was a good thing, if one wanted to consume it, one must use high temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius to melt it. Soon, a candidate surfaced in his mind. "Look at my brain. How could I forget Grandpa Lion? I'll just ask him to help me melt the whale glue." After saying that, Golden Crown headed towards Lion Douluo's residence. 15. Hash 15 Indestructible Body. Chapter 15. Indestructible Body. With the help of Lion Douluo, this 10,000-year whale gel was instantly refined into liquid. Of course, Golden Crown did not consume it immediately. Instead, he found a container to store it temporarily. After all, while the 10,000-year whale gel was good, its side effects were also very severe. Furthermore, the whale gel that had just been refined was extremely hot, making it impossible to consume. After returning to his residence, Golden Crown poured the ice cubes he had prepared earlier into the bathtub, then swallowed all the whale gel, stripped off his clothes, and entered the bathtub. It had to be said, the effect of the 10,000-year whale gel was truly immense. Just after taking it, he felt his entire body begin to burn, and his skin gradually turned red. Especially in a certain place, the swelling was very severe. The surrounding ice cubes became completely decorative, having no effect at all. Damn, I underestimated the effect of this 10,000-year whale gel. Right, I still have the 9-yang divine art. Seeing his consciousness begin to blur, Golden Crown suddenly remembered that he still had the 9-yang divine art. So, straining the last trace of clarity in his mind, he sat up straight again, closed his eyes tightly, and began to circulate the 9-yang divine art to refine the whale gel in his body. Under the circulation of the 9-yang divine art, the violent and scorching power within his body was gradually guided and tamed. At this time, the effect of the whale gel was officially brought into full play. That majestic energy began to gradually nourish every part of his flesh, blood, and meridians. Moreover, the energy of the whale gel also passively triggered the divine effect of marrow cleansing within the 9-yang divine art. Black impurities gradually emerged from Golden Crown's body just as Golden Crown was refining the whale gel. Golden Crocodile came to the Angel Temple and handed a map to Qian Daoliu. Is this the full view of the Heaven Do Empire Royal Hunting Grounds? Qian Daoliu asked, looking at the illustrations recorded on the map. Golden Crocodile nodded. Correct, I spent 3 days drawing this. There's absolutely no problem. Qian Daoliu closed the map and stroked his beard. Then next, we just wait for news from Little Shui. Last time, Qian Runshui, who was disguised as a maid, sent back a message saying that the Heaven Do Empire Imperial family would hold a hunting grand assembly in September this year. The location is right here at the Royal Hunting Grounds. The reason Golden Crocodile went to the Heaven Do Empire for so long this time was also to map out the hunting grounds and bring it back. What they had to do next was to ambush in advance along the route where Shui Qing might hunt. As soon as the target appeared, they would act immediately, kill Shui Qing, and then have Qian Runshui take his place. To ensure the plan was foolproof, all 7 great consecrated elders would be mobilized this time. Qian Daoliu added, by the way, this matter must absolutely not be told to that kid Golden Crown. Otherwise, with his Chaos Demon King personality, something might go wrong. It's best if, before the operation begins, he is temporarily kept away from the Hall of Worship. Golden Crocodile took out an admission notice. Don't worry, boss. Someone has already thought of a solution for us. Bibi Dong wants Xiao Mian to go to the Spirit Hall Academy for school. When the time comes, I'll enroll him in full boarding, and won't the problem be solved? Qian Daoliu nodded. That is excellent. 2 hours later, gurgle gurgle, Golden Crown sat cross-legged in the bathtub, his entire body emitting scalding steam. The heat even brought the water in the tub to a boil. But he didn't feel the heat at all, just sitting there quietly. The dry heat produced by the whale gel had been completely suppressed by him using the 9-yang divine art. The next second, Golden Crown snapped his eyes open. Ha! After letting out a roar, a powerful and thick spirit power erupted from his body. The bathtub was instantly blown to pieces. Black turbid water splashed in all directions. Golden Crown clenched his fists, and a faint golden light shimmered all over his body. This is the indestructible body. I didn't expect to actually master this divine technique by chance. With my current physical fitness, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring should be more than enough. Feeling his physique, which was several times stronger than a spirit master of the same level, Golden Crown was extremely happy. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because the spirit power fluctuation that erupted from his body just now had not only shattered the bathtub but also sent fragments flying everywhere. Even worse was the water from the tub, which had sprayed everywhere. For a moment, a thick stench filled the room. Golden Crown regretted it a bit. If he had known, he would have consumed the whale gel outside in the courtyard. I have to clean this up quickly. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely beat me when he gets back. No sooner said than done. He rolled up his sleeves and began cleaning the room. After exerting a tremendous amount of effort, Golden Crown finally cleaned the room. At dinner, Golden Crocodile told Golden Crown about going to school. Let me go to the Spirit Hall Academy? Why? There wasn't actually any problem with him going to school. The main thing was that it was too sudden. It had been decided without even discussing it with him beforehand. Golden Crocodile naturally gave an explanation. This is normal. Every spirit master goes to an academy after awakening their spirit. Golden Crown raised his hand to interrupt. I know it's normal, but what's with reporting next week? It's a bit too rushed, isn't it? Ah well, Golden Crocodile was a bit guilty, his eyes involuntarily darting around. Looking at his grandfather's guilty expression, Golden Crown crossed his arms and said speechlessly, Are you hiding something from me? Cough, cough, how could that be? Grandpa is just afraid you'll be too lonely and thought that if you go to the Spirit Hall Academy, you can make new friends, right? Faced with Golden Crocodile's forced explanation, Golden Crown definitely didn't believe it, but he didn't want to ask too much, so he said, Fine, if I go next week, I go next week. Anyway, it's not far from home. Golden Crocodile added, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Grandpa has enrolled you in full boarding. You can only come back during holidays. Golden Crown was completely speechless and gave a hollow laugh. I see now, you clearly want to send me away. What, planning to send me away so you can get me a new grandmother? Golden Crocodile glared at him crossly. Am I that kind of person? Forget it, I won't argue with you. It's fine for me to go to school, but there's a prerequisite. Before I go, I want to hunt for my third spirit ring first, Golden Crown said. Third spirit ring? Wait, how long has it been? You're already level 30? Quote, yeah. Golden Crocodile quickly put down his chopsticks and placed his hand on Golden Crown's shoulder. After a careful investigation, he found it was indeed so. Golden Crown's level had reached 30, and his spirit power was very mellow. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, would sending his grandson to the Spirit Hall Academy be a waste of talent? Fine, I agree. 16. Number 16 Enrolling in the elite class of Martial Soul Academy. Chapter 16. Enrolling in Spirit Hall Academy, elite class. Spirit Hall Academy. This is one of the top academies on the entire continent, located in Spirit City. It is directly under the jurisdiction of Spirit Hall. Unlike Shrek Academy, which only recruits monsters, and Heaven Do Royal Academy and Star Luo Royal Academy, which only recruit nobles. The recruitment here is open to spirit masters from all over the continent. Even if your innate spirit power is only level 1, your awakened spirit is very poor, or your status is very ordinary, you can still enroll. The academy also provides monthly subsidies, and you don't have to worry about where to go after graduation. You can work directly in the many branch halls under Spirit Hall's jurisdiction across the continent. Not only that, Spirit Hall Academy covers an extremely vast area. Although it is located in Spirit City, it is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It has all kinds of landscapes such as forests, lakes, and foothills, and the environment is exceptionally beautiful. The educational resources are also the best on the continent. In other academies, the teachers are basically spirit kings or spirit emperors, with the highest being a spirit saint. But for Spirit Hall Academy, a spirit saint is just the starting point. After all, the Academy's top administrator is Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, a level 99 peerless Douluo whose cultivation has reached that level. She directly participates in determining the Academy's planning. Here, low-level titled Douluos serve as your mentors, Spirit Douluos as your sparring partners, and Spirit Saints teach you theoretical knowledge. As for Spirit Emperors and Spirit Kings, sorry, they are only fit to guard the gate. There are also various mimic cultivation environments, numbering in the hundreds. Yet, for such a top-tier institution, recruitment is exceptionally difficult. Only a few hundred people can be recruited each year. The reason is also very simple. Spirit Hall is not a nation, but just a faction. Coupled with the lack of information and the deliberate smear campaigns and suppression by the two great empires, ordinary people know very little about Spirit Hall Academy. Of course, there is one more important factor. Spirit Hall is not a charity. It's impossible for them to spend such great value training you, only for you to leave and join a hostile faction to deal with Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall would never do something so foolish. Therefore, Spirit Hall Academy has a rule. Once you join the academy, you must pledge lifelong loyalty to Spirit Hall and must not betray it. Once you betray them, you will be hunted down by a titled Douluo. Half an hour later, Golden Crown arrived at the gate of Spirit Hall Academy. That damn old geezer, he didn't even see me off to school, claiming it was for training and independence. Pa, he clearly just didn't want to take me. After complaining for a bit, he looked up at Spirit Hall Academy. What met his eyes was a gatehouse made of white jade, a full 20 meters high. At the top of the gatehouse was a statue made of pure gold, depicting the seraphim, the spirit passed down by the angel clan. Flags hung on both the left and right sides of the gatehouse. The pattern on the left flag consisted of a sword, a hammer, a dragon, a chrysanthemum, a ghost, and a crown. The pattern on the right flag was roughly the same as the left, with the only difference being that the final crown pattern was replaced by a seraphim. While Golden Crown was looking around, a blue-haired spirit saint with spirit power around level 70 jogged out. He was the teacher arranged by Golden Crocodile to welcome Golden Crown to the academy. You must be young Master Golden Crown. I am the teacher responsible for your enrollment. Didn't you bring your luggage? Luggage? I've put it away. I see. The blue-haired spirit saint cursed himself for being slow-witted. The grandson of such a great figure would definitely have a spirit tool for storage. He then hurriedly led Golden Crown into the school. Past the school gate was a wide avenue. Various types of vegetation were planted on both sides of the road. Walking forward a few hundred meters, there was a huge square with a massive seraphim stone statue fountain in the center. Buildings stood tall all around. After walking for a while, Golden Crown finally reached the teaching building. Although he was a new transfer student, his special status meant the enrollment procedures went very quickly. The blue-haired spirit saint respectfully handed the brand new student ID to Golden Crown and said with a smile, "Young Master Golden Crown, I will take you to the dormitory first, and then to your class." Taking the student ID, Golden Crown asked curiously, "Speaking of classes, which class have I been assigned to?" "The Supreme Pontiff has given word. A genius like you is naturally assigned to the Intermediate Academy's elite class." Although Spirit Hall Academy recruits spirit masters from all over the continent, it also categorizes spirit masters' talents for teaching purposes internally. Those with innate spirit power levels 1 to 3 are assigned to the ordinary class, levels 4 to 6 to the top class, and levels 7 to 10 to the elite class. Compared to the ordinary and top classes, the elite class enjoys the best resources and treatment from the academy. They have priority access to the best mimic cultivation environments, the best teachers, and a higher status than students in the other two classes. Of course, these are not set in stone. If you can demonstrate enough talent and value later on, you can be promoted. Additionally, Spirit Hall Academy is divided into junior, intermediate, and advanced levels. It is therefore divided into 3 areas. Junior Academy students are generally between levels 1 and 20. The graduation requirement is to reach level 20 and obtain a second spirit ring. Intermediate Academy students are between levels 20 and 30. The graduation requirement is to reach level 30 and obtain a third spirit ring. Advanced Academy students are between levels 30 and 40. The graduation requirement is to reach level 40 and obtain a fourth spirit ring. Of course, the above conditions only apply to the ordinary and top classes. The requirements for the elite class are even stricter. After all, they enjoy the academy's best teaching resources. If they fail to meet the requirements, they will be demoted to a lower class. Arriving at the Intermediate Academy dormitory building, elite class students enjoy single rooms. Rather than a single room, it was more like a small villa. Golden Crown took his luggage out of the system space and arranged it. Then he followed the blue-haired spirit saint to his assigned class. At this time, inside the elite class, Yan sat in front of Hu Liena's desk with a peeled apple. "Nana, want an apple? I specifically peeled it for you." "No, take it away." Hu Liena refused without even looking up. Her mood hadn't been good since she was defeated by Golden Crown last time. Not to mention that the training volume for the 3 of them had increased several times since then, and it was personally supervised by Chrysanthemum Douluo. These past few days, they were trained until they collapsed almost every day. "Don't be unhappy, Nana. It's just one Golden Crown. We were just careless last time. We'll definitely beat him up next time. By the way, I heard that a new student is transferring to our class today. Should we give him a show of strength later?" Xie Yu walked over. "I agree. New students are usually very arrogant. Let's suppress his ego and vent some of the frustration we've built up over these past few days." "I'm not interested," Hu Liena said, then looked out the window. Soon, as a spirit Douluo entered the classroom, 18 students quickly took their seats. After announcing that a new student would be transferring in, the spirit Douluo left. Just as Yan and Xie Yu were gathering a few followers to discuss how to give the newcomer a show of strength, Golden Crown walked in, following a titled Douluo 17. Number 17. I was born to be useful. Chapter 17. I am born useful. When they saw the familiar figure following behind Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yan, Xie Yu, and Hu Liena were stunned. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Why is this kid here? In an instant, the scene of their last failure echoed in their minds. Meanwhile, the others looked at Jin Mian's harmless appearance and thought this newcomer must be easy to bully. Chrysanthemum Douluo walked onto the podium and introduced him in that uniquely feminine voice. "Starting today, the elite class welcomes its 19th member. Next, please step forward and introduce yourself, new student." Jin Mian stepped forward, faced the crowd, and spoke. "My name is Jin Mian, I'm 6 years old. I won't waste words, just one sentence. I am born useful." As the sound of his voice faded, the classroom fell silent. Everyone was pondering if something was missing from Jin Mian's last sentence. Chrysanthemum Douluo also felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Curious, he asked, "Did you say that last sentence wrong? Shouldn't it be, heaven has endowed me with talent, and it must be useful? Where are the talent and must parts?" Jin Mian scanned the others and said, "Aren't they all KB, noobs?" Chrysanthemum Douluo's mouth twitched as he realized what the other meant by KB. Good heavens, this is way too arrogant. On the first day of school, he actually dared to call the whole class KB, noobs, to their faces. But thinking about it, it made sense. He was a genius who had awakened a god-level martial soul and reached level 20 in innate spirit power, with an extremely powerful background. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After the others in the classroom savored Jin Mian's words, they also gradually reacted. KB? Noobs. Holy crap, this newcomer is pretty arrogant. He actually insulted us right off the bat. Once Elder Ju leaves, I'm going to let this kid know the price of provoking this young master. The crowd was indignant, but in the midst of it, Xie Yu, Yan, and Hu Liena silently lowered their heads. They didn't say a word. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Jin Mian looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo and asked, "Where is my seat?" Chrysanthemum Douluo pointed to an empty seat in the last row, near the door. Jin Mian walked toward the seat. Alright, everyone should take good care of the new student. After saying this, Chrysanthemum Douluo vanished in a flash. Now, the others were finally released from their restraints. The crowd left their seats and surrounded Jin Mian's desk. Newbie, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you know where this is? The elite class. Characters like you are a dime a dozen here. The speaker was a boy with a mohawk. This guy was Yan's lackey. And who told you that you could sit? Don't you know the rules here? Jin Mian asked calmly. Rules? Let's hear them. The mohawk pointed in Yan's direction and said, "You have to pay respects to my big brother first. You can only sit if my big brother agrees." Saying this, the guy ran to Yan with a sycophantic look, grinning as he asked, "Big brother, how do you think we should handle that newcomer?" Yan covered his head, roaring inwardly, "Crap, if you want to die, don't take me with you." Seeing that his boss didn't speak, the mohawk youth immediately understood. The boss disdained to act against this newcomer. They could just teach him a lesson themselves. After filling in the blanks himself, he nodded. "I understand, boss, just watch. We'll definitely give this arrogant kid a good lesson." Then the mohawk youth walked toward Jin Mian with arrogant steps. Yan suddenly raised his head. His face was full of bewilderment. "That's not right, I don't think I said anything just now." Just as he wanted to pull the mohawk back, it was too late. The other party was already pointing at Jin Mian's nose and shouting, "Brothers, the boss has spoken, give this kid a good beating and let him know who the real KB, noob, is." Jin Mian spread his hands. "I'm just stating a fact." "Oh ho, still so arrogant? Brothers, get him." With one command, except for Hu Liena's trio, the other 15 people swarmed forward. Only a thump was heard. The most arrogant mohawk drew a beautiful arc in the air and slammed heavily against the blackboard. The others didn't stop upon seeing this. They firmly believed that if they all swarmed him, this kid would definitely be no match for them. 3 minutes later, Jin Mian clapped his hands and sat back in his seat elegantly. Meanwhile, the 15 people who had just swarmed him were lying peacefully on the ground. This scene left Yan, Xie Yu, and Hu Liena dumbstruck. It was one thing for Jin Mian to win a 1-on-3 against them last time. This time, he actually fought 1 against 15. A few of them had even activated their spirits. But that wasn't the most critical part. The key was that Jin Mian hadn't activated his spirit from start to finish. Hu Liena's beautiful eyes revealed solemnity as she thought to herself, "This guy's strength has grown again." At this moment, the spirit saint teacher responsible for theory class arrived in the classroom. He was stunned as soon as he entered the classroom. "What's the situation? Why are they all lying on the ground?" he hurriedly asked. "What happened to them?" Jin Mian said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, I just lulled them to sleep." The spirit saint teacher naturally didn't believe these words, and upon closer look, he found that a few had started foaming at the mouth. He finally realized something was wrong, and after checking them one by one, his face changed and he shouted, "School doctor, come quickly, save them." Under the treatment of a healing system spirit saint, the 15 people quickly recovered. However, when they saw Jin Mian, their bodies couldn't help but tremble twice. Nothing else, just pure fear. This matter soon reached Bibi Dong's ears. After listening to Chrysanthemum Douluo's report, the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth curled slightly. "I am born useful. Injuring others on the first day of school, this kid is indeed arrogant to the extreme. Your Eminence, should your subordinate secretly give that kid a lesson?" Chrysanthemum Douluo suggested. Bibi Dong said, "Aren't you afraid the second consecrator will come looking for trouble with you?" Hearing this, Chrysanthemum Guan's heart tightened. The expression on his face began to turn panicked, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. Clearly, he was very aware of Gold Crocodile Douluo's strength. Seeing Chrysanthemum Douluo's terrified look, Bibi Dong added, "Forget it. Go tell the academy that tomorrow the Supreme Pontiff will head to the elite class to personally conduct a practical combat teaching session." Yes. Early the next morning, while still in his dreams, Jin Mian was called to the training ground. The others, who were originally discussing curiously why they were gathered here so early today, the moment they saw Jin Mian, they involuntarily shut their mouths and then collectively took a step back. Everyone, stand in line quickly. A titled Douluo walked over and urged them sternly. Everyone hurriedly lined up. Someone asked, "Teacher, is there something special about calling us here so early today?" "You're in luck. Today, the Supreme Pontiff will personally come to give you a practical combat teaching lesson. Perform well later. Don't drop the ball." 18. Number 18 The Third Ring of 10,000 Years. Chapter 18. 10,000 Year Third Ring. The news that Bibi Dong was coming to teach in person was like a bomb, making everyone's heads in the elite class buzz. That was the high and mighty Supreme Pontiff. Usually, let alone teaching, most of them hadn't even seen her face. Now you're telling me that the Supreme Pontiff is actually coming to teach in person today. Even Hu Liena, her personal disciple, was very surprised. Strange? Teacher usually rarely comes to the school, let alone to teach. Why is she coming in person today? While guessing, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Golden Crown at the back. Could it be because of him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Teacher is so busy usually. How could she make a special trip for this guy? There must be another reason. Before long, Bibi Dong's figure appeared in everyone's sight. She was still wearing those purple Supreme Pontiff robes, holding a jeweled scepter, and walking slowly in high heels. "Your Holiness, all students of the Spirit Intermediate Academy's elite class are present." The titled Douluo, acting as the substitute teacher, hurriedly jogged up to greet her. The other students quickly lined up, including Golden Crown. He stood at attention perfectly straight. After all, this was Spirit Hall Academy, not the Hall of Worship. On Bibi Dong's turf, if he didn't behave better, this old lady would definitely make his life miserable. "Welcome, Your Holiness," everyone shouted in unison. Bibi Dong gave a professional fake smile, nodded slightly, and scanned everyone with her gaze. "I have come today to give you a lesson, so there's no need to be stiff. Relax." Then she came up to Golden Crown, leaned down, and said, standing quite properly, "Aren't you? Why aren't you calling me Auntie today?" Golden Crown immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the saying that women are vengeful creatures is a truth in any world. It's been so long, yet Bibi Dong still remembers it. There was no way around it. He was currently living under someone else's roof. This tigress couldn't be provoked for now. He hurriedly started flattering her. "Your Holiness is peerless in elegance and has an extraordinary temperament. Anyone who dares to call you old must be blind and have something wrong with their eyes." After hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression froze, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. She thought this kid would still be as stubborn and unruly as before. She didn't expect him to be so adaptable to the situation. To avoid giving her an opening, he even insulted himself. Smooth talker. Seeing that she couldn't trick Golden Crown, Bibi Dong turned around. Hu Liena saw her own teacher ignore her, her direct disciple, and instead whisper to Golden Crown. This caused a thought to pop into her mind. Have I fallen out of favor? Time is short and the task is heavy. We'll go straight into today's teaching content. But before today's practical combat teaching begins, I will first tell everyone what combat is. Blah blah blah. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the training ground and gave a long lecture on theoretical teaching. As everyone knows, practical teaching is all about gaining experience in real combat. The true feeling of life and death, winning and losing, cannot be felt through theory alone. But since it was the Supreme Pontiff lecturing, even if they were sleepy, they had to be fully alert to listen. After a while, Bibi Dong finally finished explaining what combat was, and everyone was almost falling asleep. Especially Golden Crown. Although he was physically there, his soul had long since flown to the heavens. Alright, that's it for the knowledge portion. Next, we will conduct practical teaching. I need someone to be a sparring partner. Who wants to be the partner? As soon as these words were spoken, the previously listless crowd instantly perked up. To be the Supreme Pontiff's sparring partner, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although they might get beaten up, they were very willing to be hit by the Supreme Pontiff. So they scrambled for this great opportunity. "Let me do it, Your Holiness. I have thick skin. I'm perfect for a sparring partner." "Forget about you. Your Holiness, my spirit is a defensive type, a natural sparring partner." "Drop it, you're not worthy." Facing everyone scrambling for the sparring spot, Golden Crown stood still, looking at the others with disdain. I really don't get what's in their heads, actually fighting to get beaten up. Whoever wants to be the partner can go ahead, I'm certainly not doing it. While thinking this, his eyes happened to meet Bibi Dong's. He saw her showing a strange smile. Not good. Bibi Dong interrupted the noisy crowd. "Quiet, I see that student Golden Crown is very willing to be the sparring partner, so you come up." Golden Crown was bewildered and pointed at himself. Wait, where did you see that I was willing? Sure enough, this old lady has bad intentions. Can I ref? Golden Crown still wanted to save himself, but Bibi Dong didn't give him the chance. Seeing that the boy was about to refuse her request again, she shouted coldly, now, come up here immediately. Having no choice, Golden Crown could only brace himself and walk forward from the line. Next, student Golden Crown and I will demonstrate practical combat for everyone. To ensure everyone can see clearly, I will suppress my spirit power. Bibi Dong looked at Golden Crown and continued, use your strongest moves and attack me however you like. Knowing deep down that he couldn't escape this beating, Golden Crown simply resigned himself to fate. He immediately activated his spirit and entered spirit possession. After seeing Golden Crown's 2000-year first and second spirit rings with her own eyes, Bibi Dong nodded as expected. But in the next second, her pupils constricted, her right hand holding the scepter involuntarily tightened, and her expression became one of shock. Everyone else looked at each other in bewilderment, as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the entire field fell silent. After Golden Crown's first 2000-year spirit rings appeared, a black spirit ring followed and descended. The aura emitted by this black spirit ring far exceeded that of a 1000-year spirit ring. A 10,000-year third ring. Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes full of shock. The scene before her completely overturned her previous understanding, because she had always followed Yu Shaoging's theories. In Yu Shaoging's theory, a spirit master can only absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring as their fifth ring upon reaching level 50, but Golden Crown had broken this theory repeatedly. 1000-year first and second rings, 10,000-year third ring. This could no longer be described as a genius, it was monstrous. My god, could this be a 10,000-year spirit ring? Quote, how is this possible? Didn't the teacher say only a spirit king can absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? How did he do it? No wonder he could hang all 15 of us up and beat us yesterday. He's so powerful, I'm convinced. After witnessing Golden Crown's 10,000-year spirit ring, the other students of the elite class were instantly won over. This included Hu Liena, Yan, and Xie Yu. They had originally thought that they weren't too far behind Golden Crown and could catch up with some effort. Looking at it now, that was nothing but a fantasy. Bibi Dong snapped back to her senses and said, let me see your 10,000-year spirit ability. 19. Number 19 Purple. Chapter 19. Pure Purple. Stop. Icon. Slap. Before Golden Crown could finish his sentence, a crisp, loud slap sent him flying once again. After spinning 720 degrees in the air, he crashed into the ground. Bibi Dong shook her jade-like palm and lectured methodically, one more thing. In the middle of a battle, the most important point is not to talk too much. Student Golden Crown was sent flying by me just now precisely because he talked too much. The surrounding students didn't know if they truly understood, but they all nodded blindly. Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan felt these words were somewhat familiar, as if someone currently being beaten had said something similar to them not long ago. Golden Crown struggled to crawl up from the ground. He touched his handsome face, which was now swollen from the slap. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of bullshit practical teaching is this? This is clearly just an excuse for this wretched woman to give me a beating. It had been about half an hour since the battle started. During this half hour, he had done nothing but take a beating. A 10,000-year third ring is dazzling, but when your opponent is a titled Douluo and you're just a little spirit elder, it's worth jack shit. Every time he tried to open his mouth to concede, Bibi Dong would skillfully interrupt him and continue her teaching. Fortunately, he had the indestructible body. He could take a hit, otherwise he would have collapsed and fainted on the ground long ago. Seeing that Golden Crown could actually still stand up after being continuously beaten by her for half an hour, Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Very good, it seems I underestimated student Golden Crown. Bibi Dong gave a playful smile. Quote, then, the teaching continues. A fragrant breeze brushed against his face. Before Golden Crown could react, Bibi Dong was already in front of him, raising her leg to strike down. Due to factors like height, positioning, and movement, an accident occurred. Golden Crown's eyes were fixed on the beautiful scenery before him, and he accidentally blurted out, pure purple. Although these words were whispered very softly, Bibi Dong, as a super Douluo, naturally had extraordinary hearing, and the two were so close together. So, upon hearing Golden Crown's words, she quickly realized what he was talking about. She cursed in her heart, you lecherous brat. She immediately delivered a high whip kick, slamming Golden Crown heavily onto the ground. Infuriated, Bibi Dong said nothing more as her fist struck Golden Crown rapidly and incessantly, like they were wound up on a spring. For a moment, the scene was truly brutal. Although the others nearby didn't know what had happened, they all covered their eyes with their hands, watching this exciting scene through the gaps between their fingers. After an unknown amount of time, Bibi Dong delivered a rising dragon punch, sending Golden Crown flying. He slammed heavily into a wall. The force was so great that his entire body was embedded into the wall. Before completely losing consciousness, Golden Crown, whose face had already been beaten into a pig's head, said, "This beating was worth it." Then, he fainted away. Hu Liena found a wooden stick from somewhere and poked Golden Crown to check if he was still alive. After finishing the beating, Bibi Dong returned to her usual persona as the ice-cold empress. However, upon closer inspection, her face was slightly flushed. Today's teaching ends here. For the remaining time, you are free to do as you wish. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she reached out to retake her scepter and prepared to leave. The substitute titled Douluo on the side asked fearfully, "Su Supreme Pontiff, you didn't beat him to death, did you?" "Rest assured, I held back my strength. This boy is thick-skinned and tough. That beating just now only gave him some superficial injuries at most. He'll be fine after 2 or 3 days of rest. Why aren't you taking him to get treated yet?" "Yes, this subordinate will go immediately." Under Bibi Dong's cold gaze, the titled Douluo trembled with fear. He was terrified that he would be the next one to get beaten. He hurriedly ran toward the school infirmary with Golden Crown. Under the treatment of a healing-type spirit saint, Golden Crown's injuries were mostly healed in a short while, but he remained unconscious. It wasn't until late at night that Golden Crown slowly opened his eyes. Cough, cough. Is this the school infirmary? Strange, why am I lying here? Perhaps Bibi Dong really had been a bit too heavy-handed. It caused Golden Crown to temporarily forget what happened in the morning. After a short while, he finally managed to recall it. Bibi Dong is really ruthless. I've even cultivated the indestructible body, yet I was still beaten unconscious. But this beating wasn't a loss for me, hee. Thinking of what he saw that morning, Golden Crown instantly felt he could take 10 more beatings. Supreme Pontiff Palace bedroom. Bibi Dong sat at her dressing table in her pajamas, tidying her beautiful hair with a comb. At this moment, she wasn't the majestic Supreme Pontiff from the morning, but a woman who could blush and feel shy, especially when she thought of what happened that morning. Her cheeks would involuntarily turn slightly red. "That lecherous little brat. Just you wait. I'll see how I properly deal with you in the future." However, my mood seems to be very good after beating that boy today. Even the Rakshasa godly trial, which has been stuck for a long time, showed a hint of change. Is it my imagination? Should I try beating Golden Crown again? Time quickly reached September. Heaven Do Empire, Royal Hunting Grounds. Today was the birthday of the Heaven Do Empire's eldest prince, Shui Qing. The old emperor, Shui Yi, in order to celebrate his eldest son's birthday, specially organized a grand hunting assembly. Furthermore, he planned to officially appoint Shui Qing as the crown prince today. Upon hearing this news, almost all the high-ranking officials and nobles of the empire were present. In addition, there were various major sect forces and academies. For instance, Sect Master Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure-Glazed Tile School, Clan Head Yu Yenjen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Poison Douluo Dugu Bo, the 3 instructors of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and the deans of the 4 Great Elemental Academies. However, as the protagonist of this assembly, Shui Qing was not present. In a remote part of the forest, Shui Qing had taken his guard and maids a step ahead to hunt here. Qian Runshui, disguised as a maid, rode her horse behind Shui Qing. "Xiao Shui, are you sure there are many prey here?" Shui Qing looked around. Not only were there no spirit beasts, but he also felt a strange sensation in his heart. Seeing Shui Qing's suspicion, Qian Runshui hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please believe Xiao Shui. I heard Prince Shui Xing mention this information by chance. The last time the prince was able to take the top prize at the hunting assembly, it was because he hunted spirit beasts here. Is that so? I see. No wonder Imperial Uncle could take first place last time. Well done. When we return, this crown prince will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Crown Prince." Although he hadn't been formally invested yet, Shui Qing had already received word that he was to become the crown prince. Seeing that she had successfully fooled Shui Qing, Qian Runshui breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the surroundings. She thought to herself, we should be nearing the ambush point soon. Grandfather and the others should be ready. 20. Number 20 Tang San's current situation. Chapter 20. Tang San's current situation. Early morning. A faint red glow had just begun to light up the eastern horizon. Spirit Hall Academy. Inside the mimicry cultivation environment, Golden Crown was already sitting here, eyes closed in meditation. The surrounding environment was modeled after the habits of crocodile-type spirits, simulating swamps, rivers, and dry land. In addition, the area was filled with a large amount of metal attribute elements. With the support of the 9 Yang divine art, his body rapidly absorbed the abundant spirit power from the surroundings to cultivate. Over the past 2 months, he had lived almost the same plain and dull life every day. Before the sun rose in the morning, he would arrive early at the mimicry cultivation environment to meditate. After breakfast, he would go to the classroom to listen to the teacher's theoretical lectures, and in the afternoon, he would head to the training grounds to spar with others. Occasionally, on a whim, Bibi Dong would come over and give him a sound thrashing under the guise of instruction. Regarding this, Golden Crown inwardly cursed that the old woman was simply insane. Instruction is fine, but at least switch to someone else once in a while. She chose him every single time, and there was no escape. He swore that once he grew stronger in the future, he would definitely make Bibi Dong kneel on the ground and sing, "Conquered." As a surge of spirit power erupted from within Golden Crown's body, his spirit power level reached rank 34. The mimicry cultivation environment is truly a great place, but unfortunately, there's no mimicry environment corresponding to my second spirit, Miri's. Otherwise, my cultivation speed would definitely be even faster. If anyone else heard this, they would probably start cursing him out. In just 2 months, his spirit power level had grown from rank 32 when he first arrived to rank 34. It was almost 1 rank per month. Yet even so, Golden Crown still felt it was slow. By the way, since the last time I checked in at the Star Do Great Forest, the system hasn't appeared again. Where was the new check-in location? It seemed like a very familiar place. Suddenly remembering he had a system, Golden Crown immediately pulled it up to check. Open black lens bracket, next check-in location. Saint Spirit Village, close black lens bracket. Oh, so it's Tangsan Starter Village. No wonder it felt so familiar. Since I've been bored lately, I'll go to Saint Spirit Village to complete the check-in task and check on Tang San's current situation while I'm at it. If I'm not mistaken, Tang San should be 4 years old now. In another 2 years, he'll likely awaken his spirit. By then, the plot will officially begin. Heaven Do Empire, Fasinuo Province, southwest of the subordinate Nodding City, located at the border of the Balik Kingdom and the Star Luo Empire. Saint Spirit Village. Inside a dilapidated house, a thin child wearing simple clothes was sleeping on a bed. He seemed to be having a nightmare, as his expression was filled with pain. He was Tang San, who had transmigrated to the Douluo continent from the Tang sect of a certain low martial plane. No, don't, elder, I was wrong. Please don't strip me of my martial arts. Ah! With a scream, Tang San jolted awake from the nightmare. He hurriedly checked his entire body. He found that nothing was wrong. Only then did he realize he had just had another nightmare. Just now in the dream. Because he had secretly learned the supreme techniques of the Tang sect, violating the sect rules, he was pursued by the Tang sect elders to Hell's Peak. After a battle, he was captured by the elders and brought back for trial. He wanted to argue and plead for mercy, but the elders ignored him completely. They first stripped him of his martial arts, then severed his tendons and hamstrings, turning him into a cripple, and finally subjected him to the ultimate punishment of death by 1,000 cuts and being fried in a vat of oil. Tang San wiped the cold sweat from his face. He gasped for breath. Calming himself down, he remembered that after jumping off Hell's Peak, he had been reborn into this world called the Douluo continent, and he had already lived here for 4 years. He had been having this nightmare for 4 years as well. Phew, luckily it was just a nightmare. Those trash, it's one thing that they couldn't learn the Tang sect's supreme martial arts themselves, but they wouldn't let others learn them either. But from now on, the mysterious heaven skill, mysterious jade hand, purple demon eye, controlling crane catching dragon, ghost shadow perplexing track, and the 100 separations of hidden weapons, these supreme martial arts of the Tang sect, all belong to me, Tang San, alone. No one else can have them. And the Tang sect's renowned hidden weapons, I will let the people of this world know the power of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Jia Jia Jia. Tang San gave a crooked smirk and let out a triumphant laugh. Meanwhile, in the inner room, on a hard wooden bed, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and a disheveled appearance lay there. He held an empty wine bottle in his hand, and the air around him was a mix of the smell of alcohol and sweat. Even the flies that flew by were knocked unconscious by the stench. He was the man who, 4 years ago, was the renowned top genius of the Clear Sky sect. For the sake of 100,000-year blue-silver grass, he had pummeled Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji and was subsequently hunted across the world for a month by Grand Consecrated Qian Daoliu before narrowly escaping the clear sky Douluo Tang Hao. Hearing Tang San's strange laughter from outside, he opened his eyes. What is this kid laughing about again? After saying that, he rolled over and closed his eyes again. Tang Hao's feelings toward his son were quite complicated. Since they went into seclusion in Saint Spirit Village, Tang San, even as an infant, was different from others. He didn't cry or fuss and would wake up every day before sunrise. He also quickly learned how to speak, walk, and perform other daily activities. At first, he thought Tang San was just exceptionally intelligent, which was why he learned things so quickly. But gradually, he noticed something was wrong. His son's gaze wasn't clear like a newborn's at all. Instead, it revealed a sense of world weariness, like that of a middle-aged man. He quickly used his spirit power to investigate and see if there was anything wrong with Tang San. But after an inspection, he found no issues. Perhaps sensing something was off, Tang San began to deliberately act like a child in the following days. Yes, it was an act. But how could that possibly fool a titled Douluo like Tang Hao? However, he didn't expose him, wanting to see what other unusual behaviors Tang San would display. It wasn't until a few months ago that Tang Hao discovered Tang San had started getting up before dawn to run to an inconspicuous small hill and meditate daily to cultivate secret techniques. To his surprise, there were as many as 6 of these secret techniques. More importantly, he couldn't tell which power or organization these 6 secret techniques originated from. At that moment, a terrifying thought couldn't help but arise in his mind. Could it be that his son's body had been possessed and taken over by some old freak? Otherwise, there was no way to explain Tang San's condition. Could it be that his son was exceptionally gifted, born naturally with secret techniques and spirit abilities? Tang Hao's mood was as explosive as a volcanic eruption. His wife was dead, and his son had been possessed. For a moment, Tang Hao wanted to smash Tang San to death with a single hammer strike. But then he thought about how the body being occupied was the only bloodline left of him and Yin. At that thought, Tang Hao couldn't bring himself to do it no matter what. Disheartened and having completely lost hope in life, he began to spend his days in a drunken stupor. As for Tang San, he didn't care at all, as long as the boy didn't starve to death. At the same time, a great drama unfolding at the Heaven Do Empire's royal hunting grounds quietly came to an end. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Sign in at Holy Soul Village. Chapter 21. Checking in at Saint Spirit Village, Heaven Do Empire, Royal Hunting Grounds. Deep within a secluded forest, Shui Qingyi's face was filled with terror as he watched his guards being slaughtered one after another by mysterious figures who had suddenly appeared. Time reverted to a few minutes ago. Following the advice of his maid, Xiao Shui, he had come to this area, which was said to be teeming with spirit beasts to hunt. But gradually, he sensed something was wrong. He was getting further and further away from the main camp, and given the seclusion of this location, it would be difficult for anyone to notice if something happened. To avoid any accidents, he quickly ordered his guards to return to the camp. Just as they were reversing their formation, the vanguard becoming the rearguard and vice versa, to prepare for the return journey, several mysterious figures dressed in black robes suddenly descended from the sky and attacked. Without a word, in an instant, of the 100-man guard he had brought, only a few dozen remained alive. Even among the maids, only Xiao Shui was left, hiding behind him. Damn it, who are these people? How dare they assassinate the crown prince today? Could it be my imperial uncle? Or one of the other princes? Just as Shui Qing was filled with doubt, Puchi, a sword pierced through his chest. Shui Qing looked back in disbelief at Qian Runshui behind him. Xiao Shui why? Qian Runshui had no interest in listening to his nonsense. She pulled the sword out with a sharp tug of her right hand. With a palm strike, she sent Shui Qing flying. Then, with a single sweep of her sword, she cut down the remaining dozen or so soldiers. Once finished, she walked slowly toward Shui Qing, sword in hand. Clutching his chest, Shui Qing pointed a trembling finger at Qian Runshui. So you were an assassin hidden by my side all along. Who sent you to lurk near me? Shui Qing, or the second prince? Seeing that he still hadn't guessed correctly even at death's door, Qian Runshui smiled slightly. Oh, why does the first prince think it must be another member of the imperial family who wants you dead? Shui Qing froze. What do you mean? Qian Runshui said no more, taking out a token and tossing it to him. Picking up the token and seeing the design exclusive to Spirit Hall, Shui Qing finally understood. So, you are actually from Spirit Hall. Why do you want to kill me? You must know I'm about to become the crown prince. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of the Heaven Do Empire's retaliation? Qian Runshui gave a mysterious smile. Retaliation? Tell me, who would know Spirit Hall did this? Besides, when the time comes, they will see a Shui Qing identical to you. Of course, this Shui Qing will also take your place as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Then, before Shui Qing's incredulous gaze, Qian Runshui transformed into his appearance. Looking at the fake Shui Qing before him, who was identical in both mannerisms and appearance, the real Shui Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable." At that moment, the 7 great consecrated elders, having finished dealing with the surrounding corpses, walked over. Qian Daoliu said, "Don't waste time. Xiao Shui, do it." And so, under Shui Qing's unwilling gaze, Qian Runshui ended him with a single sword strike. As for Shui Qing's body, it was directly pulverized by Qian Daoliu using his powerful spirit power. Xiao Shui, from this day forward, you must remain in the Heaven Do Empire as Shui Qing. Remember to be careful, you must not reveal any flaws. After giving her these instructions, Qian Daoliu called out, "Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish." 2 figures flashed into existence and bowed. High Priest. Qian Daoliu continued to Qian Runshui, "Xiao Shui, the 2 of them will stay by your side to protect your safety in secret." Having said that, he turned to the 2 and said sternly, "Remember, if anything happens to Xiao Shui during this undercover mission, you 2 shall pay with your heads." "Yes, the 2 of us will definitely protect the young lady," Snake Lance and Porcupine Fish quickly guaranteed. Seeing this, Qian Daoliu nodded and looked back at Qian Runshui. "Alright, Xiao Shui, it's time for you to return. If you stay any longer, the Heaven Do Empire might send people to search for you." "Okay." Although Qian Runshui agreed, there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Grandfather, can I see Xiao Mian one last time before I leave? I want to tell him about my situation, otherwise I'm afraid he'll be lonely." Qian Daoliu shook his head. "No, that kid must absolutely not know about this. Besides, at a time like this, there isn't enough time to bring him here. Xiao Shui, since you decided to do this in the first place, you should have anticipated this situation in your heart." Golden Crocodile chimed in at this point. "Xiao Shui, don't worry. I've arranged for that stinky kid to attend Spirit Hall Academy. He definitely won't be lonely, so rest easy." Hearing this, Qian Runshui said nothing more. Qian Daoliu waved his hand, and a group of people walked out. Upon closer inspection, these people were actually identical to the guards and maids who had just been killed. "Xiao Shui, go." Qian Runshui boarded the carriage. Snake Lance and Porcupine Fish followed in the middle of the procession. The carriage drove slowly toward the main camp. After the 7 great consecrated elders watched Qian Runshui leave, they also left the hunting grounds to return to Spirit City. On the carriage, Qian Runshui looked at the full moon hanging in the sky and thought to herself, "Golden Crown, you definitely won't forget our promise, right?" 3 days later, Open Black Lens Bracket detected that the host is currently in Saint Spirit Village. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. 1 bad luck card. Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket bad luck card. The host can use this on anyone. After use, that person will become incredibly unlucky. Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket. Next sign in location. Nodding Academy. Close Black Lens Bracket. Damn, I worked so hard traveling for 3 days, and this is all I get? System, you bastard. Looking at the extra black card in his hand, Golden Crown complained wordlessly to the system. To his surprise, the usually taciturn system actually replied, "Open Black Lens Bracket. I don't have a bastard uncle." Close Black Lens Bracket. After putting the bad luck card back into his storage space, he began to observe the small village before him. The Saint Spirit Village, so famous in the original story, was currently just a small village of about 300 households. A stone pillar stood at the entrance of the village. According to the village chief, Old Jack, there was a handprint left on it by a spirit saint. As for whether it was true, who cared? At that moment, a figure returned to Golden Crown's side. "Young master, I've found the blacksmith shop you were looking for." His name was Ling Shi, his spirit was the Furious Rhino, and his cultivation was at the level 91 titled Douluo. He was an elder of the Elder Palace. He had been pursued by enemies in his youth and was fortunately saved by Golden Crocodile. Since then, he had joined Spirit Hall and become one of Golden Crocodile's trusted aides. For this trip to Saint Spirit Village, Golden Crown had actually wanted his grandfather, Golden Crocodile, to accompany him, but he didn't know where the old man had gone to enjoy himself. He had searched the entire hall of worship and couldn't find him. Not only that, but the other consecrated Douluo were also nowhere to be found. The entire hall of worship was empty. If he hadn't known the strength of those 7, he would have thought they'd been taken out by someone. In his helplessness, he could only go to the Elder Palace and have Rhino Douluo accompany him. Where is that blacksmith shop? It's on the west side of the village. Let's go take a look. With that, the two of them headed toward the blacksmith shop. 22. Number 22 Tang San's Complete Childhood. Chapter 22. Tang San's Complete Childhood. Young master, this is just an ordinary blacksmith shop. Why is it worth so much of your attention? Rhino Douluo asked, feeling very perplexed. He had already investigated it just now. Inside the blacksmith shop, there was only a blacksmith reeking of alcohol and a young child. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. What he couldn't understand was why Golden Crown would go to the trouble of traveling all the way to such a remote little village. Golden Crown walked ahead and said, the blacksmith shop is ordinary, but the person inside is anything but. Do you know who that blacksmith is? This question piqued Rhino Douluo's curiosity. He really wanted to know what kind of identity a small-time blacksmith could possibly have. He is Tang Hao. This plain answer left Rhino Douluo stunned. His two eyes bulged like lanterns as he stared at Golden Crown. What was that? The wind was too loud just now. I didn't hear clearly. Who did you say that slovenly blacksmith was? Tang Hao. The same Tang Hao who single-handedly severely wounded the previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Zunji, along with the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos. Seeing Rhino Douluo's expression, 3 parts disbelief, 8 parts shock, and 10 parts utter confusion, Golden Crown nodded in confirmation. You heard correctly. The Tang Hao I'm talking about is indeed that clear sky Douluo. Boom. This confirmed information exploded in Rhino Douluo's mind like a clap of thunder. He hadn't expected it. The Tang Hao that Spirit Hall had been searching for so long was actually hiding in such a remote village, eking out a living. At the same time, a new question occurred to him. How did Golden Crown know Tang Hao was here? In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two arrived outside the blacksmith shop, but they did not approach. They simply stood still in the surrounding woods. After all, the opponent was Tang Hao. If they provoked him, they wouldn't even have time to run. While Golden Crown was observing, Tang San, covered in sweat, happened to walk through the door from outside. Knowing the plot, Golden Crown quickly guessed that the boy had probably just finished practicing those so-called Tang sect martial arts. Immediately after, the sound of clang clang clang, metal striking metal came from the blacksmith shop. It was likely the sound of Tang Hao forging iron. Young master, should we move in to apprehend Tang Hao? Rhino Douluo had already activated his spirit and entered his beast form state. He looked ready to charge in. Stop, deactivate your spirit state. Do you know who's across from us? That's Tang Hao, the man who defeated the previous Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji and the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos. Even when hunted by the High Priest for a month, he managed to escape. Where do you get the confidence to apprehend him? Besides, our purpose for this trip isn't to capture this guy. Golden Crown was quite speechless. This guy was being a bit too reckless. Who gave him the courage to think he could take down Tang Hao by himself? Liang Jingru? Hearing this, Rhino Douluo deactivated his spirit possession and asked in confusion, not apprehend him? Then what did the young master come here for? Just to observe in secret. Alright, let's go. Tang Hao has probably already discovered us. It's better not to provoke this guy. Saying that, Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo quickly left the area. As he expected, inside the house, Tang Hao was currently holding the clear skyhammer. He was already prepared for battle. He had sensed them the moment Golden Crown and his companion arrived outside. Especially when he sensed that of the two people outside, one had the aura of a titled Douluo and had even activated their spirit. This led him to believe that the other party was sent by Spirit Hall to capture him. However, what Tang Hao found disdainful was that Spirit Hall was surely underestimating him too much. To think they only sent one titled Douluo and a spirit elder to capture him. Was this an insult to him? Just as he was about to strike first, he discovered that the other party had left. This left him momentarily confused about the situation. Wait, brother, I've already pulled out my hammer. And then you just leave. Are you playing with me? Could it be that I overthought it? Those two weren't from Spirit Hall? True, if it were really Spirit Hall, they would never send just one titled Douluo and a child to capture me. Then why did those two stop outside? While pondering, he saw Tang San, who was cooking. Recalling that Tang San seemed to have just returned from outside, he instantly understood. It must be this stinky kid practicing that technique of his that attracted those two's attention. Son of a bear, causing trouble for your old man every single day. Tang Hao withdrew his spirit and began looking around for a handy weapon. A knife? Forget it, it wouldn't be good if I couldn't hold back and killed Tang San. A hammer? A mallet? A rake? Obviously, none of these weapons were suitable. After searching for a while, he noticed a stick lying in the corner. Good, I'll use this. After picking up the wooden stick, Tang Hao yanked open the curtain and walked toward Tang San in a rage. Then, before Tang San could react, he grabbed him and pinned him down on a stool. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my pants? Tang San was utterly confused, suddenly feeling a chill in his lower body. Tang Hao didn't waste any words. He raised the stick and brought it down heavily on Tang San's buttocks. Ah! In an instant, screams rang out in the house. On this day, Tang San's childhood became complete. Meanwhile, Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo left Saint Spirit Village by carriage. Inside the carriage, Rhino Douluo asked anxiously, "Young master, should we hurry back to Spirit Hall and tell the second consecrator about Tang Hao?" Golden Crown raised his hand to refuse. There's no rush for this. The matter of Tang Hao being in Saint Spirit Village is temporarily limited to just the two of us. If we alert the enemy and scare Tang Hao away, it won't be easy to find him again. Besides, before returning to Spirit Hall, we need to go to one more place. The sign and location specified by the system this time was Nodding Academy. As it happened, their current location wasn't far from Nodding City. Seeing that Golden Crown wanted to go somewhere else, Rhino Douluo asked, "Where to?" Nodding Academy, Nodding City. This was a small border city under the jurisdiction of Fasinuo Province in the Heaven Do Empire. Because it bordered 3 countries, it had become a hub for border trade. Merchants from various countries often passed through here. This also made Nodding City's economy much better than that of other small cities. The highest combat power stationed here, the city lord, was a 4-ring battle spirit ancestor. Golden Crown arrived in the city by carriage in less than an hour. While Rhino Douluo went to inquire about the location of Nodding Academy, he carefully observed the architectural style of Nodding City. Overall, it was dominated by Western-style architecture. The city wall facilities were relatively complete, and there were a small number of soldiers stationed around. Unfortunately, the overall strength of these soldiers was very weak. It was estimated that a single 2-ring spirit grandmaster could take them all out. Before long, Rhino Douluo returned. "Young master, I've found the location of Nodding Academy." 23. Number 23 successfully fooled Yi Lengleng. Chapter 23. Successfully fooling Yi Lengleng. Nodding Academy. Although it was just a primary spirit master academy, this was the first step on Tang San's path to godhood in the original story. It was also the location where Tang San met the 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu. Just as they reached the entrance, the emotionless voice of the system echoed in Golden Crown's mind once again. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently at Nodding Academy. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. First spirit ring age increased by 500 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Supreme Pontiff Palace. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice faded, Golden Crown's first ring instantly increased by 500 years, and he simultaneously felt the feedback of power. He then looked at Nodding Academy. Speaking of which, Yu Xiaogang should have already started freeloading here, right? Should I go in and take a look? Forget it. What's there to see about that scumbag? I'd rather head back to Spirit Hall Academy. After thinking it over, Golden Crown shook his head and left the place with Rhino Douluo. Unexpectedly, while they were halfway there, they heard someone shouting for help. Several richly dressed youths had cornered a girl in a small alley. The girl wore a white dress and was very cute, especially her large, watery eyes, which made her look pitiful. "Help, he, little beauty, go ahead and scream. No one's coming to save you even if you scream your throat raw. Come, let Big Brother show you some love." For something like this, naturally Brother Xiao should go first. At least you guys know your place. The guy his companions called Brother Xiao approached the girl with a grin. Seeing this, the girl became even more frightened. "Mama, Grandpa, where are you? I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or my mother won't let you off." Hearing this, the hooligans burst into laughter. "Who are you trying to scare? Do you know Brother Xiao's status? The city lord of Nodding City is his father." Xiao Rong interrupted. "Stop wasting time. Little beauty, my dad is a 4-ring spirit ancestor. Following this young master, you definitely won't lose out in the future." In your dreams, the girl said firmly, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today I'll let you know how formidable this young master is. With that, Xiao Rong moved to grab the girl. Seeing this, as a model youth, how could Golden Crown sit idly by? He immediately stepped in front of the girl. With a few quick moves, he knocked all of them to the ground. Then he turned to look at the girl and asked, "Are you alright?" The girl shook her head, indicating she was fine. Seeing this, Golden Crown prepared to leave. However, the girl pulled on him and said cautiously, can you take me to find my mother? We accidentally got separated just now." Golden Crown was a soft-hearted person. Looking at the girl's pitiful expression, he agreed. "Alright, thank you." Seeing Golden Crown agree, the girl thanked him happily. Golden Crown looked at Rhino Douluo and said, "Let's help her find her mother first, then we'll return to Spirit City." Rhino Douluo nodded. The two then began helping the girl search for her mother on the streets. "By the way, I still don't know your name?" Golden Crown asked curiously. The girl thought for a moment and said softly, "My name is Yi Leng Leng. You can just call me Leng Leng." "Oh, Yi Leng Leng, huh? Your name is Yi Leng Leng?" Quote, Golden Crown suddenly asked loudly, staring at Yi Leng Leng. "Yes, is there something wrong with my name?" Seeing Golden Crown's strong reaction, Yi Leng Leng couldn't help but shrink back. Golden Crown continued to press, "Are you from the Nine-Heart Begonia sect?" "How do you know?" Yi Leng Leng was very curious. How did this boy, who seemed about the same age as her, know where she was from just by hearing her name? She hadn't used her spirit in front of him. After receiving a definitive answer, Golden Crown scratched his head. He didn't expect that a single act of righteousness would lead him to the future sole successor of the 9-star Begonia line. One must know that the 9-star Begonia was the top-tier healing-type spirit. Its possessor had healing abilities that could be called heaven-defying in battle. No matter how seriously you were injured, as long as your side's 9-star Begonia spirit master hadn't fallen, your injuries would be healed quickly. However, this spirit had a fatal flaw. That was, each generation of 9-star Begonia could only have one successor. Only when the previous generation's 9-star Begonia spirit master died would a new one appear. Therefore, it was difficult to form a powerful faction. But for Golden Crown, this wasn't an issue at all. When the time came, he just needed to seize Dugu Bo's immortal herb garden. By having Yi Leng Leng consume the Kila Begonia, this problem could be solved. If he could fool her into attending Spirit Hall Academy, wouldn't he have a super healer in the future? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "Leng Leng, are you in school yet?" Yi Leng Leng shook her head and answered innocently, "Not yet, but soon. My mother brought me out this time to handle the enrollment at Heaven Do Royal Academy." Seeing that she hadn't gone to Heaven Do Royal Academy yet, Golden Crown immediately knew his chance had come. Leng Leng, have you ever heard of Spirit Hall Academy?" And so, Golden Crown began his abduction fooling, mentioning things like titled Douluo acting as teachers, possessing the best mimetic cultivation fields on the continent, and so on. How could the inexperienced Yi Leng Leng have ever seen such a pitch? She was quickly fooled into a daze. She blinked her large eyes and asked curiously, "Really? Is Spirit Hall Academy that amazing? It actually has legendary titled Douluo as teachers, guaranteed truer than pure gold," Golden Crown said with a face full of sincerity. But Yi Leng Leng soon looked worried again. "Although I really want to go to Spirit Hall Academy, my mother has already decided to let me go to Heaven Do Royal Academy," Golden Crown said confidently. "Don't worry, as long as you want to go, I can try to persuade your mother when we see her later." "Really? Of course. Great, I want to go to Spirit Hall Academy." Seeing Yi Leng Leng's happy face, Golden Crown smiled triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Just like that, he had fooled Yi Leng Leng into his grasp. Next, he just needed to handle her mother and everything would be fine. Soon, they found Yi Leng Leng's mother near an inn. Yi Leng Leng's mother was named Yi Susu. Her spirit was the same as Yi Leng Leng's the 9-star Begonia. However, at this time, because of the curse of the 9-star Begonia, her lifespan was nearing its end. Therefore, her body was very weak, and her face was exceptionally pale. After hearing Yi Leng Leng recount what had just happened, Yi Susu stepped forward and thanked him. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Take this money as our token of gratitude." Golden Crown waved his hand and said, "Madam is too polite, it was just a small effort." Yi Leng Leng suddenly said to Yi Susu, "Mama, can I not go to Heaven Do Royal Academy? I want to go to Spirit Hall Academy." 24. #24 Madam, you wouldn't want Yi Leng Leng to know that you're nearing the end, would you? Chapter 24. Madam, you wouldn't want Yi Leng Leng to know you don't have long to live, would you? Leng Leng, why do you want to go to Spirit Hall Academy? Yi Susu squatted down and asked while gently stroking Yi Leng Leng's head. She didn't recall mentioning Spirit Hall Academy to her daughter. Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Lingling pointed at Golden Crown and said, Brother Golden Crown told me. He also said that Spirit Hall Academy's educational resources are the best on the continent. If I join, I'll have a titled Douluo as a teacher, and, after hearing her daughter's words, Yi Susu thought to herself, so that's how it is. No wonder her daughter suddenly decided to go to Spirit Hall Academy. It turned out she was being targeted by people from Spirit Hall. In that case, Lang Lang's encounter just now might have been orchestrated as well. The goal was likely to play out a hero saving the beauty scenario. All to recruit the next generation's 9-star Begonia Spirit Master. Thinking of this, Yi Susu's gaze toward Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo couldn't help but turn wary. She summoned her guards and then looked at Golden Crown, saying, So you two are from Spirit Hall. Thank you again for saving my daughter. However, Lang Lang's talent is mediocre. As for going to Spirit Hall Academy, let's forget about it. We still have a journey to make. Farewell. After saying that, Yi Susu pulled her daughter toward the carriage, preparing to leave. Madam, please wait a moment. Seeing his plan, which was 99% successful, about to drop to 0, Golden Crown hurriedly stepped forward, trying to salvage the situation. Stop right there. A spirit saint and several spirit kings blocked the way. That spirit master activated his spirit, and 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black spirit rings appeared, attempting to make Golden Crown back down. Due to the extreme healing specialty of their spirit, the 9-star Begonia sect had recruited many experts as guards or guest elders. This was why the 9-star Begonia lineage could still exist and become one of the lower 3 sects despite having no offensive capabilities. Seeing that the soft approach wouldn't work, Golden Crown gave Rhino Douluo a look. Bring out the heavy hitters. Rhino Douluo understood. A powerful aura unique to a titled Douluo swept across the surroundings. The intense pressure made it hard for that spirit saint to breathe. A titled Douluo. Feeling this aura, Yi Susu looked at Rhino Douluo behind Golden Crown in shock. Her health was already very poor, and she was only holding on with medication. Under the impact of this aura, she could barely stand and had to crouch down. Golden Crown saw that the effect was sufficient. He gestured for Rhino Douluo to disperse the pressure. Once the pressure vanished, Yi Susu felt much better. Under Rhino Douluo's pressure, no one dared to block the way this time. Golden Crown stepped forward and said, Madam, may we have a private word? HMPH, since talking didn't work, you're resorting to force? Yi Susu let out a cold laugh. It seemed they wouldn't be able to leave easily today. In front of a titled Douluo, the people she brought this time stood no chance. You must be joking, madam. I just want to have a chat with you. After all, at this point, Golden Crown leaned in and whispered in Yi Susu's ear, Madam, you wouldn't want Lang Lang to know you don't have long to live, would you? Yi Susu's heart tightened. Although the spirit flaw of the 9-star Begonia lineage wasn't a secret on the Douluo continent, she hadn't told her daughter yet to avoid worrying her. Golden Crown saw that the time was right and threw out the bait. If I said I could solve the spirit flaw of your 9-star Begonia spirit masters, would you be willing to chat with me for a moment? These words left Yi Susu greatly shocked. What did she just hear? This youth before her said he could solve the 9-star Begonia's flaw. What a joke. Their 9-star Begonia sect had searched for a solution for many years without success. How could this youth possibly know? But what if it was true? If it were true, she might not have to die, and Lang Lang wouldn't have any issues after getting married and having children in the future. Seeing Yi Susu still contemplating, Golden Crown walked to the side. Madam, think it through. My time is very limited. If you are unwilling, I won't force you. After thinking it over, Yi Susu and Golden Crown walked to the side. It seems Madam has made the right choice, Golden Crown said with a smile. Yi Susu didn't want to exchange pleasantries and asked directly, is what you said true? Do you really have a way to solve the spirit flaw of my 9-star Begonia lineage? Of course. I once found an ancient book in the Spirit Hall that detailed how to solve the 9-star Begonia spirit flaw. Golden Crown once again brought up the non-existent ancient book he used to fool Golden Crocodile. What is the method? Yi Susu asked hurriedly. Originally skeptical, she believed him much more after hearing about the ancient book. After all, she had long heard of Spirit Halls, which contained the most comprehensive collection of books on the continent. Golden Crown smiled. I won't say what the method is right now, naturally. But rest assured, as long as Lang Lang comes to Spirit Hall Academy, I will definitely help her solve the spirit flaw. You wouldn't want Lang Lang to die from the spirit flaw like you in the future, would you? The last sentence completely hit Yi Susu's weak spot. After all, Yi Lingling was her only child and her only remaining relative in this world. Naturally, she didn't want her daughter to suffer the same pain in the future. Yi Susu said with a worried expression. But the relationship between 9-star Begonia and the Heaven Do Empire is unusual. If Leng Leng joins Spirit Hall Academy, the Empire will surely demand an explanation. He almost forgot. The 9-star Begonia sect was located in the southwest of the Heaven Do Empire. Because the 9-star Begonia spirit had extremely high strategic value, the Heaven Do Empire valued it greatly. But for Spirit Hall, this wasn't an issue. Golden Crown said, "Rest assured, if the Heaven Do Empire makes trouble, our Spirit Hall will naturally not stand idly by." Hearing this, Yi Susu fell into deep thought. The reason she was going to send Yi Lengleng to Heaven Do Royal Academy. First, her time was running out, and she wanted to find a safe place for her daughter before she passed away. Second, because the Heaven Do Imperial family promised to protect the 9-star Begonia sect in the future. But now Spirit Hall had also extended an olive branch, and there was the possibility of solving their spirit flaw. This temptation was truly too great. After considering it again, she said, "I need to think about this matter further." "No problem. Once you've made up your mind, you can come to Spirit Hall Academy to find me at any time. But be quick, I'm afraid you won't last much longer." After saying that, Golden Crown left with Rhino Douluo. He believed Yi Susu was a smart woman. She could distinguish between life and death. Moreover, this involved Yi Lengleng. Looking at Golden Crown's departing figure, Yi Lengleng asked curiously, "Mom, what did you just talk about with the big brother?" "Nothing much, just some things about where you'll go to school," Yi Susu replied gently. The guard from earlier stepped forward and asked, "Madam, shall we continue our journey?" "No need, let's return to the sect first." Clearly, Yi Susu was beginning to waver. But before getting into the carriage, she added, "By the way, those guys who bullied Leng Leng must not be let off. Find them and cripple them." Yes, soon, they found the guys who bullied Yi Lengleng. After crippling their limbs, they returned to the 9-star Begonia sect. They then returned to the 9-star Begonia sect. 25. Number 25 attacked by a titled Douluo level evil soul master. Chapter 25. Under attack, a titled Douluo level evil soul master. Once I get back, I must start planning for the immortal herbs. Otherwise, it'll be awkward if the people from the 9-star Begonia show up and I have nothing for them. After returning, I'll have someone keep an eye on Douluo's movements. Once the location is scouted, I'll go with the old man and seize the ice and fire Yin Yang. Well, on the way back to Spirit City, Golden Crown sat in the carriage, head bowed in thought. After traveling for 2 days, they had now entered the vicinity of Spirit City. As long as they passed through this forest, Spirit City would be in sight. Suddenly, 2 scarlet attacks came flying toward them. Rhino Douluo, who was driving the carriage, sensed the killing intent immediately. He instantly pulled Golden Crown out of the carriage, and the two of them jumped off together. In the next moment, boom, the carriage was blown to pieces. As soon as they landed, Rhino Douluo immediately activated his spirit. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, descended from above. Behind him appeared a massive rhinoceros covered in red scales, especially that horn, which shimmered with a blood-red light. Just looking at it sent shivers down one's spine. "Who goes there? How dare you stage a sneak attack within Spirit Hall territory?" Rhino Douluo looked around warily. He felt something was off about the aura emitted by the previous attack. Not only was it powerful, but it also radiated an evil energy. "Oh, I didn't expect to run into a titled Douluo. Unfortunately for you, you've encountered us, the bloodthirsty twin fiends. Even as a titled Douluo, you'll have to stay here forever." A cold, eerie laugh rang out. 2 figures appeared, blocking Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo from the front and back. Simultaneously, 9 spirit rings, 3 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, circled their bodies. Clearly, these 2 were also titled Douluos. Golden Crown noticed that their appearances were quite different from normal people. Pale faces, blood-red eyes, dark clothing, and spirits enveloped in black mist. These characteristics combined pointed to only one thing: evil soul masters. Unlike normal spirit masters, the cultivation methods of evil soul masters were extremely cruel. They would inhumanely slaughter ordinary people and spirit masters, then devour the essence and blood of the corpses to increase their spirit power. Villages were often subjected to massacres by evil soul masters. 2 titled Douluo level evil soul masters. My luck is really terrible. Golden Crown had already activated his spirit and entered his beastified state. The bloodthirsty twin fiends were twin brothers. The elder brother was named Spirit Fiend, and the younger brother was Blood Fiend. Their spirits were identical, bloodthirsty scimitars. The 2 brothers were notorious in the Spirit Master's world. They had once wiped out a large village of over 1,000 households in a single night. Not even newborn babies were spared. Over 1,000 people were drained into mummified corpses. Both were on Spirit Hall's Red Wanted list. Because of this, Spirit Hall had sent out over a dozen titled Douluo experts to eliminate them. Unfortunately, evil soul masters were experts at hiding. That was why they remained at large to this day. Blood Fiend looked at Golden Crown and said ferociously, "There's even a kid. It seems we brothers will have a bountiful harvest today." Indeed. By absorbing the essence and blood of this child and a titled Douluo, the two of us will surely break through again. Spirit Fiend pervertedly licked the scimitar in his hand. "Young master, I will do my best to hold them back later. You must run immediately. Remember, don't ever look back." Rhino Douluo was now prepared for a fight to the death. Even if he had to sacrifice his life today, he would ensure Golden Crown's safety. But the bloodthirsty twin fiends were no pushovers. Spirit Fiend had already seen through Rhino Douluo's plan and said to Blood Fiend, "I'll stall this old man. You go kill that brat, and then we'll deal with this guy together." "No problem." After confirming their respective targets, the two of them walked forward simultaneously. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Rhino Douluo immediately took out a firework with a rhinoceros pattern from his robes. He pulled the fuse of the firework with force. The firework soared into the sky with a whistle. Bang bang bang. A rhinoceros pattern lit up in the sky, lingering for a long time. This was Rhino Douluo's distress signal. Seeing the other party release a distress signal, Spirit Fiend smiled disdainfully. "It's useless. Even if you send a rescue signal, so what? Spirit City is dozens of kilometers away. Even a titled Douluo would take half an hour to arrive. By then, you will have already become mummified corpses." Jia, Hall of Worship. Inside the Golden Crocodile Manor, Gold Crocodile Douluo had just returned from the Heaven Do Empire's soul hunting grounds not long ago. At this moment, he was listening to a servant report that Golden Crown had come looking for him. "A few days ago, Xiao Mian came back specifically to find me? Did something happen?" Golden Crocodile guessed that Golden Crown must have caused some trouble at school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for him. The servant replied truthfully, "I don't know. When the young master saw that you weren't here, he went to find Rhino Douluo and then left the city in a carriage." "Left the city? All right, I understand. You may leave." Golden Crocodile waved his hand to dismiss the servant. Then he stroked his beard. "With that little fellow Rhino around, Xiao Mian shouldn't have any problems. Rhino is a titled Douluo now. Even if something happens, he should be able to handle it." Just as he relaxed and was about to go play chess with the high priest, suddenly, a sound came from the silent sky. He turned his head and saw a rhinoceros reflected in the distant sky. "Eh? Who's setting off fireworks in broad daylight? What a mess. Fireworks should be set off at night." Saying that, Golden Crocodile walked out of the manor. But as he walked, he realized something was wrong. What decent family sets off fireworks in the middle of the day? He quickly looked back. Wait, that looks like Rhino's distress signal. Is he in danger? Oh no, Xiao Mian. Realizing the situation, Golden Crocodile quickly flew out of the manor. He rushed toward the direction of the distress signal. The other consecrators had also seen the distress signal. However, they didn't take any action. After all, rescue missions were usually handled by the Elder Palace and the various cathedrals. But after seeing Golden Crocodile fly rapidly through the air, they realized something was wrong again. It's just a rescue. Why would it cause the second consecrator to mobilize? The other consecrators also quickly took to the air, chasing after Golden Crocodile to ask what was happening. Unexpectedly, Golden Crocodile's speed was simply too fast. They exerted all their strength just to catch up. Upon learning that Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo had left the city and were in danger, the other 6 consecrators all grew anxious. Together with Gold Crocodile Douluo, they flew rapidly toward the distress signal. Leading the way was Qian Daoliu. Among them, he was the strongest, and his seraphim spirit inherently possessed the ability to fly. Thus, he was the fastest. "Old second, I'll go ahead." With a shoot, Qian Daoliu's figure vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo had already begun their battle with the bloodthirsty twin fiends. 26. Number 26 Biggest Crisis. Chapter 26, The Greatest Crisis. Within the dense jungle, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce collision. The resulting shockwaves knocked down several large trees. Facing the aggressive assault of Spirit Fiend, Rhino Douluo naturally showed no fear. Although his raging rhino had mutated into an attack system, it still retained extremely strong defensive capabilities. He could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Under normal circumstances, Rhino Douluo would have a 70% chance of defeating his opponent. Unfortunately, this time, his heart was also concerned for Golden Crown. He simply couldn't afford to fight a steady, calculated battle. After several rounds of exchange, following another intense clash, the two retreated away from each other. Spirit Fiend gave a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, not bad, old man. I didn't expect you'd actually be able to fight this great me to a draw. Pity. You are destined to become a stepping stone on our path of cultivation today. The battle on my brother's side should be nearing its end. You animal. 7th Spirit Ability Martial Soul True Body. Rhino Douluo immediately unleashed his Martial Soul True Body. His body, which was already in a beastified state, now turned a glowing red heat. This was a unique characteristic of a beast spirit after activating its Martial Soul True Body. Berserk. In this state, a beast spirit master's combat power would increase several times over. Oh my, a Martial Soul True Body is so scary. However, this great me has one too. 7th Spirit Ability, Martial Soul True Body. Immediately after, the two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. And not far away, Golden Crown activated his spirit and took a combat stance, watching the Blood Fiend before him with great vigilance. This was his first time truly facing a titled Douluo. Furthermore, the opponent was an evil soul master. At the thought of this, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. 1,000-year rings for the first and second, and a 10,000-year ring for the third. Blood Fiend was also very surprised as he looked at the spirit ring configuration on Golden Crown's body. He then let out a cruel laugh. Gia Gia Gia. It seems we've run into a genius youth today. A genius's essence and blood must be even more delicious. Spirit Hall will surely be furious to lose a genius like you. Even though he knew his own strength was worlds apart from his opponent's, Golden Crown was not the type of sheep to be slaughtered at will. In this situation, if he let the opponent strike first, he wouldn't have a single path to survival. He had to strike first. 1st Spirit Ability Dark Gold Tyrant Body. 3rd Spirit Ability Golden Sky Rending Claw. After activating his buffing spirit ability, he immediately used his current strongest spirit ability, a Golden Claw Shadow, carrying the force of breaking the wind, clawed viciously toward Blood Fiend. Insignificant tricks. Facing Golden Crown's strongest move, Blood Fiend gave a disdainful smile. A mere 3-ring spirit elder dared to resist before him, a titled Douluo. It was truly like a mantis trying to stop a carriage, overestimating its own strength. He didn't even bother to move, keeping his hands behind his back. The protective spirit power on his body condensed into a shield. But what he didn't expect was, the next second, that Golden Claw Shadow actually ignored the shield, penetrating right through it and rapidly striking toward his neck. What? Blood Fiend was startled and hurriedly dodged. But he was not an agility attack system spirit master after all. At this distance, no matter how fast he was still hit by that Golden Claw Shadow. Although it only grazed him, it still left 5 relatively deep bloody gashes. Blood Fiend's expression turned serious. You are but a mere spirit elder. How could you possibly break through this seat's defense? Take a guess. Seeing his attack take effect, Golden Crown couldn't help but feel a bit smug. However, he wasn't so smug as to reveal the effect of his 3rd spirit ability being able to ignore any defense. After all, he wasn't some answer every question alien. He wouldn't answer just because the opponent asked. Blood Fiend felt something flowing from his neck, so he reached out to touch it. Blood. Looking at the blood on his hand, Blood Fiend was furious. To think that he, a dignified titled Douluo, was actually injured by a spirit elder and even bled. This was truly a humongous humiliation. Not to mention that blood was an extremely precious thing to him. Blood Fiend's entire body trembled, and his eyes turned crimson. You actually dared to make this great me bleed. If I don't kill you today, it will be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. Ha! Blood Fiend roared. The spirit power inside his body erupted like a surging tide. Golden Crown was blown back several meters by this momentum. Blood Fiend held a scimitar, his body emitting a dark red evil aura. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face took on a hideous expression. Brat, die for me. Blood Fiend swung the scimitar. A blood-red crescent slash came howling toward Golden Crown. Facing an attack from a titled Douluo, Golden Crown naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to take it head-on. He quickly dodged, but that slash, as if entering an uninhabited territory, sliced over a dozen century-old trees in half. Just as Golden Crown reached a new position, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Trying to run? It's not that easy. With a bang, Blood Fiend's fist had already smashed into Golden Crown's back. The overwhelming force caused Golden Crown's internal organs to suffer a significant shock. Blood involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. His whole body flew out uncontrollably like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into a mountainside. Before he could catch his breath, Blood Fiend's attack followed immediately after. 5th spirit ability, soul extinguishing / boom. The smoke cleared. Rhino Douluo was seen standing in front of Golden Crown. But his own injuries were not light either, and he was panting heavily. Clearly, his physical strength was severely depleted. Young master, are you alright? I am fine, but Elder Ling, you seem to be quite badly injured. Golden Crown placed his hand on Rhino Douluo's back, circulating the internal energy of the 9-yang divine art to heal him. Seeing his attack blocked by Rhino Douluo, Blood Fiend said irritably, "Damn it, how did this old fellow get here?" Spirit Fiend, who was also significantly injured, walked over. This old guy acted like he didn't want his life just now, using his 9th spirit ability on me 3 times in a row. That's what forced me back, but presumably, his stamina is almost gone. Blood Fiend listened and said, I see. In that case, let's send this old and young pair on their way together. Let's end the battle with that move. The two nodded in unison. Then, they gripped each other's hands and shouted simultaneously, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. One-hit kill. Their blood-sucking scimitars fused together, becoming massive. Spinning rapidly, it slashed toward Golden Crown and Rhino Douluo. Not good. Young master, run. Rhino Douluo pushed Golden Crown away with force, then used his remaining spirit power to resist. Rumble. After a loud explosion, Rhino Douluo was directly and severely wounded, a very deep wound left on his body. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. He completely lost the ability to move. Although Golden Crown was pushed away in time, he was still knocked unconscious by the residual power of this move. After all, a martial soul fusion skill performed by two titled Douluo was no joke. Big brother, let me take that brat's life. Blood Fiend, holding his scimitar, arrived before Golden Crown. Young master, damn it. Rhino Douluo wanted to get up and rescue him, but at this moment, his injuries were so severe that he had completely lost his mobility. He simply couldn't do anything. Die for me. 27. Number 27. Miris makes a powerful comeback. Chapter 27. Miris makes a powerful entrance. Go to hell, Shueisha shouted, the smile on his face growing more cruel. Just as the scimitar was about to fall, Golden Crown emitted a dazzling light. This light was like the rising sun, illuminating the entire forest. A powerful aura shook Shueisha back. Shueisha, having regained his balance, looked at Golden Crown lying on the ground, a look of bewilderment on his face. What's going on? Golden Crown slowly floated up. His body radiated brilliant golden light, appearing extremely sacred. The next moment, a huge pillar of energy shot up into the sky like a fountain, as if to tear apart the entire firmament, causing the surrounding environment to tremble. The God Realm. At the highest point of the God Realm stood a majestic palace. This was the core area of the God Realm. Ordinary gods were not qualified to enter. Only the 5 great god kings and some first-rank divinities with special duties could come here, and within the God Realm Committee Council Hall, the 5 great god kings, Asura god, god of goodness, god of evil, god of destruction, and goddess of life sat around a round table, holding a meeting. Just as the meeting was halfway through, the palace suddenly shook violently. What's happening? Why is it suddenly shaking? Could it be an earthquake? Evil, have you been in the God Realm for too long and gone stupid? How could such a minor disaster as an earthquake occur here? Then it can't be a space-time turbulence, can it? Impossible. If it were space-time turbulence, the God Realm's core would definitely issue a warning. As the 5 great god kings were speculating, a golden pillar of light, emanating immense energy, ignored the God Realm's barrier and shot into the sky. Such powerful light energy. What is that god of light fellow up to? God of evil gazed at the pillar of light, puzzled. God of goodness shook her head. No, the fluctuation of this light energy is far beyond what God of light can emit. God of destruction pointed in the direction of the light pillar and said, this energy seems to be coming from the lower realm, and this light energy feels so familiar, as if I just saw it not long ago. Immediately, the 5 god kings swiftly left the council hall. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the God Realm's core. They began to examine the situation. Soon, they found that the energy originated from the Douluo continent. God of Destruction looked at the familiar figure on the screen and said, oh, it's this little fellow. No wonder I feel so familiar with this light. The other god kings also suddenly realized. After all, they had all sensed the commotion when Golden Crown awakened his spirit not long ago. And the 5 god kings had even secretly used their divine sense to try and establish contact with Golden Crown, hoping he would become their successor. Unfortunately, Golden Crown Miris's energy was too powerful. As soon as their divine sense tried to connect with Golden Crown, it was driven out by the strong light lower realm. Golden Crown, floating in midair, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, his body began to change. Under the dazzling light, his height grew to about 1.8 meters. His appearance also transformed from youthful to a very handsome look with sharp features. He also gained a set of orange armor. A V-shaped golden crystal appeared on his forehead. Mika, golden crown, slowly landed on the ground and stretched his hands, seemingly getting used to this power. Playing God. Don't think that just because you've grown bigger, you're a match for this lord. Ninth spirit ability, Bloodthirsty Scimitar. Shueisha didn't care, directly unleashing his ultimate move. Looking at the attack rushing towards him, Golden Crown manifested a light shield in front of him. Not only did it block the attack, but it also reflected it back. What? Seeing his attack reflected back, Shueisha quickly jumped into the air. Shueisha, this kid is not right. Come here quickly and use the martial soul fusion skill. Spirit Fiend, elder brother hastily reminded him. After landing, Shueisha quickly went to Spirit Fiend, elder brother's side. The two once again activated their martial soul fusion skill. One hit, instant kill. Mika, Golden Crown, threw a right punch. He unleashed the highly destructive golden light energy. Effortlessly, it shattered the Bloodthirsty brothers' martial soul fusion skill. In their terrified eyes, the light energy rapidly approached. They wanted to dodge, but they found an invisible pressure that rendered them completely unable to move. Impossible. How could we lose to a mere spirit elder? Ah! Amidst a scream, the light energy completely engulfed them. Boom! After a loud explosion, a mushroom cloud rose into the air. When the smoke cleared, only a huge crater remained on the ground. As for the Bloodthirsty brothers, they were directly obliterated into thin air. This scene left Rhino Douluo, who was nearby, so astonished that his jaw dropped. Holy crap, what did I just see? Young master emitted a strong light, suddenly grew bigger, and then with one punch, he annihilated two titled Douluo Evil Soul Masters. Equally shocked was Qian Daoliu, who had just arrived. He had just come and witnessed Golden Crown transform into a youth, then kill the Bloodthirsty brothers with a single punch. After eliminating the enemies, Golden Crown's entire body glowed once more. However, this time it was white light, and he was covered in sweat, clutching his chest. A few seconds later, Golden Crown returned to his original form and fainted on the ground. Qian Daoliu's figure swiftly appeared beside Golden Crown, picking him up and examining his condition. Rhino Douluo saw Qian Daoliu arrive and, bracing himself, stood up. High Priest. Qian Daoliu threw a pill to Rhino Douluo. Thank you, High Priest, for the medicine. Rhino Douluo swallowed the medicine in one gulp, sat on the ground, and began to heal his injuries. After a careful examination, Qian Daoliu was relieved to see that Golden Crown was fine. After all, if anything happened to this kid, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his granddaughter. Not long after, the other few priests also arrived at the scene one after another. Xiao Mian, Golden Crocodile, anxiously placed his hand on Golden Crown's body, carefully examining him. Finding that he had only fainted, the worry in his heart finally subsided. The journey here had terrified him, fearing that something might happen to his beloved grandson. Then his Golden Crocodile family would have no heir. At this moment, Rhino Douluo also finished healing his injuries. Golden Crocodile quickly asked what had happened. Upon hearing that they encountered evil soul masters on their way back, entitled Douluo level 1s at that, Golden Crocodile was furious. What audacious evil soul masters, daring to bully me. Golden Crocodile, it seems this old man needs to thoroughly purge these beasts. By the way, where did those two evil soul masters who attacked you go? Where did they run off to? This old man is going to capture them today and tear them to shreds. The high priest interjected. No need for such trouble. Those two were already killed by Xiao Mian with one punch. Then Qian Daoliu recounted the scene he had witnessed upon his arrival to the others. This left several people stunned. Alright, don't worry about these trivial matters for now. It's better to return to Spirit Hall as soon as possible and find a healing spirit master to give Xiao Mian a comprehensive treatment. Golden Crocodile finished speaking, hugged Golden Crown, and flew away. 28. #28 Grandpa, are you awake? Light. Chapter 28. Grandpa, are you sober? Night. Inside the Golden Crocodile Manor, the unconscious Golden Crown slowly opened his eyes. This is my room? Strange, I remember being knocked out by the residual shockwave from those two evil soul masters' martial soul fusion skill just now. It seems the old master or some other consecrated came in time to save me. But we have no memory of it? And I keep feeling like I forgot something. Creak, the door opened. The Golden Crocodile walked in carrying the freshly brewed medicine. Seeing Golden Crown awake, the face that had been worried all afternoon finally relaxed. Xiao Mian is awake. Do you feel anything unusual about your body? The Golden Crocodile quickly went to the bedside and asked with concern. Golden Crown shook his head. No, just a bit tired. That's good. Come, drink your medicine. He took the medicine. Golden Crown tasted a sip and immediately showed an expression of pain. Ugh, this is too bitter, Grandpa. Did you put in a gallbladder? The golden crocodile smiled. Good medicine tastes bitter. Drink it quickly. I also prepared honey for you. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need honey with my medicine. You are only 6 years old. Golden Crown was momentarily speechless. There was no choice, as he truly was only 6 years old right now. Pinching his nose, he downed all the medicine in one gulp. Golden Crown took the honey and asked, Grandpa, how did you deal with those 2 evil soul masters who attacked me? And how is the rhino Douluo? Didn't you punch those 2 evil soul masters to death yourself? As for that brat rhino, although his injuries were severe, fortunately, his foundation wasn't damaged, and he'll be fine after a month of recuperation. By the way, why are you asking me this question? You did it yourself, don't you remember? The golden crocodile replied. Golden Crown pointed at himself and said in disbelief, Grandpa, are you sober? Listen to yourself. Does that sound like something a person should say? Me? A spirit elder, punching 2 evil soul masters who were at the titled Douluo level and new martial soul fusion skill to death? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. For a spirit elder to kill 2 titled Douluo, it would require a nuclear bomb. Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking. Seeing that Golden Crown didn't seem to be joking, the golden crocodile recounted the battle scene witnessed by the high priest and the rhino Douluo. How about it? Do you remember now? Golden Crown shook his head but did not speak. Instead, he lowered his head, thinking about something. He had instantly grown into a young man, and erupted with a powerful light. After the battle ended, he collapsed back onto the ground and fainted, and his body returned to its normal appearance. This familiar fighting style quickly made him realize what had happened. It must have been his second spirit, Miris, actively coming out to protect him when he encountered mortal danger. Seeing Golden Crown remain silent, the golden crocodile prepared to leave, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something. So he turned back, and even deliberately put on a sad expression, saying, Oh right, Xiao Mian, I have some bad news to tell you. What bad news? Golden Crown asked doubtfully. Little Shui unfortunately passed away during her cultivation. After saying the last sentence, the room fell into a long silence. Golden Crown, who had been thinking, was startled by the news of Qian Runshui's passing, but then he thought again. That's not right. How could Qian Runshui suddenly die when she was perfectly fine? Calculating the time. Oh, it was time for her to go undercover in the Heaven Do Empire. No wonder the old man wasn't around last time he visited. Turns out he was busy with this matter. The golden crocodile also felt that something was off. He expected his grandson to at least be anxious or sad upon hearing the news of Qian Runshui's death, if not crying hysterically. But what was with this calm demeanor? Could it be that his acting wasn't convincing enough? After thinking for a moment, the golden crocodile tried hard to recall the saddest things he had experienced in his life. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a few tears. Then he continued, Xiao Mian, I know you are very sad, but accidents are very normal on the path to becoming stronger. You must learn to accept it. Golden Crown leaned back on the pillow, crossed his arms, and said, Accept it, but I have a question. How did little Shui die? Did her cultivation go astray, causing her to suffer chi deviation? Or was she attacked by evil soul masters and fell unfortunately? Or did she suddenly fall ill and die before she could be treated? The golden crocodile clearly hadn't expected Golden Crown to ask these questions. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He stammered. This little Shui's accident, it was actually a kind of In short, just accept it. I happen to have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Rest well. The golden crocodile, unable to continue his fabrication, stood up to leave. But Golden Crown quickly called him back. Wait, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. What is it? The golden crocodile reluctantly turned back. Meanwhile, he prayed that Golden Crown wouldn't ask any more questions about Qian Runshui. I want to go somewhere, Grandpa, can you? Bang. Before he could finish speaking, he received a heavy punch of love on the head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old man, why did you hit me? Golden Crown cried out, holding his head. The golden crocodile said angrily, Stinky kid, you forget the pain once the wound heals, right? You were just attacked by the Blood Soul 10, and now you're thinking about running around outside. Stay put, you are not allowed to go anywhere, understand? My business is urgent. What urgent business could a little brat like you have? It's really urgent. Grandpa, listen to me. Golden Crown told the golden crocodile about the 9-star Begonia sect. After hearing the whole story, the golden crocodile rubbed his chin and said, I've long heard of the defect in the 9-star Begonia spirit. Spirit Hall has also invited them to join multiple times, but they were always refused. If we can really cure the defect in their spirits, perhaps we can truly pull them into our camp. But what was the name of that book you mentioned, kid? It actually recorded how to cure the defect of the 9-star begonia spirit. Tell me, I'll look for it another day. Golden Crown was instantly speechless. That book was something he completely made up on the spot. Where could he find it? He immediately said, I already forgot the name. Alright then, tell me what the cure for the 9-star begonia's defect is. And where is this place you need to go? The golden crocodile continued to inquire. Golden Crown said, curing the 9-star begonia's defect requires using an immortal herb, and I happen to know who possesses the immortal herb. Who? The golden crocodile asked curiously. He knew about immortal herbs too, but after living so many years, he had never seen one. After all, this was something that could be encountered but not sought after. Golden Crown slowly revealed, Douluo Bo. According to the information I obtained, this guy has a very large immortal herb garden, although I don't know the exact location, so I want Grandpa to help me send people to scout it out. Once we know the location, we'll go seize that garden. The golden crocodile said after listening, so it's that kid from the Douluo family. I didn't expect him to have the legendary immortal herb. Fine, I'll help you investigate this matter. But you are not allowed to run around recently, kid. Once your injuries heal, you must return to the Spirit Hall Academy first. After saying that, the golden crocodile took the bowl and left. Golden Crown rested at home for 2 days before being sent back to the Spirit Hall Academy. 29. Number 29. Determine location. Chapter 29. Locating the position. 5 days later, Spirit Hall Academy, Dueling Arena. Just a few days after returning to school, the Golden Generation trio came knocking on the door once again. Having learned from their previous failure, and combined with the new skills they learned from Bibi Dong, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan challenged Golden Crown once more in the name of avenging their shame. Hu Liena, in particular, expressed with great confidence that they would definitely win this time. Regarding this, Golden Crown didn't coddle them. After all, the more children are coddled, the easier it is for trouble to occur. A good beating would fix it. The surrounding area was filled with students and teachers who had come to watch the excitement. How long has it even been? Hu Liena's group is challenging Golden Crown again? Exactly. Have they forgotten how Golden Crown thrashed them last time so quickly? It's different. I heard Yan say that Hu Liena and Xie Yu learned an incredibly powerful move. What move? I don't know. Bets are open. Bets are open. Bet on Golden Crown to win at 1-3. Bet on the Golden Generation to win at 3-1. While the students were discussing heatedly, the surrounding teachers also shared their views on the battle. Old Bai, who do you think will win this time? Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan. You're way too optimistic about them. Don't forget that Golden Crown's spirit ring configuration is unprecedented. Not to mention he won last time. I know, but Golden Crown was hiding his true strength back then. Hu Liena's group didn't know the specifics and were careless, which is why they were defeated. But this time is different. The three of them are prepared, and besides, we've seen their hard work over these past few days. After all that, who do you think will win? It's a 50-50 toss-up. HMPH, you're certainly playing both sides. While they were talking, the 4 people in the arena were already prepared to start fighting at any moment. I'm telling you 3, how long has it been and your tails are already wagging in the air? Again? So eager to get beaten up. Golden Crown finished warming up and spoke to the 3. Hearing this, Hu Liena smiled. Golden Crown, haven't you heard that modesty leads to progress while pride leads to regression? You are too proud. Today you will surely be defeated by us. Golden Crown retorted, it's true that I'm proud, but the key is that I've never regressed either. You. These words left Hu Liena quite fuming. Yan clenched his fists, too arrogant. We must defeat him today. Victory, x3. After the 3 finished speaking confidently, Yan and Xie Yu were the first to make a move. The 2 launched an attack simultaneously from the left and right, striking at Golden Crown. Compared to last time, the attack speed of the 2 had significantly improved. Not bad, you've improved a lot, but unfortunately, you're still too slow. Golden Crown used his momentum to sidestep Xie Yu's strike, applying a slight force with his right hand. He caused Xie Yu to strike towards Yan instead. Ouch, Xie Yu, why are you hitting me? My mistake, my mistake. Taking advantage of the moment they were speaking, Golden Crown unleashed his second spirit ability, Golden Flash. Just as he raised his hand to strike, Hu Liena activated her charm spirit ability. This illusion is quite a bit stronger than the last one, but unfortunately, I'm not someone so easily controlled. Golden Crown broke through the illusion in an instant, but in that brief moment, Xie Yu and Yan had already returned to Hu Liena's side. This guy is even stronger than before. If Nana hadn't timely controlled him just now, the 2 of us might have been knocked down already. Going on like this isn't an option. Xie Yu, I'll hold him off. You and Nana perform that move. Hu Liena nodded. Alright, brother, let's do it. Let Golden Crown see how formidable we are. The siblings' hands gripped tightly together. Their respective spirits appeared above their heads and then began to slowly merge together. A martial soul fusion skill? Golden Crown said, as unpleasant memories were stirred in his mind. Yan, meanwhile, rushed forward, launching continuous attacks, buying time for the two. So annoying. Dark Gold Tyrant Body. After boosting his own strength several times over, Golden Crown sent Yan flying with a single punch. By then, Hu Liena and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion skill was already complete. The field was covered in a mist mixed with red and pink. This was precisely the core ability of their martial soul fusion skill, the red mist domain. Within the range of this domain, an opponent's senses, spirit power, and mobility would all be significantly reduced. Next, an androgynous fiend emerged from the mist. Now Golden Crown had no choice but to take it seriously. Charm. The fiend's eyes lit up with a pink glow, activating mental control. Clearly, this charm was far stronger than the one Hu Liena performed alone. Golden Crown reacted quickly, flashing into the air. He unleashed Golden Flash once again, striking out. Slash. Moonblades appeared in the fiend's hands and were swung out. They sliced the incoming light sphere in half. It seems I must get serious today. Golden Crown finished speaking. He no longer held back, exerting his full strength to clash with Hu Liena and Xie Yu's martial soul fusion skill. Although a martial soul fusion skill is powerful, it has a clear weakness. That is, the consumption of spirit power is far too massive. Not to mention that the current Xie Yu and Hu Liena were only spirit grandmasters. Their spirit power was limited. They could only hold on for a few minutes before they couldn't sustain it anymore. On the other hand, Golden Crown, relying on the terrifying recovery of the 9-yang divine art, spammed his ultimate moves as if they cost nothing. At this moment, he deeply understood what the prince's tactics meant, and what it meant to have overwhelming firepower when rich. One move to decide the winner. Third spirit ability, Golden Sky Rending Claw. While unleashing the spirit ability, his right palm radiated a golden light. That's right, this time he also added the power of his spirit bone. He swung his right hand with force. The golden claw shadow, which seemed capable of tearing through space, struck out. Hu Liena and Xie Yu also used the last of their strength to launch their strongest strike. Crack. Golden Crown's strike could be described as incredibly formidable. Not only did the spirit ability inherently ignore defense, but it also added the terrifying power of the spirit bone. The moment the two attacks touched, Hu Liena and Xie Yu's attack was shredded. Immediately after, it pierced through the fiend. X2. After Hu Liena and Xie Yu let out painful cries, their martial soul fusion skill deactivated, and they collapsed unconscious on the ground. But the attack didn't stop. It flew towards the two. Withered chrysanthemum injuries everywhere. Falling petals break the heart. At that moment, a massive chrysanthemum appeared on the field, blocking the attack launched by Golden Crown. The newcomer was none other than Chrysanthemum Douluo. He glanced at Golden Crown and didn't say a word. Instead, he took Hu Liena and Xie Yu and left. He came just in time, Golden Crown said, shaking his hand. He then left the dueling arena and returned to the dormitory. Just as he reached the dormitory entrance, he saw a family servant waiting at the door. Young master, you're finally back. The master wants you to return home immediately. He says the location you were looking for has been determined. Great immortal herbs, here I come. 30. Number 30. Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. Chapter 30. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Sunset Forest. Like the Star Do Great Forest, it is one of the Heaven Do Empire's major gathering places for wild spirit beasts. It is located 100 miles east of Heaven Do City. The environment here is extremely dangerous. It possesses numerous natural obstacles, such as poisonous miasma, dense fog, and various traps. Although its area is not as vast as the Star Do Great Forest, there are many high-level spirit beasts here, and in the very center of the forest, there is a treasure land. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. After the Ice and Fire Dragon King perished in the Dragon God's calamity, its corpse fell into the spring water here. Tens of thousands of years passed. The extreme ice and fire elements of the two Dragon Kings slowly merged with the spring water. Eventually, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was formed. As one of the three great treasure basins for medicinal ingredients, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well can increase the growth rate of rare plants tenfold. Many immortal herbs are nourished around the spring water. Moreover, the ice and fire dual dragon's luck gathered above it is richer than the overall luck of Heaven Do City. But now, this place belongs to Douluo. To prevent people or spirit beasts from discovering it, this guy used the poisonous miasma emitted by highly toxic plants like the jade phosphor 7 absolutes flower to set up traps. However, Douluo didn't recognize its true value, guarding a treasure land unknowingly, only using it to suppress the poison within his body. But today, this place welcomed a new master. Golden Crown, accompanied by Golden Crocodile, had already arrived at the outer perimeter of the ice and fire yin-yang well. We finally made it. Looking at the dense green poisonous miasma before him, he showed no fear but rather excitement, because he was about to obtain an immortal herb. Such dense poisonous miasma, it seems there are indeed good things inside. Xiao Mian, stay close to me. Golden Crocodile released his spirit power, forming a protective shield that enveloped both him and Xiao Mian. Then, the two walked into the poisonous miasma. Although this poisonous miasma was formidable in front of Golden Crocodile, a level 98 peak Douluo, it was completely useless. Not long after, the two walked out of the poisonous miasma and arrived on a mountain peak. Upon truly seeing the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Golden Crown was genuinely amazed. The entire valley was covered with large and small pools of various colors. Each pool emitted a peculiar aura, especially the spring eye at the center, where red and blue spring waters intertwined like a Tai Chi diagram. Even standing on the mountaintop, one could feel the heat and cold rising from below. And around the spring water, various medicinal herbs grew. Each herb emitted a faint glow, illuminating the valley, making it like a fairyland. Let's go down. Golden Crocodile led Golden Crown, jumping down from the cliff. As soon as they landed, Golden Crown discovered that the air here contained extremely strong energy. If an ordinary spirit master cultivated here again, they would surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. Xiao Mian, don't run around. There are many things here that even I haven't seen. Absolutely do not touch anything carelessly. Where is he? Golden Crocodile cautioned while observing his surroundings. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, Golden Crown was already gone. 9th grade Purple Ganoderma, Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, Snow Silkworm. Golden Crown held a book, walking along and reading out the names of the medicinal herbs he saw, matching them with the book. This book was a reward he received a few days ago by sneaking into the Supreme Pontiff Palace to sign in. The Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas. It recorded various immortal herbs on the Douluo continent, as well as the method of picking and consuming each immortal herb. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the spring water. He saw an immortal herb growing next to both the red and blue pools. The immortal herb in the red pool was entirely fiery red, shaped like a cabbage, emitting extremely strong thermal energy. This was the highly toxic immortal grade medicinal herb containing extreme fire attribute energy, known as the top grade fire poison, the blazing apricot delicate bloom. And the immortal herb in the blue pool was entirely blue and white, with 8 petals blooming outwards, a core of ice crystals, emitting extremely strong cold energy to its surroundings. This was precisely the immortal grade medicinal herb with extreme ice energy, the octagonal, mysterious ice grass. These are the blazing apricot delicate bloom and the octagonal mysterious ice grass. What a pity, in the original work, these two treasures were actually obtained by that scoundrel Tang San. However, now these two immortal herbs are mine. Golden Crown closed the book. From his storage soul tool, he took out the jade tools he had prepared in advance. Just as he was about to step forward to pick them, he was stopped by Golden Crocodile. Xiao Mian, don't be reckless. The things here are extremely extraordinary. Before figuring out what they are, absolutely do not touch them carelessly. Today, he was truly enlightened. He never expected that Douluo had such a treasure land. Most of the things here, even with his 100 years of experience, he had never seen. Only those 2 or 3 medicinal herbs had he seen in books. Don't worry, Grandpa, I've already made preparations. Look, Golden Crown handed the book to Golden Crocodile. Golden Crocodile flipped through the Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas in his hand and couldn't help but praise. What a good book, it actually records information about immortal herbs so thoroughly. Where did you get it? I found it in the Spirit Hall Academy's library. It was originally used to prop up a table leg, and I borrowed it when I accidentally discovered it. Golden Crown once again made up a story. Propping up a table leg? HMPH. It seems that BB Dong hasn't managed the academy very well after all. Useless books are treasured, while such an excellent book is used to prop up a table leg. Keep this book, you don't need to return it. After handing the book back to Golden Crown, Golden Crocodile took the jade tools. You stay here, I'll go retrieve these 2 medicinal herbs for you. Grandpa, please be careful. When picking, don't damage the roots and stems of the immortal herbs. Also, the blazing apricot delicate bloom and the octagonal mysterious icegrass are immortal, great medicinal herbs. They will release powerful energy when approached, Golden Crown reminded him. But then he thought, with the old man's cultivation, the energy released by these two immortal herbs would not cause him any harm at all. Understood. After responding with a roar, Golden Crocodile first walked towards the blazing apricot delicate bloom. As soon as he approached, the blazing apricot delicate bloom released powerful thermal energy, attempting to force Golden Crocodile back. Facing this scorching energy, Golden Crocodile scoffed, "Nice temperature, just right for warming my hands." He approached without any resistance. Then, as recorded in the book, he used the jade tools to pick the blazing apricot delicate bloom. He then went to the other side, and similarly picked the octagonal mysterious icegrass without any resistance. Of course, during this process, the roots and stems of the two immortal herbs were not damaged in the slightest. After he was done, he handed the two immortal herbs to Golden Crown. "Grandpa, I will now absorb these two immortal herbs. Please help me guard the area. Absorb them at ease. With me here, no one can disturb you." Golden Crown no longer wasted words. He simultaneously consumed the two immortal herbs in his hands. Although both immortal herbs were of immortal grade, if each was consumed individually, they would be the most potent poisons. Only by consuming them simultaneously, and allowing the extreme fire attribute energy and extreme ice attribute energy contained within the two immortal herbs to counteract each other, could the toxins be neutralized. However, it still required spirit power to guide it, to accelerate the body's absorption of energy, otherwise, one would explode and die. And this process only had 10 breaths of time. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Ice and Fire Refine the Body. Chapter 31. Ice and fire refine the golden body. The moment he ingested the blazing apricot delicate bloom and the octagonal mysterious ice grass, scorching energy and bone-chilling extreme cold energy instantly filled his entire body. Golden Crown dared not be careless in the slightest. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bank of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Using the 9-yang divine art as a foundation, he guided his spirit power to rapidly absorb these two vast energies. Soon, intense pain swept through his entire body. Immediately after, a layer of extreme cold energy rose from the soles of his feet, freezing him into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. But before long, scorching red energy spread throughout his body, instantly melting the ice. However, his entire body became increasingly red and hot, like a freshly cooked large shrimp. Very good, the medicinal effects are starting to work. So next, it's time to jump into this ice and fire yin-yang well. The reason he didn't jump into the spring water immediately after taking the immortal herb was to wait for the medicine to take effect, because in the original work, Tang San cultivated an impervious to water and fire body using this method. Furthermore, if he were to jump into the spring water without waiting for the medicinal effects to take hold, his bones would turn to dust in an instant. Even a powerful titled Douluo would face fatal risks if they rashly jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang well. After all, the ultimate fire and ultimate ice energy in the spring water were no joke. Golden Crown stood up and took off his outer garment, revealing his muscular and aesthetically pleasing physique. Then, under Golden Crocodile's worried gaze, he took a deep breath and with a plop sound, jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang well. Xiao Mian. He quickly came to the ice and fire yin-yang well. He was about to jump down to pull Golden Crown out. Just then, a gentle breeze blew past. It blew open the Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas that Golden Crown had placed next to his clothes. It just so happened to open to the page that recorded the blazing apricot delicate bloom and the octagonal mysterious icegrass. So that's it. This kid wants to use this ice and fire yin-yang well to cultivate an impervious to water and fire body. I worried for nothing, old man. Golden Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, closed the book, found a large stone, and began to wait. Inside the ice and fire yin-yang well, Golden Crown's body slowly sank into it. Bone-chilling cold and surging hot spring water continuously washed over his flesh. Meanwhile, the two energies within his body, sharing the same attributes as the spring water, continuously cleansed his meridians. Under the internal and external assault, the pain far exceeded the limits of human endurance. Damn it, although I knew this process would be very painful, but I didn't expect it to be this intense. Not good, my consciousness is getting blurry. Golden Crown endured, trying his best to remain conscious. Just as the pain grew stronger and he was about to faint from the agony, The 9 yang divine art began to take effect. The ultimate yang qi, while refining the two energies, also continuously produced swirling purple qi. After the swirling purple qi circulated through his body for a grand cycle, the effect of cleansing marrow and purifying essence was actually activated once again. However, after the previous cleansing of marrow and purifying essence, all impurities in Golden Crown's body had been expelled. Therefore, this time, the effect of cleansing marrow and purifying essence was completely focused on strengthening his physical body and meridians. The ultimate yang internal energy flowed through his limbs and bones, and the 8 extraordinary meridians, nourishing the meridians that had just been flushed. In an instant, the pain was greatly reduced. This made Golden Crown sigh in relief, and at the same time, he absorbed the energy of the 2 immortal herbs even faster. Time slowly passed. The energy of the immortal herbs was also gradually absorbed and refined. Golden Crown's entire body, tempered by the ice and fire yin-yang well, at this moment, actually emitted a faint golden light. He looked like a small golden man. After absorbing the last trace of immortal herb energy in his body, Golden Crown opened his eyes. His 2 pupils, one left and one right, had turned blue and red respectively. But then they were suppressed by gold. Finally, they reverted to black pupils. Since all the energy from the 2 immortal herbs was used by him to temper his body and cleanse his meridians, his rank had not changed much. It's done. Feeling the changes in his body, Golden Crown was very excited. But then he frowned. Wait, this feeling isn't right. It seems to be more than just impervious to water and fire. Looking at the golden light emanating from his body, he became a little unsettled. This is an indestructible Vajra body. It's important to know that while an impervious to water and fire body is strong, it can only immunize against water and fire attacks. However, an indestructible Vajra body possesses absolute defense, not only immune to water and fire attacks but also able to block many physical attacks. Even spirit masters of the same rank releasing spirit abilities would probably not be able to break the defense of an indestructible Vajra body. Alright, it's time to go up. After his excitement, Golden Crown prepared to swim ashore. Suddenly, red and blue light flashed from a very small cave opening at the bottom of the spring. What is that? Quote, just as Golden Crown was filled with doubt, the system's voice answered his question. Open black lens bracket ding detected host is currently in the ice and fire yin-yang well close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special sign in mission released. Go to the ice and fire Dragon King's corpse and sign in. Close black lens bracket. So that's how it is. This ice and fire yin-yang well was formed after the demise of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, Jingguo millions of years. It was only natural that the bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings were buried within. Just as Golden Crown was about to swim towards the cave opening, he found that he urgently needed fresh air. There was no other way. To avoid suffocating, he could only choose to swim upwards first. On the shore, Golden Crocodile, who had been waiting for a long time, grew anxious when Golden Crown still hadn't surfaced. Fortunately, Golden Crown surfaced at that moment. This allowed him to relax. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Golden Crown shout, "Grandpa, I found something good under this spring, I need to go down again." After saying that, Golden Crown took another breath and dove into the water, under Golden Crocodile's bewildered gaze. Soon, he returned to his previous position. He began to swim towards the cave opening. Unexpectedly, the further he swam towards the opening, the greater the resistance. But Golden Crown was no pushover. His body continuously spun in the water, like a drill. He broke through the resistance and entered the cave opening. Clatter. Phew, I finally made it in. There's no water here. Realizing he could speak, Golden Crown immediately reacted. He turned his head to observe the situation inside the cave. He saw that the entrance, like a thin membrane, blocked all the extremely dangerous ice and fire yin-yang wellspring water outside. The surrounding natural rock walls were nothing special. The red and blue light he had seen in the water earlier was coming from deeper within the cave. It seems I need to go further inside. The burial site of the 2 Dragon Kings after their demise. There shouldn't be a shortage of good things. Saying this, Golden Crown walked towards the deeper part of the cave. As he walked further in, the red and blue light grew brighter. He knew he was getting close to the location of the 2 Dragon Kings' bodies. Soon, he reached the end. After exiting the cave opening, the scene before him left him completely stunned. My heavens. 32. Number 32 Dragon King's remains. Sign in for Dragon Egg. Chapter 32. Dragon King remains. Checking in for Dragon Eggs. Walking out of the cave entrance, what met his eyes were 2 incomparably massive skeletal remains. One on the left and one on the right. They emitted red and blue halos that intertwined and spiraled together. They formed the shape of a taiji, having weathered tens of millions of years. The two corpses had long since turned into white bones. One could roughly see with the naked eye that each skeleton was over several thousand meters long. Even the size of a 100,000-year spirit beast was like that of a small child in front of them. The surrounding environment was also very peculiar. Fire and ice, two elements that were originally incompatible, actually coexisted here in a strange way. The balance between the two was extreme, without the slightest hint of conflict. The walls were covered with blue ice crystals and blazing flames. It formed a unique spectacle. The air also radiated intense heat and severe cold. With every breath, his nasal passages felt the stinging pain of cold and heat. Fortunately, he had absorbed the blazing apricot delicate bloom and the octagonal mysterious ice grass. He quickly adapted to the environment here. Jin Mian took a step and walked inside. Who would have thought that just after taking one step, an earth-shattering, terrifying pressure rushed toward him. Roar! A soul-shaking roar filled with endless majesty echoed throughout the cave at that moment. First spirit ability, Dark Gold Tyrant Body. Jin Mian hurriedly activated his spirit and unleashed his first spirit ability. He crossed his arms in front of him for protection. He used all his strength to resist this pressure. This is dragon might, as expected of two God King level Dragon Kings. Even though they have been dead for tens of millions of years, this residual might is still so terrifying. Dragon might. This was a unique ability innate to the Dragon Clan, possessing the effect of suppressing all spirit beasts. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful the dragon might. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were first-generation descendants of the Dragon God, so there was no need to speak of their lineage. They were among the purest batch. Furthermore, before they fell, they possessed God King level strength. Therefore, their dragon might belong to the very top tier. The reason why the immortal herbs in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well had not yet developed sapience to become immortal-grade plant-type spirit beasts was precisely thanks to the deterrent effect of the residual dragon might from the two great Dragon Kings. Fortunately, this dragon might did not last too long. It soon calmed down. Jin Mian arrived before the skeletal remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The system's voice then rang out. Open black lens bracket detected the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Check-in successful. Congratulations host for obtaining special items. Dragon Egg X2 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket items have been automatically stored in the system space. Please check them. Close black lens bracket. What the hell? Dragon eggs. System, are you telling me to boil these dragon eggs and eat them? Or are you making me act like a mother hen and hatch them? Open black lens bracket. The host may decide for himself. Close black lens bracket. 6. Jin Mian took the dragon eggs out of the system space. The two dragon eggs didn't look particularly special. They were white all over, just like chicken eggs. The only difference was that the dragon eggs were dozens of times larger than chicken eggs. So these are dragon eggs. I imagine they must taste quite good. Since there are two, how about I eat one? Let me think, is it better boiled? Or fried? If all else fails, maybe scrambled? Or perhaps drizzled with soul sauce? Jin Mian looked at the two dragon eggs in his arms, his brain already starting to contemplate how to cook them. As if hearing Jin Mian's devil-like whispers, the two dragon eggs began to tremble slightly. It seemed they had sensed a familiar bloodline. The skeletal remains of the two Dragon Kings, which had been lifeless, actually burst forth with vibrant vitality at this moment. Shining red and blue lights emanated from the skeletons. This movement startled Jin Mian. Holding the dragon eggs, he said, "A corpse revival?" Red and blue light clusters slowly emerged from the two massive dragon skulls. Then, with lightning speed, the two light clusters rushed into the two dragon eggs respectively. In an instant, the two originally pure white dragon eggs began to shine with red and blue light respectively. As the light clusters merged with the dragon eggs, the shells of the dragon eggs began to undergo changes. On the dragon egg emitting red light in his left hand, flame-like crystalline patterns appeared on the shell as if they were carved, blazing and bright. The dragon egg emitting blue light in his right hand was the same. A layer of ice crystals condensed on the shell, forming exquisite patterns that flickered with a deep blue light. At the same time, the two dragon eggs emitted different temperatures. So hot, wait, no, it's freezing my hand. Jin Mian, who was holding the dragon eggs, had his hands ravaged by the two temperatures. If it weren't for his absorption of the blazing apricot delicate bloom and octagonal mysterious ice grass, plus his body being washed by the spring water of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, his left and right hands would surely have been burned and frostbitten by now. The fire and ice dual attribute energy contained in the air inside the cave emitted light, looking like stars. The next second, this energy seemed to come alive. Splitting apart, they surged frantically into the two dragon eggs. The dragon eggs did not refuse, greedily absorbing the free energy. With the absorption of energy, the light emitted by the 2 dragon eggs became more and more dazzling. Before long, all the fire and ice energy in the cave was completely absorbed. The dragon eggs also gradually returned to calm. The crimson and deep blue lights dimmed down. Looking at the 2 dragon eggs that had merely changed their appearance, Jin Mian couldn't help but be curious. That's it? I was looking forward to it for so long, and this is the result. At this moment, he suddenly remembered. In the novels he read in his previous life, in similar situations, it seemed like one had to drip some blood on them. So he put the dragon eggs down and took out a small knife from his space. He cut his palm and let the blood drip onto the dragon eggs. After dripping the blood, Jin Mian sat on the ground waiting for the effect to take place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slowly passed. 10 minutes passed, and the 2 dragon eggs showed no movement at all. As expected, I was still too naive. You can't believe everything in web novels. Finished speaking, he threw the dragon eggs into the system space, planning to decide how to eat them after going back. Little did he know, just as Jin Mian threw the dragon eggs into the system space, a faint heartbeat came from within the dragon eggs. All that commotion, and this is it? A waste of excitement. I thought I could hatch 2 dragons. Forget it. Let's see if there are any good things in the burial site of these 2 dragon kings. Jin Mian stood up and began to carefully explore the dragon king remains. He saw that the corpses of the 2 dragon kings no longer emitted any light at all. Even the dragon might filling the cave had decreased significantly. He had just placed his hand on the dragon bones. The next moment, the 2 skeletons turned into powder and scattered across the ground. Jin Mian's raised hand froze in place. No, I haven't even started doing anything and it's over? Just when he thought he had come all this way for nothing, suddenly, from within the pile of bone ash, 2 colors of light, red gold and blue gold, shone forth. Jin Mian quickly stepped forward, and after seeing the glowing items clearly, he immediately felt great joy. Holy crap, a golden legend. 33. Number 33 Million-Year-Old Soul Bones. Chapter 33, Million-Year Spirit Bone. These objects emitting crimson gold and blue gold light were nothing else. They were exactly spirit bones. And moreover, they were million-year spirit bones. The left arm bone of the Fire Dragon King had a texture like red crystal throughout its body, with magma patterns on the surface, and the whole thing emitted a blazing gold-red light, giving off an incredibly powerful feeling at first glance. The Ice Dragon King right arm bone looked as if it were carved from 10,000-year ice. Its crystal-clear form revealed a ghostly blue light that seemed capable of freezing anything. In the next instant, Golden Crown gripped these 2 spirit bones tightly in his hands. He was terrified that someone might come to snatch them in the next second. At the same time, he felt fortunate in his heart. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had left behind left and right arm spirit bones. If these had been spirit bones for the same position, then he definitely would have looked up at the sky today to curse and wail for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, the heavens did not play such a cliché joke on him. While lost in thought, Golden Crown sat down cross-legged. First, he placed the left arm bone of the Fire Dragon King against his left arm. He then used spirit power to guide the spirit bone to fuse with his arm. In an instant, the left arm bone of the Fire Dragon King seemed to be activated, erupting with a brilliant and blazing gold-red light, just as he used the 9 Yang Divine Arts internal energy to fill his entire left arm. Preparing to face the extreme pain that would follow, he discovered that his left arm seemed to have nothing but a slight burning sensation. There wasn't a single trace of pain. On the contrary, it felt warm and very comfortable. I couldn't have picked up fakes, could I? Back then, even a 1000-year grade dark gold dreadclaw bear right metacarpal bone hurt me so much I wanted to die. Why is absorbing this million-year spirit bone so easy and pleasant today? Golden Crown was extremely bewildered. Fortunately, the terrifying energy contained within the spirit bone caused his level to climb continuously. Otherwise, he might really have had to verify the authenticity of the spirit bone. Half an hour later, the spirit bone fusion was perfectly successful. The process was so smooth it was simply unbelievable. It was just like a dream. To prevent any other issues, Golden Crown closed his eyes tightly. He inspected his body for anything unusual, but after a full check, he found no problems at all. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Feeling his right hand filled with power, Golden Crown wondered aloud. It had to be said, a million-year spirit bone truly lived up to its reputation. Aside from a massive increase in his level, it directly granted him 4 spirit abilities in a domain. Dragon Burst Fist. Concentrates powerful fire attribute energy in the left hand to strike with. A dragon-shaped fire fist that carries an explosive effect, causing massive single-target lethality. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Summons a rain of meteor fire to perform a wide-range attack on enemies, accompanied by a burn effect. Firewall. Concentrates powerful fire energy to form a wall for defense. Blazing Dragon World Destruction. Releases a destructive dragon flame blast, causing explosive damage. Domain. Blazing Flame Dragon Domain. Forms a flame barrier upon release. Enemies within the domain suffer continuous burn damage, while the user can convert the power of the blazing dragon into their own attacks and summon a sea of fire to attack opponents. After reviewing the Spirit Bones skills, Golden Crown laughed out loud. Explosions, area of effect attacks, ha ha ha. Isn't this just fire coverage? A man's unique romance. Very good. Next one. He took out the Ice Dragon King right arm bone and followed the same method. He placed the spirit bone on his right arm. Then he used spirit power to fuse it. Similar to before, piercing ice instantly froze his arm. But it didn't cause any actual damage. There was no sensation of pain either. It was still just as easy and pleasant. After another half hour, he once again perfectly fused a million-year spirit bone. It likewise provided 4 spirit abilities and a domain. Extreme Cold Dragon Breath. An absolute control spirit ability, releasing absolute 0-degree breath to freeze the opponent. Ice Explosion Technique. Detonates ice in areas where it exists to cause massive damage. It has miraculous effects when paired with Extreme Cold Dragon Breath. Ice Dragon Sky Shattering Strike. Condenses a massive ice fist for a physical attack. Eternal Freeze Grip. A single target binding spirit ability. Enemies touched are instantly frozen into ice by ultimate ice, which cannot be broken except by a spirit master with ultimate fire or by the user themselves. Domain. Glacial Extreme Domain. The temperature within the domain plummets to absolute 0, freezing the spirit power flow of non-ice attribute spirit masters. The user can convert the extreme cold power into their own attacks, condensing a rain of ice arrows to attack the enemy. Specializing in control, not bad at all. When the time comes, one hand can release explosive attacks while the other hand controls the opponent. It's simply unsolvable. At that moment, his left and right arms, which had fused the Ice and Fire Dragon King spirit bones, suddenly emitted light. Then, his hands met together uncontrollably. Powerful fire energy and ice energy began to merge, releasing a powerful dragon might. Following that, his palms separated slightly. The spirit power in his entire body was rapidly drained. This situation gave Golden Crown a fright, thinking that something had gone wrong with his body after absorbing the spirit bones. He hurriedly and quickly circulated the 9-yang divine art to begin recovering his spirit power. But no matter how much he recovered, that much spirit power would be sucked away. He soon realized that the reason his hands were out of control seemed to be that they were completing a technique. This seems to be a spirit bone fusion skill in that case. As he spoke, his hands increased the spirit power output, and the 9-yang divine art within his body circulated faster and faster. Before long, following the burst of an extremely strong energy, the Douluo continent's first million-year spirit bone fusion skill was completed. Looking at the red and blue elemental dragon formed by the fusion of the 2 attributes in his palm, Golden Crown couldn't help but marvel in his heart. So strong. Although he really wanted to test the power of this move, the place he was currently in was obviously not suitable for its execution. After all, if he blew this place apart, not only would it destroy the ice and fire yin-yang well above, but he might also be buried here. Considering his own safety, Golden Crown dispersed this technique that contained terrifying energy. Forget it, I'll find those 3 guys, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan, to test it out when I return to Spirit Hall Academy. After restoring his hands to their normal state, he continued to search the cave, to see if there were any other treasures. Since he was already here, he definitely had to collect as many good things as possible to take away. Sure enough, he soon found 2 stalks of medicinal herbs not far from where the spirit bones had been. 9th grade purple Ganoderma? No, they don't look like it from the outside. They seem to be mutated species of the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. The 9th grade purple Ganoderma on the left was reddish throughout, with flame-like dragon patterns flowing from the roots to the herb itself. The 9th grade purple Ganoderma on the right appeared a ghostly blue, with ice crystals formed on its surface like cold stars twinkling in the night sky, and wisps of chillness emitted from the ice crystals. It's a pity I left the Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas up there. It seems I'll have to get to the top to know what they are. Whatever, I'll pick these 2 herbs first. After picking the 2 herbs, he placed them into the system space. Then he searched for a while longer. Seeing that there was basically nothing else in the cave besides the residual dragon might, he then left. 34. Number 34 Written request for leave. Chapter 34. Leave note. What on earth did that stinky kid find down there? Why hasn't he come up yet? This old man is worried to death. By the shore, Golden Crocodile was eating a roasted soft bones rabbit leg and sipping some wine. He didn't look worried at all. At that moment, ripples appeared on the previously calm surface of the water. finally coming up. As he spoke, Golden Crown had already swum up from the bottom. Hiss, even though I've forged an indestructible Vajra body, it's still hard to resist the extreme cold and heat of this ice and fire yin-yang well. However, thankfully, this trip was quite fruitful. It was worth it. Speaking of which, since I've been down for so long, Grandpa must be very worried. After putting on his clothes, he turned his head, only to find the old man lying on a large rock with roasted meat in one hand and wine in the other, waving at him leisurely. This made him very angry. He had been working hard searching for treasures below, yet this old fogey was actually drinking wine and eating roasted meat. And he was even eating roasted soft bones rabbit. Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat rabbits? So, he walked over aggressively. The next second, so delicious. Golden Crown, eating a roasted rabbit leg, uttered those words of ultimate truth. Golden Crocodile took a sip of wine and asked with concern, "How was it? What did you gain?" "Gains? They're massive." Golden Crown described what had just happened while eating. When he heard that 2 dragon corpses were buried underground and that Golden Crown had absorbed 2 million-year spirit bones, Golden Crocodile completely lost his composure. Having lived for over 100 years, he had only seen a few 100,000-year spirit bones, let alone a million-year spirit bone. But as it turned out, his grandson had actually absorbed 2 million-year spirit bones at once. This simply couldn't be described as unprecedented anymore. Absorb 2 million-year spirit bones. Are you crazy? Seeing the old man about to start scolding, Golden Crown quickly interrupted him. Don't worry, Grandpa. You don't know, but the absorption of these million-year spirit bones went exceptionally smoothly. See, aren't I perfectly fine? Golden Crocodile gave him an annoyed glare. You kid are really too reckless. Although he said that, he was happy for his grandson in his heart. After all, those were million-year spirit bones. And there were fucking 2 of them. As long as no accidents happened in the future, Golden Crown would surely grow to be the strongest spirit master on the continent. Bar none. Once he had mostly recovered his physical strength, Golden Crown took out the Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas and flipped through it. He was looking for information on the 2 medicinal ingredients he had just picked below. Soon, he found them in the content recorded on the last line of the Immortal Herbs section. 9th grade Dragon Ganoderma. Ice, one of the top-tier immortal herbs. It grows by absorbing the aura of the Ice Dragon King and contains the power of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline. It can help the spirit evolution of Ice attribute beast spirit masters. If the spirit contains dragon bloodline, there is a chance to awaken the Ice Dragon King spirit. It has the same effect if consumed by a spirit beast. 9th grade Dragon Ganoderma. Fire, one of the top-tier immortal herbs. It grows by absorbing the aura of the Fire Dragon King and contains the power of the Fire Dragon King's bloodline. It can help the spirit evolution of fire attribute beast spirit masters. If the spirit contains dragon bloodline, there is a chance to awaken the Fire Dragon King spirit. It has the same effect if consumed by a spirit beast. So that's how it is. These 2 immortal herbs were actually nurtured by the bloodlines of the 2 great dragon kings. Pity my 2 spirits don't match these 2 immortal herbs. I can only put them aside for now. After saying that with secret regret in his heart, Golden Crown took the book and began wandering around the ice and fire yin-yang well. Next, he needed to properly plan how to distribute these immortal herbs. First, naturally, was Golden Crocodile. He was his own grandfather, so putting him first wasn't asking too much, right? Furthermore, because of bloodline, talent, and other factors, the old man had been stuck at rank 98 for a long time. After a short while, he focused his attention on an immortal herb, Dragon Blood Bone Forging Ganoderma. It was formed by absorbing the essence of dragon blood and dragon souls over 1,000 years. The dragon blood and dragon soul it contained could further purify the bloodline of a beast spirit master, with a chance to evolve their spirit. In addition, this immortal herb had effects like increasing potential and cultivation speed, and extending life by 50 years. It could be said to be very suitable for Golden Crocodile. With a swift movement of his knife, he picked the dragon blood bone forging Ganoderma, quickly stored it in a jade vessel, and handed it to Golden Crocodile. Grandpa, this immortal herb will be of great help to your cultivation breakthrough. Remember, this immortal herb cannot leave the jade storage, otherwise its medicinal effects will dissipate. After returning to the hall of worship, take it along with several mild herbs. Taking the jade vessel, Golden Crocodile nodded. He placed the medicinal herb into his spirit tool. Then Golden Crown selected several immortal herbs for Qian Runshui and the other worshippers. Then he thought about what immortal herb he should give Yi Leng. Although the core effect of the Kila Begonia was to break limits and evolve the spirit, It would still be difficult to cure the defect of the 9-star begonia with the medicinal power of just one immortal herb. It might only work if paired with another immortal herb. Which immortal herb would be good? I remember the Kila begonia seems to pair very well with one particular immortal herb. Thinking of this, he quickly began searching in the Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs Atlas. This is it, the 8-petal immortal orchid. The 8-petal immortal orchid. It belonged to the rank of immortal herbs. It had the effects of strengthening the foundation, nurturing the essence, and expelling impurities. It was known as the Mandarin duck immortal herb combination with the Kila begonia. The two complemented each other. If taken together, they would produce a miraculous effect where 1 + 1 2. Following the manual, Golden Crown quickly found these two immortal herbs. He took out a small knife made of gold and picked the Kila begonia and the 8-petal immortal orchid. He placed them into jade containers. Through continuous harvesting, all the immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well were taken by Golden Crown. Of course, for those medicinal herbs that hadn't fully grown yet, he naturally didn't touch them. Looking at the fresh 9th grade purple Ganoderma he had just picked, Golden Crown frowned. This herb was not among the immortal herbs, but its attributes were neutral, and it had the effects of strengthening the foundation, restoring blood and chi, and increasing cultivation power. In the original story, it was eaten by that scum and loser Yu Shaogang, thereby breaking the shackles of his spirit, allowing the spirit grandmaster who had been stuck for 20 years to finally advance. Of course, since he had now secured this immortal herb first, it was naturally impossible for Yu Shaogang to get it, but there didn't seem to be anyone around him suitable to take this herb. Wait, suddenly, a person came to Golden Crown's mind. Yi Susu, the current sect master of the 9-star begonia sect and Yi Lengling's mother. A rank 79 support-type soul master. As Yi Lengling awakened her spirit, this beautiful woman's life was coming to an end due to the defect of the 9-star begonia spirit. If she took the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, Yi Susu would surely be able to recover. When the time came, he could appeal to her emotions and reason. Perhaps he could even get the 9-star begonia sect to join Spirit Hall. Then they would have an additional top-tier spirit Douluo level healing type spirit master on their side. This was much more valuable than giving the 9th grade purple Ganoderma to a loser like Yu Shaogang. Good, let's do it that way. 35. Number 35 Immortal Herb Distribution. Chapter 35. Immortal Herb Distribution. Grandpa, this ice and fire yin-yang well is a treasure land. After we return, send 1 no, send 2 titled Douluo to guard it. Also, Bibi Dong must absolutely not know about the ice and fire yin-yang well and the immortal herbs. We must keep it absolutely secret from that woman. When speaking the last sentence, Golden Crown specifically used the word absolutely. There was nothing he could do. Bibi Dong, this woman, had both beauty and strength on the surface, but she was in the late stages of a love-struck brain. The incurable kind. Her entire mind was focused on Yu Shaogang. For a useless scumbag, she caused the Spirit Hall's accumulated wealth of many years to be completely destroyed. He dared to say that if Bibi Dong knew that the immortal herbs could help Yu Shaogang break through the shackles of level 29, she would definitely try every means to demand the immortal herbs and send them to Yu Shaogang in order to win back the heart of that scumbag. Golden Crocodile also understood Golden Crown's thoughts and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I'll arrange for 2 capable titled Douluo to come and guard it when I get back. They shouldn't guard it for free either. How about this? I have 2 10,000-year snow silkworms here. You can give them to the people who come to guard this place. And Rhino Douluo, if it weren't for him doing his best to protect me last time, I would probably have died at the hands of those 2 evil soul masters. Give him this 10,000-year Earth Dragon Ganoderma." Golden Crown took out the 3 medicinal herbs and stored them separately in a spirit tool. Although these 3 medicinal herbs were not immortal grade, they were all great tonics, possessing extremely high value. "I understand. Don't worry, I'll give them to them." Golden Crocodile took the spirit tool and nodded with a smile. He clearly agreed with the suggestion. At the same time, he also saw that Golden Crown was paving the way for the future. After all, even on the Douluo continent, connections were very important. 2 weeks later, Spirit Hall Academy, at the school gate, a seemingly ordinary carriage slowly stopped. Yi Susu, heavily veiled, got out of the carriage with her daughter, Leng Leng. "Wow, is this Spirit Hall Academy? It really is as high class and grand as Brother Mian said." Leng Leng blinked her watery eyes, curiously examining Spirit Hall Academy. Yi Susu walked forward and conversed with the guards stationed at the gate. "You are here to find young Master Golden Crown. No, Student Golden Crown. Please wait, I'll go report immediately." With that, the guard quickly ran into the school. Although most of the guards at Spirit Hall Academy were sent by Bibi Dong, Some of the Hall of Worship's forces were also involved. This was to prevent Bibi Dong's influence from becoming too great, thus monopolizing power. The guard on duty today happened to be from the Hall of Worship. At this time, Yi Susu's face was even paler than a few weeks ago. Completely devoid of color, she was like a lamp wick about to burn out, ready to extinguish at any moment. Ever since she parted ways with Golden Crown and returned to the 9-star Begonia sect, her physical condition had rapidly deteriorated. Several times, she almost couldn't hold on, but looking at her young daughter, she couldn't bear to just leave like that. So, relying on strong conviction and medicine, she held on for a while longer. During this period, the Heaven Do Empire imperial family sent people to visit. Ostensibly a visit, but in reality, they were questioning why Leng Leng had not yet enrolled in Heaven Do Royal Academy. And to prevent Yi Susu from having other plans, the imperial family also secretly threatened that if Leng Leng did not join Heaven Do Royal Academy, it would be a great pity if she encountered any misfortunes in the future. These words made Yi Susu clench her fists, but facing the powerful empire, she could only swallow her anger. However, what truly made her decide to come to Spirit Hall Academy to find Golden Crown was a sentence the imperial family said before leaving. They said that Leng Leng had caught the eye of an imperial relative who was already over 50 years old. If the 9-star Begonia and the imperial family became in-laws, then no matter what happened in the future, the empire would protect the 9-star Begonia sect. Facing this request, Yi Susu almost exploded with anger. Her daughter was only 6 years old, yet she was targeted by an old man with one foot in the grave. After sending off the imperial family, she decided to come to Spirit Hall Academy to find Golden Crown. But she couldn't let the imperial family know that she had brought her daughter to Spirit City. So they came secretly. Not long after, Golden Crown walked out from the school gate. Brother Mian, Leng Leng greeted, running forward. Good to see you again, Leng Leng, Golden Crown responded with a smile, then looked at Sect Master Yi. Sect Master Yi, it's good to see you again. I knew you would make the right choice. Yi Susu didn't waste words and went straight to the point. Do your words from last time still count? If Leng Leng joins Spirit Hall Academy, you will help her solve her spirit defect? What spirit defect? Leng Leng asked curiously. Golden Crown smiled and said, of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask around Spirit Hall Academy. I, Golden Crown, have never gone back on my word. However, this is not the place to talk. Please, Sect Master Yi, take Leng Leng and come with me to the Hall of Worship to discuss. Elder Ling, prepare the carriage to return to the Hall of Worship. Yes, young master. Rhino Douluo suddenly appeared, because last time he returned from the ice and fire yin-yang well and brought back many immortal herbs to distribute to the various consecrated. After hearing about the effects of the immortal herbs, except for the high priest Qian Daoliu, all other consecrated announced their seclusion for breakthroughs. As for why Qian Daoliu didn't go into seclusion, he was already a level 99 peerless Douluo. Seclusion was useless to him. The immortal herbs Golden Crown brought for him, Qian Daoliu ate them with minimal effect. They only slightly increased his power. This led to the Hall of Worship once again falling into desolation. On weekdays, only Qian Daoliu, this lonely old man, played chess with himself. And why was Rhino Douluo with Golden Crown again? This was because before Golden Crocodile went into seclusion, he specifically sought out Rhino Douluo to protect Golden Crown during his seclusion. Furthermore, after consuming the immortal herbs given by Golden Crown, Rhino Douluo's strength also surged. From his original level 91, he directly broke through to level 93, rising 2 levels within a week. This made Ling Shi overjoyed. He originally thought he might be stuck at level 91 for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that a medicinal herb given by Golden Crown would allow him to continuously advance? This made Rhino Douluo determined to follow Golden Crown from now on. Not long after, Rhino Douluo had prepared the carriage. Golden Crown then made a gesture of invitation to Yi Susu and said, let's go. The Hall of Worship? Who exactly are you? Yi Susu asked in confusion. She knew about the Hall of Worship. It was home to powerful high-rank titled Douluo. It was also the core existence of Spirit Hall. The people inside, on weekdays, let alone seeing them, might not even have heard of them. Golden Crown smiled faintly. You'll know once you get there. Seeing that it had come to this, Yi Susu said nothing more. She took her daughter and got into the carriage. Golden Crown also got in. Then, with Rhino Douluo driving, the carriage slowly headed towards the Hall of Worship. 36. Number 36. The Yi family mother and daughter visited. Chapter 36. the Yi mother and daughter visit. On the way, Jin Mian observed that the vitality in Yi Susu's body had plummeted significantly compared to the last time. It could be said that she was now like a withered blade of grass. She would collapse at the slightest hint of a strong wind or heavy rain. Before long, the carriage slowly drove into Spirit Hall, heading straight for the Hall of Worship in the rear. Council Hall. This was where the 7 priests usually discussed matters. Core matters such as the election and dismissal of the Supreme Pontiff, the handling of Elder Palace members, and the stabilization of Spirit Hall were all discussed here. Since they had matters to discuss, naturally, they couldn't bring Yi Lingling along, so Jin Mian had Rhino Douluo take her to play. Upon entering, Jin Mian walked straight to the main seat and sat down. This position was the seat of High Priest Qian Daoliu. It was the symbol of the highest power in a pavilion within the Angel Hall. Qian Daoliu, who was playing chess alone, sensed the situation in the council hall. The white piece in his hand, about to be placed, froze in midair. My seat isn't that easy to sit in. Just as well, let me see if you, kid, can subdue one of the lower 3 sects. A meaningful curve appeared at the corners of Qian Daoliu's mouth. The white piece in his hand fell onto the chessboard. Sect Master Yi, please have a seat. Jin Mian made a gesture of invitation. Yi Susu looked at Jin Mian sitting in the main seat, growing even more curious about his identity. Although it was also her first time coming to the Hall of Worship, and she wasn't familiar with the affairs here, but common sense dictated that anyone who could sit in the main seat must be a big shot. Since Jin Mian dared to sit in this position, his identity was certainly not simple. After taking her seat, Yi Susu asked, I agree to let Leng Leng enroll in Spirit Hall Academy. Can you tell us the method to solve the 9-star begonia curse now? Of course, actually, solving the 9-star begonia spirit curse is very simple. All it takes is using an immortal herb. Jin Mian crossed his hands, resting his chin on the back of his hands, speaking in a relaxed tone. Immortal herb? What is that? A type of medicinal herb? Yi Susu's brow furrowed. As a support system healing spirit master, she knew about medicinal herbs. But this was the first time she had heard of an immortal herb. Immortal herbs are spiritual objects that grow over thousands of years by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Their value is far beyond what ordinary medicinal herbs can compare to. Even a spirit bone would pale in comparison. Words are useless. Seeing is believing. Jin Mian opened 2 jade boxes and placed them on the table. These are the 2 immortal herbs I have prepared for Leng Leng. The one on the left is called Kila Begonia. After use, it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon, and has the effect of promoting spirit evolution. The other one is called 8-petal immortal orchid. It is the gentlest and most mellow type of immortal herb. It is very easy to absorb but difficult to dissipate. Its effects last for a very long time, serving to strengthen the foundation and remove impurities. If both immortal herbs are taken together, they have a complementary effect. Jin Mian pushed the jade boxes in front of Yi Susu. Looking at the 2 jade boxes before her, Yi Susu was extremely shocked, because she could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy emanating from the 2 immortal herbs in the jade boxes. Seeing him give them such treasures so easily, Yi Susu asked somewhat uncertainly, are you truly giving them to us? Otherwise? Jin Mian spread his hands and then said, additionally, I suggest letting Leng Leng take the immortal herbs today. Because the earlier the immortal herb is taken, the stronger its effect will be. Alright, I understand. The 2 of them stood up and went outside, taking Yi Lingling to a quiet cultivation ground. Yi Lingling looked at the 2 beautiful immortal herbs in her hand and asked curiously, Mama, what flowers are these? I've never seen them before, they're so pretty. Jin Mian explained, Leng Leng, these are called immortal herbs. They will be of great benefit to you. Then he told her the method for consuming the immortal herbs. Following the method, Yi Lingling first sucked the stamen of the Kila begonia and then chewed and swallowed the 8-petal immortal orchid. She sat on the ground and summoned the 9-star begonia to begin absorbing the medicinal power. The medicinal effect took hold very quickly. Before long, a series of strange fragrances emanated from Yi Lingling's body. The scent was very comfortable. Seeing Yi Lingling begin to absorb the immortal herbs, Jin Mian thought to himself that the first step of the plan to recruit the 9-star begonia sect was complete. He turned his gaze toward Yi Susu again, preparing to implement the second step of the plan. Jin Mian took out another ice jade box. Since Leng Leng's problem has been solved, next it's time to solve your problem, madam. My problem? What do you mean? Yi Susu's expression froze slightly. Her eyes fell on the ice jade box, filled with complexity yet revealing a hint of anticipation. She understood what Jin Mian meant by her problem. But was it really possible? Was there really still hope for her riddled body? Even if there was hope, what would be the condition? Who would give away such a precious treasure for nothing? Madam, your body surely won't last until the end of the month, will it? Jin Mian opened the ice jade box. A purple glow radiated out. This is the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Although it is not ranked among the immortal herbs, it can be considered a quasi-immortal grade. This herb has neutral properties and has the effect of strengthening the foundation and replenishing vital energy and blood. It can be said to be very suitable for addressing your current physical condition, madam. Hearing this, Yi Susu's eyes immediately lit up, but then she asked, and the condition? I just love dealing with smart people. The condition is simple. I want the 9-star Begonia sect to join Spirit Hall. Jin Mian didn't waste any words. He stated the condition directly. Join Spirit Hall. This Yi Susu was very hesitant. Looking at the current situation, joining Spirit Hall was very beneficial for the 9-star Begonia sect. After all, the other party had shown great sincerity by bringing out such items. In contrast, the Heaven Do Empire offered either verbal promises or various threats. But these were not what she was concerned about. Rather, it was because the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire had once formed a tacit agreement with the various major sects, that no matter which sect it was, and no matter what happened, they could not defect to Spirit Hall. If a sect were to defect to Spirit Hall, they would be besieged by the 2 great empires and the other sects. The most supportive of this decision was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They spent all day claiming the upper 3 sects were connected by blood. In reality, it was all backstabbing in the shadows. Not to mention their lower 3 sects and other small factions. They were almost suppressed into non-existence. Seeing Yi Susu hesitate, Jin Mian added fuel to the fire. I know Sect Master Yi's concerns, but you should also think about whether that agreement ever brought any benefits to the 9-star Begonia sect. Don't forget, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School of the upper 3 sects has always been eyeing the 9-star Begonia with greed. If they were to take action, they have the support of the Empire and 2 titled Douluos within their sect. But what does the 9-star Begonia sect have? Furthermore, wouldn't Sect Master Yi want the 9-star Begonia sect to replace the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and become one of the new upper 3 sects? Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Susu's eyes. It was true. What use was that agreement? Wasn't it just for the 2 great empires to balance Spirit Hall by making these sects their sacrificial lambs? Even if there were benefits, they were all divided among the upper 3 sects. Now, the benefits from Spirit Hall were right before her eyes, practically being fed to her. If she were to refuse, then she must be out of her mind. Having made up her mind, Yi Susu reached out her hand. The 9-star Begonia sect can join Spirit Hall. 37. Number 37. Persuade the 9-star Begonia sect to join. Chapter 37. Persuading the 9-star Begonia sect to join. The 9-star Begonia sect can join Spirit Hall. Seeing Yi Susu make her choice, Golden Crown smiled and handed over the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Welcome to the 9-star Begonia sect. The method of taking the 9th grade purple Ganoderma is not that complicated. Just swallow it directly. Yi Susu took the ice jade box, picked up the 9th grade purple Ganoderma inside, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then she sat on the ground and began to refine it. An hour later, swish, a strange golden white light emanated from Yi Lingleng. At the same time, her aura also began to climb rapidly. From the original 12th level, she directly broke through to the peak of the 20th level. At the same time, a strange black aura formed a giant skull. It emanated from Yi Lingleng's spirit, the 9-star Begonia. Is this the curse of the 9-star Begonia? It seems to have been lifted. Then the main event is next. Fortunately, I was prepared. After speaking, Golden Crown stood up from the ground and walked to Yi Lingleng's side. The next moment, the originally clear sky became covered with dark clouds. Gradually, pink raindrops fell. Suddenly, a thunderclap suddenly boomed. Rumble, defying heaven and changing fate will surely incur divine wrath. The curse of the 9-star Begonia was inherently a congenital defect. It can be said that the ultimate fate of every 9-star Begonia Spirit Master was to die after a new 9-star Begonia Spirit Master was born. Now, the curse on Yi Lingleng's spirit had been lifted. This was considered defying heaven and changing fate. Only by surviving the lightning tribulation could she be worry-free. Yi Susu naturally noticed this commotion. Seeing her daughter in danger, she immediately wanted to stop refining the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Golden Crown quickly said, "Leave the lightning tribulation to me. You focus on absorbing." Bang! After speaking, he inserted a lightning rod into the ground. This lightning rod was forged by Golden Crown, who had commissioned someone to make it using various special iron blocks. It was specifically used to resist lightning tribulations. Today, I will let this lightning tribulation experience the power of technology. The first lightning tribulation quickly condensed into form. Crack. Only a loud sound was heard. A powerful bolt of lightning aimed at Yi Lengling and struck directly from high in the sky. However, this seemingly world-destroying lightning tribulation was completely absorbed the moment it touched the lightning rod. The powerful current flowed through the lightning rod to the ground, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Fortunately, there's a lightning rod. Otherwise, with Yi Lengling's current level, she would probably be struck to ashes, Golden Crown secretly thought. Rumble. The lightning tribulation above the firmament, seeing that the previous strike was resolved so easily, immediately became enraged. It let out an ear-splitting roar. Immediately after, the second lightning tribulation followed. This lightning tribulation was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lightning crackled and roared. Even the air was scorched. Then the lightning tribulation struck downwards. As expected, it was still completely absorbed by the lightning rod and conducted to the ground. However, although this second lightning tribulation was resolved, the ground beneath the lightning rod turned black. This showed how strong this lightning tribulation was. Angel Palace. Inside the pavilion, Qian Daoliu had long lost interest in playing chess. His attention was already on the lightning tribulation. What is that thing? How can it block two lightning tribulations that are no weaker than those of 100,000-year spirit beast undergoing tribulation? Quote, he stroked his white beard, very curious. Supreme Pontiff Palace. In a secret room covered with cobwebs, Bibi Dong was cultivating Rakshasa power. Hearing the loud thunder outside, she withdrew from her cultivation state. Listening to this sound, it doesn't seem to be ordinary thunder. Rather, it's like. Before she could think further, a voice in her mind interrupted her. Why stop? Cultivating Rakshasa divine force requires no distraction. Focus on your cultivation. Understood. Bibi Dong no longer paid attention to the thunder and continued to immerse herself in cultivation. At the same time, there were also 6 other worshippers who were in secluded cultivation in different places. They were about to break through when they suddenly heard the loud thunder outside, which startled them. They were all bewildered. No, isn't it just a 1-level increase in cultivation? How did this attract a lightning tribulation? At this moment, the third lightning tribulation had also finished condensing. This lightning tribulation strike was even more powerful than the previous 2 combined. The lightning was so dense that it transformed into a lightning dragon. It opened its large mouth and aggressively struck downwards. Rumble. When the lightning touched the lightning rod, it instantly illuminated half the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Powerful lightning energy surged into the lightning rod. The tip of the lightning rod began to turn black, after the last bolt of lightning was completely conducted to the ground by the lightning rod. This lightning tribulation finally ended. The sky also began to drizzle again. Yi Lengling also successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and lifted the curse. At the same time, the 9-star begonia spirit in her hand also lit up with a dazzling pink light. Yi Lengling slowly opened her eyes. Her bright, clear eyes revealed fear. She was clearly frightened by the thunder just now. Golden Crown asked, Leng Leng, how do you feel? My spirit power has actually increased by 8 levels, reaching the peak of the 20th level. Moreover, I also feel that my cultivation speed is faster than before. Thank you so much, Brother Mian. After Yi Lengling felt the huge changes in herself, she excitedly hugged Golden Crown. Golden Crown gently put down Yi Lengling, who was clinging to him, and said, this is only a superficial improvement. The medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs will last until you reach level 70 before disappearing. At this moment, Yi Lengling noticed that her mother was sitting on the other side. Curiously, she asked, Brother Mian, what is my mother doing? Golden Crown replied, your mother is also absorbing the immortal herb, just like you. Don't disturb her yet, lest she gets distracted. Oh. Yi Lengling nodded. After about another half an hour, Yi Susu's body emitted a pink-purple light. Her originally pale complexion instantly regained its color after absorbing the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Even her cultivation, which had been stuck for a long time, had improved. Reaching level 80, now she only needed to absorb a spirit ring to become a true 8-ring spirit Douluo. Upon opening her eyes, Yi Susu felt her body with some disbelief. I am really cured. Congratulations, Sect Master Yi, on your cultivation breakthrough. Now you only need to absorb a spirit ring to become a spirit Douluo. Golden Crown stepped forward to congratulate her. Yi Susu quickly said, this is all thanks to young Master Jin's help. Otherwise, I would have surely gone to another world by now. Why be so polite? From today onwards, we are all in the same boat. No need to be so distant, Golden Crown said, waving his hand. Yi Susu spoke, young Master Jin, I have one more request. Many people from the 9-star Begonia are still within the sect. If the people of the Empire find out that we have joined Spirit Hall, they will surely send experts. So I want to bring them over. Golden Crown smiled. Don't worry, I have already asked Rhino Douluo to arrange for someone to handle this matter. I believe it won't be long before everyone from the 9-star Begonia arrives safely in Spirit City. I have already chosen a new location for the 9-star Begonia sect, right in the center of Spirit City. Sect Master, would you like to take a look? Yi Susu readily agreed. Then I'll trouble young Master Jin. After speaking, the three walked out of the Hall of Worship. 38. Number 38 Lightning Tribulation. Chapter 38. Lightning Tribulation. A few days later, an event shocked the Heaven Do Empire. The 9-star Begonia sect had mysteriously vanished. According to reports from secret agents, the entire sect, from top to bottom, not even a single stone was left. Only a barren wasteland remained. Upon hearing this news, Shui Yi immediately ordered a thorough investigation. After all, the 9-star Begonia sect held immense strategic significance for the Empire. If they were to join an opposing force, the Empire would surely suffer in the future. Therefore, even if it meant turning the Heaven Do Empire upside down, they had to be found. This important matter naturally fell to Shui Qing, Qian Runshui, who had just been infeft as the crown prince. Qian Runshui looked at the ruins of the 9-star Begonia sect. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. No wonder Grandpa said that from the top to the bottom, not even a chicken was left in the 9-star Begonia sect. Everything was moved to Spirit City. It's really clean, not even a single hair is left. The news of the 9-star Begonia sect joining Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu had already informed her via carrier pigeon. Someone, from now on, strengthen the lockdown at all Heaven Do city gates. Once anyone from the 9-star Begonia sect is discovered, immediately apprehend them. Furthermore, order the patrolling soldiers in the city to search house by house. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you must find them for me. Although she already knew the situation, Qian Runshui still had to pretend to be extremely shocked and determined about the disappearance of the 9-star Begonia sect. Otherwise, if any flaw was noticed, it would be troublesome. The accompanying officials quickly followed Qian Runshui's instructions just as the Heaven Do Empire was conducting a thorough investigation from top to bottom. However, earth-shattering changes had occurred within the Hall of Worship. 2 days ago, the 6 consecrators had successively completed their secluded cultivation. Having refined the immortal herbs, their strength had collectively increased significantly. Zhang Mo and Thousand Weight had broken through from their original level 96 peak Douluo to level 97 peak Douluo. In addition, the quality of their coiling dragonrod spirit also improved, causing their martial soul fusion skill, Coiling Dragon Whirlwind Shield, to be even more powerful than before. Light Plume Douluo not only raised his cultivation to level 97, but the ice attribute element in his Guangling Divine Bow Spirit also advanced to Ultimate Ice. And Lion Douluo's level grew from 97 to 98, and the fire attribute element contained in his Blazing Lion Spirit also advanced to Ultimate Fire. This made his strength, within the Hall of Worship, temporarily second only to the High Priest Qian Daoliu and the second Consecrator Golden Crocodile. The third Consecrated Elder Qing Luan, like the fourth Consecrator, grew to level 98 peak Douluo, and the bloodline of his Qing Luan spirit further improved. Although it had not yet evolved, it was only a matter of time. As long as he refined all the remaining medicinal power in his body, Qing Luan would surely evolve, and the biggest gains naturally went to the second Consecrator Golden Crocodile. After absorbing the dragon blood forging bone Ganoderma, his cultivation directly broke through to level 99, becoming the 5th Super Douluo on the entire continent, after Qian Daoliu, Tang Chen, Bo Saixi, and Bibi Dong, and his Golden Crocodile King Spirit. After absorbing the immortal herb, there were faint signs of evolution. Not to mention his lifespan was extended by 50 years. Facing the significant increase in strength of the several consecrators, Bibi Dong naturally noticed it immediately. Thinking that the Hall of Worship had acquired some treasure, she immediately took the chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo to investigate. The 6 consecrators naturally couldn't tell Bibi Dong about the immortal herb, so they all agreed to say that they had recently had some insights and thus broke through, and then sent her away. This reason, naturally, it could not convince Bibi Dong. But she couldn't find any clues, and she had no right to question matters of the Hall of Worship. She could only return disappointed. Soon after, Bibi Dong heard that the 9-star Begonia sect had actually joined Spirit Hall. This made her completely stunned. What? I just went into secluded cultivation for 2 days. And when I came back, so many things had happened. She immediately rushed to the 9-star Begonia sect. wanting to bring the 9-star Begonia sect under her command. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, she heard that the sect master was not home and had gone to hunt for spirit rings. This made Bibi Dong furious, and she could only return to Spirit Hall. Within the Star Do Great Forest, Golden Crocodile brought Golden Crown, Yi Susu, and Leng Leng to hunt for spirit rings. Because he had previously absorbed 2 million-year spirit bones, this caused Golden Crown's level to directly reach level 40 peak. However, because he had to deal with the matters of the 9-star Begonia sect, he was delayed for a few days before coming to hunt for his 4th ring. At this time, Yi Susu and Leng Leng were absorbing their 8th and 1000-year second rings, respectively. Because she had absorbed the immortal herb, Leng Leng's physique naturally received a great boost. So, at Golden Crown's suggestion, she chose to absorb a 1000-year spirit ring as her 2nd spirit ring. Have you decided what kind of spirit beast you want to hunt for your 4th spirit ring? Golden Crocodile inquired. Along the way, he had caught more than a dozen 10,000-year spirit beasts suitable for the Golden Crocodile King, but Golden Crown didn't like any of them. This made him a little depressed. Having a grandson who was too opinionated wasn't always a good thing. Golden Crown said innocently, "You can't blame me. Who told you to find such ordinary spirit beasts, Grandpa? They have no highlights at all." Golden Crocodile had a headache. "Then what kind of spirit beast do you want?" Golden Crown spread his hands. "I haven't decided yet." While they were talking, Yi Susu and Leng Leng had already finished absorbing their spirit rings. The mother and daughter had reached level 82 Spirit Douluo and level 22 Spirit Grandmaster, respectively. However, because the 9-star Begonia is a very special spirit, no matter how many spirit rings a spirit master absorbs, there is always only one spirit ability, which is Area of Effect Group Healing. But this spirit ability will become stronger as the level increases and the number of spirit rings grows. "Brother Mian, have you still not decided what spirit ring to absorb?" Leng Leng tilted her head, asking curiously. Golden Crown sighed helplessly. "It's my fault for being too outstanding. It's too difficult to find a spirit beast that matches me in the Star Do Great Forest." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo gave Golden Crown a critical hit. "You brat, be more humble. Also, quickly decide what kind of spirit ring you want to absorb." Golden Crown rubbed his head, baring his teeth. "It's nothing more than spirit rings that can improve defense and speed. Those are the 2 I lack now. No need to mention attack. The Golden Crocodile King is inherently a top-tier attack system beast spirit, coupled with the million-year spirit bone of the Fire Dragon King he absorbed earlier. So there's no need to worry about offensive spirit abilities when attacking opponents. As for control system spirit abilities, he has the million-year spirit bone of the Ice Dragon King. Now he only lacks defense and speed spirit abilities. I'm not sure about defense, but if it's a speed-type spirit beast, I do know a spirit beast that might be suitable for you," Yi Susu suddenly suggested. Golden Crown immediately became interested and asked, "What spirit beast is it?" "Heavenly Dragon Horse." 39. Number 39 The Hall of Offerings, whose power has greatly increased. Chapter 39. The Hall of Worship's greatly increased strength. After hearing Yi Susu's recommended spirit beast, Golden Crown was very curious. "How do you know about this spirit beast?" "Heavenly Dragon Horse. This spirit beast is not simple. It is a rare spirit beast of the Star Do Great Forest. Because it possesses the pure bloodline of the Light Holy Dragon, it is highly respected in the spirit beast world. It is regarded as a symbol of auspiciousness. Because of its rarity, the Heavenly Dragon Horse tribe inhabits the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, that is, near the core circle. There, 100,000-year spirit beasts are extremely active, so few spirit masters venture there. After all, that place is extremely dangerous. If something big were to happen, it might attract those few guys. But as the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more precious the fish. If he were to encounter a lone Heavenly Dragon Horse, he would really profit. Yi Susu explained. "I also saw it when I was very young. At that time, I followed my mother to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for my 2nd spirit ring, and I accidentally saw a spirit beast soaring in the sky, radiating golden light all over its body, shaped like a horse. Later, after inquiring, I learned that this spirit beast was called the Heavenly Dragon Horse." Golden Crown thought for a moment, and finally decided to try his luck. "Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I want to go further in and search for the Heavenly Dragon Horse." "Are you sure? The deeper you go into the Star Do Great Forest, the more dangerous it becomes," Golden Crocodile said with some concern. Years ago, he and Qian Daoliu had entered the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. At that time, Golden Crocodile and Qian Daoliu had both reached level 97 Peak Douluo. The two felt that with their strength, this mere Star Do Great Forest was nothing to fear. Even 100,000-year spirit beast could not pose any threat. Who would have thought that as soon as they stepped into the core circle, a dragon roar, extremely intimidating, froze them in place. The hairs on their bodies instantly stood on end. A sense of crisis they had never felt before surged into their hearts. They were unable to move for a long time. It was then that they realized that deep within the Stardew Great Forest, there existed beings even more terrifying than 100,000-year spirit beasts. Golden Crown saw his grandpa's worry. His eyes rolled, and he said, "Grandpa, you are now a level 99 peerless Douluo. Can't you show some courage? Besides, we are only going to the outer perimeter of the core circle. We're not going inside, so it's no big deal." Golden Crocodile thought about it, and he was right. As long as he didn't step into the core circle with his strength, no spirit beast should be his match. Alright then. Golden Crown then looked at Yi Susu and Yi Lengleng. "Do you want to come along?" Yi Lengleng nodded in agreement. Seeing her daughter wanted to go, Yi Susu had no choice but to follow. Coincidentally, she also wanted to see what the depths of the Stardew Great Forest were like. After deciding, the group began to head deeper into the forest. It must be said, the depths of the Stardew Great Forest were indeed dangerous. One must know that 100-year spirit beasts and 1,000-year spirit beasts are common in the outer perimeter. 10,000-year spirit beasts, however, are very rare. But in the mixed zone near the core circle, spirit beasts reaching 10,000-year cultivation were just an entry ticket. Along the way, none of the spirit beasts they encountered were below 50,000 years. Several 10,000-year spirit beasts launched attacks, but they were all slapped to death by Golden Crocodile. Afterward, to ensure no more spirit beast attacks along the way, Golden Crocodile directly released the powerful aura unique to a Super Douluo, making those restless 10,000-year spirit beasts dare not act rashly. Seeing that they had walked for so long, and found no trace of the heavenly dragon horse, Golden Crown secretly thought, "Where exactly does the heavenly dragon horse live? If only I had a map marking the heavenly dragon horse's habitat right now. Speaking of which, can't this damn system come with a navigation map?" System. Do not queue. Pitter patter patter, a series of light footsteps nearby, accompanied by cries that were like a dragon yet not a dragon, like a horse yet not a horse. The surrounding spirit beasts seemed to feel an innate bloodline suppression, and dispersed from the area. A pure white, noble steed emerged from the forest. Its appearance was very peculiar. Although it had the body of a horse, its head was draconic, and its body was covered in scales, shimmering with a faint golden hue. On its forehead was a pale golden gem. It looked incredibly noble. This is a heavenly dragon horse. No, why doesn't this heavenly dragon horse have wings? Yi Susu recognized this spirit beast at a glance. It was the heavenly dragon horse she had seen as a child. But then she was puzzled. The heavenly dragon horse in front of her seemed different from the one she saw as a child. Golden Crocodile explained. Only heavenly dragon horses of 100,000 years or more will grow wings, and for every additional 100,000 years of cultivation, their wings will gain an additional color. And this heavenly dragon horse is only about 30,000 years old. Although its cultivation was only a little over 30,000 years, due to its bloodline advantage, its strength was even greater than many 100,000-year spirit beasts. Whinny roar. The heavenly dragon horse saw these humans in its territory, and they didn't put it in their eyes at all. Its eyes flashed with a sharp light, and it let out a roar. The next second, its body transformed into a ball of light, rapidly charging towards Golden Crown and the others. "Impudent beast, how dare you be so presumptuous!" Golden Crocodile immediately unleashed his martial soul true body. Then he cast a golden protective shield, repelling the heavenly dragon horse. The repelled heavenly dragon horse was a bit stunned. Taking advantage of this gap, Golden Crocodile quickly rushed forward, launching a fierce attack. Of course, he was holding back his strength, otherwise, with Golden Crocodile's current strength as a level 99 peerless Douluo, a mere 30,000-year-old heavenly dragon horse wouldn't last 3 minutes before being beaten to death. Only the pained cries of the heavenly dragon horse could be heard. After a while, Golden Crocodile threw the dying heavenly dragon horse onto the ground. Then he said to Golden Crown, "Hurry up and finish it, absorb the spirit ring." As expected of Grandpa, truly formidable, a 30,000-year-old heavenly dragon horse, and you dealt with it in less than 2 minutes. Golden Crown showered him with flattery. "Stop flattering me. Hurry up and get to it." Although Golden Crocodile appeared indifferent on the surface, he was very happy inside. After all, who could refuse flattery? Unexpectedly, as soon as Golden Crown stepped forward, he raised his hand and brought down his blade, finishing off this heavenly dragon horse. A golden spirit ring slowly appeared. Of course, this was not a million-year spirit ring. It was because the heavenly dragon horse contained the pure bloodline of the light holy dragon. which caused the spirit ring's color to break through the conventional black limit of a 10,000-year spirit ring, appearing golden. However, the strength of this golden spirit ring far surpassed that of an ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring. Golden Crown sat down cross-legged, summoning his spirit, Golden Crocodile King. He guided his spirit power to begin absorbing this golden spirit ring. During the absorption process, there were no accidents. The process was unusually smooth. In a short while, the energy of the golden spirit ring surged into Golden Crown's body. At the same time, Golden Crown's level also advanced by leaps and bounds. From level 41, he directly grew to level 45 before barely stopping. He also obtained his 4th spirit ability, Wings of Light. 40. #40 Flying Soul Skill. Chapter 40. Flight Spirit Ability. A flight spirit ability? This has certainly exceeded my expectations. Jin Mian was somewhat surprised. Originally, he only wanted to obtain a spirit ability that would increase his speed. This was to make up for his shortcomings in speed, but he hadn't expected to end up with a flight spirit ability. Let me test out this flight spirit ability. The spirit power within Jin Mian's body began to circulate rapidly. 4th spirit ability, Wings of Light. As his voice fell, a faint golden shimmer appeared on his back. The points of light gradually converged into a pair of magnificent golden wings. As the wings flapped, Jin Mian's feet slowly left the ground and he floated in midair. However, because it was his first time flying, Jin Mian was not yet familiar with this spirit ability. He was not very skilled at controlling his sense of direction. Just as he was about to fly towards a pool of water, his wings went out of control. His entire being turned into a stream of golden light, and he crashed rapidly into a giant boulder. Bang! Ah! A scream rang out. Jin Mian crashed solidly into the rock. A flight spirit ability? You've got quite the luck, kid. However, if you want to achieve free flight, you'll need to practice much more. Golden Crocodile pulled Jin Mian out from where he was embedded in the rock and spoke. Apart from those with flight-type martial souls, if an ordinary spirit master wants to achieve flight, their level must be at the rank of a level 70 spirit saint or above. Only through the external release of spirit power can the ability to fly be achieved. But flight consumes an enormous amount of spirit power. Even a spirit saint would find it difficult to maintain for a long time. Furthermore, they cannot fly too high. Otherwise, once their spirit power is exhausted, they would fall from a high altitude and be injured. Only upon reaching the rank of titled Douluo can one fly for long periods and ignore fall damage. Jin Mian rubbed the large bump on his forehead. Practice makes perfect. I'll master this spirit ability soon. Hiss, that hurts. With his current physical strength, ordinary impacts wouldn't easily cause him injury. But this 4th spirit ability was extraordinary. Not only could it allow flight, but upon activation, his own speed would be increased tenfold. It was precisely the impact of this tenfold speed that caused him to be injured by accident. Additionally, this spirit ability had a passive effect, illumination. It could dispel all control effects currently affecting him. Suddenly, a mass of purple light surrounded Jin Mian's body. The large bump on his forehead from the crash gradually shrank and finally disappeared. Turning his head to look, he found that Yi Lengleng had summoned the 9-star begonia to heal him. Brother Jin Mian, does it still hurt? Yi Lengleng asked with concern, holding the 9-star begonia in both hands. Because she had absorbed 2 immortal herbs, the Qila begonia and the 8-petal immortal orchid, the quality of her 9-star begonia martial soul had skyrocketed. Furthermore, her 2nd spirit ring was of the 1000-year level. Therefore, Yi Lengleng's current healing ability far surpassed what it was in the original story. Jin Mian replied with a smile. Thanks, Lengleng. I'm fine now. Once I've mastered my 4th spirit ability, I'll take you flying. Yi Lengleng withdrew her martial soul and gave a bright smile. Alright. Nearby, Yi Susu saw the look in her daughter's eyes as she watched Jin Mian. It felt strange, yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Golden Crocodile saw that it was about time and said, "This place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's leave quickly." The 4 of them followed the direction they came from. They returned to the outer perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest. Unexpectedly, just as they stepped out of a patch of woods, they heard human voices. 7 treasures turn and produce the glazed tile. 7 treasures have a name. 7th, Martial Soul True Body. A massive 7-layered glazed tile pagoda appeared within the woods. The voice rose again. 7 treasures have a name. 5th, Attack. Hearing the familiar incantation, Jin Mian immediately understood who it was. These familiar slogans could belong to no one else but the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This voice, it's the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's sect master, Ning Fengji. Yi Susu also instantly recognized the person who had spoken. After all, the 9-star Begonia sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were both famous support system martial souls in the Spirit Master's world. The two sides naturally had some interactions. Come, let's go take a look. Jin Mian's curiosity was piqued, but when he looked at Yi Susu and Yi Lingling, he paused for a moment. The matter of the 9-star Begonia sect joining Spirit Hall had not been disclosed yet. If Ning Fengji were to see this mother and daughter staying with people from Spirit Hall, with his intelligence, he would certainly be able to guess most of the truth. By then, this information would surely be spread everywhere. After some thought, he changed his mind. Forget it, we should leave first. But just as they were about to leave, they heard another voice. Leaving won't be that easy. Leave your names. A sharp sword chi shot out from the woods. Golden Crocodile raised a finger and easily dissipated the sword chi. Seeing that they had been discovered, Jin Mian quickly took out 2 sets of large cloaks and masks from his spirit tool and handed them to Yi Susu and Yi Lingling. Quick, disguise yourselves first. The matter of the 9-star Begonia sect joining Spirit Hall cannot be known by outsiders for the time being. Yi Susu nodded. She took the cloak and mask and quickly disguised herself. Jin Mian helped Yi Lingling put on her cloak and mask. The next moment, there was movement from the jungle. The first to emerge was a 4-foot-long sword, entirely silver in color, carrying a powerful killing intent. An old man with a head full of white hair but the face of an infant slowly descended from the air. They were surrounded by people dressed in white and wearing masks. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, holding a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda in one hand and a cane in the other, walked out. He was none other than Ning Fengji, and that sword-wielding old man was one of the 2 great guardian Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Douluo Chen Xin. The reason they were here was that they were leading the sect's disciples to hunt for spirit rings. Who are you people? Why are you outside our 7 treasure glazed tile school's camp? Ning Fengji scanned the few people before him. Jin Mian said, we have just finished hunting for spirit rings and happened to pass by here on our way back. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. He was right, it really was a coincidence. Who would have thought they would run into the 7 treasure glazed tile school on their way back? Besides, they hadn't peeked and hadn't approached. How were they supposed to know this was the outskirts of their camp? Although that was indeed the case, the shrewd Ning Fengji would not think it was that simple. A coincidence? In the vast Star Do Great Forest, you just happened to pass by my 7 treasure glazed tile school's camp? That is a bit too coincidental. We happen to have a few extra tents in our camp. Why don't you stay as our guests? Jin Mian smiled faintly. This Ning Fengji was indeed a shrewd person. He was overthinking a simple accidental encounter. He refused directly. We don't have that much time. Move aside and don't block the way. You can leave, but tell me your origins and who sent you. Ning Fengji pressed further. Jin Mian was speechless at this. I already said, it was purely a chance encounter. Seeing their attitude was so firm, Ning Fengji's expression changed. In that case, I'll have to take you back by force. Take them. At his word, the surrounding 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples began to move forward. Seeing that a battle was unavoidable, after instructing Yi Susu and Yi Lingling not to take action no matter what, Jin Mian stretched his limbs. I already said it was a coincidence. Why must we resort to violence? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41. An unexpected encounter with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 41. Accidental encounter with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Golden Crown had already observed them. The levels of the surrounding 7 treasure glazed tile school disciples were basically around level 20 or 30. They were simply nothing to fear. He didn't even need to summon his spirit. Relying solely on the internal strength of the 9 Yang divine art, he knocked down those who approached, one punch at a time. As for Golden Crocodile, he took out a small bottle of wine from his spirit tool and watched the show while drinking. This kind of small scene was not yet worth his intervention. Leaving it to his beloved grandson was enough. Bang! I said it was a coincidence. Everyone should just go their own way. Why make it so troublesome? Golden Crown said while stepping on a 7 treasure glazed tile school disciple. Kid, don't get too ahead of yourself. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school is not to be trifled with. A 7 treasure glazed tile school disciple finished speaking. He activated his lone wolf spirit, and 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings appeared. Oh, A spirit ancestor? Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. The 7 treasure glazed tile school had strict rules. Only those who inherited the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit and had an innate spirit power of level 7 or higher could become direct disciples. But because the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was a support type spirit, it had to be supported by other types of spirit masters. This was where the branch families came into play. Other spirit masters could join the 7 treasure glazed tile school through marriage, becoming a matrilocal husband and other means. However, no matter what contributions these people made, they could ultimately only be branch disciples. They could not become core disciples. But this didn't matter to them. Being able to rely on one of the upper 3 sects as a backer was the most important thing. After summoning his spirit, this spirit ancestor threw a punch at Golden Crown. Golden Crown kicked the person under his feet away, sidestepped to grab the spirit ancestor's hand, and then kicked him away as well. Seeing the disciples he brought out this time being knocked down one by this boy of unknown origin, Ning Fengji's expression could be described as extremely ugly. He looked at Chen Xin and said, "Uncle Sword, I'll have to trouble you." Chen Xin nodded. Actually, his expression was also not good at this moment, because among the disciples Golden Crown had hit, several were ones he had personally trained. "Let me see just how capable this kid is." Chen Xin pointed his fingers like a sword and struck out a beam of sword chi. Seeing children fighting but the adult on the other side intervening, Golden Crocodile naturally could not ignore it. He flickered in front of Golden Crown and raised his hand to block Chen Xin's sword chi. When children are brawling, an adult stepping in would surely break the rules. Chen Xin and Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed as they thought to themselves, a titled Douluo. They had thought the old man following the boy was just a spirit saint. They didn't expect him to actually be a titled Douluo. "Who are you?" Chen Xin summoned his 7-kill sword spirit. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings appeared, and the aura of a level 96 super Douluo emanated from him. He fixed his gaze on Golden Crocodile and asked, although Golden Crocodile was once a top powerhouse of the same era as Chen Xin's grandfather, both belonging to the rank of level 98 peak Douluo powerhouses. But because Golden Crocodile had retired so early and lived in seclusion in the Hall of Worship for a long time, he rarely appeared in public. This resulted in Chen Xin never having seen Golden Crocodile before. Golden Crocodile rubbed his fingers and commented, 7-kill sword? So you're a descendant of Chen Xuan. Your cultivation is decent, but compared to your grandfather, you're still far off, kid. You know my grandfather? Quote, Chen Xin was instantly shocked to see that the person before him actually knew his grandfather. He was immediately startled. Back then, the 7-kill sect was one of the lower 3 sects. But now, only he remained, so it had already faded into the past. Let alone someone who knew his grandfather. Ning Fengji was equally surprised. One must know that Chen Xin was already over 80 years old. Yet this titled Douluo before them actually addressed Chen Xin as kid. This was simply unbelievable. Facing Chen Xin's inquiry, Golden Crocodile chuckled and said, "Take a guess?" This answer was truly something Chen Xin and Ning Fengji hadn't expected. Think about it. A titled Douluo of unknown age and unknown level actually used a child's way of speaking. It was hard for them not to be bewildered. The reason Golden Crocodile acted this way was all learned from Golden Crown. Chen Xin composed himself and calmed his emotions, saying, "Unwilling to say? It doesn't matter. Once I defeat you, you'll naturally talk." 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul True Body. Powerful sword chi flew out in all directions. A giant sword, clear blue like crystal, rose from the ground, hanging between heaven and earth. Chen Xin leapt into the air and pointed his sword at Golden Crocodile. "Make your move." Golden Crocodile yawned and said indifferently, "No need for such trouble. This state is enough to deal with you." Arrogant, seeing that the opponent didn't even activate his spirit when facing him. Chen Xin only felt insulted. One must know that he had been famous for a long time. He had reached the titled Douluo realm at the age of 52. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a level 96 super Douluo. Looking across the continent, he was considered among the top tier. Yet this person before him actually disregarded him so much. 7-kill domain. This domain was Chen Xin's unique domain. Anyone deep within the 7-kill domain would have their spirit power weakened by 50%, except for Chen Xin himself, of course. 5th spirit ability, awe-inspiring power. A vast sword chi surged out, condensing into a giant sword. It slashed down from high above. Facing this strike, Golden Crocodile remained as calm as ever. He slightly raised his hand and gave it a light flick. A terrifying force erupted from his fingertip, easily dispersing the giant sword. The power of this strike is not worth mentioning. Chen Xin was stunned and released another move. 8th spirit ability. Move mountains. The 7-kill sword transformed into 12 sword shadows, forming a sword formation. At the same time, the 12 sword shadows began to rotate like a whirlpool in the ocean. Fill seas. As Chen Xin uttered the last 2 words, a torrent of sword chi surged within the sword formation, forming a world-destroying offensive that pounced toward Golden Crocodile. Facing this second strike, Golden Crocodile remained unperturbed. He stomped his foot lightly. Bang! The world-destroying sword formation instantly fell apart. Golden Crocodile stroked his beard and said, "The power of this strike is insignificant." What? Seeing his 8th spirit ability, which was enough to make titled Douluo of the same level avoid its edge, being easily neutralized by this old man, this made him realize that this person's strength was far above his own. The hand holding his sword couldn't help but tremble. Could it be the person my father challenged back then? No, that's not right. That person used the way of the sword, whereas this person uses only brute force. On the other side, Ning Fengji was already dumbfounded. So strong. With Uncle Sword's skills, he actually seems like a child before him. This can't go on. Uncle Sword will surely be defeated. He circulated his spirit power and unleashed his martial soul true body. 7 treasures have names. 1. Strength 2, Speed 3, Spirit 4, Defense 5, Attack 6, Attribute. 7 consecutive buff attributes were all applied to Chen Xin. Instantly, Chen Xin's strength skyrocketed. 9th spirit ability God and Demon Slashes. 42. Number 42 Golden Crocodile snaps finger to suppress 7 kills. Chapter 42. Golden Crocodile suppresses 7 kill with a flick of a finger. 9th spirit ability. Divine Demon Slash. Under Ning Fengji's powerful amplification, Chen Xin condensed all his spirit power to unleash his strongest strike. A rift was sliced into the sky, and countless sword chi surged out from the spatial crack. It covered an area of several hundred meters. Every strand of sword chi possessed an extremely powerful killing force. Immediately after, a 100-meter-long 7-kill sword flew out from the spatial rift. It fell, aimed directly at Golden Crocodile. Not bad. Finally, a decent attack, but compared to your grandfather, you're still far from it, kid. Golden Crocodile condensed spirit power in his right hand and threw a punch. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding space shook from that unrivaled, powerful force. It shattered the 7-kill sword. Chen Xin was also sent flying back several hundred meters by the residual force of the strike. He sustained significant injuries. Cough, cough. Chen Xin coughed up a mouthful of blood and clutched his chest, saying, "A limit Douluo is truly terrifying. It seems there's no escape today." He had absolute confidence in his 9th spirit ability. If fighting an expert of the same rank, the power of this strike would be enough to kill the opponent. But the old man before him had actually crushed his divine demon slash so easily. His strength must certainly be that of a level 99 limit Douluo. Ning Fengji's expression also became incredibly shocked. He hadn't expected this ordinary-looking old man to possess such terrifying strength. Even Chen Xin, a level 96 super Douluo, was completely no match for him. At this moment, he felt some regret in his heart. Why did I have to provoke such a powerhouse for no reason? If I had known, I should have just pretended not to notice them. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. Now they were the fish on the chopping block, and the other party was the butcher. Golden Crocodile looked at Chen Xin and spoke slowly, "For the sake of your grandfather, Chen Xuan, I'll spare your life today." "Thank you, senior." Seeing that the other party wouldn't kill him, Chen Xin hurriedly expressed his gratitude and asked, "May I know senior's name? This junior will certainly pay a visit to express my thanks in the future. Just an old man who retired long ago, you don't need to know." But as for them, Golden Crocodile turned his gaze toward Ning Fengji and the other disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing this, Chen Xin quickly added, "I beg senior to show mercy and spare them as well." Ning Fengji also hurriedly lowered his head. Golden Crocodile said coldly, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Sparing you was for your grandfather Chen Xuan's sake. As for them, they have no such standing with me. Besides, you were the ones who provoked this. Neither logic nor reason gives me a cause to let them go. In that case, this junior shall live and die with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Chen Xin held his sword upright, his attitude resolute. In that brief interval, Ning Fengji, quick of eye and hand, took out 2 fireworks from his pocket and released them. Bang bang. The fireworks exploded in midair. Of these 2 fireworks, one was specifically for requesting aid from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The other was specially bestowed by Shui Yi in order to win over the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If released in a crisis, an army of 100,000 would come to the rescue. I have sent out a distress signal. I believe it won't be long before the Empire's army and the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School arrive. Furthermore, I, Ning, have some reputation and have made many friends. I believe they will also come to my aid immediately upon seeing the signal. If Senior insists on acting, we will certainly resist to the death. Once the rescue army arrives, no matter how high Senior's cultivation is, I believe you won't be able to escape. Facing Ning Fengji's threat, Golden Crocodile gave a disdainful smile. Are you threatening me? Boom. A powerful pressure immediately swept toward Ning Fengji. Chen Xin hurriedly flashed in front of him and blocked the pressure. Ning Fengji cupped his fists and lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. Fengji knows Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying. You could escape even if faced with an army of 100,000. However, you can escape, but what about them? He pointed at Golden Crown and the mother and daughter of the Yi family. Golden Crocodile frowned. Ning Fengji was right. With his cultivation, he could successfully escape even if faced with 100,000 troops. But if he had to take Golden Crown and the Yi family mother and daughter with him, it really might not be certain. Ning Fengji thought he had grasped Golden Crocodile's weakness and added, Senior, make your decision quickly. Otherwise, once the royal army arrives, everything will bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fengji coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. A mere spirit saint dares to speak to me in such a tone. He then proceeded to teach everyone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School a lesson, which naturally included Chen Xin. After finishing with them, Golden Crocodile clapped his hands. Alright, let's go. Golden Crown looked at the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were lying on the ground like corpses. He thought to himself that the old man had still been too lenient. He didn't even see a speck of red. However, considering that the Heaven Do Empire's army was about to arrive, he would let them off for now. Not long after the 4 of them left, the Heaven Do Empire's army and people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived. Fengji, Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong, having received the message, rushed over immediately. Seeing Chen Xin, Ning Fengji, and the other disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, all lying on the ground, his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, after checking, he found they had only fainted. At most, a few bones were broken, and they had sustained some internal injuries. But there was nothing life-threatening. They would be fine after resting for a while. Ji Yu Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he was very curious. With Chen Xin's skills, who could have injured him like this? However, the priority now was to take Chen Xin and the others for treatment. Ji Yu Rong immediately ordered his men to take Chen Xin and the others back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After leaving the Star Do Great Forest, Golden Crown and the others began their return journey to the Spirit Hall. Because of Ning Fengji's distress signal, the soldiers who were originally conducting inspections at the various city gates had all rushed over. Thus, Yi Susu and Yi Lengleng didn't need to continue their disguises. The 4 of them successfully left Heaven Do City a few days later. Golden Crown and the others returned to Spirit City. After dropping off the Yi family mother and daughter, the grandfather and grandson drove toward the Hall of Worship. To their surprise, just as they reached the Hall of Worship, they saw Rhino Douluo running over in a hurry. Second Consecrator, young master, you're finally back. Xiao Ling, what's the rush? Golden Crocodile asked hurriedly, thinking something big had happened. Rhino Douluo said, it's like this. Weren't Han Bing and Shi Hun sent to guard the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well? 2 days ago, Dugu Bo broke into the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. He was injured by them and captured. I wonder how Second Consecrator and the young master wish to deal with him. It's just one Dugu Bo. You guys decide for yourselves. Golden Crocodile didn't care about Dugu Bo at all. Golden Crown, however, became interested. Dugu Bo? Interesting. Grandpa, I'll go take a look. Fine, go ahead. I'm going to take a bath first. After saying that, Golden Crocodile walked toward their home. Golden Crown then had Rhino Douluo lead the way. He was going to meet this poison Douluo. 43. Number 43 Dugu Bo was arrested. Chapter 43, The Captured Dugu Bo. The Hall of Worship Dungeon. The prison here is divided into 4 sections. From highest to lowest, they are Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow ranks. The Yellow rank prison usually holds spies planted in Spirit Hall by other factions. The Black rank prison holds evil soul masters. The Earth rank prison is generally for criminals who have committed murder. The Heaven rank prison, being the highest level, naturally holds powerful experts like titled Douluos. Golden Crown followed Rhino Douluo to the outside of the Heaven rank prison where Dugu Bo was held. Are you sure he's Dugu Bo? How is this thing green from head to toe? Dugu Bo lay on the ground like a dead man, his entire body having turned green from head to toe. It looked extremely eerie. Rhino Douluo explained, "It's like this, young master. The reason Douluo has become like this is because his poison has flared up." Upon being reminded of this, Golden Crown had a sudden realization. As everyone knows, those who can cultivate to become a titled Douluo are basically individuals standing at the peak of the pyramid. The strength of these people is, without exception, incredibly powerful. But Douluo was an exception. This guy has a nickname, the weakest titled Douluo. As for why he's the weakest, first of all, poison has very little effect on a titled Douluo, because after a spirit master's level exceeds 70, their spirit power can naturally form a barrier, making it difficult for toxins to invade. Secondly, Douluo's spirit is the jade-scaled serpent emperor. This spirit has a characteristic: it is born with lethal poison. Yet, it is also a beast spirit. When a beast spirit is used, it merges with the spirit master. This resulted in Douluo being poisoned by his own toxin. Furthermore, this poison was passed down to his descendants. Only by cultivating to the rank of titled Douluo could one barely control the toxins. But as the level increases, the toxins become stronger and stronger. Thus, after Douluo became a titled Douluo, his strength had not grown for many years. However, while this guy was no good in a duel, in group battles, he was a peerless existence in the Spirit Master's world. Although Douluo's poison didn't have much effect on Spirit Masters above level 70, it was a completely devastating blow to those below level 70. In the original work, Douluo relied on his poison arts to instantly wipe out hundreds of thousands of Spirit Hall's troops, so he came here today to see if he could subdue him. That way, even if he faced an army of hundreds of thousands in the future, he wouldn't have to fear at all. Golden Crown looked at Rhino Douluo. "Elder Ling, can you wake this guy up? Although I can't cure his poison, waking him up isn't difficult," Rhino Douluo said as he opened the cell door. Then he helped Douluo up. Placing one hand on his back, he began to clear his meridians. Soon, Douluo woke up. He glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings and asked in confusion, "Where is this place?" "The Hall of Worship dungeon. Since you're awake, let's start our conversation," Golden Crown said, sitting on a chair. Hearing the voice, Douluo turned his head and saw a young boy behind him. "Hall of Worship? Why am I here? And who are you?" Golden Crown ignored him and spoke directly. "Douluo, you trespassed into my Hall of Worship's sacred land and even struck someone. Originally, I should have finished you off, but this young master will give you a chance today. Either join the Elder Palace unconditionally, or die." HMPH Hall of Worship's sacred land? That was clearly my territory, yet you people stole it. Douluo had already remembered. 2 days ago, his poison flared up, so he thought of going to that unique spring to suppress the toxicity. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived, he would be attacked by 2 titled Douluos. Because he was in a state of poison flare-up, he was defeated within a few rounds. Originally, he was confused about who had attacked him, but now he finally understood it was people from Spirit Hall. "Little brat, I suggest you go wash up and go to bed." "Wanting me to join Spirit Hall? In your dreams." Rhino Douluo spoke from the side. "Douluo, I advise you to think carefully." "Pa Spirit Hall lackey, you're exactly the kind of person this old man looks down on." Douluo's attitude was firm. Seeing this, Golden Crown wasted no more words and signaled Rhino Douluo to come out. Then he locked the cell door tight. "I originally thought that if you joined Spirit Hall, I could help you solve the problem of the poison in your body. Now it seems there's no need." Hearing this, Douluo instantly perked up. "Wait, you're saying Spirit Hall can solve the poison in this old man's body?" Golden Crown shook his head. "Not Spirit Hall, but me. You? Just based on a little brat whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet? You're dreaming." Spirit Hall's methods of recruitment are becoming lower and lower. Douluo obviously didn't believe it. Golden Crown wasn't angry either and said again, "I'll give you one last chance. Either join Spirit Hall, or die." Douluo thought about it and said, "Fine, if you want this old man to join Spirit Hall, you must agree to 3 of my conditions." "Not even one condition, because you have no bargaining chips, nor the qualifications." Golden Crown rejected him mercilessly. What a joke. The ice and fire yin-yang well was already in his hands. What right did the weakest titled Douluo have to negotiate terms with him? "In that case, do as you please, whether it's killing or skinning me. Regardless, this old man will not join Spirit Hall." Douluo closed his eyes and turned his head away. Rhino Douluo wanted to say something. Golden Crown raised his hand to interrupt. As the saying goes, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Since he had already given the other party 2 chances, there would be no third. Furthermore, even if he couldn't recruit Douluo, it didn't matter. When he became a god in the future, so what if he faced an army of 1 million? As for Douluo, since he wasn't willing to stay and be a dog, then he would just have to use him as a favor. If he remembered correctly, this guy seemed to have a grudge against Chrysanthemum Douluo. He could use Douluo's head to win over Chrysanthemum Douluo. Once he won over Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo would be more or less secured as well. Instead of letting these two follow Bibi Dong and meet a miserable end, it would be better to take them in and use them for himself. Thinking this over, he and Rhino Douluo had already reached the outside of the dungeon. Elder Ling, please go and inform Chrysanthemum Douluo. Tell him we've captured Douluo. Additionally, after dealing with Douluo, bring Chrysanthemum Douluo to the council hall. Tell him I have a gift for him. This matter must be kept secret. Don't let anyone find out, especially Bibi Dong. Also, I remember Douluo has a granddaughter. I won't be showing any tenderness toward the fair sex. Find a time to eliminate her as well. Hearing this, Rhino Douluo's mouth twitched. Good heavens, he's not showing tenderness, he's ruthlessly destroying the flower. Yes, after Rhino Douluo left, Golden Crown took out a jade box from his system space. Inside was the mystical immortal herb. Little Chrysanthemum, I don't believe you can resist the temptation of this immortal herb. Afterward, he turned and walked toward the council hall. 44. Number 44 doing a favor. Chapter 44. A favor along the way. In the council hall of the Hall of Worship, Golden Crown sat in the main seat. He had already been waiting for 2 hours. This is way too slow. Does it really take this long to finish off Douluo? As he spoke, slow footsteps echoed outside in the corridor. Then, the door slowly opened, and Yu Guan walked in. He froze for a moment when he saw Golden Crown sitting in the main seat. Then he gave a fake smile. Sorry. It took a bit of time to deal with that old poison freak. I've kept young Master Jin waiting. I wonder, what business does your excellency have with me? Golden Crown couldn't help but smile upon hearing Yu Guan's explanation. You, a dignified level 95 Super Douluo, taking so long to deal with a mere level 91 titled Douluo, the weakest one at that, who was even suffering from a poison outbreak. Only a fool would believe that. He was clearly late on purpose, trying to give me an attitude. But giving me an attitude isn't that easy. It's nothing major. Just a whim to have a chat with Elder Ju. Oh, there doesn't seem to be much interaction between young Master Jin and myself. I wonder what you want to talk about? Yu Guan asked in his characteristically charming, feminine voice. Golden Crown tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said calmly, it's nothing, really. I just wanted to ask how Elder Ju is doing under Bibi Dong. Are there any prospects for advancement? These words made Yu Guan raise an eyebrow, his mind racing. He thought to himself, what does he mean by this? Did he call me over just to ask such a boring question? No, that's not right. There must be another meaning behind these words. To avoid falling into a conversational trap, Yu Guan gave a very formal answer. It is my honor to work under the Supreme Pontiff. I do not ask for anything else. Not to mention, I am already an elder of Spirit Hall, and my cultivation has reached the level 95 titled Douluo rank. I have assisted 2 generations of Supreme Pontiffs. My strength and status are already satisfying. I seek no further advancement. After hearing Yu Guan's answer, the corners of Golden Crown's mouth curled up slightly. He tried his best to control himself and not laugh out loud. If I hadn't read the original story, I would have actually believed this guy's words. He follows Bibi Dong willingly only because she gives him a lot of power. Not asking for anything else? Fine, when I bring out the mystical immortal herb in a bit, let's see if you still don't want anything. I wonder, does Elder Ju have any interest in developing your career at the Hall of Worship? Golden Crown extended an olive branch. Hearing this, Yu Guan sneered inwardly. So that's how it is. No wonder he specifically captured Douluo and had me finish him off. After all that, he wants to recruit me. A child is just a child. He really thinks a mere Douluo is enough to make me join the Hall of Worship. Naive, however, considering Golden Crown's grandfather is the second consecrator, Golden Crocodile, whose strength has already broken through the shackles to reach the legendary Super Douluo rank. So, for the sake of his grandfather, I should still show him some respect. I can't refuse too directly. Yu Guan continued to fake a smile, but his tone carried an unquestionable aloofness. I thank the Hall of Worship for the kind offer. Unfortunately, as an elder of Spirit Hall, I, Yu Guan, am deeply trusted by Her Majesty the Supreme Pontiff and entrusted with heavy responsibilities. I have no intention of moving to the Hall of Worship. I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing else important, I shall take my leave. After saying this, Yu Guan prepared to leave. Unhurriedly, Golden Crown took out a pre-prepared jade box. In the next moment, Yu Guan, who had already reached the door, sensed an aura identical to his own spirit. This aura is, Yu Guan whipped around, his eyes full of disbelief. His spirit was an immortal-grade plant spirit, the mystical immortal herb. This was also the reason why he was able to cultivate to the titled Douluo level. At the same time, due to the cultivation potential limits of the immortal plant spirit, the mystical immortal herb, his level had been stuck at level 95. To break through again, he would have to consume another mystical immortal herb or another immortal herb. Over the years, Yu Guan had searched extensively for immortal herbs, even using Spirit Hall's manpower to scour everywhere, but it had always been in vain. Yu Guan no longer had that indifferent look from before. He unconsciously walked right up to Golden Crown. His whole body began to tremble with excitement. Eh? Didn't Elder Ju leave? Why have you come back? Golden Crown asked with a half-smile. Yu Guan realized he had lost his composure and felt a bit embarrassed, but to confirm that the item in the box was what he had been dreaming of day and night, he waved his hand and said, "That's not important. Young Master Jin, what is inside this box of yours?" "It's nothing. It's just a flower I happened to come across a few days ago. I plan to plant it in my front yard," Golden Crown said, feigning ignorance. Yu Guan caught the keyword, flower, and asked again, "What flower?" "A chrysanthemum." Golden Crown's voice suddenly grew louder. Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemums are good. Chrysanthemums are great. Ha ha ha. Yu Guan laughed inexplicably as he spoke, then asked with a look of expectation, "Could you let me take a look at this chrysanthemum?" Golden Crown gave an inscrutable smile. "Doesn't Elder Ju already have a chrysanthemum? Why bother looking at mine?" Even as he said this, he still opened the jade box. A chrysanthemum emitting a golden light was revealed. The petals were a purple jade color, each one translucent like crystal. The stamens shone with gold, looking incredibly noble. This was indeed the immortal-grade medicinal herb, the mystical immortal herb. It really is the mystical immortal herb. Yu Guan's joy was clearly written all over his face. Good heavens, truly incredible. To think that the immortal herb he had sought for so many years without result was actually in Golden Crown's hands. Wait, if that's the case, could the collective breakthroughs of the consecrators a few days ago also be related to immortal herbs? Quote, a bold guess formed in Yu Guan's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Immortal herbs are things that can only be found by luck, not sought. How could the Hall of Worship have so many? But then, what could be the reason? Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Golden Crown sighed and said regretfully, "Sigh. I originally thought that if Elder Ju were to join the Hall of Worship, I would give this immortal herb to you. I didn't realize Elder Ju was so noble and had no interest in such worldly things. It seems I can only wait for someone destined for this chrysanthemum." Having said that, without another word, Golden Crown closed the jade box. He stood up, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Yu Guan panicked. Holy crap. Wait, big brother, don't mess around. At least give me a chance to regret it first. He quickly scurried in front of Golden Crown, blocking his path. He smiled with complete sincerity and said, "Aiya, young Master Jin, I was just joking with you just now. Come. Let's go over there and have a good discussion, shall we?" Golden Crown glanced at Yu Guan. "Are you begging me?" "I'm begging you." Seeing his future held in Golden Crown's hands, Yu Guan had long since lost his previous arrogance. As for why he didn't just snatch it, are you kidding? This was the Hall of Worship. He'd likely be dead the second after he even thought about making a move. Seeing this, Golden Crown sat back down in his seat. 45. Number 45 Win over Yu Guan. Chapter 45. Winning over Yu Guan. Golden Crown sat back down in the main seat. With his legs crossed, his attitude was even more arrogant than before. "Elder Chrysanthemum, my time is precious. If you have something to say it quickly." Yes, I am truly sorry for disturbing young Master Jin's precious time. Also, you can just call me Yu Guan. If that's too much, you can even call me Little Yu. Yu Guan smiled fawningly. His integrity had fallen to the ground. As for dignity, he had long since cast it aside. Seeing Yu Guan like this, Golden Crown didn't waste words. "So, Elder Chrysanthemum, how have you considered joining the Hall of Worship? This is your last chance. If you agree, I will personally offer you the mystical immortal herb. If you don't agree, I'll take the immortal herb and leave immediately." Is there a third option? Yu Guan said cheekily. It wasn't that he didn't want the mystical immortal herb. On the contrary, his heart yearned for it deeply. But if he agreed to become a member of the Hall of Worship, it would be difficult to explain to Bibi Dong. After all, his current position was entirely due to Bibi Dong's patronage. Furthermore, he feared Bibi Dong's strength. If that woman discovered he had betrayed her, she would surely kill him at all costs. It seems you, Chrysanthemum Pass, are indeed loyal enough to Bibi Dong. In that case, I won't force you. Goodbye. Golden Crown finished speaking, closed the jade box, and walked out without looking back. Seeing his opportunity for breakthrough about to slip away, Yu Guan became anxious. He quickly spoke. Oh, young Master Jin, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say I wouldn't join. Oh, Elder Chrysanthemum means you can join the Hall of Worship? Golden Crown said calmly. Yu Guan said, I can, but it will be difficult to explain to the Supreme Pontiff. You don't need to worry about that. After you join the Hall of Worship, you can still openly stay by Bibi Dong's side and work for her. But secretly, you must be loyal to the Hall of Worship, or rather, loyal to me. Golden Crown's tone gradually became serious. You mean, you want me to infiltrate the Supreme Pontiff's side? Yu Guan suddenly understood. No wonder Golden Crown went to such lengths to win him over. Sending the head of his enemy Dugu Bo, and also sending an immortal herb. It turned out this kid wanted to sideline the Supreme Pontiff. Seeing Yu Guan still hesitating, Golden Crown gave him a reassurance. Don't worry, Bibi Dong will absolutely not know about your secret joining of the Hall of Worship. Moreover, even if she did know, the Hall of Worship would protect you. Or do you think our 2-level 99 peerless Douluo of the Hall of Worship can't protect you? Good, I'll join. Having received assurance of safety, Yu Guan agreed without hesitation. Actually, he had been hesitating for a long time. He was just waiting for that sentence. To be honest, he had long been fed up with Bibi Dong. Not only was she constantly moody, he also had to guess her thoughts every day, fearing that something he did wouldn't align with Bibi Dong's wishes. Elder Chrysanthemum is indeed a smart person, but I still prefer your rebellious appearance from just now. Come, put away your chrysanthemum. Golden Crown smiled and handed the immortal herb to Yu Guan. Looking at the long-awaited immortal herb in his hand, Yu Guan was incredibly excited. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, this subordinate will definitely be loyal to the Hall of Worship, go through fire and water, and not shrink from death. Rebellious? What was that? He had never heard of it. We are all on the same side now, no need to be so polite. However, there's one thing Elder Chrysanthemum needs to pay attention to. That is, Bibi Dong must not know about the immortal herb. Young Master Jin, rest assured, this subordinate will keep it a secret. After assuring him, Yu Guan asked again. This subordinate has another request. What is it? Golden Crown asked back. Yu Guan asked, I wonder if the Hall of Worship has any extra immortal herbs. Golden Crown instantly understood his meaning. As everyone knew, Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Guimei were very close friends, always inseparable in any action. The two had known each other since they were 4 years old and had gone through 60 years together until now. Their bond was closer than that of blood brothers. In the original work, after Guimei was killed by Tang San, Chrysanthemum Douluo was heartbroken. He eventually chose to seek death and followed Ghost Douluo. This inquiry about the immortal herb was definitely for Guimei. Is Elder Chrysanthemum asking for Guimei? Golden Crown asked directly. Yu Guan said awkwardly. Young Master truly has keen insight. This humble one's thoughts cannot be hidden from you. Golden Crown pretended to ponder for a moment. Then he said, of course there is. He pretended to choose from a spirit tool, but in reality, he took out a jade box from his system space. This is the profound nether shadow spirit grass, an immortal grade medicinal herb, and it has a very high compatibility with Elder Ghost Spirit, as long as Elder Chrysanthemum can persuade Elder Ghost to join the Hall of Worship together. This immortal herb will be Elder Ghost's. Young Master is magnificent. Yu Guan quickly offered flattery. He began various praises. Golden Crown raised his hand to stop him. Alright, Elder Chrysanthemum, don't waste time. Go and persuade Elder Ghost as soon as possible. After all, the medicinal effects of the immortal herb will diminish over time. Right. Look at my memory. I'll go find old Ghost now. Yu Guan put away the mystical immortal herb and quickly went to find Guimei. Watching Yu Guan's departing back, Golden Crown smiled slightly. Very good. Successfully turned 1. As long as I also control Guimei, I'd like to see how you, Bibi Dong, will harm Spirit Hall in the future. Speaking of which, while there are many immortal herbs, I can't use them all to win people over. Otherwise, what will I eat later? Thinking of this, Golden Crown immediately decided to stop at Guimei for winning people over for now. Yu Guan quickly persuaded Guimei to join the Hall of Worship. Golden Crown naturally kept his promise and gifted the profound nether shadow spirit grass to Guimei. Looking at the immortal herb in his hand, Guimei was quite disdainful. Joining the Hall of Worship for a mere blade of grass, it was a huge loss. Fortunately, Yu Guan explained it to him. Only then did Ghost Douluo understand what a treasure the grass in his hand was. Then the two found an excuse and requested leave from Bibi Dong to go into seclusion. Bibi Dong was naturally very surprised by Chrysanthemum and Ghost's breakthrough, because in her opinion, these two had already exhausted their potential by reaching level 95. Further advancement was simply impossible, but unexpectedly, both of them were about to break through. This was good too. After all, they were her subordinates, and becoming stronger would help her consolidate Spirit Hall's position. Once she could become a god, she could slaughter the entire angel clan, and also eliminate those who didn't obey her, then establish her own empire. Immediately after, she would bring back her beloved. And so, amidst Bibi Dong's twisted thoughts, Yu Guan and Gui Mei successfully took leave, and secretly went to the Hall of Worship to enter seclusion and break through. 46. Number 46. I still prefer your defiant attitude from just now. Chapter 46. I still like your untamed look from before. Time, like a mischievous elf, always slips away for 2 years when you're not paying attention. As everyone knows, children on the Douluo continent mature very early. In just 2 years, Golden Crown grew from a naive youth into a handsome, sunny young man, standing 1.7 meters tall. Walking on the street, pretty young ladies would occasionally come up to strike up a conversation. Of course, his spirit power level also rapidly increased, just like his good looks. From the original spirit ancestor at level 45, he grew to a spirit king at level 58. He truly became the number one among his peers. For example, the always arrogant Golden Generation. They originally thought they were only a little behind Golden Crown. They could catch up with a bit of effort. But when Golden Crown displayed his true strength, they realized they had long been left so far behind that they couldn't even see his exhaust fumes. From then on, Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan understood one thing. Compared to others, the three of them were indeed geniuses. But compared to Golden Crown, they were no different from ordinary spirit masters. At the same time, Spirit Hall Academy also welcomed its holiday. Nodding City. After 2 years, Golden Crown once again came to this small city. Open Black Lens Bracket Mission. Please go to Nodding City. Sign in for the plot. Tang San takes a Master Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Time Limit, 5 days. Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Failure Penalty. None Close Black Lens Bracket. It's finally coming. I won't miss this famous scene of Tang San acknowledging his father. Looking at the mission panel that only he could see, Golden Crown's lips curled slightly upwards. He came to Nodding City specifically for this mission this time. And behind him, followed a short blue-haired girl. She was Yi Lengling. In 2 years, Yi Lengling also changed greatly. From a delicate young lady, she transformed into a beautiful woman with a cold, unapproachable demeanor. She was wearing a dark purple short skirt with begonia flowers, a translucent veil on her face, and white stockings on her slender legs, looking like a fairy. She constantly attracted the attention of passers-by. Similarly, Yi Lengling's spirit power level also underwent tremendous changes in these 2 years. From the original Spirit Grandmaster at level 22, she grew to a Spirit Elder at level 37. And with her outstanding appearance, she and Hu Liena were jointly known as the 2 campus beauties of Spirit Hall Academy. She was pursued by countless boys, some boys with backgrounds even, in order to pursue Yi Lengling. Not only did they make high-profile confessions, but they also used their family connections to directly propose marriage to the 9-star Begonia sect. The result, of course, was that these boys were given a good beating by Golden Crown. Among them was Xie Yu, Hu Liena's brother. However, Xie Yu's pursuit of Yi Lengling had an ulterior motive. Because after Bibi Dong failed to recruit the 9-star Begonia sect, she set her sights on Yi Lengling, thinking that as long as Xie Yu could win over Yi Lengling, then the 9-star Begonia sect would be easily within her grasp. So she sent Xie Yu to intentionally approach her. However, Yi Lengling was naturally cold and never paid attention to strangers. So, she didn't even glance at Xie Yu and the other boys who pursued her. But she was exceptionally warm towards Golden Crown. She followed Golden Crown every day, calling him, Brother Mian, repeatedly. Brother Mian, do you have something important to do in Nodding City? Yi Lengling asked curiously. Golden Crown turned back and smiled, responding, a good show is about to begin, and if we don't hurry, we might miss it. Yi Lengling tilted her head. A good show? She was very puzzled. What kind of good show was worth Golden Crown traveling all this way to see? No rush, there are still a few days until the show starts. Let's find a place to stay first. 3 days later, early in the morning, Golden Crown brought Yi Lengling to the outside of Nodding Academy. As soon as they arrived, they saw a child and an old man being blocked outside by the academy's gatekeeper. Golden Crown's gaze fell on the child, Tang San, and the one talking to the gatekeeper was Old Jack, the village chief of St. Spirit Village. It seemed Tang San sensed Golden Crown's gaze. Tang San turned to look over. However, he didn't notice anything amiss. He just thought that their commotion was too loud, attracting the attention of people around them. Quite perceptive, Golden Crown secretly thought. Yi Lengling, who was beside him, saw Golden Crown looking at Tang San not far away and asked curiously, "Brother Mian, is this the good show you mentioned?" "No, the good show will only begin later," Golden Crown said, waving his hand. Just then, the gatekeeper, who had originally intended to drive old Jack and Tang San away, suddenly fell to the ground. The one who struck was naturally Tang San. He looked at the gatekeeper with cold eyes. Just as he was about to use the hidden weapons, the sleeve arrow, hidden in his sleeve to kill the gatekeeper, a voice rang out, "Stop!" The scumbag Grandmaster Yu Shaogang made a dazzling entrance. Just like in the original work, after Yu Shaogang confirmed that Tang San's proof was real, he then led Tang San into the academy. However, before entering the academy, Yu Shaogang looked at the gatekeeper and said, pretending to be powerful, "This is the first time, and it will be the last. If it happens again, you won't need to stay here." The gatekeeper quickly smiled apologetically. "Yes, Grandmaster." Seeing this scene, Golden Crown couldn't help but sneer at the Grandmaster. A person who freeloads at the academy and contributes nothing. Where did he get the nerve to say such things? "Let's go, we'll follow them." Golden Crown turned to Yi Lengling and said. Yi Lengling nodded and obediently followed behind. The two easily entered Nodding Academy. As for the gatekeeper from before, seeing strangers, he initially wanted to stop them, but seeing Golden Crown and Yi Lengling's extraordinary demeanor, he was afraid of offending some important figures, so he didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he saluted with a fawning smile. After entering Nodding Academy, Golden Crown and Yi Lengling hid in a patch of grass. They secretly observed Tang San and Yu Shaogang not far away. Tang San followed behind Yu Shaogang and thanked him. "Thank you, teacher." Yu Shaogang said faintly. "No, I am not a teacher of the academy." Tang San was bewildered. "But didn't you just say you represented the academy?" "I see, you must be the principal or a school leader." Golden Crown in the grass was speechless. Tang San, after all, had lived 2 lives. How could his mind be so dull? If Yu Shaogang were the principal, why would the gatekeeper call him Grandmaster instead of principal? "You are a very smart child, but I am neither the principal nor a school leader. I am just someone who freeloads here. You can call me Grandmaster, just like everyone else." "Unless..." Yu Shaogang paused here. Tang San asked curiously, "Unless what?" Yu Shaogang smiled. "Unless you are willing to let me be your teacher." Hearing this, Golden Crown was very excited. Oh, the famous scene is finally coming. Yi Lengling, meanwhile, stood beside him, blushing. Because they were observing in secret, the two were very close. This made her heart race. 47. Number 47. 2 years later. Chapter 47. 2 years later, after Yu Shaogang finished speaking, he looked at Tang San with fervent eyes. Just outside the school gate, after seeing Tang San's proof, he had the idea of taking him as a disciple. This was a rare innate full spirit power, seen only once in 100 years. It was far stronger than those wastes he had seen in the past. If he were to take this person as a disciple and guide him to success, wouldn't his reputation spread far and wide in the spirit master's world in the future? "You want to teach me how to cultivate my spirit?" Tang San asked. Yu Shaogang nodded. To successfully trick Tang San into becoming his disciple, he began to show off his flawed theories. "It seems I must be persistent this time. After all, you are the 3rd twin spirits owner in 100 years. Yu Shaogang said, walking forward with his hands clasped behind his back. He was like an otherworldly master. It can only be said that he played this role very successfully. When Tang San heard this, his pupils widened in shock, and he looked at Yu Shaogang in disbelief. Seeing Tang San's surprised look, Yu Shaogang secretly rejoiced. It seemed his words had successfully swayed him. "You're very curious how I know you have twin spirits?" Yu Shaogang confidently shook Tang San's proof in his hand. "The reason is right here. Perhaps to others, this might just be a piece of proof, but if I couldn't see the trick in it, then I wouldn't be worthy of being called a Grandmaster. I once investigated 647 people whose spirit was blue-silver grass, and no more than 20 of them possessed spirit power. And among those with spirit power, none of their innate spirit power could exceed rank 1. According to one of the 10 core competitiveness principles of spirits that I created, the magnitude of innate spirit power is directly proportional to the quality of the spirit. Clearly, relying on blue-silver grass alone cannot satisfy innate full spirit power, unless you have another spirit, and this spirit is very powerful." Tang San was almost completely convinced at this point. However, he still remembered the 6th rule of the mysterious heaven treasure record. When Mount Tai collapses before you, your expression does not change. When the yellow river bursts above you, your face does not flinch. A true hidden weapons grandmaster always has a calm mind, so he argued, everything has an exception, why can't I be a special case? Hearing this question, Yu Shaogang knew that his grand plan of deception had already succeeded by more than 90%. Just one more step, he would be able to take this genius disciple. He nodded seriously. That's right, everything has an exception, but your spirit is blue silver grass, which obviously doesn't fit the special case. As far as I know, in the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire, only 2 twin spirits have appeared in the past 100 years. But there have been 19 cases of innate full spirit power, and I have carefully studied their spirits. Without exception, they were all powerful existences. The youngest one has already reached the spirit grandmaster stage. Aside from 14 who inherited powerful spirits through family bloodlines, there were 5 exceptions. Their origins were not noble, but they also possessed innate full spirit power. Through my research, I discovered that these exceptions are the existence of mutated spirits. However, according to my many years of research, no spirit will mutate with blue silver grass. And your blue silver grass spirit is an ordinary blue silver grass. So I am absolutely certain that my judgment is correct. At this moment, Yu Shaogang was like a peacock fanning its tail, displaying his extensive knowledge to Tang San. Meanwhile, Golden Crown, who was in the nearby bushes, had already burst out laughing after hearing all this. This Yu Shaogang was truly shameless enough. All the things he researched were formed with the help of Spirit Hall, but this guy actually claimed he researched them himself, and his so-called 10 core competitivenesses of spirit souls. How could he have the nerve to say he created it himself? It was clearly just a verbatim copy of content already recorded in the Hall of Worship. And then it became his own. And all of this had to be attributed to the current Supreme Pontiff, the former Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, who was in the late stages of being blinded by love. If it weren't for her, how would Yu Shaogang have had the opportunity to learn all this? Finally, his vision was too narrow. He actually thought Tang San's blue silver grass was ordinary. The condition for twin spirits to appear was that the spirits must be of the same quality. After hearing all this, Tang San nodded. Suddenly, he took a step back. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the Grandmaster. Here it comes. Here it comes. The famous scene of Tang San recognizing his father is finally here. Golden Crown muttered disdainfully in his heart. It wasn't that he had any objections to taking a master. He was simply speechless about Tang San as a person, as a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives. Yet, just minutes after meeting Yu Shaogang, he was completely tricked by him. Tang San respectfully said, I have drifted for half my life, teacher. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Shaogang smiled contentedly. At this moment, he was very proud. He had finally managed to trick this genius into his grasp. His theories were only worthy of geniuses. Those wastes were not qualified for him to teach. From today onwards, he, Yu Shaogang, would let everyone on the continent know. His theories were invincible. Furthermore, he would cultivate Tang San into a peerless master. Then, with Tang San, he would trample all those who once looked down on him. He bent down and helped Tang San up. Silly boy, you only need to bow to acknowledge a master. Why kowtow? Don't you know that this is only a Li Jie for kings and parents? Tang San solemnly said, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You should receive my kowtow. Ha ha ha, good, it seems I truly made the right choice. And at the moment Tang San acknowledged his master, the system's prompt sound had already rung out. Open black lens bracket ding detected host witnessing the famous scene of Tang San recognizing his father. Check-in successful. Congratulations to host for receiving the reward. 21st century firearm manufacturing knowledge proficiency. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Heaven Do City. Close black lens bracket. Soon, various firearm knowledge appeared in Golden Crown's mind out of thin air, such as the Desert Eagle, AK-47, Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle, Cannon Sniper Rifle, and so on. This reward is really good. Golden Crown nodded with great satisfaction. Compared to Tang San's hidden weapons, which were hundreds of years behind, guns were far superior in both power and type. No matter how good your hidden weapons were, their range was only a few tens of meters. But even a backward rifled gun had a range of hundreds of meters. Not to mention, it was also exceptionally easy to use. Yi Lengleng saw Golden Crown suddenly happy and quietly asked, Brother Mian, what are you laughing about? Nothing, I just got a very powerful treasure. Alright, the show is pretty much over. Let's go. After Golden Crown finished speaking, he left with Yi Lengleng. Not long after the two left, a cute girl wearing pink clothes and with 2 long ears on her head entered the campus. 48. Number 48. Tang San recognizes his father. Chapter 48. Tang San acknowledges his father. On the way back to the hotel, Yi Lingling pondered the theoretical knowledge that the person called Grandmaster had spoken about at Nodding Academy. It wasn't that she thought what he said made sense. Rather, she had heard all this knowledge during her classes at Spirit Hall Academy. Brother Mian, was that person called Grandmaster a teacher at Spirit Hall Academy before? Why is the knowledge he taught exactly the same as what the other teachers at the academy teach? Also, is the 10 core competitivenesses of spirit souls used in our textbooks his original creation? Hearing this, Golden Crown replied, there's no need to pay him any mind. He is merely a charlatan who seeks fame by deception. His theoretical knowledge is not rigorous at all. As for that book, the 10 core competitivenesses of spirit souls, HMPH, he merely copied content from the Spirit Hall and passed it off as his own research. Yi Lingling was greatly shocked after hearing this. So, this so-called Grandmaster was actually so shameless. At this moment, she had silently labeled Yu Shaogang as a charlatan seeking fame by deception. In her heart, alright, let's forget about that guy. We'll spend 2 days playing around in Nodding City, and then return to Spirit City. 2 days later, Golden Crown and Yi Lingling took a carriage back to Spirit City. However, before returning, the two first arrived at the soul hunting forest. This was because the next check-in mission was located here. At the entrance of the soul hunting forest, there were Spirit Hall soldiers stationed. To enter, one must have a warrant. Upon seeing the first-class warrant, the soldier respectfully opened the entrance. Just as Golden Crown was preparing to enter with Yi Lingling, he heard a voice coming from behind him. Little brother, wait a moment. He turned his head and saw that the person who had arrived was none other than Yu Shaogang, whom they had seen recently at Nodding Academy. Tang San was following behind him. Golden Crown asked in an unfamiliar tone, do you need something? Little brother, are you going to hunt for a spirit ring? We happen to be doing the same. The soul hunting forest is very dangerous. If we form a team, we can look out for each other. Furthermore, I am quite familiar with the distribution and habits of the spirit beasts in this forest, and I can certainly lend you a hand. Yu Shaogang wore a seemingly sincere smile, but his eyes held calculation. He had originally come here today to take his disciple Tang San to hunt for his first spirit ring. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw Golden Crown take out a first-class warrant and hand it to the soldier. Entering the soul hunting forest requires a warrant issued by the Spirit Hall. These warrants are also divided into different grades. From lowest to highest, they are third-class warrant, second-class warrant, and first-class warrant. A third-class warrant can be held for life. It only grants entry to soul-hunting forests where spirit beasts below 10,000 years are hunted. A second-class warrant requires outstanding contributions to be applied for. Its scope of authority is higher than that of the third class. The first-class warrant is the highest grade. Not only does it grant the highest scope of authority, but it also allows entry into higher-level spirit beast areas, such as the Star Do Great Forest Core region. But obtaining one is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yu Shaogang saw that Golden Crown possessed a first-class warrant, leading him to believe the other party's identity must be extraordinary. Furthermore, seeing that the other party was quite young, he thought he would be easy to fool. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was mistaken. Seeing that shameless fellow Yu Shaogang trying to freeload off his first-class warrant to enter the soul-hunting forest, Golden Crown sneered inwardly. How dare you, a mere 29th level spirit grandmaster, claim familiarity with the soul-hunting forest? He refused without hesitation. No need. Seeing that he was rejected, he continued, little brother, which academy are you from? What concern is that of yours? Golden Crown retorted. Seeing that the other party wouldn't engage, Yu Shaogang spoke again. Perhaps you have heard of my name. I am Grandmaster Yu Shaogang, who researched and published the 10 core competitivenesses of spirit souls. I can help you select the most suitable age limit for your spirit rings. As he finished speaking, Yu Shaogang confidently puffed out his chest. Never heard of it. Furthermore, we don't need anyone's help selecting spirit rings, Golden Crown said expressionlessly. Immediately afterward, he led Yi Lingling into the soul-hunting forest without looking back. Seeing that he had been rejected twice in a row, Yu Shaogang's face instantly became awkward. This was because he had bragged to Tang San just yesterday that he was a renowned theoretical grandmaster across the entire continent, the kind everyone knew about. Yet now, he was being publicly rebuffed by a child. Damn it, how dare he ignore Yu Shaogang? HMPH. I curse you to never achieve any great achievement in the future. Yu Shaogang could only curse silently in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that his disciple Little San was still following him. He quickly coughed twice. Ahem, those two kids clearly have no experience. Little San, let's go in too. Tang San nodded, but in his heart, he was thinking, that person dared to treat teacher with such an attitude. Next time I see him, I must stand up for teacher. Yu Shaogang took out a third-class warrant and handed it to the soldier. Then he and Tang San entered the soul-hunting forest. On the other side, Golden Crown, who had just entered the soul-hunting forest, heard the sound of the system. Open black lens bracket detected. Host is currently inside the soul-hunting forest. Check-in successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining 100,000-year self-selected spirit ring card. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket item. 100,000-year self-selected spirit ring card. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Usage. Host can freely select a 100,000-year spirit ring suitable for their spirit, without any side effects. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Heaven Do City. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the reward for this check-in, Golden Crown almost cried out in excitement. 100,000-year spirit ring. This was one of the top resources every spirit master dreamed of. As long as I cultivate to the 60th level, I will possess 2 100,000-year spirit rings. Golden Crown thought to himself. That's right, his 5th spirit ring was also 100,000 years. It was obtained when the 7 great consecrated elders acted simultaneously, jointly hunting and killing a 100,000-year spirit beast. When they first heard that Golden Crown intended to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring for his 5th ring, the 7 consecrated Douluo were so shocked their jaws dropped. In their understanding, to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring, one's level must at least reach titled Douluo. Moreover, a 100,000-year spirit ring is different from other spirit rings. Once the absorption begins, there is no way to stop it. So they refused without thinking twice. But Golden Crown was persuasive. He first used his god-level martial soul as the foundation, then cited his strengthened physique from long-term consumption of whale glue, and finally capped it off with the consumption of immortal herbs, making it impossible for the 7 consecrated Douluo to refute him. They finally agreed. The result was exactly as he had expected. Although the process of absorbing the 100,000-year spirit ring was a bit painful, the process was very smooth. The only drawback was that the spirit bone dropped by this 100,000-year spirit beast was a left arm bone, and he had already absorbed the Fire Dragon King's million-year left arm bone. Therefore, this spirit bone could only be given away. And just at this moment, on a large tree to their left, a datura snake, 3 meters long, entirely brown, with a fleshy crest on its head and the thickness of a wrist, fixed its gaze on the two of them. Hiss! The datura snake flicked its tongue, its chilling, blood-red vertical pupils staring intently at Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. It could sense that these two people were extremely delicious, so it began to approach silently. 49. #49 Sign in the Soul Hunting Forest. Chapter 49. Soul Hunting Forest Check-in. The datura snake slowly approached. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, its vertical blood-red pupils flashed with ferocity. Its mouth opened wide, and sharp fangs suddenly appeared. It swiftly pounced towards Yi Lingling. Unexpectedly, in the next second, bang! The datura snake was sent flying several meters away, severely injured. A mere 100-year datura snake dares to ambush me? How presumptuous. Perfect, it's noon, and we haven't eaten yet. We'll make snake meat soup out of you, Golden Crown said, shaking his right hand. Seeing that it had encountered a tough opponent, the datura snake quickly yielded. It wriggled its body, trying to escape the area quickly. Afraid of being made into snake meat soup, trying to run? No way. Golden Crown took out a small knife and threw it at the datura snake. At the same time, another voice came. Little San, hurry, that 400-year-old datura snake is perfect for your first spirit ring. Farting like thunder, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. That's right, the newcomers were Yu Shaogang and Tang San again. After entering the soul-hunting forest, the master and disciple had been following behind Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. Their purpose was to wait for an opportunity, taking advantage of Golden Crown and Yi Lingling severely injuring the spirit beast and relaxing. They would then seize the chance to strike and kill the spirit beast. This way, Tang San could smoothly absorb his first spirit ring. But what they didn't know was that Golden Crown had already discovered them a long time ago. HMPH trying to snatch it? Don't even look at your own strength, are you worthy? Golden Crown sneered disdainfully. With Yu Shaogang's level 29 strength, trying to kill a severely injured datura snake was simply impossible. The small knife went straight through the datura snake's head. He completed the kill first. And then came Luo Sanpao's fart attack. How to describe it? The stench was unbearable. But fortunately, Golden Crown and Yi Lingling were quite far away, so they didn't smell it. Yu Shaogang walked forward and examined the datura snake. He found that its fatal injury was a knife wound. This meant that Tang San could not absorb this spirit ring. But Tang San didn't know this rule. He pointed at the yellow spirit ring emerging from the datura snake's corpse and said, "Teacher, the spirit ring is out. Should I absorb it now?" Golden Crown interrupted, "You can only absorb a spirit ring if you personally kill the spirit beast, or if the spirit ring is ownerless." "What? Didn't your teacher teach you this knowledge?" Tang San was stunned and turned to look at Yu Shaoging. "Teacher, is what he said true?" Yu Shaoging nodded, but then he looked at Golden Crown and said angrily, "Young friend, we discovered this datura snake first, but you used such dishonorable means to kill it first. Isn't this too out of line?" Yu Shaoging felt that these two youths in front of him were not old. As long as he took the moral high ground first, then perhaps he could make the other party give up absorbing this spirit ring and yield it to them. After all, he was an adult, so wouldn't it be easy to fool two children? Hearing Yu Shaoging's words, Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng simply laughed, speechless. "You discovered it first? Who can prove it? What's more, I was the one who severely injured this datura snake first, and then I was the one who killed it. What dishonorable means are you talking about? On the contrary, it was you who secretly followed us all the way, wanting to take advantage of us severely injuring the spirit beast to snatch it. Did you really think I didn't notice?" Golden Crown retorted mercilessly. Yu Shaoging was choked speechless, and finally stammered out 4 words. Sophistry. He hadn't expected that this child in front of him wouldn't be swayed by him. Instead, he was clear-headed and fought back. "Ridiculous. It's clearly you who wanted to gain without labor, and when we saw through it, you turned around and accused us of sophistry. Truly shameless." Yi Lengleng, who had always been quiet, also couldn't bear it anymore and retorted, You two ignorant brats, cough cough." Yu Shaoging coughed in anger. He evidently hadn't expected Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng to actually curse him. "Teacher, please calm down." Tang San quickly supported Yu Shaoging and comforted him. His gaze, however, turned to Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng. He said coldly, "Hey, you two are too rude. You stole our spirit beast, and now you're cursing my teacher. Apologize quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Golden Crown couldn't be bothered with Tang San. Indeed, like teacher, like student. Seeing that the two on the opposite side ignored his words, Tang San's eyes filled with killing intent, insulting his teacher with words, and snatching his spirit ring. Very well, these two have chosen a path to death. Confirming the distance, his right hand secretly manipulated the hidden weapon sleeve arrow hidden in his sleeve. Aiming at Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng, he pressed a finger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 flying needles, carrying fierce momentum, shot towards Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng like lightning. However, Tang San's small movement, which he thought no one had noticed, had already been detected by Golden Crown. HMPH, he actually wants to fight. It seems it's necessary to teach this brat a good lesson today. Golden Crown quickly caught the 3 incoming needles with his left and right hands. Seeing his proud hidden weapons easily countered, Tang San's eyes widened. "Giving them back to you." Golden Crown threw the 3 flying needles back. "Not good, teacher, run." Tang San quickly pulled Yu Shaoging, ready to flee, but the flying needles seemed to track automatically, flying towards Tang San and Yu Shaoging's buttocks. Splat! The flying needles accurately hit the center of both their buttocks. Ah, X2. Tang San and Yu Shaoging simultaneously let out cries that were half scream, half wail. Tang San quickly used his technique to remove the needles from his and Yu Shaoging's buttocks. Before long, the back of both their trousers was stained with crimson blood. "Little San, let's go." Farting like smoke, hypnotic slumber Luo San Pao. Knowing he was no match, Yu Shaoging quickly tried to use a spirit ability to cover Tang San's escape, but as soon as his voice fell, Golden Crown delivered a Leo flying kick, sending him flying. "Trying to run? Not that easy. Originally, I didn't intend to do anything to you, but since you made the first move, don't blame me for being impolite." The next second, Golden Crown's fists rained down on Tang San and Yu Shaoging like raindrops. Yi Lengleng also joined the battle, simply because she couldn't stand these two shameless master and disciple. Ah! Screams rang out. Soon, Tang San and Yu Shaoging were beaten black and blue. Seeing that he had vented enough anger, Golden Crown delivered a severing descendants kick to Yu Shaoging. Bang! Crack! For a moment, it sounded as if an egg had shattered. Ah! Yu Shaoging screamed loudly, then fainted. After teaching the master and disciple a lesson, Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng left. As for the snake meat soup, snake meat that had been smoked by farts was inedible, and that spirit ring, also due to no one absorbing it, dissipated between heaven and earth. 50. Number 50 beat up the scumbag and hypocrite. Chapter 50. Beating the scumbag, the hypocritical man. The scene of Golden Crown teaching Yu Shaoging and Tang San a lesson. All of it was witnessed by Tang Hao, who stood on a distant tree. Ever since he knew his son had been possessed by an old freak, he felt very uneasy. When facing Tang San, Tang Hao either gave him a cold shoulder or treated him with extreme disdain. In life, whenever Tang San did something even slightly wrong, he would scold him loudly and even use a stick to discipline him. However, after 2 years of living together, no matter how poorly he treated Tang San never complained and still treated Tang Hao like his biological father. He cooked and washed clothes every day without fail. He even seemed to enjoy the current situation. This completely baffled Tang Hao. He thought to himself, could this old freak who possessed his son's body have some masochistic tendencies? But as time went on, Tang San's actions still affected Tang Hao to some extent. Tang Hao seemed to have also felt the father's feelings. His initial feelings about his son being possessed began to quietly change, until he saw Tang San awaken the blue-silver grass and clear skyhammer, becoming the third twin spirits in 100 years. Golden Crown's twin spirits information was sealed, so Tang Hao didn't know. A thought popped into his mind. Who the soul living in Tang San's body is, does it really matter? It doesn't matter, as long as the bloodline of him and Ah Yin flows in the other party's body. Then that's fine. Just like that, after a session of self-brainwashing, Tang Hao completely accepted the current Tang San. To be honest, such a rapid change, even Tang Hao himself didn't react in time. When he thought back on it later, even Tang Hao felt it was inexplicable. Seeing Golden Crown and Yi Lengling about to leave, Tang Hao coldly snorted. You hit someone and now you want to run? It's not that easy. Just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, a sharp pain erupted within his body. Damn it, why now? Tang Hao gasped, clutching his chest. He stumbled and fell from the tree to the ground. The hidden injuries in his body were caused by using ring explosion to repel Qian Zunji back. Then, although he ultimately severely injured Qian Zunji, he himself suffered a serious backlash. Afterward, he was inexplicably hunted by Qian Daoliu. Old wounds hadn't healed, and new ones were added. Coupled with his daily alcoholism these past few years, even if his cultivation could slowly improve, his injuries showed no signs of getting better. Instead, they became more severe, all suppressed by his 90+ level spirit power. Otherwise, any other person would have long since perished. Ah, Spirit Hall I, Tang Hao, will never rest until one of us is dead. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he panted like an ox, his voice hoarse as he growled word by word. The intense pain made him sweat profusely. Immediately, he once again used his powerful cultivation to suppress this pain. In just this brief moment, Golden Crown and Yi Lengling had already left. Since the Datura snake's spirit ring had dissipated, Tang San and Yu Shaogang, who had woken up from their coma, could only go hunt other spirit beasts. But with their strength, they were no match for those spirit beasts. Plus, Tang San had run out of hidden weapons. The two walked for a long time but couldn't find a suitable spirit beast. Yu Shaogang threw the half-eaten radish to Luo Sanpao and said dejectedly, "Our luck doesn't seem to be very good. We've walked for so long and haven't encountered a suitable spirit beast. Teacher, if it really doesn't work, I'll just absorb a plant spirit ring," Tang San said. "No, little San, your first spirit ring must be an animal spirit ring. I firmly believe my theory is correct. If a plant-type spirit absorbs an animal spirit ring, it will definitely gain very strong spirit abilities," Yu Shaogang said, as if possessed by a demon. Due to the defect of his own spirit over the years, the theories he researched could not be realized. Now that he finally managed to trick a guinea pig, a genius disciple, how could he let go of this good opportunity to prove his theory? Then, to conceal his true intentions, Yu Shaogang put on an expression as if he was doing it for Tang San's own good. "Little San, trust your teacher. Your teacher will definitely cultivate you into a talent. It's all those two's fault. If not for them, little San, you would have already obtained your first ring." Hearing this, Tang San was very moved. He felt that he had followed the right master. At the same time, a hint of resentment towards Golden Crown grew in his heart. He secretly swore that the next time he saw those two, he would let them know his power. Just as he was about to speak, his purple demon eye spotted an extremely ugly snake, covered in yellow mucus. "Teacher, there's a spirit beast over there." Yu Shaogang turned his head and instantly recognized the snake's origin. "This is a 300-year-old scoundrel snake. Excellent, little San, if you absorb it as your first spirit ring, you will definitely gain a good control spirit ability." Farting like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, Luo Sanpao aimed at the scoundrel snake and released a stinky fart. Since it had just eaten radish, the smell of this fart was even more pungent. It directly fumed this 300-year-old scoundrel snake unconscious. "Little San, quickly finish it off. That way you can absorb your first spirit ring," Yu Shaogang urged. Tang San nodded, took out a small knife, and walked over. He finished off the scoundrel snake. A yellow spirit ring slowly rose. Tang San sat down and began to absorb the spirit ring according to Yu Xiaoging's instructions. He didn't want to move too much. The wound on his butt, which had just scabbed over, split open. However, in order to successfully absorb the spirit ring, Tang San indicated that he could endure this bit of suffering. Enduring the pain, Tang San began to absorb his first ring. Seeing his disciple begin to absorb the spirit ring, Yu Xiaoging wanted to find a place to sit and wait, but due to the wound on his butt, he could only stand. More crucially, because he had eaten too many radishes just now. He now really wanted to pass gas. Before long, Tang San successfully absorbed his first ring. His level also rose to 11. Teacher, I succeeded. Although he was excited, considering the wound on his butt, he still got up slowly. He saw that the spot where he had just sat was stained with blood. Yu Xiaoging showed an ant-like smile. Quickly aim at that big tree and test your first spirit ability. Okay, Tang San said, summoning his spirit. The originally azure blue silver grass, after absorbing the scoundrel snake's spirit ring, became rough and extremely ugly, and it also emitted a foul odor. First spirit ability, binding. Several withered yellow vines with disgusting mucus wrapped around the tree. Very good, this spirit ring enhanced the blue-silver grass's toughness. And, look at this mucus, it must have strong corrosive properties. Yu Xiaoging said with great confidence. Although this spirit ability was a bit disgusting, as long as the effect was strong, that's all that mattered. But the next second, he was proven wrong. The withered yellow vines broke one after another, and the tree that was bound showed no damage at all. Yu Xiaoging hastily explained, this corrosion should be chronic, and as for toughness, it must be because Little San's current level is too low. When his level increases in the future, the effect of this spirit ability will truly manifest. Tang San felt something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. He could only nod and say, don't worry, teacher, I will work hard. In fact, Yu Xiaoging lied to Tang San, because the scoundrel snake was the most useless existence among all spirit beasts. Not only was it ugly, but its strength was also particularly weak. Its only attack effect was the foul odor it emitted, but for his ridiculous theory, Yu Xiaoging actually lied and made Tang San absorb such a useless thing as his first spirit ring. It has to be said that Tang San, this guinea pig, was truly miserable. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Tang San, the White Mouse. Chapter 51. Little Guinea Pig Tang San. Half a year later, Spirit City, Hall of Worship. In a small house. Clang bang thump. Various metal striking sounds came from the house. Ever since returning from the soul-hunting forest last time, after Golden Crown bought a large amount of metal and other materials, he began the great undertaking of gun manufacturing. He spent most of his day in this small house. Gradually, the hammering stopped. Golden Crown finally let out a sigh of relief, taking off his goggles and white gloves. It's finally done. As expected of me, this braised beef noodle is truly delicious. After a day of work, it's just right to fill my stomach. He picked up the steaming beef noodles. Golden Crown picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. At the same time, his gaze still glanced at the freshly made weapons beside him. Known as the equalizer of all beings, the gun. However, he had only made a few handguns and one high-precision sniper rifle so far. For example, revolvers, Desert Eagles. Of course, if he only made ordinary handguns, it wouldn't have taken him half a year. The main reason was that the high-precision sniper rifle took the longest time. In addition, Golden Crown combined the gun with the spirit tool of this world, making the gun's power even greater than before. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Golden Crown came to the table and picked up the Desert Eagle, playing with it carefully. On the blue star of the past, guns held an extraordinary attraction for boys. Alright, my stomach is full. Now it's time to test the power of the handgun and the sniper rifle. Who should I find? Golden Crown pondered over who to test. This test was a bit dangerous. After all, the person testing the gun's power would be a pure living target. He had to find someone with high strength. Only then could the true power of the gun be tested. Soon, a suitable candidate appeared in Golden Crown's mind. Douluo. Douluo is a level 99 peerless Douluo. With him personally testing the power of the handgun and sniper rifle, the most accurate values could definitely be obtained. And why not choose Golden Crocodile, who is also level 99? Please, no matter what, he's his own great-grandfather. How could he possibly shoot his own great-grandfather? If this got out, would he still be considered human? As for Qian Daoliu, never mind, he's the one. There aren't that many reasons to explain. After deciding on the test subject, Golden Crown grabbed the gun and bullets. He headed to the Angel Temple Hall of Worship training ground. All 7 elders came here to observe the weapon Golden Crown had spent over half a year researching. Grand Consecrated Qian Daoliu stood 50 meters away from the testing area. Golden Crown loaded the bullets while saying, "Great-grandfather, you'll need to be careful later. If you feel danger, remember to dodge. Hehe, Xiao Mian, you can attack anytime. Let great-grandfather see how powerful your weapon is," Qian Daoliu said in a tone as if coaxing a child. That thing, like a toy, was not even as big as his palm. Could it hurt him? What a joke. One must know. Standing before you is Qian Daoliu, the level 99 attack system Super Douluo, also known as Invincible in the Sky, who is the master of the Spirit Hall Elder Palace and High Priest of the Hall of Worship, master of the Douluo Hall, former adjudication elder of Spirit Hall, and guardian of the Angel God. If he were injured by Golden Crown, a Spirit Emperor, holding a toy, then it's estimated that these old fellows around him would laugh at him for a lifetime. The other elders also watched the scene curiously, seeing that the high priest was ready. Okay, then let's first test the power of an ordinary handgun. Golden Crown also loaded the handgun and aimed at Qian Daoliu. The next second, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet shot out from the muzzle. Ding! When the bullet impacted in front of Qian Daoliu, it was blocked by his protective spirit power. However, Qian Daoliu was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the weapon Golden Crown held, called a gun, was just an inconspicuous little toy. He didn't expect it to have such power. Golden Crown, seeing the bullet blocked by the protective spirit power, asked, "Great-grandfather, how does it feel?" Qian Daoliu stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. A bit interesting, but far from enough. Continue. After hearing Qian Daoliu's evaluation, Golden Crown switched to a handgun manufactured with integrated spirit tool technology. Loaded, aimed, pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. This time he chose continuous fire. 3 specially made bullets, imbued with spirit power, quickly shot towards Qian Daoliu. Oh, can it attack continuously? The power has also increased significantly. Qian Daoliu paused. Actually, this level of attack was not worth his effort to defend against. However, curious about what it was, he stretched out his hand and caught the flying bullets. Such a small gadget actually has such power, Qian Daoliu said, looking at the bullets in his hand. Golden Crown saw that Qian Daoliu actually moved to catch his bullets. He thought to himself, that shouldn't be right. Even bullets combined with spirit tools shouldn't be worth Qian Daoliu's effort to block. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Great-grandfather, how's the power this time?" Qian Daoliu replied, "Compared to just now, the power and speed are much faster. However, if I wasn't curious about what it was, this little gadget wouldn't be worth my effort." Golden Crown immediately understood. It turned out that the high priest acted out of curiosity about what was attacking him. Next, after all the handguns were tested, finally, it was time for Golden Crown's greatest killing weapon, the sniper rifle, Barrett. However, unlike handguns, the Barrett is a sniper rifle. Firing bullets at close range was meaningless. So Golden Crown said, "Great-grandfather, please fly a bit further, about 1,000 meters away." 1,000 meters away? Are you sure? Quote, Qian Daoliu asked uncertainly. At this distance, let alone attacking an enemy, even chasing would be too late. Golden Crown nodded. Yes. Alright. Qian Daoliu transformed into a streak of light. He quickly flew into the distance. Soon he arrived at a spot 1,000 meters away. Then he transmitted his voice. "Alright, I'm at the location, you can continue to attack." Golden Crown set up the Barrett and began to adjust its precision. The other elders also watched intently. Once the precision was adjusted, Golden Crown's finger rested on the trigger. Bang! That bullet, like the breath of a fire dragon, streaked across the sky like lightning, shooting towards Qian Daoliu 1,000 meters away. Qian Daoliu, who was originally leisurely, suddenly felt a sense of crisis approaching. His protective spirit power rapidly expanded, but this time, the bullet easily penetrated the protective spirit power. Qian Daoliu was greatly shocked. He quickly dodged. Then he saw a hole pierced through the wall behind him. "It can actually penetrate my protective spirit power. It seems this kid has researched an incredible spirit tool." Qian Daoliu stroked his beard and sighed. He was certain that if he hadn't dodged that last attack, he would have been injured. But that wasn't the most crucial thing. The key was such a long distance, yet it possessed such great power. This was simply comparable to a divine artifact. 52. Number 52. A vessel for equality of all beings. Chapter 52. The equalizer of all beings. Big Brother's protective spirit power was actually broken, and it was a precise hit on the target from over a kilometer away. What an amazing spirit tool. Second brother, what was this long spirit tool called again? Barret. Several enshrined were all shocked by the power of the Barret. Who was Qian Daoliu? He was a level 99 peerless Douluo. Even an ordinary titled Douluo might not be able to break through his protective spirit power. But now, his defense had been breached by a spirit tool. This was simply unprecedented. Golden Crown stood up from the ground, taking out a notebook to record while saying, "The Barret, when combined with spirit tool technology, can penetrate the defense of a limit Douluo. Its power is decent. I'll strive to develop the cannon sniper as soon as possible." As he spoke, Qian Daoliu had already flown back from a kilometer away. Through Qian Daoliu's personal experience, Golden Crown had a precise understanding of the power of the several guns currently developed. The one with the least power was the ordinary pistol. Its range was roughly between 30 to 50 meters. The damage from a single bullet posed a lethal threat to a level 50 Spirit King. Rapid fire could cause damage to a level 60 Spirit Emperor. As for the pistols combined with spirit tool technology, their power was even more formidable. The damage from a single bullet posed a lethal threat to a level 70 Spirit Saint. Rapid fire could force a Spirit Saint to unleash their martial soul true body. As for the Barret combined with spirit tool technology, that went without saying. A single shot directly broke the defense of a level 99 peerless Douluo. According to Qian Daoliu, if an ordinary titled Douluo were caught off guard and hit in a vital spot by the Barret, they would be killed instantly. After Golden Crown finished recording, he twirled his pen and said, "Alright, I have a general understanding of the power of these guns. Thank you, great-grandfather, for helping me test them. No need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, lend these guns to your great-grandfather to play with for a few days." Qian Daoliu's eyes were full of curiosity, especially towards the Barret. He had lived for over 100 years. He had seen countless spirit tools, but there had never been a spirit tool that could make him feel a sense of crisis. At this moment, Qian Daoliu really wanted to take the Barret apart to see its internal structure, to see how it could have such immense power. Golden Crown put away the Barret and said, "The pistols are no problem. I can even give one to great-grandfather. But there's only one Barret, and I might need it for the subsequent batch production. So I can't lend it to you." Seeing that he couldn't borrow the Barret he wanted to play with most, Qian Daoliu wasn't angry. After all, didn't Golden Crown say so? There would be batch production later. He could just get one then. "Fine then, I'll take this pistol." Qian Daoliu took one of the Golden Desert Eagles. As for why he chose this one, the reason was naturally that it matched him very well. Sure. Golden Crown agreed without a second thought. Seeing this, the other enshrined also gathered around. In terms of relationship, Xiao Mian and I are the closest. After all, I've always carried Xiao Mian on my back while flying in the sky. Speaking of that, I disagree. When Xiao Mian wet the bed as a child, I was the one who changed him. Hey, don't forget I was the one who. In an instant, the several enshrined began to reveal Golden Crown's embarrassing childhood secrets. Golden Crocodile did not join this dispute. After all, this was his own grandson. Would he not give one to him? Seeing these people about to reveal all his secrets, Golden Crown quickly stopped them. "Stop, everyone gets one. Everyone gets one." In truth, with the strength of the several enshrined, pistols were basically optional for them. The reason they wanted them was also out of curiosity for something new. However, before the several of them left, Golden Crown said again, "The matter of the guns must be kept secret. It's limited to just us several knowing about it. Additionally, I want to manufacture the guns in large batches. I'll need a lot of materials as well as money." Before Golden Crown could finish, Qian Daoliu generously said, "Materials and money are small issues. You make a list, and I'll send people to buy them for you. As for the money, you write the report, and I'll sign the slips." The experienced Qian Daoliu had already seen the strategic value of these guns. If a 100-man squad armed with guns were formed, they would definitely be an invincible existence on the battlefield. Not to mention that the method of using these guns was also very simple. If ordinary people held guns, they could probably also contend with powerful spirit masters. Afterward, he warned the other enshrined with a serious tone. "Remember what Xiao Mian said. The matter of the guns must be kept strictly confidential. Absolutely no information must be leaked out." Yes, X6. In Nodding City, Tang San and Yu Shaogang had just received this month's gold coin subsidy from Spirit Hall. Looking at the gold coins in his hand, Tang San lamented, Spirit Hall really takes good care of us commoner spirit masters, actually giving us subsidies every month. Back when I was in Saint Spirit Village, sometimes I couldn't even afford to eat. Unexpectedly, after Yu Xiaogang finished listening, disdain and coldness were revealed in his eyes. He said with a sharp tone, Little San, your thinking is too naive. You can't even imagine Spirit Hall's true purpose. Tang San was startled, very puzzled. What purpose could there be? Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a chill. Think about it. Where in this world are there nobles who are good to commoner spirit masters? The small amount of gold coins Spirit Hall distributes may seem like they are helping us, but in fact, they are just using the guise of helping commoners to win over people's hearts. Tang San was confused. But teacher, even if Spirit Hall is winning over hearts, isn't it fine as long as the money is distributed into the hands of spirit masters? This is why I say you are naive. Yu Xiaogang continued to retort, then asked a question. Do you know where the subsidies distributed by Spirit Hall come from? Tang San shook his head. Yu Xiaogang said in a heavy tone, these so-called subsidies are actually funded by the two great empires, Heaven Do and Star Luo, and Spirit Hall is merely overstepping its bounds, distributing this money under its own name, to make the commoners think that this money is given by Spirit Hall. Over the years, Spirit Hall has relied on this method to win over a large number of people's hearts. And those commoners only know to be grateful to Spirit Hall, not knowing that the ones truly giving them money are the two great empires. Speaking to this point, a sharp look suddenly flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. The spirit masters on the continent should have been loyal to the two imperial families. But since Spirit Hall appeared, this rule was broken. They have tightly bound spirit masters under their own banner and required spirit masters to maintain absolute loyalty to Spirit Hall. And once a traitor is discovered, they are hunted down and exterminated. What they are doing, how is it any different from rebellion? Yu Xiaogang spoke with impassioned fervor. In his words, Spirit Hall had already become a most heinous power. As if it simply shouldn't exist in this world. After Tang San finished listening to this explanation from Yu Xiaogang, he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. 53. Number 53 Qian Daoliu. You submit the report, I'll approve the note. Chapter 53, Qian Daoliu. You write the report, I'll approve it. Tang San, who had originally transmigrated from a feudal era, felt an immense sense of agreement in his heart after hearing Yu Xiaogang's words. Loyalty to the empire. This should be the duty of every spirit master. But he immediately followed up with a question. But teacher, since this money is provided by the two great empires, then why don't the two great empires send people to distribute it themselves? Instead, they let Spirit Hall do it. Isn't that just letting Spirit Hall win over the people's hearts for nothing? Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. How could the people's hearts be so easily won? Do you think the two great empires are unaware of Spirit Hall's little tricks? In fact, they have known for a long time. The reason they acquiesce to Spirit Hall distributing the subsidies is merely that they are using Spirit Hall. Yet Spirit Hall is foolish enough to be unaware, thinking they've struck a great bargain. Tang San was stunned. Using them? Correct. Yu Xiaogang was extremely confident. The low-level spirit masters of the continent are basically distributed across remote and inconspicuous villages. The local customs in these places are complex, and the locations are far-flung. They are difficult for the two great empires to govern. It just so happens that Spirit Hall is willing to establish branch halls, send people to govern and patrol, and is even willing to help commoner spirit masters awaken their spirits for free. This way, it saves the empire a lot of trouble. Think about it, if the two great empires were to step in personally, how much manpower, wealth, and resources would be wasted on commoners for nothing? With that time and energy, it's better to use those resources to resist Spirit Hall. But with Spirit Hall taking the lead, the two great empires only need to issue an appropriation order. Everything that follows can be left entirely to the people of Spirit Hall. This way, it saves time and effort, and even wastes Spirit Hall's resources. Why wouldn't they do it? After listening, Tang San had a sudden realization. In his heart, he applauded and supported the actions of the two great empires. A power with ulterior motives like Spirit Hall should not exist in this world. That sliver of goodwill he had just felt towards Spirit Hall vanished completely at this moment. However, there were still some things he didn't quite understand, so he continued to ask. But if that's the case, wouldn't the two great empires be at a disadvantage? After all, Spirit Hall is the one winning the people's hearts. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang sneered. Spirit Hall wants to win hearts empty-handed? It's not that easy. The two great empires have long since thought of a solution for that. Do you think that just because Spirit Hall distributes subsidies to commoner spirit masters, they will gain their gratitude? Wrong, utterly wrong. Little San, you must know that human nature is the most complex thing in the world. Spirit Hall giving spirit masters a small subsidy will indeed earn a bit of gratitude. But if the subsidies are distributed persistently, these commoner spirit masters will develop a dependency. Once the subsidies stop being issued one day, all past gratitude will vanish like bubbles, replaced by hatred. The two great empires naturally understand Spirit Hall's ambitions, so they have been reducing the amount of the subsidies over these years. The goal is to make the grassroots spirit masters notice that something is wrong. For example, a spirit master who should have received 5 gold coins as a subsidy ends up only receiving 1. What will that spirit master think then? He will certainly think that Spirit Hall has embezzled the money from the two great empires, thus harboring resentment toward Spirit Hall. In this way, the grassroots spirit masters will develop a rift with Spirit Hall. When the time is right, the two great empires will step in and issue the full subsidy to the spirit masters. This way, they can not only harvest the people's hearts but also suppress Spirit Hall. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little San, the reason your teacher is telling you this is to make you understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. You are the 3rd person in 100 years to possess twin spirits. You are a true chosen one. In the future, your name will surely be known across the entire continent. At that time, various major powers will certainly extend olive branches to you. But you must know, they are only doing this because they value your talent and want to recruit you. You don't need to refuse their benefits. Just use the resources they provide to improve yourself. Do you understand? Tang San nodded. Teacher, I understand. The reason Spirit Hall issues subsidies to me is that they want to recruit me. And I only need to use the resources they give to improve myself. When I have grown strong, I can help the two great empires fight against Spirit Hall. After hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang expressed great satisfaction. As expected of his disciple, he understood his meaning so quickly. If Golden Crown knew about the conversation between this master and disciple, he would surely curse, ungrateful wolves, and he would directly cut off the subsidies for Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Damn it, Spirit Hall gives you money so you can live without worries, so you can cultivate in peace. Yet you want to wait until you've grown up to help the enemy fight Spirit Hall. Truly, kindness fed to a dog. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang was actually wrong on 2 points. First, the subsidies distributed to commoner spirit masters had long been borne solely by Spirit Hall. The two great empires had long been unable to issue subsidies due to internal corruption issues. Moreover, sometimes people from the two great empires would even use the name of inspecting the subsidy distribution to try and carve up the subsidies Spirit Hall was distributing to the commoner spirit masters. But they were all blocked by Spirit Hall. If not for Spirit Hall, it's estimated that the two great empires wouldn't care at all about the survival of commoner spirit masters, let alone subsidies. They wouldn't give them a single cent. But how could Tang San and Yu Xiaogang have thought of this? At this moment, in their eyes, Spirit Hall was the greatest evil force. As for the second point, the founding of Spirit Hall could be traced back to ancient times. At that time, the continent had not yet split. The two great empires were products of the continent's split, established after the ancient era. Therefore, Spirit Hall was founded before the two great empires. Even back then, Spirit Hall had already begun awakening spirits for spirit masters free of charge, so the rebellion Yu Xiaogang spoke of really couldn't be blamed on Spirit Hall. As for what he knew about the founding times of Spirit Hall and the two great empires, it was entirely his own speculation. It wasn't rigorous at all. Dusk was approaching. Spirit Hall Academy had already dismissed classes. Not many students were left. Golden Crown and Yi Lengleng were walking on the way home. Lengleng, this is for you. Golden Crown handed the prepared pistol to Yi Lengleng. On this pistol, a pattern of the 9-star begonia was engraved. What is this? Yi Lengleng took it curiously, while simultaneously pointing the muzzle at herself. Golden Crown quickly corrected her. Never point this thing at yourself. This is called a pistol. It's a highly lethal weapon I developed by combining it with spirit tool technology. A weapon? But I'm in the support system. I'm afraid I won't have a use for this spirit tool, Yi Lengleng said. Golden Crown explained with a smile. That's where you're wrong. Even an ordinary person can use this spirit tool of mine, and it's extremely lethal. It's perfect for a support-type soul master like you who lacks offensive means. If you encounter an enemy in the future, you can use the pistol to take them out. After hearing Golden Crown's words, Yi Lengleng looked at the pistol and asked curiously, but how do I use this? You just pull the trigger. How about this? I'll take you for a practice run, and then you'll know how to use it. Saying that, Golden Crown pulled Yi Lengleng toward the Hall of Worship. Feeling Golden Crown's warm hand, Yi Lingling followed with a blushing face. 54. Number 54 Ungrateful Master and Apprentice. Chapter 54. The Ungrateful Master and Disciple. Inside the laboratory, Jin Mian looked at the freshly made handgun on the table. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, if I'm the only one forging handguns, who knows how long it will take to equip an army of 1,000 men. I must find some helpers. But who should I look for? The spirit masters on the current Douluo continent basically focused on cultivating their spirits as their primary concern. Although there were people who researched spirit tools, they were very few and far between. Furthermore, the technology of firearms was extremely important. Therefore, the people he recruited had to be those who truly understood the technology, were loyal, and would not join other forces for petty gains. But where could such talent be found? As expected, technical talents are an extremely scarce resource no matter which world you are in. I can only ask Grandpa to help me look around. Let's not think about that for now. I'll head to the Angel Temple to complete the check-in task first. After Jin Mian put the gun from the table into the system space, he pushed open the door and walked toward the Angel Temple. A short while later, he arrived at the Angel Temple. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently at the Angel Temple. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Golden Crocodile King spirit quality increased by 10%. Close black lens bracket. In an instant, he felt the speed of the spirit power flow within his body increase significantly. His physical fitness had also improved markedly in all aspects. Besides that, the unique golden attribute of the Golden Crocodile King also underwent a slight change. His bloodline also seemed to become purer. The feeling of improving spirit quality is truly great. Next, let's see where the next check-in location is. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Metal capital. Close black lens bracket. Metal capital. His Jiangxin City. Jin Mian muttered to himself, his mind racing. Suddenly, a person very suitable for helping him manufacture firearms came to mind. Lu Gao. It seems I need to take a trip to the Star Luo Empire. No time to lose, I'll set off as soon as possible. Jiangxin City, also known as the Metal Capital. It was a city located in the southwestern part of the Star Luo Empire. Because it was famous for its blacksmith culture and metal industry, it was also called the City of Steel by people. The architectural style of the entire city was full of metallic and mechanical elements. The streets, streetlights, and even the defense systems were all made of metal, resembling something like cyberpunk. Countless rare metals and a large number of blacksmiths could be found here. After spending half a month traveling, Jin Mian finally arrived. Of course, Yi Lingling and Golden Crocodile came with him. He brought Golden Crocodile because the journey from Spirit Hall to Jiangxin City was long. There was no guarantee they wouldn't encounter some powerful enemies. Just like 2.5 years ago, when they met those two titled Douluo-level evil soul masters. So, upon hearing that his grandson was going to such a distant place, Golden Crocodile decided to follow without a second thought. Along the way, nothing major happened. After all, with a level 99 peerless Douluo in the carriage, who would be so suicidal as to cause trouble? As for Yi Lingling, this little girl simply didn't want to stay with strangers other than Jin Mian. So she acted spoiled and followed along. Looking at the surrounding buildings full of mechanical style, Jin Mian marveled, as expected of Jiangxin City, the metal capital. This is practically the Douluo continent version of cyberpunk. Cyberpunk? Brother Mian, what does that mean? Yi Lingling asked curiously upon hearing the new term. Jin Mian explained, it means this place is full of a sense of technology. Alright, let's hurry and enter the city. After saying that, he took the lead and entered through the city gate. What is a sense of technology? Yi Lingling's small head was full of great confusion, but she didn't think much of it and quickly followed. Golden Crocodile looked at the two youngsters in front of him and smiled kindly. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. His grandson's flirting skills were truly high, truly a descendant of his Golden Crocodile family. Soon, the three of them entered the city. Yi Lingling looked at the passing things she had never seen before with great curiosity. Meanwhile, Jin Mian had already received the system prompt. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently in the metal capital. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Encyclopedia of Firearms. The reward has been automatically stored in the system space. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Heaven Do City. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Item name. Encyclopedia of Firearms. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Description. records various types of firearms from the blue planet, as well as their manufacturing methods. Close black lens bracket. Encyclopedia of Firearms. Great, this really is getting exactly what I wanted. Jin Mian was very happy looking at this check in reward, because his purpose for coming to Jiangxin City this time was to recruit Lu Gao, the president of the Blacksmith Association, who resided here long-term and was known as one of the 3 divine craftsmen of the Douluo continent. Knowing the plot, he naturally knew this person's personality. His obsession with forging technology had reached the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, and he was informal, with only a very pure pursuit of craftsmanship in his heart. He was someone who truly understood technology. Just like Yi Lengling, he was a talent with strategic value. With his help, the problem of the slow manufacture of firearms could surely be solved. However, before coming, Jin Mian was not sure if he could recruit Lu Gao. Although he knew Lu Gao's hobbies, he didn't have such detailed blueprints. But the check-in reward from the system solved this problem perfectly. He looked at the Encyclopedia of Firearms in the system space, which was as thick as 10 dictionaries. He thought to himself, this is a sure thing. If even Tang San's backward hidden weapons could make Lu Gao unable to look away, then with his even more advanced weapons, wouldn't Lu Gao obediently follow him? Golden Crocodile looked at this city of steel and said, I didn't expect this city to grow larger and larger. There are many things even I am seeing for the first time. Jin Mian stopped several passers-by in succession to ask where Lu Gao lived. But these people shook their heads, not knowing. At this time, Yi Lengling walked back holding 2 small toys she had just bought. After handing one to Jin Mian, she said, Brother Mian, I found out where that old grandpa named Lu Gao lives. How did you find out? Jin Mian was somewhat surprised. He had wasted a lot of effort asking several people who all said they didn't know. Yet Yi Lengling went to buy a toy and found out. Yi Lengling pointed to a blacksmith shop not far away and said, I found out from that blacksmith uncle. Alright, I was too stupid this time. Jin Mian said, clutching his head. How could he have been so stupid to actually ask passers-by for information? They were currently in Jiangxin City. What was most abundant here? Blacksmiths, naturally, and Lu Gao was the president of the Blacksmith Association. Surely every blacksmith would know him. So if he wanted to know Lu Gao's location, he should have just asked a blacksmith. Let's go. The 3 of them walked toward the place where Lu Gao lived. 55. Number 55 Metal City. Chapter 55. The Metal Capital. More than 10 minutes later, Golden Crown and the other 2 arrived in front of a massive building. Looking up, they saw that this building occupied a very large area, and its height reached over 30 meters. Furthermore, it was located in the very center of the city. From this, it was evident that this building held extraordinary significance for the city. There were no guards at the entrance, nor was there any lavish decoration. The gates were wide open, and the flow of people was constant, including blacksmiths, merchants, spirit masters, and more, resembling a metal version of a vegetable market. Above the lintel, there was only a dark iron plaque with embossed patterns of a hammer and a chisel. This was precisely the Blacksmith Association. Let's go, we're going in. The 3 entered. After stating their identities and purpose, the people from the Blacksmith Association let Golden Crown and the others rest for a moment. They then sent someone to notify Lu Gao's disciple. A short while later, a thin man with brown hair walked over. Are you the ones looking for my teacher? Correct. May I ask who you are? I am Senior Lu Gao's head disciple, Si Long. Si Long introduced himself and then inquired, do you have some business with my teacher? If it's for a visit or recruitment, you can all head back now. My teacher is not interested in those things. Golden Crown waved his hands repeatedly. I'm not here for recruitment. I simply have a treasure I'd like Senior Lu Gao to take a look at. Si Long was puzzled. What treasure? I'll only bring it out once I meet Senior Lu Gao, Golden Crown said with a smile. Seeing that the 3 didn't look like they were there to cause trouble, Si Long turned and said, fine, follow me. However, teacher has a strange temper. If he refuses to see you, there's nothing I can do. Soon, Si Long led Golden Crown's group of 3 to the workshop where Lu Gao was located. Wait here for a moment. I need to go inside and announce you. After saying that, Si Long walked into the room. Inside the workshop, there was a short, stout, and robust old man with white hair and a white beard, resembling Santa Claus. He was focused intently on observing a diagram. He was the president of the Blacksmith Association, one of the 3 current divine craftsmen of the Douluo continent, a spirit saint with a 7-ring cultivation, Lu Gao. At that moment, Si Long walked in. Teacher, someone wishes to visit you. What do you think? Bang! Lu Gao slapped the table and said, are they here to recruit this old man again? I won't see them. I don't have that much time. Tell them to go back. But that person said he has a treasure he'd like you to appreciate, teacher. HMPH. No matter what treasure it is, it won't catch my eye. Get out, don't disturb my research. Seeing his teacher issue an order to see the guests out, Si Long had no choice but to walk out quietly. Seeing Si Long come out, Golden Crown quickly stepped forward to ask, "How is it? Is Senior Lu Gao willing to see us? Everyone, please return. Teacher is busy researching new things and has no time to see you." Si Long was about to leave after speaking. Golden Crocodile's brow furrowed. Damn it, as a super Douluo who had lived for so many years, this was the first time he had been refused at the door. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Golden Crown took out a handgun and said, "Brother Si Long, please take this item to Senior Lu Gao for a look. If Senior Lu Gao still won't see us after seeing this, we won't waste any more words and will leave immediately. This alright?" Si Long took the gun. He turned and entered the workshop again. Golden Crocodile looked at Golden Crown and said, "Xiao Mian, why say so much to them? In my opinion, we should just knock them out and take them back." Golden Crown said, "Grandpa, when dealing with talent, we must appeal to their emotions and reason. We must never use force unless absolutely necessary." On the other side, Si Long entered the workshop once more, holding the handgun. "Teacher." Before he could finish, Lu Gao scolded, "You brat, are you ever going to finish? Can't you see I'm researching new things? Speak, what is it now?" "Hee hee, teacher, it's still about that matter from just now. I already said I won't see them. Tell them to leave quickly." "Wait, what are you holding in your hand?" Lu Gao glanced at the handgun, and his attention was instantly drawn to it. Si Long quickly handed over the handgun. "This is the treasure that group wanted you to see." Lu Gao took the handgun, his fingers gently stroking the cold metallic texture of the gun's body. His gaze gradually became solemn, bewildered, and shocked. "What a fine weapon. Truly a unique and magnificent weapon. What is the name of this weapon?" Si Long scratched his head. "Well, they didn't say." "You idiot, why didn't you ask clearly? Quickly, invite them in." Lu Gao spoke with great impatience. Si Long hurried out and called Golden Crown's group of 3 inside. "Senior Lu Gao, how did you find my treasure upon appreciation?" Golden Crown asked. Lu Gao inquired curiously, "This thing is yours? Where did you get it?" Golden Crown smiled slightly. "To tell you the truth, this item was forged by me." "You forged it?" Quote. Lu Gao stood up with a face full of surprise and disbelief. He walked a circle around Golden Crown, highly skeptical. "Such a fine weapon was forged by a child like you? Don't try to fool me just because you see I'm getting on in years." Golden Crown said calmly, "What benefit would I get from fooling you?" Lu Gao thought about it. The other party really didn't seem to have a reason to fool him. He asked again, "Then does this weapon have a name?" Gun a good name. "Little friend, come, sit down quickly." Si Long, why are you standing there like a corpse? Hurry up and serve tea to these 3 guests who have come from afar. Lu Gao's face changed instantly. He hurriedly told his disciple to go fetch tea. Seeing this, Si Long quickly went to pour tea. Taking advantage of the gap, Lu Gao looked at Golden Crown with a beaming smile. "I wonder what your name is, little friend." Golden Crown. "Little friend Golden, I wonder if you have the production diagrams for this gun? Could you lend them to this old man to appreciate?" "Don't worry, I definitely won't look for free. Anything in my laboratory, as long as you take a fancy to it, you can take it as you wish." Hearing this, Golden Crown's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Gao. Seeing the other party staring at him, Lu Gao quickly waved his hand. "Of course. When I said things, I meant objects. The senior thinks too much." Golden Crown quickly changed the subject. "I don't have the diagrams for this gun. However what? Little friend, stop keeping me in suspense. Just say what you have to say." The straightforward Lu Gao was so anxious he almost jumped up. Seeing that the effect was about right, Golden Crown continued, "Although I don't have the diagrams, I have something even better." "Something better?" Lu Gao was half doubting. Bang! Golden Crown took out the encyclopedia of firearms he had just obtained from the system space. "This is the encyclopedia of firearms, which contains records of all guns. The handgun I showed you is also in this book. I wonder if Senior Lu Gao is interested in reading it?" I definitely am." Lu Gao had already moved to the front of the book and began flipping through it. 56. Number 56 Attracting High-Rise Buildings. Chapter 56, Recruiting Lu Gao. A fine book, truly a fine book. How did I never think that weapons could be assembled like this? The spirit tools I've developed are practically like fire pokers compared to this thing. Lu Gao was like a ravenous wolf that hadn't seen prey for a long time. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he looked at the encyclopedia of firearms, unable to put it down. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Golden Crown's lips curled up slightly. While Lu Gao was engrossed, he closed the book and put it back into the system space. Seeing such a marvelous book being taken away, Lu Gao immediately grew anxious. Hey, young friend, I was just getting to the important part. Why did you take it back? Quick, bring it out and let me have another look. Or rather, is this book for sale? Name a price, and I won't haggle no matter how much it is. Golden Crown said unhurriedly, Grandmaster Lu Gao, this book is a unique copy. You won't find a second one on the Douluo continent. Selling it is out of the question. However, I will place this book in a certain location where you can view it at any time. After hearing these words, Lu Gao stood up. If he couldn't recognize such an obvious recruitment attempt, it would be a bit unreasonable. He paused and asked, I wonder, young friend, which power do you belong to? What, did Brother Si Long not mention where we came from just now? Spirit Hall, Golden Crown said indifferently. What, you're from Spirit Hall? Lu Gao was somewhat surprised. Golden Crown nodded, that's right. I wonder if the Grandmaster would be willing to return with me and focus on researching this firearms technology. Lu Gao fell into deep thought. To be honest, he truly loved that encyclopedia of firearms. Although he hadn't even finished one page, the things recorded in it were truly remarkably novel. He hadn't even thought of such things, let alone seen them. If it were any other power today, he probably would have agreed to go with them without hesitation. But it just had to be Spirit Hall. Over the past 2 years, Spirit Hall's infiltration and suppression of the Blacksmith Association had never ceased. Sometimes they even impersonated his disciples, tarnished his reputation, and harassed the higher-ups of the Blacksmith Association. This caused everyone in the Blacksmith Association to harbor resentment toward Spirit Hall. And as the president of the Blacksmith Association, he naturally had to lead by example. But he really wanted to finish reading that book and even wanted to manufacture the items described in it. After much deliberation, Lu Gao asked, there are plenty of people on the continent who can forge weapons. Why did you seek me out, young friend? Hearing Lu Gao's question, Golden Crown knew the other party already had the intention to join. As long as he answered this question perfectly, the divine craftsman before him would follow him. Because I feel that you, Grandmaster Lu Gao, are someone who truly understands technology. Setting aside your accomplishments in the field of forging, which have long been famous, more importantly, you have a persistent pursuit of craftsmanship, daring to break through tradition and constantly exploring new possibilities. The technology in this encyclopedia of firearms can only be perfectly realized by a Grandmaster like you who truly understands technology and has passion. Bang! I agree to join Spirit Hall. Lu Gao slammed his large hand on the table, speaking with excitement. Golden Crown's words just now had truly struck a chord with him. He then added, joining is no problem, but young friend Jin, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Please, speak your mind. It's that after this old man joins Spirit Hall, can Spirit Hall stop suppressing the Blacksmith Association? No problem, it's a small matter. Golden Crown agreed without hesitation. He turned to look at Golden Crocodile. Grandfather, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Golden Crocodile made an okay gesture. At this moment, Si Long, who had gone to bring tea, returned. Teacher, the tea is here. Lu Gao said to Si Long, from today on, you are the president of the Blacksmith Association. Ah? Quote, Si Long was completely bewildered. Wait, in the short time I was out getting tea, I come back in and I've become the president? This surprise came way too suddenly. Wah, teacher, have you contracted some incurable disease? Woo, why didn't you tell your disciples sooner? Si Long hugged Lu Gao's leg and began to cry. To this, Lu Gao looked speechless. Go, can't you think better of me? I have decided to join Spirit Hall to develop brand new technology. I'm letting you take over as the association president. What? Spirit Hall? Quote, teacher, didn't you used to hate Spirit Hall very much? Why the sudden decision to join? Si Long scratched his head, very confused. Times change. Alright, you brat, just be a good president of the Blacksmith Association. After saying that, Lu Gao looked at Golden Crown. Quote, young friend Jin, let's set off immediately. Golden Crown waved his hand, no rush. I need to stay in Jiangxin City for a couple more days to purchase some materials. That's easy. Make a list, and I'll have Si Long buy them for you, Lu Gao said anxiously. Right now, he couldn't wait to head to Spirit Hall, and then flip through that encyclopedia of firearms. After a short while, Golden Crown finished listing the required materials. Si Long took the list and went to purchase them. Once the materials were purchased, Golden Crown's group of 3 brought Lu Gao and his 3 disciples back to Spirit Hall 2 months later. With the addition of Lu Gao and his disciples, the manufacturing speed of firearms could be described as progressing at lightning speed. However, new problems soon followed. They had run out of money. Although Qian Daoliu had said to come to him if they were short on money, this wasn't a long-term solution. He had to think of a way to make money. After thinking it over, he decided to sell guns to make money. After all, the speed at which the arms business made money was no joke. Of course, the firearms sold would naturally be ordinary and outdated ones. As for where to sell them, it would naturally be at various auction venues. As for the price, Golden Crown had already considered it. The price for a handgun, 2,000 gold coins each. The price for a rifle, 10,000 gold coins each. The price for a machine gun, 100,000 gold coins each. And that was just the price of the guns. Bullets would be sold separately. The price for handgun bullets, 5 gold coins each. The price for rifle bullets, 10 gold coins each. The price for machine gun bullets, 20 gold coins each. Not only that, but there would also be teaching fees. What? You're asking if people will be willing to buy them when the prices are set so high? Don't worry, the nobles of the two great empires value their lives more than anything else. Once they realize such powerful weapons are being sold on the market, they will definitely buy them at any cost. Having decided, Golden Crown determined to first take a trip to Heaven Do City. First, it was to complete the system check-in task. Second, it was to go to the Heaven Do auction house to auction the first batch of arms. Third, it was to go see a certain person. 57. Number 57 Arms Trade. Chapter 57. The Arms Business. Heaven Do City. This was the capital of the Heaven Do Empire and its most prosperous city. Renowned academies and countless sect forces were all gathered here. Neighboring it was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as the only one of the upper 3 sects to openly support the Heaven Do Empire, coupled with the fact that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was extremely wealthy and possessed 2 guardian Douluos. The status of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School within the Heaven Do Empire was exceptionally high. The city walls of Heaven Do City were hundreds of meters high, built entirely of solid granite. Both atop and below the walls, soldiers in full armor and carrying spears stood guard and patrolled. Golden Crown walked along the streets, observing while eating a freshly bought Douluo. Open black lens bracket detected that the host is currently in Heaven Do City. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward. 1 bad luck card. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Next check-in location. Soto City. Close black lens bracket. Another bad luck card, huh? I've already gotten 3. This thing isn't really useful to me. Whatever, I'll just keep it for now. On this trip to Heaven Do City, he only brought Golden Crocodile along. As for Yi Lengling, he didn't bring her because her identity still needed to be kept secret for the time being. After wandering around for a while, Golden Crown arrived at a place that was oval-shaped, hundreds of meters high, and covered a vast area. A massive badge hung above the entrance. Several large characters were written on the badge. Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Golden Crocodile saw Golden Crown stop outside the Spirit Arena. He spoke up. What? Do you want to go in and have some fun? Golden Crown bit off the last piece of Douluo and snapped his fingers. It really has been a while since I've seen some action. Golden Crocodile instantly understood Golden Crown's meaning. The two of them entered the Spirit Arena. The interior of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena was even more magnificent. It consisted of 1 main arena and 36 branch arenas. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators at a time. There were also exquisitely decorated private boxes where one could overlook the entire arena through floor-to-ceiling windows. Golden Crown went to the place for personal information registration. Of course, the identity information was forged. After receiving his Spirit Duel badge, he also signed up for a match. Golden Crocodile, on the other hand, opened a private box and sat leisurely on the sofa, watching the matches in the arena. A short while later, as a match on the field came to an end, the announcer's voice rang out. The next contestants are Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xing Daorong. Will the 2 contestants please come onto the stage immediately? Golden Crocodile, sitting in the box, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Must be someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Perfect. Today I'll let them know who truly has the strongest beast spirit on the Douluo continent. But why does Xiao Mian like the name Xing Daorong so much? While he was pondering, Golden Crown, wearing a half mask, had already arrived on the competition stage. And his opponent was a 14 or 15-year-old youth with a handsome face, dressed in luxurious blue clothing and possessing a head of yellow hair. His eyes were filled with arrogance. When the youth saw that his opponent was actually just a child younger than himself, his eyes were instantly filled with mockery. Golden Crown naturally noticed the other's gaze, but he ignored it. He simply crossed his arms over his chest and gave the other a quick glance. He then closed his eyes, feigning calmness. HMPH. A wet behind the ears brat actually dared to just brush me off with a glance. In a moment, I'll make you pay the price for your arrogance. The youth's lips curled up in a contemptuous look. It was as if he were already the victor of this match. The referee saw that both contestants were ready. He blew the whistle for the match and announced, "I declare the match officially begun." As soon as he finished speaking, that youth was the first to release his spirit. A dragon's roar was heard. A blue dragon covered in electricity appeared behind him. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flickered around him. Yu Tianxin, Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 31, 3-ring attack system Battle Spirit Master. Yu Tianxin announced his title with confidence. Golden Crown rubbed his chin. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Interesting. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon claimed to be the #1 beast spirit in the world, but in truth, it didn't live up to its name. After all, it was just a sub-dragon species spirit. If one were to truly talk about quality, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon couldn't compare to his own Golden Crocodile King at all. Xing Daerong, Golden Crown indifferently announced his name. Yu Tianxin was stunned. That's it? I just announced so much information, and this kid actually just said 3 words. The referee saw that Golden Crown still hadn't released his spirit, so he reminded him. Contestant Xing Daerong, aren't you going to release your spirit? Golden Crown spread his hands. Release my spirit? There's no need. This state is sufficient to deal with him. But in Yu Tianxin's ears, that was a provocation. Arrogant, simply too arrogant. He was the peerless genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a level 31 3-ring battle spirit elder. This kid actually dared to look down on him so much. Today, he must show him what he was made of. Otherwise, what would the clan leader watching his match from the stands think? In the spectator stands, inside a noble private box, several Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan elders dressed in blue noble attire watched the arena. What an ignorant brat, to dare look down on the genius of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Let Tianxin teach this fellow a good lesson. By the way, which clan is this Xing Daerong from, to dare be so arrogant? Not sure, I've never heard of any power with the surname Xing. The black-clothed, white-haired old man sitting in the main seat opened his eyes and spoke in a voice that commanded respect without anger. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to underestimate our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must pay the price. Yes, clan leader. Indeed, this person was the current clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yanzhen, whose cultivation had reached the level of a level 95 Super Douluo. In the arena, Yu Tianxin wasted no more words as his first spirit ring lit up beneath his feet. His arm took on a dragon-like form, and bursts of lightning glow emerged. First spirit ability. Blue Lightning Dragon Claw. He bared his sharp claws and attacked Golden Crown directly. A flash of brilliance crossed Golden Crown's black eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist and collided with Yu Tianxin's Dragon Claw. Bang! After a violent collision, Yu Tianxin was sent flying backward, but he managed to land steadily on the ground. Pain radiated from his dragonized right hand. How is it possible? This guy's strength is actually this great? Quote, Yu Tianxin's expression was one of shock. Logically speaking, he should have had the absolute advantage in that strike just now. Not only had he released his spirit, but he had also used a spirit ability. In contrast, the opponent had just thrown an ordinary punch. As a result, he was the one sent flying, and his arm was shaking from the pain. This simply defied common sense. Golden Crown shook his hand and gave a faint smile. Blue Lightning Dragon Claw? Looks more like a chicken claw to me. By the way, did you skip a meal? Why was that strike just now so weak? 58. Number 58 Golden Crown. Blue Lightning Dragon Claw? I think it looks more like a chicken claw. Chapter 58 Golden Crown. Blue Lightning Dragon Claw? I'd say it's more like a chicken claw. What? Quote, Kai Chicken Claw. Damn it. Yu Tianxin felt deeply insulted. His spirit was the world's #1 beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He and his younger cousin Yu Tianeng were hailed as the twin stars of the clan's younger generation. Their future prospects were limitless. But now, some unknown brat was actually mocking his dragon claw as a chicken claw. How could the habitually arrogant Yu Tianxin endure this? He pointed at Golden Crown and threatened, Stinky kid, don't get too ahead of yourself. This genius was just testing the waters earlier. Next, I'll make you pay for what you just said. Golden Crown didn't say a word. He smiled and extended his index finger, as if to say, please, begin your performance. His eyes revealed an undisguised intent to provoke. Little did he know, this action caused Yu Tianxin's anger to surge. Both his arms underwent dragonification. He quickly rushed in front of Golden Crown, swinging his fists to attack. Yu Tianxin's assault was like a downpour of rain. In Golden Crown's eyes, it was no different from a child flailing his fists. He crossed his arms over his chest, his figure easily dodging every punch like Gui Mei. How is this possible? Quote, why can't my attacks hit him? And this guy has such a relaxed expression, as if he doesn't even take me seriously. Yu Tianxin's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Golden Crown sidestepped a kick and yawned slightly. So boring. Is someone with the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit only at this level? How disappointing. Shut up. You dare provoke me like this. Today, I will definitely show you the power and pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Blinded by rage, Yu Tianxin began to strike wildly, abandoning all technique. As a result, his entire body was riddled with openings. The corner of Golden Crown's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his right leg and kicked Yu Tianxin in the stomach. Aha! Yu Tianxin felt his stomach churning. The pain caused sweat to break out on his forehead. Clutching his stomach, he involuntarily retreated several steps. What, you're done already? Honestly, your mental state is a bit too weak. I only made a couple of comments and you lost your cool, attacking recklessly. It's a good thing I didn't release my spirit, or else you might be dead already. Golden Crown smiled contemptuously. Hearing this, Yu Tianxin clenched his fists, the anger in his heart exploding like a volcanic eruption. Just as he was about to launch another attack, suddenly, a secret voice transmission entered his ears. Tianxin, don't be anxious. Calm down. This voice belonged to Yu Yanzhen, who was inside a private box. Seeing the clan's genius being beaten so miserably by an unknown boy, how could he, as the clan head, save face? So, he sent a voice transmission to guide him. Thank you for the guidance, clan head. Tianxin understands. Having received Yu Yanzhen's guidance, the look in his eyes as he watched Golden Crown regained its arrogance. Brat, next, I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. Although he didn't know why Yu Tianxin had suddenly regained his confidence, Golden Crown still said casually, whatever you want. Yu Tianxin used Blue Lightning Dragonclaw once again and launched an attack. Unlike before, this time Yu Tianxin didn't go for a direct clash. Instead, he continuously used Blue Lightning Dragonclaw to swipe at Golden Crown's body parts. His intention was clear. He wanted to use the lightning element on the Blue Lightning Dragonclaw to paralyze Golden Crown. How should I put it? The idea was good, but the actual effect was lackluster. After all, Golden Crown's physical strength was extremely high. A mere bit of paralysis couldn't do anything to him. But Yu Tianxin didn't know that. Naively, he thought Golden Crown was almost completely paralyzed. He then mocked, how is it? The taste of lightning isn't pleasant, is it? Next, I'll let you know the price of looking down on me. I'll use you to test out my new spirit ability. After Yu Tianxin finished speaking, he leapt into the air. His third spirit ring lit up. The blue electric light on his body turned purple. It looked like a layer of armor condensed from lightning, covering his entire body. Those dragon claws also became larger. Third spirit ability, Thunder God's Wrath. I'm not done yet. Second spirit ability, Thunderbolt. With the support of the third spirit ability, Yu Tianxin unleashed his second spirit ability. Dense lightning slowly condensed into a blue-purple orb of light. Half the arena was illuminated. Go to hell! Yu Tianxin roared, forcefully throwing the light orb in his hand. Facing Yu Tianxin's full-strength blow, Golden Crown's expression remained unchanged. A red light glowed on his right hand, followed by a flame igniting. In an instant, a pressure originating from an ancient bloodline enveloped Yu Tianxin. The blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit he had always been proud of bowed its head at this moment and let out a wail. How is this possible? Quote, why is my spirit out of control? Yu Tianxin wasn't the only one experiencing this. The other elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in the private box, as well as clan head Yu Yanzhen, all felt this suppression from the bloodline. Yu Yanzhen stood up in horror. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes fixed on Golden Crown. How can this boy have such powerful dragon might? Quote, is that a spirit bone? I see. For such a treasure to be obtained by this boy is truly a waste of a God-given gift. Someone, kill this boy later. Take back what originally belonged to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The others echoed, yes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private box, Golden Crocodile couldn't help but sneer after hearing Yu Yanzhen's shameless words. It seemed the title of the world's #1 beast spirit was about to change hands. On the field, Golden Crown raised his right hand, firewall. The next second, a wall of fire hundreds of meters high, condensed from ultimate fire, appeared in front of Golden Crown. Yu Tianxin's full-strength second spirit ability was swallowed whole the moment it touched the firewall. Immediately after, the flames on the wall transformed into a fire fist. It punched Yu Tianxin square in the chest. The intense burning sensation caused Yu Tianxin to let out a miserable scream. He was subsequently sent flying backward. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness. His clothes were also burned away by the ultimate fire. Consequently, many female spectators in the stands quickly covered their eyes. Seeing this, the referee rushed forward to check the situation. Seeing that Yu Tianxin was only unconscious and not in any serious danger, he immediately announced, in this match, contestant Xing Daorong wins. Whoosh! Various cheers erupted throughout the arena. In the stands, a middle-aged couple rushed from a private box onto the field. Zinner, they were Yu Tianxin's parents. Seeing their son injured like this, the two glared viciously at Golden Crown. Then, a powerful pressure swept through the entire arena. Yu Yanzhen slowly flew into midair and questioned coldly, Xing Daorong, do you know your crime? 59. Number 59 Yu Yanzhen. Chapter 59, Yu Yanzhen. Yu Yanzhen hovered in midair, scrutinizing Jin Mian. Many of the surrounding spectators also recognized Yu Yanzhen. Heavens, I didn't expect this person to actually be here. Who is he? The clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Yu Yanzhen. I heard his cultivation has already reached the level of a level 95 titled Douluo. With him taking action, that kid named Xing Daorong is probably doomed today. Jin Mian ignored the discussions of the people around him. He looked up at Yu Yanzhen and asked disdainfully, acknowledge my crimes? What crimes have I committed? What crimes? HMPH. Listen closely, you, Xing Daorong, have committed 2 sins. First, you injured a genius of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Second, you dared to obtain a treasure of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. With every sentence Yu Yanzhen spoke, his pressure swept toward Jin Mian. Facing the pressure of a level 95 Super Douluo, Jin Mian remained motionless. He retorted without a hint of fear, I admit I beat the trash of your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, but what do your clan's treasures have to do with me? HMPH. Naturally, it is the spirit bone in your left arm. If you cripple your own left arm today and obediently hand over the spirit bone, I might spare your life. In the future, you can be a servant for my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Otherwise, Yu Yanzhen spoke menacingly. Jin Mian interrupted. Otherwise what? Death. After saying that, 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, lit up on Yu Yanzhen's body. At this moment, the owner of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena hurriedly ran out. Your Excellency Thunder, this is the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, please. Yu Yanzhen glanced sideways. Get lost if you dare to say another word. I'll smash this pathetic place of yours. Faced with the threat of a titled Douluo, the owner of the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena instantly lost his nerve. He hurriedly retreated. Then Yu Yanzhen looked at Jin Mian. Kid, have you considered it? Do you want to live a lingering life, or do you want to die once and for all? Facing Yu Yanzhen's threat, Jin Mian was dismissive. He continued to retort, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan really has no shame at all. Whenever you set your eyes on someone's things, you claim they are your clan's treasures? Then I want to ask you, what proof do you have that this spirit bone on my arm is a treasure of your clan? Yu Yanzhen spread his hands and said in a matter-of-fact tone, who in the world doesn't know that my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan possesses the only dragon-type spirit on the continent? The spirit bone on your body is a dragon bone, so it naturally belongs to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Jin Mian was directly speechless. In order to seize the spirit bone from him, this guy actually dared to find such a shameless excuse. And the only dragon-type spirit on the Douluo continent, my ass. Wait, he almost forgot, this guy is Yu Shaoging's father. No wonder Yu Shaoging is so shameless, it turns out to be hereditary. At the same time, 4 elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan surrounded Jin Mian. Clan leader, why waste your breath on this kid? Exactly, just cripple him directly and take the spirit bone out. Jin Mian looked at the few of them and gave a mocking smile. Just you few pieces of trash? You're not worthy. Presumptuous. Death is at your doorstep, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Take him down for me. Yu Yanzhen gave the order. The 4 elders released their spirits one after another. They were all powerhouses at the spirit Douluo level. Suddenly, a sharp palm wind descended from the sky. Boom. After a loud bang, a huge palm print appeared on the arena. Those 4 spirit Douluo level elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan were turned into meat paste. Golden Crocodile, wearing a cloak and a mask, descended from the sky. Yu Yanzhen's expression became serious because he felt that the strength of the person in front of him far exceeded his own. Who are you, sir, and why are you interfering in this matter? This old man is the god of war, Xing Tian, and I am this kid's grandfather. Golden Crocodile made up a name on the spot. God of war, and Xing Tian. Jin Mian's eyes widened, and he picked his ears in disbelief. This name was so familiar. Hearing that this elder named Xing Tian was actually Xing Daorong's grandfather, Yu Yanzhen cried out inwardly that things were bad. He hurriedly cupped his hands. Senior, just now was just a misunderstanding. Golden Crocodile was in no mood to listen to this guy's nonsense. He spoke coldly. Misunderstanding? This old man heard it very clearly just now. You wanted my grandson to cripple his left arm, offer up his spirit bone, and become your servant. You even wanted my grandson's life in the end. And now you tell me it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'll believe you? Seeing that this matter would be difficult to settle peacefully, Yu Yanzhen also lost his temper. Then what do you want? Golden Crocodile snorted coldly. Simple, I'll also give you two paths. Either be beaten to death by me, or cripple your own cultivation and be a servant to my grandson. A servant? HMPH. Yu Yanzhen clenched his fists and spoke his famous words. A dragon can only be a dragon forever. A dragon, it's impossible for one to be beaten and then go be someone's dog. I'd like to see what you can do to me. No matter what, Yu Yanzhen, am a level 95 titled Douluo. If we really fight, I might not necessarily lose to you, Yu Yanzhen said confidently. Golden Crocodile smiled disdainfully and raised his hand. I really hate it when people talk big in front of me, especially while in the sky. Get down here. A powerful pressure enveloped Yu Yanzhen's body. Facing the pressure of a level 99 peerless Douluo, Yu Yanzhen naturally couldn't withstand it. He fell directly from the air and knelt on one knee on the ground. This strength you are a pay. Before he could finish his sentence, Golden Crocodile punched him in the mouth. The powerful force caused Yu Yanzhen's teeth to shatter instantly, leaving him unable to speak. The second punch landed on Yu Yanzhen's leg. It broke his leg directly to prevent him from escaping. With the final punch, Golden Crocodile smashed his fist directly onto Yu Yanzhen's head. Bang! Like a kite with its string cut, Yu Yanzhen flew out and crashed into the ground. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, he was as dead as could be. Just like that, the dignified level 95 Super Douluo Yu Yanzhen was beaten to death by Golden Crocodile in 3 punches. The entire process took less than a minute. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? HMPH, nothing but an empty reputation. After complaining, Golden Crocodile looked at Yu Tianxin, his parents, and other members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Xiao Mian, should we finish them off as well? At this moment, Yu Tianxin's parents were so scared they were about to kneel. Their own clan leader had actually been beaten to death by this person in 3 punches. Enveloped by fear, they didn't even have the thought of running away. Just then, a voice came from outside the soul dueling arena. The Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Qing, has arrived. Upon hearing the name Shui Qing, the hope of survival was ignited in the hearts of the despairing Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon members. As long as Shui Qing could speak for them, this titled Douluo would definitely not dare to kill them. After all, this was the Heaven Do Empire. Jin Mian and Golden Crocodile both looked toward the spectator stands at the same time. In a short while, Shui Qing walked in, surrounded by guards. Unexpectedly, as soon as her eyes glanced toward the Soul Dueling Arena's competition field, she froze. What has happened here? Quote, 60. Number 63 punches killed Yu Yanzhen. Chapter 60. 3 punches to kill Yu Yanzhen. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, looked at the competition grounds of the Great Spirit Arena. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the situation. Today, she had heard from her subordinates that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's genius, Yu Tianxin, was competing in a soul duel here. Even their clan leader would come to watch. To better infiltrate the Heaven Do Imperial family and eliminate other competitors, she needed to win over some factions. The 7 treasure-glazed tile school, under her active overtures, had already publicly taken her side. If she could also win over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, then it would be much more convenient for her to do things in the future. Moreover, she could use this opportunity to gain the old emperor's trust. Because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as a neutral sect, always kept its distance from the imperial family. If she could win them over and bring them closer to the imperial family, that would be a great achievement. The old emperor would surely value and trust her even more. The power delegated to her would also grow larger, and her plan to usurp the nation could proceed more smoothly. When the time came, even if she eliminated all other contenders for the throne, it probably wouldn't raise any suspicion. After all, that's how struggles for the throne have always been. But now, her plans were completely disrupted. On the field, Yu Yanzhen's corpse lay sprawled, surrounded by several unidentifiable, foul-smelling masses of flesh. At the same time, the remaining members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan scrambled to Shui Qing's presence. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please save us. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will be eternally grateful. Listening to the pleas of these Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clansmen and the report from officials who had investigated the situation, Shui Qing finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had taken a fancy to a spirit bone belonging to a contestant named Xing Daorong, so they had tried to seize it. Unexpectedly, Xing Daorong's grandfather was not someone to be trifled with either. He had killed 4 spirit Douluos with a single palm strike and slain Yu Yanzhen with 3 punches. Then, an official stepped forward and whispered to Shui Qing, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is a perfect opportunity to win over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If you lend a helping hand now and save these clansmen of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, afterwards, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is sure to remember your Highness's kindness. Even if they try to maintain neutrality, their hearts will surely lean towards our side. By then, your Highness, you would have the backing of 2 of the upper 3 sects." Shui Qing did not speak but instead rubbed her temples with a headache. It was because she had received a secret message from Golden Crocodile. "Little Shui, long time no see, it's your second grandfather." "Second grandfather, what brings you to Heaven Do City so suddenly?" "Here to take care of some business. Passing by the soul dueling arena, Xiao Mian wanted to play a bit, so we came in." Who would have thought that Yu Yanzhen, not knowing his place, tried to seize Xiao Mian's spirit bone, so I dealt with him. "By the way, why are you here?" "I came to win over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but I didn't expect to run into you." "Wait, Xiao Mian, he came with you?" Qian Runshui was overjoyed. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the figure behind Golden Crocodile, the one she had been longing for day and night. Golden Crocodile continued, "So? Do you want to see Xiao Mian?" "No, I'll meet him after my mission is over." Qian Runshui refused. Then she continued, "That fellow Yu Yanzhen actually tried to steal Xiao Mian's spirit bone. Dying like that was too easy for him. Second grandfather, finish off these Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan members as well." Qian Runshui no longer had any intention of winning over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. At this moment, only one thought filled her mind. Anyone with ill intentions towards Golden Crown must die. Hearing this, Golden Crocodile was taken aback and quickly asked, "Weren't you trying to win over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? If you kill them all, don't worry, I've already figured out what to do. Second grandfather, cooperate with me like this later." Qian Runshui roughly explained her plan to Golden Crocodile. "We meet again. Shui Qing, Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire." Golden Crocodile initiated the greeting. Hearing this person dare to directly address Shui Qing by name, a minister nearby immediately reprimanded him angrily. How dare you address His Highness the Crown Prince by his name? Guards, seize him." "Stop!" Shui Qing raised a hand to halt them. Then she glanced at the minister who had spoken, thinking to herself, "Can't you see that Yu Yanzhen, a level 95 powerhouse, is already a corpse? Where does a lowly ordinary minister like you get the courage to say such things?" She looked at Golden Crocodile, first feigning confusion, then surprise, and finally disbelief. "It's you?" the minister hurriedly asked. "Your Highness, do you know this person?" Shui Qing nodded. "He is that mysterious titled Douluo powerhouse I encountered in the Spirit Beast Forest back then, along with 3 instructors. I heard that my teacher also encountered a mysterious titled Douluo powerhouse before, and it's said that even Sword Douluo was no match for him despite exerting his full strength. Comparing their attire, my teacher and I discovered that these 2 mysterious powerhouses are the same person." "What, so it's actually him?" All the officials and guards present revealed expressions of fear. Their gazes involuntarily turned towards the official who had spoken out earlier. That official was also scared witless, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Golden Crocodile flashed and appeared before Shui Qing. "Well, from the look of it, are you planning to protect these people?" As soon as these words were spoken, the few Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan members looked at Shui Qing. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Shui Qing pretended to be in a difficult position, thought for a good while, then cupped her hands and said, "Senior, this is the Heaven Do Empire, and I am the Crown Prince of this nation. How can I allow you to kill people indiscriminately?" "Indiscriminately?" The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan made the first move. Golden Crocodile retorted. Shui Qing looked at the few Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan members and asked, "Did you make the first move?" "This, Your Highness, we." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan members stammered. Shui Qing sighed. "If that's truly the case, then you really aren't in the right." Golden Crocodile wasted no more words. "Shui Qing, either give me some face and hand them over, or don't blame me for being impolite." The surrounding guards quickly drew their swords, forming a protective circle around Shui Qing. Shui Qing thought for a moment and said, "In that case, I shall give your excellency some face." Hearing this, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan members, who had held onto a glimmer of hope, instantly lost the light in their eyes. They couldn't believe that Shui Qing would actually side with this titled Douluo. Before they could figure it out, a gust of palm wind swept over, turning them all into pulp. The surrounding officials were very confused. But Shui Qing gave them an explanation. I know you are puzzled why I would pass up such a good opportunity to win over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and instead grant this excellency some face. May I ask you all, which is more worth winning over, a powerful titled Douluo or a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan without a titled Douluo? That naturally the former. The officials replied. Indeed, what Shui Qing needed most right now was strength. If she could win over this titled Douluo powerhouse, Shui Qing's position as crown prince would surely be solidified. When Shui Qing ascends the throne in the future, their status would also rise accordingly. Shui Qing smiled slightly. In that case, if His Majesty the Emperor asks about this matter, do you know how to answer? Understood. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61. The struggle for the throne has always been like this. Chapter 61. The struggle for the throne has always been like this. The angel spirit bone's disguise effect is truly amazing. It actually allowed little Shui, disguised as Shui Qing, to have not the slightest flaw. Golden Crown watched with great interest as Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing on the high platform. He thought about whether to go over and tease her. After dealing with those few people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Golden Crocodile walked back. Alright, we should go take care of our proper business now. No rush. I'm going to greet an old friend. Old friend? Golden Crocodile was puzzled. Golden Crown didn't explain, instead heading straight for the spectator stands. At this moment, Shui Qing was just about to leave with his guards and officials. Since the few people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan he originally intended to win over had all been eliminated by Golden Crocodile, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He didn't expect to see Golden Crown walking over. In an instant, his heart began to pound. Didn't second Grandpa say he had something to attend to and had to leave first? Why is Xiao Mian walking over? And he's heading straight towards me. What should I do? Should I find a private box, remove the disguise, and meet him? The accompanying guards, seeing someone approaching, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. But they were halted by Shui Qing. Golden Crown quickly arrived in front of Shui Qing. Old friend, it's been so long. How about it? Leaving without even saying hello? Crown Prince. Qian Runshui forcefully suppressed the urge to reveal herself, speaking in Shui Qing's persona. It's you, young friend Xing. It has been a long time. The matter last time was indeed my fault, please don't hold it against me. Let bygones be bygones. I came to catch up with the Crown Prince. How about it? Would you like to go to my private box and chat for a while? As Golden Crown spoke, he raised his eyebrows. This threw Qian Runshui off. What's going on? Was Golden Crown's relationship with Shui Qing very good? Why hadn't second Grandpa told her about this? Also, what did he mean by raising his eyebrows at me? Could it be that after 2 years apart, Xiao Mian has developed a liking for men? But that doesn't make sense either. According to a letter from Grandpa, Xiao Mian has been getting quite close to that Yi Lengleng from the 9-star Begonia. Golden Crocodile was equally confused. Something's off. Something is very, very off. Golden Crown had only met Shui Qing once, and there had been some friction that time. Why was Golden Crown's attitude towards Shui Qing so friendly this time? Could it be that Xiao Mian knows Shui Qing is actually little Shui in disguise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The angel spirit bone's disguise effect could truly be called flawless. Unless one knew the inside story, even a super Douluo like himself might not be able to see through it. Shui Qing's mind raced for a good while before he replied with a smile, declining. Apologies. I still have some matters to attend to. Next time, Golden Crown didn't give him a chance to refuse. He grabbed her hand and started walking towards the private box. Release the Crown Prince. The guards hurriedly blocked the way. Although they knew the other party's grandfather was a titled Douluo who could easily crush them, if something happened to the Crown Prince, they would likely fare even worse. Golden Crown said, "Look at you all, getting so worked up. I'm just catching up with the Crown Prince, nothing more." Seeing she couldn't avoid it, Shui Qing had no choice but to say, "Alright, all of you step back. I'll catch up with young friend Xing for a while." Hearing the Crown Prince's order, the guards then retreated. Meanwhile, the officials hurriedly sent people to the palace and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school to call for reinforcements. Golden Crown then led Shui Qing into the private box. Of course, Golden Crocodile followed them in. He wanted to see what exactly Golden Crown wanted to reminisce about with Shui Qing. After entering the private box, Golden Crown said to Golden Crocodile, "Grandpa, could you please create a barrier enveloping the entire room?" "What do you need a barrier for?" Golden Crocodile asked, puzzled. Golden Crown said, don't ask, old man. Just quickly deploy the barrier. Although unclear about the purpose, Golden Crocodile complied. He gathered powerful spirit power in his hands, releasing a barrier that enveloped the entire private box. Seeing the box enveloped by the spirit power barrier, Golden Crown removed his mask, looked at Qian Runshui disguised as Shui Qing, and said, alright, you can drop the disguise now. Qian Runshui, Golden Crocodile. Golden Crown's words shocked both of them immensely. They glanced at each other, seeming to ask, did you tell Golden Crown about me, you, impersonating Shui Qing? Qian Runshui forced calm. What are you talking about, young friend Xing? I don't understand. Alright, enough pretending. Aren't you tired? I could tell at a glance that you weren't Shui Qing. Right, little Shui? Seeing that Golden Crown had recognized her so quickly, Qian Runshui was very surprised, and couldn't help but recall the words Golden Crown had said to her 2 years ago. Even if you turned to ashes, I could recognize you in an instant. She had originally thought it was just a joke. She didn't expect it to be true. Her heart was deeply moved. Immediately, she stopped hiding. A flash of golden light, and she shed the disguise of Shui Qing. After reverting to her identity as Qian Runshui, she took a swift step forward and hugged Golden Crown. Tears unconsciously streamed down her face. The two of them embraced like that. Compared to the two of them, Golden Crocodile felt incredibly awkward at this moment. How did he suddenly become a third wheel? He looked up at the ceiling, then down at the floor, fidgeting with his fingers, feeling utterly ill at ease. He didn't dare make a sound, afraid of disturbing them. After a long while, Golden Crown patted Qian Runshui's back, comforting her. Alright, you're a grown woman now, still so prone to tears. My grandfather is still here. Qian Runshui pouted, wiped her eyes, and looked at Golden Crocodile. Second grandpa, could you step out for a moment? Golden Crocodile gave an okay gesture. Then, whoosh, he was gone. Seeing Golden Crocodile leave, Qian Runshui hugged Golden Crown again. Golden Crown spoke again. Alright, let's go sit on the sofa for a bit first. Carry me over. Qian Runshui cooed. Carry you? No way, you're a grown adult, and you still want me to carry you? Golden Crown's blunt, clueless reply. It nearly infuriated Qian Runshui to death, but she still tugged on Golden Crown's arm, whining. I don't care. I want you to carry me over. Alright, 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 I'll carry you over. Golden Crown agreed. There was no helping it. After all, a woman who knows how to act cute has the best luck. He picked her up in a princess carry, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. Qian Runshui asked curiously, Xiao Mian, back then when you received the news of my sudden death, were you very sad? Not at all. Golden Crown shook his head. This answer displeased Qian Runshui. With a serious expression, she asked, why? You weren't sad that I died? Could it be you were happy? Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Golden Crown hurriedly explained, are you kidding? I wasn't sad when I heard the news of your death because I never believed that nonsense in the first place. 62. Number 62C. Light. Chapter 62. Meeting. Just as Golden Crown and Qian Runshui were chatting in the private room, noise suddenly came from outside. Everyone, immediately surround the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Do not let a single person leave. Large numbers of heavily armed troops surrounded the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. The leader was the Heaven Do Empire's commander-in-chief of the three armies, Marshal Zhe Long. His spirit was Yazi, one of the 9 offsprings of the dragon. His strength was that of an 84th ranked attack system spirit Douluo. Furthermore, he possessed outstanding talent in military strategy. Coupled with his absolute loyalty to the Heaven Do imperial family, Marshal Zhe Long was deeply trusted by Emperor Shui Yi. After the Great Spirit Arena was completely surrounded, Prince Shui Xing rode up on horseback. Marshal Zhe Long stepped forward and cupped his fists. Your Highness, I have surrounded the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena so tightly that not even a fly can get in. Very good. Enter the soul dueling arena immediately, and rescue the Crown Prince at all costs. Prince Shui Xing's voice was low. At this time, Qian Runshui was merely trying to win over various factions to stabilize her own position. Therefore, she had not yet made a move against the other princes. Consequently, she had not yet aroused Prince Shui Xing's suspicion. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince was encountering a mysterious titled Douluo expert in the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, he rushed over immediately. On the way, he had intended to contact Dugu Bo to come along as well, because many years ago, Dugu Bo had been attacked by Spirit Hall. It was fortunate that he arrived with his personal guards to rescue him. From that moment on, he became Dugu Bo's benefactor. Considering the opponent was a titled Douluo, ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Although Douluo Bo was a bit weaker, he was still a titled Douluo nonetheless. He figured Douluo Bo could hold off the opponent for a while. However, one day 2 years ago, Douluo Bo and his granddaughter Douluo Yan suddenly disappeared. He sent people to search, but there was no news whatsoever. This left Shui Xing puzzled. How could a titled Douluo suddenly vanish? Even if something unfortunate happened, how could there be absolutely no trace? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where Douluo Bo had gone. Receiving the order, Marshal Zhe Long waved his right hand. A large number of soldiers began pouring into the soul dueling arena. Then Prince Shui Xing asked again, "Have the people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school arrived?" As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space twisted, creating spiderweb-like cracks, and a gray cluster of light emerged. This was truly the special ability of Bone Douluo Ji Yurong, one of the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Spatial teleportation. Immediately after, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong stepped out of the spatial wormhole. "Schoolmaster Ning, you've finally arrived." Seeing that both titled Douluos from the 7 treasure glazed tile school were present, the anxiety in Prince Shui Xing's heart immediately subsided. With these 2 taking action, perhaps that unknown titled Douluo inside the soul dueling arena would have to reconsider. "Your Highness, what is the situation? Where is the crown prince?" After exchanging greetings, Ning Fengji quickly inquired about Shui Qingyi's condition. As Shui Qingyi's teacher, Ning Fengji rushed over immediately upon learning the situation. "Marshal Zhe Long and I just arrived and have only just surrounded this great spirit arena. The situation inside is still unclear," Prince Shui Xing said. "Let's go in quickly." Ning Fengji led Chen Xin and Ji Yurong toward the interior of the soul dueling arena. Marshal Zhe Long and Prince Shui Xing quickly followed inside the soul dueling arena. After Golden Crocodile came out of the private room, he set up a table and chair and sat by the entrance. When those officials saw Golden Crocodile emerge, although they were worried about Shui Qingyi's condition, they considered the opponent's unfathomable strength. The clan head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had even been killed by him. After some thought, their own lives were more important. Thus, not a single one dared to step forward. Before long, a large number of Imperial soldiers flooded in. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, these officials finally gained some courage. They stepped forward to inquire about Shui Qingyi's condition and clamored to enter. Golden Crocodile naturally couldn't be bothered with these people, continuing to drink his wine by himself. Soon, Ning Fengji and the others also walked in. Upon seeing Golden Crocodile, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin were momentarily stunned. The 2 exchanged a glance, then nodded, as if confirming something. "Fengji, what are you 2 exchanging glances about?" Ji Yurong asked inexplicably. Chen Xin, with a solemn expression, related what the 2 had deduced. "What, you mean, this person is the mysterious titled Douluo who attacked you last time?" Quote, Ji Yurong exclaimed in shock. Ning Fengji and Chen Xin both nodded. "If that's the case, even if you and I join forces today, we might not be his match." Ning Fengji said, "We shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. What if he isn't? I'll go confirm it." After Chen Xin finished speaking, he summoned his 7-kill sword spirit and walked toward Golden Crocodile. "I'll go with you," Ji Yurong stated. Although these 2 often bickered, their relationship was actually very close. The 2 walked together to where Golden Crocodile was. Chen Xin tentatively asked, "Does this esteemed lord still recognize me?" Golden Crocodile took a sip of wine and glanced over. "The young fellow from the Chen clan. Why? Was my guidance insufficient for you in the Star Do Great Forest last time? Have you come for more pointers?" Hearing this, Chen Xin finally confirmed that the masked old man before him was indeed the one they encountered in the Star Do Great Forest. This situation was now quite tricky. Facing a 99th level limit Douluo, even if he and Ji Yurong joined forces, they might not be able to harm him. Golden Crocodile glanced at the surrounding Imperial soldiers and smiled faintly. "Don't be so nervous. My grandson is just discussing some matters with Shui Qing. He will be out soon. We did not come here to cause trouble for him." "Matters? What matters?" Ning Fengji inquired. "How would I know? When that Shui Qing comes out, you can ask him yourselves. But for now, you must not disturb us, or don't blame me for being impolite." After Golden Crocodile delivered his stern warning, he ignored the crowd again and continued drinking by himself. Seeing that the opponent seemed to have no ill intentions, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong could only stand by. When Shui Xing and Zhe Long entered, they saw that Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong had not made a move, so they quickly stepped forward to ask, "Schoolmaster Ning, why haven't you attacked yet?" Ning Fengji naturally could not admit that they were outmatched. That would be too humiliating. So he said, the opponent is extremely powerful. We are afraid that rashly attacking might injure the crown prince. Then what should we do? Shui Xing asked anxiously. Wait and see. Inside the private room, after a brief period of intimacy and exchanging what had happened in their lives over the past 2 years, Qian Runshui released Golden Crown and sat to the side. She asked with a serious expression, by the way, why didn't you bring that Yi Lingling with you this time? How do you know about Leng Leng's situation? Golden Crown was extremely surprised. He never expected that Qian Runshui, so far away in the Heaven Do Empire, could still know about the matters surrounding him. It seemed there was a mole in the Hall of Worship. 63. Number 63 Qian Runshui's question. Chapter 63. Qian Runshui's doubts. Lingling? Good to call her so intimately. It seems the relationship between these two is anything but ordinary. Qian Runshui never expected that after being away for just over 2 years, the pig at home would be snatched away by another cabbage. And this cabbage was one the pig had found himself. At this thought, a surge of anger flared up in her heart. At the same time, she felt a hint of regret. Why did she agree to go undercover in the first place? Now look at this, her home base had been raided. Is your relationship with this Yi Lingling very good? Quote, she suppressed her fury, her smile not reaching her eyes. But her hands were already tightly clenched into fists. If Jin Mian dared to say yes, she wouldn't mind giving him 2 black eyes. Jin Mian naturally sensed Qian Runshui's emotional fluctuations. He blinked and gave a mischievous grin. Oh, are you jealous? Qian Runshui turned her head away and said huffily, no, whoever you want to be close with is your business. What does it have to do with me? Seeing that Qian Runshui seemed genuinely angry, Jin Mian quickly stopped joking. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. The reason I'm recruiting the 9-star Begonia sect is because I value the strategic worth of their sect's spirit. Don't forget, it's a top-tier healing spirit. It can have a massive impact on the battlefield. If we let someone else have it, we'll definitely be the ones suffering in the future. Listening to Jin Mian's words, the anger in Qian Runshui's heart dissipated quite a bit. So your closeness with Yi Lingling is also to prevent the 9-star Begonia sect from siding with others? That was indeed the idea at first. But, as you know, there's a saying, feelings grow over time. After spending time together, one way or another, some feelings will develop. After all, I'm not a stone. Jin Mian answered truthfully, but the price for this was that Qian Runshui completely exploded. She grabbed Jin Mian's ear and said syllable by syllable, feelings grow over time, huh? Developed an affection, have you? Are you planning to marry her when you grow up? A little bit. The moment the words left his mouth, Jin Mian hurried to cover it. Holy crap, how did I let my inner thoughts slip out? Qian Runshui was also very surprised. She thought Jin Mian would say a few nice things to coax her. She didn't expect him to dare to add fuel to the fire. Sure enough, men are all scumbags, falling for every girl they see. Good, very good, excellent. With every word Qian Runshui spoke, her tone grew heavier. Jin Mian swallowed hard and asked, are you okay? Ah, Jin Mian, I'll kill you. Qian Runshui completely lost it, summoning her seraphim spirit and lunging at Jin Mian. Because of her undercover mission, over the past 2+ years, Qian Runshui's strength had improved slowly, and she had only reached rank 45. Xiao Shui, you're no longer a match for me. After saying that, Jin Mian caught the lunging Qian Runshui and pinned her down onto the sofa. Qian Runshui struggled, but no matter how much force she used, she couldn't break free from Jin Mian's restraint. This left her profoundly shocked. Although she knew from her grandfather's letters that Jin Mian's strength was progressing rapidly, only 2 years had passed. Had he already completely surpassed her? This was just too exaggerated. Both of them were possessors of god-level martial souls, so why was she so slow? Moreover, their current posture, how should she put it, was too ambiguous. Qian Runshui's face couldn't help but flush red, and she hurriedly said, get up quickly, you're hurting me. I won't unless you stop being angry, Jin Mian said with a smile. You're bullying me, wah. Seeing that Jin Mian wouldn't get up, Qian Runshui immediately started faking tears. The tears fell on command. If it were anyone else, they would likely apologize immediately and offer gentle comfort. But Jin Mian was different. As childhood friends who grew up together, the moment she twitched, he knew exactly what was going on. This little trick couldn't fool him. Oh, not bad. After 2 years undercover, your acting skills have really improved. Seeing that crying was useless against Jin Mian, Qian Runshui could only soften her stance. Fine, I promise I won't be angry anymore, okay? Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. Hearing this, Jin Mian released his grip, unexpectedly. The moment she broke free, Qian Runshui gave a cunning smile, pulled Jin Mian's right hand over, yanked up his sleeve, and bit down. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Qian Runshui clutched her mouth, looking at Jin Mian with watery eyes. Jin Mian spread his hands and said helplessly, "You thought I was pinning you down to protect myself? I was protecting you. Did you not know I've achieved the indestructible Vajra body? It seems you really didn't know. In short, my physical body is currently extremely tough. Even without releasing my spirit, ordinary attacks and weapons find it hard to damage me." Pervert! Qian Runshui cursed and then fell silent. Jin Mian reached out with concern and asked, "Come, let me see. You didn't break your teeth, did you? By the way, why is your level growing so slowly? Only rank 45? Qian Runshui rolled her eyes. What do you think? I'm undercover. Of course my progress is slow. Jin Mian smiled slightly. Fortunately, you have me. Let me help you solve this problem. How will you solve it? Qian Runshui asked curiously. Jin Mian wagged his finger. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Tonight, I'll be at the Crown Prince's palace where you live. Remember to come back early, and you'll find out then. HMPH, stop acting so mysterious. It's just an immortal herb, isn't it? Qian Runshui exposed him mercilessly. Seeing his posturing dismantled, Jin Mian asked back, "How did you know?" Qian Runshui didn't think much of it and said directly, "Grandfather told me." Jin Mian suddenly understood. The truth was out. So the mole by his side was High Priest Qian Douluo. No wonder Qian Runshui knew his situation so well. It turns out this old geezer was leaking information. How hateful. One of these days, I'll have to pluck that old man's beard clean. Qian Douluo, who was currently meditating in the angel temple. Achoo, what's this? Have I caught a cold? Qian Runshui continued to ask. Quickly, let me see what the immortal herb looks like. Jin Mian said, "No rush. Your immortal herb was personally hand-picked by me. I'll give it to you tonight, and you can absorb it then. We've been chatting for too long now. I imagine the outside is already heavily surrounded by troops." Qian Runshui said with some worry. "Then what should we do? With second grandfather's strength, it's not hard for him to leave, but if he has to take you, it might be very difficult." Jin Mian's eyes darted around. He instantly thought of a solution. He leaned close to Qian Runshui's ear and whispered, "In a moment, when we go out, you say this." After hearing Jin Mian's plan, Qian Runshui asked doubtfully, "Will this work?" Jin Mian gave a thumbs up. "Rest assured, it will definitely work. First, revert to your appearance as Shui Qing." Okay. Using the angel spirit bone, Qian Runshui returned to the appearance of Shui Qing. The outside must be 64. Number 64. I accidentally blurted out what was on my mind. Chapter 64. Accidentally spoke my inner thoughts. Outside the private room, seeing that Shui Qing had been inside for so long without any sign of coming out, some ministers close to the crown prince grew anxious. They kept questioning Ning Fengji and the others, asking why they hadn't taken action yet. Did they want to watch His Highness the Crown Prince fall into danger? Faced with the questioning of these brainless ministers, Ning Fengji naturally gave them a sharp retort. Damn it, not a single one of them has any damn sense of reality. What is the opponent's strength? What is ours? If we could win, we would have moved already. Why would we be standing here waiting? However, he was indeed very anxious in his heart as well. On the surface, he, the sect master of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, was the crown prince's teacher. If any accident were to happen to Shui Qing, his status in the Heaven Do Empire would certainly be affected. Ning Fengji thought it over and looked at Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Ji Yu, with my full support, if you two were to strike together, how long could you stall this person?" Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong looked at each other. After thinking for a long time, they gave the answer in unison. No more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Ning Fengji found it hard to believe. 2 titled Douluo of rank 95 or above, plus the support of his rank 79 strongest support system spirit, could actually only withstand a rank 99 titled Douluo for 10 seconds. It seems we need to plan carefully. To ordinary people, 10 seconds was nothing. It would pass in the time it takes to say a few words. But in the eyes of experts like them, 10 seconds could allow for many things to be done. In battle, it could even determine the direction of victory. After their discussion, Ning Fengji called Zhe Long over. "Marshal, we will do our best to stall this person in a moment. You must immediately rush in and rescue His Highness the Crown Prince. Remember, there are less than 10 seconds, so you must be fast." Zhe Long nodded solemnly. Prince Shui Qing asked worriedly, "Schoolmaster Ning, isn't this a bit too risky? What if an accident occurs? Is there a more reliable method? Ning Fengji shook his head. Seeing no better way, Shui Xing could only agree. Having decided on the rescue operation, Ning Fengji summoned his spirit, 7 treasure. Unexpectedly, he had just uttered 2 words when the door to the private room creaked open. Golden Crown and Shui Qing walked out, looking as if they were having a very pleasant conversation. Brother Xing is truly a heaven-sent talent. Qing is full of admiration. Not at all, not at all. Big brother Shui has a discerning eye for people, cares for the world, and possesses both benevolence and virtue. You will surely be a wise ruler in the future, leading the Heaven Do Empire to prosperity. When that time comes, please look after your younger brother. That is a given. Crown Prince, are you alright? Prince Shui Xing stepped forward quickly to ask. Shui Qing feigned surprise. Imperial uncle, teacher, and Marshal Zhe Long, why are you all here? We heard you were being held hostage, Qing, so we rushed here to support you. But now, you two. Ning Fengji looked at the 2 of them and questioned. Shui Qing quickly explained, it's all a misunderstanding. Young brother Xing and I were just reminiscing and happened to discuss some matters. There is no harm done. I have made Imperial uncle and teacher worry. Shui Xing waved his hand. As long as the Crown Prince is fine, that is all that matters. After dealing with everyone, Shui Qing looked at Golden Crown and asked according to the script they had just agreed upon. I wonder if Brother Xing and your elder have a place to stay during your visit to Heaven Do City? We just arrived today. We'll just find a hotel to stay in later, Golden Crown replied. A hotel? How could that be? If people found out that a friend of this Crown Prince came to Heaven Do City and stayed in a hotel, Shui Qing continued with a look of concern. It just so happens that I have a few empty rooms. If you two don't mind, you can come and stay at my place. That might not be appropriate, right? The Imperial Palace is a critical area of Heaven Do. How can outsiders be allowed to enter at will? Shui Xing hurriedly interjected. Shui Qing waved his hand and said sincerely, Imperial uncle's words are mistaken. Brother Xing is a good friend of this Crown Prince. What is wrong with him staying at my place for a couple of days? If anything happens, I will take responsibility. As for Imperial Father's side, I will be the one to speak with him. This alright? Since things had been put this way, Shui Xing couldn't say much more. Shui Qing looked at Golden Crown. I wonder what Brother Xing thinks. Since Big Brother Shui has extended such a warm invitation, then we shall impose on you. Afterward, after bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and the others, Shui Qing led Golden Crown and Golden Crocodile toward the Imperial Palace. Zhe Long, meanwhile, led the army to escort them all the way. Ning Fengji watched Shui Qing's departing back. He always felt that something wasn't quite right, simply because Shui Qing and this youth named Xing Dairong had only met twice. He had even heard from Shui Qing that when they first met, the other party had almost killed him. But now, especially the conversation just now, it seemed as though Shui Qing was deliberately trying to get these two to move into the Imperial Palace. Or was he overthinking things? Was Shui Qing just trying to recruit the 2 of them to strengthen his own forces and stabilize his position? After all, the weight of a rank 99 limit Douluo, no matter where they were placed, was an important weight that could influence the tilting of the scales. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Shui Yi sat upon the imperial throne, listening to Shui Qing's report from below. You mean to say you are confident in making this titled Douluo named Xing Tian favor our Heaven Do Imperial family? Yes. What is this person's strength? As far as your son knows, this titled Douluo named Xing Tian is even stronger than both titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school combined. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, replied. This answer made Shui Yi very excited. Although the Heaven Do Empire was very wealthy, the imperial family lacked high-level titled Douluo combat power internally. For a long time, they could only rely on the advantages of political alliances, staying on good terms with top sect powers like the 7 treasure glazed tile school to obtain economic and spirit master support. During that time, Shui Yi had more than once hinted to Ning Fengji that he wanted one of the 2 great titled Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to serve as the guardian Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire. But each time, he was brushed off by Ning Fengji. This made him very angry. However, it was not easy for him to lose his temper, as the Heaven Do Empire currently very much needed the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If this powerful titled Douluo named Xing Tian could establish a good relationship with the Heaven Do Imperial family, then they would be able to counterbalance the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After a moment, Shui Yi confirmed once more, Qing, are you sure you have the confidence to recruit this Xing Tian? Shui Qingyi's tone was serious. Your son is certain. This Xing Tian dotes on his grandson Xing Daorong very much, and I have already established a good relationship with Xing Daorong. I believe the success rate of recruitment could be as high as 70%. Good. Shui Yi slapped the table excitedly and said loudly, as long as we can recruit this titled Douluo named Xing Tian, then you, Qing, will have rendered a great service. Furthermore, no matter what conditions this titled Douluo sets, the imperial family will agree. Go ahead and handle it. Thank you, imperial father. Your son will certainly go all out, Shui Qing replied with a bow. 65. Number 65 Winover. Chapter 65. Recruitment. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. The sky had already completely darkened. Crown Prince's Palace. The palace where Shui Qing resided. To prevent her identity from being discovered, everyone else was dismissed, except for the guards who had to stand watch daily and a small number of servants who attended to her daily needs. After misleading the old emperor and finishing the state affairs, Shui Qing returned to the cold temporary palace as usual. Ever since she became the crown prince, Shui Yi began handing over all the daily state affairs that needed handling. Under the guise of training her, Shui Yi himself spent his days in the imperial harem flirting with concubines. He was truly carefree, and indeed, a few days ago, Shui Yi favored 37 palace maids in one day. We don't know how the old emperor managed that with his 3-second body. Did he take drugs? But this was irrelevant to Shui Qing. She desperately wished the old emperor would die soon. That way, she could ascend the throne naturally, directly speedrunning the undercover mission. But fate did not comply. Despite the old emperor's antics, he was still alive and well. There was no choice, she could only continue to lie in wait. Unlike usual, Shui Qing returned to the palace much faster today. Simply because someone was waiting for her in the temporary palace. Who built this broken imperial palace? Why is the distance from the study palace to the crown prince's palace so far? Looking at the remaining long distance, Shui Qing, disguised as Qian Runshui, complained. Fortunately, after walking for more than 10 minutes, she finally returned to the crown prince's palace. You may all withdraw. She instructed the accompanying eunuchs and palace maids to leave. Shui Qing pushed open the door and entered the palace. She arrived at the study room. Confirming that no one was watching, she turned a mechanism. The bookshelf, filled with books, slowly rose, revealing an underground tunnel. He must be getting impatient waiting. A flash of golden light passed, and she removed her disguise. She turned back into Qian Runshui. She immediately walked down the underground tunnel in her high heels inside the secret chamber. Golden Crown was lying on Qian Runshui's boudoir bed, eating fruit and reading a book. It's so late, why isn't little Shui back yet? And this old emperor is truly awful, enjoying himself and pushing all the work onto little Shui. After only a couple of complaints, rapid footsteps sounded from outside the door. She's back. I'll find a place to hide first, then give her a scare. Golden Crown felt playful and scanned the room for places to hide. He finally decided to hide behind the door. Soon, the stone door of the secret chamber opened. Qian Runshui quickly walked in and headed straight for the bedroom. Xiaomian, huh? Is he not here? Seeing no one in the bedroom, she searched other areas, but she couldn't find Golden Crown anywhere. Strange? Did Xiaomian not arrive yet? But I clearly heard movement inside. Just as Qian Runshui was feeling confused, Golden Crown had secretly crept up behind her. He shouted loudly, "Ha! Ah!" Qian Runshui was startled and immediately slapped him upon turning around. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. A bright red handprint appeared on Golden Crown's face. Qian Runshui's hand also felt a dull ache. Why did you scare me? After a moment, Golden Crown brought a freshly brewed cup of tea to Qian Runshui's side. Alright, don't be angry. I just wanted to play a joke, and besides, didn't you hit me too? HMPH, Qian Runshui turned her head away. Pay attention. When facing a cold war, other men might try various ways to coax their women. But next, Golden Crown will demonstrate how to turn a cold war into World War II. Seeing that Qian Runshui still ignored him, Golden Crown placed the tea on the table. Then he placed his right hand in front of Qian Runshui's eyes and said, "Fine. It seems I must use my unique method of apology." Qian Runshui felt confused by Golden Crown's actions. What kind of novel apology method was this? Soon, Golden Crown extended his finger, pointing up, down, and to the left. Out of curiosity, Qian Runshui's head followed his finger's movement. Just as she was about to turn right, Golden Crown smirked and extended his left hand. Slap. How about that? Are you less angry now? Golden Crown asked with a mischievous grin. Qian Runshui was completely stunned by the slap. Her pair of stunning phoenix eyes blinked several times. Her brain raced quickly. What just happened? Golden Crown said he would show his unique apology method. And then I got hit? And then this guy asked if I was less angry? Realizing what happened, Qian Runshui was so furious she reached her boiling point. Ah, Golden Crown, this old lady is going to fight you today. Qian Runshui summoned her spirit. 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared. Following this, for a long time, the two of them showcased various brilliant spirit ability displays in the small secret chamber. Of course, throughout this process, Golden Crown remained in a passive defense state. He never retaliated. After venting all the resentment in her heart, Qian Runshui sat back down on the bed, panting heavily. As for Golden Crown, aside from his severely damaged clothes, he was completely fine. He changed into a new set of clothes and sat next to Qian Runshui. But Qian Runshui didn't want to see this scoundrel of a man at all and stood up to leave. Golden Crown pulled her into his arms, held Qian Runshui's tender, smooth jade hand, and whispered softly, "Don't be angry. There was a mosquito crawling on your face just now. I was swatting the mosquito." Heh, do you think I'll believe that? Qian Runshui looked at Golden Crown with a murderous gaze. Golden Crown felt weak under her stare and quickly began offering various comforts. Only after having Qian Runshui sign various unequal treaties did he finally quell this storm. I almost forgot the important business. Quick, look at the immortal herb I specially prepared for you. After Golden Crown finished speaking, his right hand pretended to search in his storage soul tool. In reality, his consciousness entered the system space to search. Soon, he found a flower with golden, feather-like petals inside. Sacred Feather Sky Orchid, one of the immortal grade medicinal herbs. It contains the light element and is the life herb for the Seraphim spirit. After consuming it, it can not only strengthen the Seraphim's light origin but also evolve its sacred aura. Huh? Where did my 2-9 rank dragon Ganoderma go? Golden Crown said, confused. He had planned to let Qian Runshui consume the 9th grade dragon lignum fire. This was because Qian Runshui's Seraphim spirit possessed powerful fire attribute elements in addition to the light attribute element. The ultimate fire element contained within the 9th grade dragon lignum fire could elevate the fire attribute element in the Seraphim, but he searched everywhere and couldn't find them. The 9th grade dragon lignum fire and the 9-rank dragon Ganoderma of ice seemed to have mysteriously vanished. What made him even stranger was that the 2 dragon eggs stored in the space had inexplicably doubled in size. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he found another immortal herb. It was precisely the only divine grade medicinal herb among the immortal grade herbs in the original work, Yearning Heartbroken Red. After retrieving the immortal herb, Golden Crown's consciousness withdrew from the system space and handed the immortal herb to Qian Runshui. 66. Number 66. How to turn the Cold War into World War II. Chapter 66. How to turn a Cold War into World War II. So these are the immortal herbs grandfather mentioned in his letter. Qian Runshui observed the 2 beautiful flowers in her hands intently. For some reason, her spirit felt a strong affinity for the immortal herb in her left hand, which had golden, feather-like petals. The immortal herb in your left hand is called the Sacred Feather Sky Orchid. It is an immortal grade herb. It is highly compatible with your Seraphim. If you consume it, the quality of your spirit will be greatly enhanced. And in your right hand, you are holding the Yearning Heartbroken Red. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. It is actually a divine grade among immortal herbs. It's said that there is a very touching story behind this Yearning Heartbroken Red. Jin Mian told Qian Runshui the story of the Yearning Heartbroken Red as it was described in the original work. After Qian Runshui finished listening, she was deeply moved. To think such a devoted lover existed in this world. Plucking this Yearning Heartbroken Red is no easy task, Jin Mian continued. When plucking it, you must think of your beloved in your heart. It must be a sincere and absolute will, an affection without a single trace of impurity. Then, you must drop a single drop of heart's blood onto the pistil before it can be plucked. During this process, if you are half-hearted, even if you spit out all your heart's blood onto the pistil, you won't be able to pick this flower. However, the effects of this flower are the strongest among all immortal herbs. The owner gains the merit of being immortal alongside heaven and earth. After consuming it, one's spirit power can directly increase by over 10 levels. It also completely transforms the human body, possessing the power to bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh on bone. Let me put it this way. Even if a spirit master only has level 1 innate spirit power and a trash spirit, consuming this immortal herb would instantly turn them into a peerless genius. What do you think? Xiao Shui, do you want to give it a try? Jin Mian asked with a serious expression. A beloved, Qian Runshui murmured. She then followed the method Jin Mian described, closing her eyes and constantly thinking of her beloved in her heart. And that person was, naturally, Jin Mian. Even though this dogman was always making her angry, she herself was also disappointing. It wouldn't take long before she was coaxed back into a good mood by him. And she had even signed all sorts of unequal treaties. Could this be love? That's about enough, Xiao Shui. Drop your heart's blood onto the pistol of the yearning, heartbroken red. Hearing this, Qian Runshui opened her eyes, her right hand gathering spirit power to strike her chest. PFF. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the pistol. A few seconds passed quietly. The yearning heartbroken red showed no reaction at all. What's happening? Didn't you say it could be plucked by thinking of one's beloved? Could it be that Jin Mian isn't the one I love? Qian Runshui's brows furrowed tightly, and her lips, stained red by blood, began to tremble slightly. She was certain, when she was thinking of Jin Mian just now, there wasn't the slightest bit of impurity. But then what was going on? Could it be that her love for Jin Mian wasn't deep enough? For a moment, Qian Runshui didn't dare to look at Jin Mian. Just as her mind was racing with wild thoughts, the next moment, the white flower that looked like a peony atop the black absolute stone erupted with blood-red light. Many blood-red spots also appeared on the petals. It looked extremely enchanting and beautiful. It worked. Qian Runshui swept away the gloom in her heart. Holding the yearning heartbroken red, she happily shared her joy with Jin Mian. Jin Mian asked in confusion, "Strange, is the casting time for this flower usually this long? Who were you thinking of just now? Why don't you guess?" Qian Runshui said with a smile. She wasn't about to tell Jin Mian that she was thinking of him just now. In fact, it wasn't because Qian Runshui's love for Jin Mian wasn't deep enough. It was because what happened earlier had truly made Qian Runshui quite angry. This was what caused the yearning heartbroken red to be delayed by a few seconds. Jin Mian said insensitively, "Am I a child? Why should I guess? Alright, consume these 2 immortal herbs as soon as possible. I'll protect you while you do." Qian Runshui nodded and sat cross-legged on the bed. She first consumed the sacred feather sky orchid. Releasing her seraphim spirit, she used her spirit power to refine the medicinal power. As she continuously absorbed the medicinal power, the seraphim spirit emitted a dazzling golden light. Its original light element and sacred aura began to become even more pure. The quality of her spirit was enhanced. The aura on Qian Runshui's body also began to climb rapidly. From level 45, it jumped straight to level 50. If not for the restriction of the spirit ring, it probably would have increased by quite a bit more. So powerful. Is this the power of an immortal herb? My spirit power actually increased by 5 levels directly, and my spirit seems to have received a significant boost as well. Feeling the changes within herself, Qian Runshui spoke with great surprise. Jin Mian reminded her, "Don't stop, strike while the iron is hot. Quickly consume the yearning heartbroken red." Okay. Although she felt a bit reluctant to part with it, she still did as Jin Mian said. She plucked the yearning heartbroken red from the black absolute stone and swallowed it in one go. It had to be said, the yearning heartbroken red truly lived up to its name as the divine grade among immortal herbs. The moment she swallowed it, the effects were instantaneous. That powerful yet gentle medicinal power continuously washed through the bloodlines in Qian Runshui's body, making them even more refined. The seraphim spirit behind her also shone with intense golden light at this moment. The 6 golden wings on its back actually slowly grew 2 more at this moment. 8-winged angel. A vast sacred power erupted. Oh no, this commotion is a bit too big. Jin Mian hurriedly summoned his spirit, the golden crocodile king. 2 purple, 1 black, 1 gold, and 2 red. A luxurious combination of spirit rings circled around him. 5th spirit ability, golden shield. A golden protective shield enveloped the entire room. Outside the secret room, Yu Long and Si Shui, disguised as guards, were stationed here as bored as usual. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from within the palace. This is the young lord's aura. What's the situation? Why would the young lord erupt with such powerful strength? The 2 were beyond confused. Suddenly, they remembered that this was the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. If others detected this aura, it would be troublesome. So they quickly used their spirit power to expand a spirit power barrier, concealing the aura here. Immediately following that, a powerful beam of golden energy shot up into the sky from within the palace. In an instant, the spirit power barrier the 2 had condensed was covered in cracks. Not good. If this energy is seen by others, then the young lord's identity will be exposed. It was common knowledge. The spirit traditionally passed down by the Heaven Do Imperial family was the swan. Although this spirit was noble, it was a support-type spirit. It was impossible for it to erupt with such powerful energy. Just as the barrier was about to give way and shatter completely, Golden crocodile descended from the sky, his hands spread wide. That pure and powerful level 99 spirit power was injected into the barrier. Instantly, the barrier that was about to break was restored to its complete state. This stinky kid is being too reckless. How could he let Xiao Shui absorb an immortal herb here? Golden crocodile immediately guessed what had happened. At the same moment Qian Runshui's spirit underwent evolution. A massive commotion also occurred at Spirit Hall, thousands of miles away. 67. Number 67 Martial Soul Evolution. 8-Winged Angel. Chapter 67. Spirit Evolution. 8-Winged Angel. Spirit City. Hall of Worship. Angel Temple. Qian Daoliu stood before the statue of the angel god, performing his daily prayer before sleep. He had persisted in this practice since he was very young. This showed the Qian family's devotion to the angel god. Just as he finished his prayer and was about to leave, the cold stone statue of the angel suddenly began to shake violently. Swish! Pure angel power burst forth. A stream of golden light shot up into the sky like a fountain. Qian Daoliu turned his head, looking at the scene before him in shock. What is happening? Why did the statue suddenly make such a huge commotion? Quote, could it be that my years of prayer have moved the angel god, triggering a miracle? Clearly, he was overthinking it a bit. Soon, a phantom slowly appeared upon the statue of the angel god. It seemed to have slept for tens of millions of years, and was now awakened. Its appearance was identical to the statue of the angel god. In fact, the person herself was even more beautiful. She was the deity the Qian family had piously guarded all along, the angel god. Qian Daoliu stared at the phantom with wide eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably from excitement. This junior, Qian Daoliu, greets the angel god. The angel god's phantom looked at Qian Daoliu, as if confirming something. After a long time, she shook her head. A gentle voice slowly spoke. You are not the one who awakened me, but that person seems to be related to you. Do you have any descendants? This junior has a granddaughter named Qian Runshui. Her talent surpasses mine. Qian Daoliu answered respectfully. The angel god nodded. Since it is confirmed that this person is your granddaughter, she shall be chosen as the new successor to the angel god position. Having said that, the angel god's phantom dissipated into faint spiritual light. Qian Daoliu said, respectfully seeing off the angel god. This junior will certainly confirm it as soon as possible. Before long, 5 figures quickly flew to the angel temple. Big brother, what was that commotion just now? Such strong energy. Is someone attacking the hall of worship? Where are they? Why is no one here? Have they already fled? The newcomers were the other 5 great enshrined priests. Qian Daoliu raised his hand to stop the 5 from speaking, then laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha, my Qian family finally has a successor for the new angel god position. Third brother, set off immediately for the Heaven Do Empire and bring Xiao Shui back to me. Yes, Blue Luan Douluo replied. He summoned his spirit, the Blue Luan, and quickly flew toward the Heaven Do Empire. Supreme Pontiff Palace, Secret Chamber. After finishing the day's affairs, Bibi Dong was about to prepare for cultivation. But she suddenly felt the angelic divine force emanating from the hall of worship, which she found extremely loathsome. This is the angel? Wasn't it said that the angel god had fallen? What is with this divine force? Rakshasa, Rakshasa, Bibi Dong shouted frantically, a strange purple aura emerging around her. A ball of purple light appeared above her head. Bibi Dong, for what matter do you summon this seat? Bibi Dong told the Rakshasa god's spiritual thought about what just happened with the angel. So that's how it is. Rest assured, the angel god is no more. Are you sure? Then what was that just now? Bibi Dong questioned. The Rakshasa god's spiritual thought let out a bone-chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. That was merely a sliver of spiritual thought left behind by the angel god before her fall. There is nothing to worry about, because I saw with my own eyes the angel god's chest being pierced by the Asura god's sword, leading to her fall. Alright, continue your cultivation in peace. This seat looks forward to you becoming the new Rakshasa god. After saying that, the Rakshasa god's spiritual thought vanished. Bibi Dong clenched her fists. The Rakshasa god? I will definitely succeed when that time comes. I will surely slaughter the entire angel clan. Sea God Island. Like Qian Daoliu, Bo Saixi was also praying in the sea god temple as usual. Suddenly, the sea god statue sent her a message. What a new angel successor has appeared. I understand, Lord Sea God. I will do my best to find a suitable successor for you on Sea God Island. After Bo Saixi finished speaking piously, she immediately summoned the 7 sacred pillar guardians of Sea God Island, and ordered them to immediately prepare a selection competition to pick out children with extremely high talent. God Realm. Asura Temple. The Asura god sat on his high throne, using his divine force to observe Tang San. Comparisons really are odious, even among gods. Is this Tang San's brain made of mush? He has no mind of his own at all. For his first spirit ring, he actually listened to that bullshit trash grandmaster and chose such a useless spirit beast as the scoundrel snake. Sigh. He let out a sigh. He began to doubt in his heart whether it was correct to bring Tang San's soul over in the first place. Just as he was regretting it, his divine sense suddenly felt a familiar aura. This aura, the angel. No, impossible. Wasn't she already finished off by me? It's impossible for her to be resurrected. The Asura god quickly used his spiritual thought to begin investigating the angel god's situation. After a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it, just a wisp of a remnant thought. However, what surprises me is that a new angel god successor has actually appeared. It seems I must also speed up my actions. The Asura god dispelled the light screen. He fell into deep thought, thinking whether he should find a helper to cultivate Tang San together. After all, as the law enforcer of the god realm, he had many things to handle every day. Plus, lately, the god of destruction has been acting strangely for some unknown reason, finding all sorts of reasons to hold meetings, causing him to lose track of Tang San for a while. Meanwhile, on the other side, that's wonderful, little Qian finally has a new successor. The goddess of life, also one of the 5 great god kings, was also paying attention to the angel god's movements. The first generation angel god was one of her subordinates, and the two had a very good relationship. Back then, after learning that the Asura god had killed the angel god, the life was very angry. She almost got into a fight with the Asura god, if not for the sudden dragon god chaos that occurred later, requiring the 5 great god kings to be united. She would have long ago joined her husband, the god of destruction, in fighting the Asura god. Beside her, the god of destruction's gaze was fixed intently on Golden Crown in the light screen. Noticing her husband's gaze, the life teased, "What, you still haven't given up and want him to be your successor? But don't forget, our spiritual thoughts were all driven out by his other mysterious spirit." The god of destruction said, "I know, but isn't he a twin spirit? Since that powerful light attribute spirit won't work, then this crocodile should be fine." The god of destruction at this moment, "This crocodile is destined for me." The goddess of life thought about it, and it seemed to be true. But immediately after, she said with a bitter face, "Little Purple, are you in such a hurry to find a successor because you want to ditch me and go fool around?" The god of destruction waved his hands repeatedly. "Little Green, what are you saying? Am I that kind of god? By the way, although we have no chance with that Golden Crown brat's light attribute spirit, why can't we turn our gaze to the people around him? People around him that makes sense." "Little Purple, you really are clever. But which person around him is suitable to be my successor?" The god of destruction thought for a moment and waved his hand to change the image on the light screen. "Have you forgotten this little girl named Yi Lingling, the 9-star begonia? Alright, I'll keep an eye on her." 68. Number 68 God of Destruction, the Golden Crocodile King? A fateful encounter for me. Chapter 68, Destruction God King, Golden Crocodile King? He is fated with me. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Every household in Heaven Do City had fallen into a deep sleep. Deep within the imperial palace, inside the secret room of the Crown Prince's palace, Qian Runshui's spirit evolution was gradually coming to an end. Her spirit had evolved from the original seraphim into an 8-winged angel. Feeling the new and powerful energy within her body, Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this the effect of the immortal herb? It actually caused my spirit to evolve. No wonder Xiao Mian has been able to cultivate so quickly in just 2 years. The 2 immortal herbs had brought her an all-around improvement. Not only did they cause her spirit to transform, but her level also surged forward like a turbulent tide, reaching the peak of level 50. But this wasn't the limit. If she were to absorb her 5th spirit ring, her level might continue to rise. Furthermore, her body felt as if it had been reshaped, with all the impurities inside being expelled. Her cultivation speed had more than doubled. "Xiao Mian, why are you standing so far away?" After her moment of joy, Qian Runshui looked at Golden Crown, intending to thank him. To her surprise, as soon as she looked up, she saw Golden Crown standing at the door, holding his nose. He was pointing at her. Suddenly, Qian Runshui's nose caught an unpleasant scent. She followed Golden Crown's finger and looked down. The next second, she let out a scream. "Ah, what on earth is this?" Quote, she saw an unknown black substance clinging to her body from head to toe. The room was now filled with a foul stench. She almost gagged. Golden Crown used the turtle breathing technique to hold his breath. He walked in. "Those are the impurities from your body. The powerful energy contained in the immortal herbs flushed them out. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. Go and wash up first." I've already prepared the bathwater for you. Hearing that it was just impurities being expelled from her body, Qian Runshui felt a bit better. But then she turned to Golden Crown and questioned, "Are you disgusted by how I look right now? If I were covered in a foul stench, wouldn't you be disgusted? Stop talking nonsense and go take a bath, or else we won't be able to stay in this secret room," Golden Crown said, rolling his eyes. Currently, under his golden barrier, the smell was contained within this room. It hadn't spread throughout the entire secret chamber. "Oh," Qian Runshui replied and went to the bathroom to bathe. Golden Crown cleaned up the bed. He threw out all the sheets, bedding, and pillows. Then he replaced them with new ones. Splash! The sound of water occasionally came from the bathroom. An hour later, finally clean. The unpleasant smell is gone too. Golden Crown looked at the refreshed room, twirling a rag on his right fingertip. Just then, a voice came from the bathroom. "Xiao Mian, my clothes are all dirty. The wardrobe is right across from the bed. Help me get a new set." "Got it. Do you want me to bring them in? What are you thinking? Just leave them at the door." Golden Crown put down the rag. He opened the wardrobe. He picked out a random set of clothes and placed them at the bathroom door. "I've put them there." As soon as he finished speaking, the bathroom door opened. Qian Runshui quickly reached out and pulled the clothes inside. A short while later, she came out, already changed. Whether it was the effect of the immortal herb or just an illusion from having just bathed, Qian Runshui was now radiating a unique brilliance. Her skin was as white as snow with a faint rosy tint, and her already exquisite features appeared even more vivid. It was as if she had a beauty filter on. Her skin was supple and smooth, with her long, waterfall-like golden hair cascading down to her waist and water droplets dripping from the tips. It added a touch of gentleness and charm to her aura. Golden Crown couldn't help but gaze as he watched her. Seeing his gaze fixed intently on her, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a bit smug. She walked gracefully towards Golden Crown. Tossing her hair, she asked softly, "Do I look good?" "Average," Golden Crown replied, though his heart said otherwise. Yet, his eyes still drifted toward Qian Runshui from time to time. "Is that so? If I'm just average, then why do your eyes keep lingering on me?" Qian Runshui bluntly exposed Golden Crown. "Fine, I won't look. How stingy, I can't even look for a second." Golden Crown withdrew his gaze. Qian Runshui was startled. She had intended to tease Golden Crown. She hadn't expected her little man to actually get grumpy. She quickly said in a gentle voice, "Big sister was just joking with you. You can look for as long as you want, okay? Alright, enough playing around. Xiao Shui, your level has already reached the peak of 50. Find some time to ask the old emperor for a leave of absence. Then Grandpa and I will take you to hunt for your 5th ring." Qian Runshui didn't refuse and agreed immediately. "Okay, however, there's no need to ask the old emperor for leave. We can set off at any time." Golden Crown was puzzled. Doesn't the old emperor usually assign you a lot of tasks? Did he suddenly find his conscience? Hardly. The old emperor isn't that kind-hearted. After venting, Qian Runshui explained the reason. "This afternoon, I told Shui Yi that I was confident I could win over second grandpa to the Heaven Do Empire." The old emperor was very excited when he heard this news. As you know, the Heaven Do Empire has never had a titled Douluo level expert. They rely entirely on alliances with other powers to obtain high-level spirit master combat support, but because of this, they have to cater to the whims of those sects. The old emperor has long been fed up with answering to those sects. Therefore, he gave me special permission to skip court and avoid handling government affairs. For now, I'm to focus all my energy on winning over second grandpa. He even said that as long as second grandpa is willing to have his name associated with the imperial family, even if it's just a friendly relationship, he can name his price. Money, status, any condition, no matter how outrageous, can be met. After hearing Qian Runshui's explanation, Golden Crown marveled. Whoa, the old emperor is really going all out. To win over a titled Douluo, he'd even give up the imperial throne. Qian Runshui was taken aback. When did I ever say the old emperor was willing to give up his throne? Golden Crown shrugged. Didn't you just say he'd give the throne if asked? Didn't you mean the emperor's seat? Of course not. The status I meant refers to social standing within the Heaven Do Empire. Like a title of nobility or something. Qian Runshui explained. Golden Crown said dismissively, "TCH, I thought it was the emperor's seat. If it's just that, who cares about some lousy noble title? However, there is indeed something I want." "What is it?" Qian Runshui asked curiously. Golden Crown calmly spoke the name of the item. Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. The Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. It was a god-tier spirit tool. Beyond that, it had another name. The Sea God's Heart. It was an important treasure left behind by the Sea God. In the original story, the reason Tang San was able to gain the Sea God's recognition, this item played a crucial role. 69. Number 69 Vast Ocean Universe Cover. Chapter 69. Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud? That's just an ordinary collection item. What do you want it for? Qian Runshui frowned slightly, feeling very confused. She knew about this thing. It was a treasure passed down through generations of the Heaven Do imperial family. Legend has it that this item contains miraculous power. Because of this, it became a national treasure. However, the imperial family was not clear about what specific power this treasure possessed. This was because the method to activate the treasure had not been passed down. Currently, it was merely treated as a collectible, stored within the Heaven Do Empire's treasury. An ordinary collectible? Hey! Upon hearing this, Golden Crown laughed aloud. Qian Runshui thought Golden Crown was mocking her and felt slightly annoyed. Are you making fun of me? No, I just thought of something happy. After recovering his composure, Golden Crown began to explain the effects of the vast sea cosmic shroud to Qian Runshui. Don't underestimate this vast sea cosmic shroud. It also has another name, the Sea God's Heart. This is a god-grade spirit tool left behind by the Sea God back then. Not only does it possess miraculous abilities, but it's also an important item to gain the Sea God's recognition. The person who obtains it has a 1% chance of achieving godhood. Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth trembled slightly. Clearly, she was shocked by Golden Crown's words. What did she just hear? That vast sea cosmic shroud, which was treated as an ordinary collectible, was actually a god-grade spirit tool? The possessor even has a chance to gain the Sea God's recognition and a 1% chance of becoming a god. Taking a moment to calm down, she finally finished digesting the information she had heard. At the same time, she raised a question. Xiao Mian, how do you know about this? There are no records of this vast sea cosmic shroud even within the Heaven Do imperial family. Golden Crown took out a book that looked very old and worn. This is an ancient book I discovered in the Spirit Hall Academy's library. It records many strange anecdotes and mysteries. The records of things like immortal herbs and whale glue were all things I saw in this book. Of course, this book couldn't have actually been discovered in Spirit Hall Academy. Golden Crown had written it himself. The purpose was to have an answer for when others asked how he knew such things. Looking at the records in the book, Qian Runshui couldn't help but believe him a bit more. However, she always felt something was strange, simply because the handwriting in this book felt a bit familiar. She seemed to have seen these tadpole-like characters somewhere before. Golden Crown interrupted her thoughts. Such an important treasure is better off being used by us than gathering dust in the Heaven Do treasury. I understand. Qian Runshui's expression was serious and solemn as she made up her mind. If it's truly as the book records, this vast sea cosmic shroud indeed cannot be left in the palace. Otherwise, if the old emperor has a lapse in judgment one day and bestows this treasure to someone else, allowing them to gain the Sea God's recognition, we would surely face a powerful enemy in the future. Far away at Nodding Academy, Tang San was receiving private tutoring from Yu Shaoging. Suddenly, he felt an empty sensation in his heart. It felt as if some great opportunity was drifting away from him. Yu Shaoging, who was currently lecturing on his incorrect theories, saw Tang San dazing off. He shouted sternly, "Little San, why are you distracted? Did you hear what I just taught?" "Sorry teacher, Yu Shaoging raised his hand to interrupt, indicating he didn't want to hear excuses. He took out a ruler and said, "Stretch out your hand." Tang San stretched out his right hand. Smack smack smack. The ruler struck Tang San's palm 3 times in succession, heavily. Red marks instantly surfaced, but it wasn't over. Yu Shaoging said again, "The other one." Tang San stretched out his left hand. Smack smack smack. The ruler struck his palm with another triple blow. The pain made Tang San gasp. To prevent Tang San from resenting him, Yu Shaoging immediately began his manipulation tactics. "Little San, I hit you for your own good. This is the only way you'll remember the lesson. In the future, you are a genius who will stand at the peak of the Spirit Master's world, and the prerequisite for that is you must learn more theoretical knowledge, especially mine, Yu Shaoging's, so you can gain the upper hand in the fiercely competitive Spirit Master's world later on. Do you understand your teacher's painstaking efforts?" Tang San's face was filled with emotion. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect teacher to be considering my future at every moment. I truly didn't choose the wrong teacher. I deserve to be hit for being distracted just now. Even if teacher hit me again, it would be justified. This is teacher's love." Thinking of this, it seemed some hidden trait in Tang San was activated. He stood up, leaned over the stool, and stuck out his backside. "Teacher, please hit me a few more times. You were right just now. If I want to shine in this fiercely competitive Spirit Master's world, I must study seriously at all times. Being distracted was my fault. To ensure I don't make the mistake again, teacher, please strike me." Yu Shaogang was stunned. Wait, what? Have my brainwashing skills improved again? I've actually manipulated Tang San to this extent? He's actively asking to be hit. In that case, I won't be polite. Yu Shaogang stood up. Little San, since you have such perseverance, your teacher naturally won't be soft-hearted. As the words fell, smack smack smack, the sound of striking rang out. Tang San gritted his teeth without making a sound. He even had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Teacher's love is just as heavy as father's love. While Tang San was enjoying being punished, Blue Luan Douluo, who had been sent by Qian Daoliu to bring Qian Runshui back, finally arrived at Heaven Do City. As for why he could fly from Spirit City to Heaven Do City in just a few hours. First, Blue Luan Douluo's spirit was a flight-type spirit. His inherent flight speed was already very fast. Secondly, he possessed an 80,000-year spirit bone, and the attached spirit ability was of the acceleration type. Additionally, among his own spirit abilities, there were those that increased speed. Finally, don't forget that after consuming an immortal herb, Blue Luan Douluo's rank had reached level 98. Flying at full power with all these enhancements, his speed was unrivaled across the entire Douluo continent. He could be called the fastest man. I've finally arrived. The guards of Heaven Do City are truly lazy. Most of them have gone off to sleep. I actually got in without any effort. Further ahead should be the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Following that, Blue Luan Douluo silently slipped into the palace. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Isn't this second brother's aura? Didn't second brother say he was taking Xiao Mian to handle some business? Why would he appear in Heaven Do City? And it's even inside the Imperial Palace? Suddenly, an extremely bad thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that little Shui's identity has been discovered? Not good. I must go and support them as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Blue Luan Douluo quickened his pace toward the Crown Prince's palace. 70. Number 70. Tang San, who had awakened some kind of peculiar fetish. Chapter 70. Tang San awakens a certain special hobby. Outside the Crown Prince's palace, Golden Crocodile had already discovered that someone was rapidly approaching. He thought the commotion from earlier had drawn guards over to investigate. Just as he was about to make a move, he sensed a familiar aura. Isn't this old third? Why would he appear here? While he was pondering, Blue Luan Douluo had already arrived outside the hall. Yu Long and Si Shui, who were guarding the entrance, saw someone approaching and intended to stop them. Unexpectedly, after seeing Blue Luan Douluo's appearance, their faces were filled with disbelief. Greetings, third consecrated elder. What brings you here? Blue Luan Douluo directly ignored their question and asked in return, is little Shui's undercover operation still going smoothly? No clues have been discovered by others, right? The operation is going very smoothly. The young lord's identity has not been discovered. Third consecrated elder, why do you ask? Yu Long and Si Shui were extremely confused. Wait, you, the dignified third consecrated elder of the Hall of Worship, flew all the way from Spirit City, just to confirm this one thing? Are you that bored? Blue Luan Douluo observed the surroundings. There were indeed no traces of a fight. His hanging heart immediately settled down. However, he asked again, I sensed the second consecrator's aura just now. Where is my second brother? Why is he here? Here to handle some matters. Golden Crocodile's voice came from behind him. The two then flew onto the roof to talk. As for Si Shui and Yu Long, they continued their duty guarding the door. Golden Crocodile gave Blue Luan Douluo a rough explanation of why he and Golden Crown were at the Crown Prince's palace. After listening, Blue Luan Douluo nodded. So that's how it is. You scared me to death. Second brother, you have no idea. After sensing your aura outside just now, it gave me quite a shock. I thought little Shui's identity had been exposed. I rushed over to provide support. Golden Crocodile couldn't help but smile. Alright, you're over 100 years old. Can't you be a bit more steady? By the way, what are you doing here? I was so nervous I almost forgot. Big brother ordered me to bring little Shui back as soon as possible. Blue Luan Douluo explained his purpose for coming. Golden Crocodile frowned. What happened? Why bring little Shui back? I only heard Big Brother mention that the Angel God position has a new successor, and then he sent me here. Blue Luan Douluo recounted the situation at the time. Angel God? Successor, I understand. Let's go find little Shui and Xiao Mian. Golden Crocodile instantly guessed what was happening. He immediately led Blue Luan Douluo into the Crown Prince's palace into the secret chamber. Golden Crown and Qian Runshui, who were currently discussing the vast sea cosmic shroud, were greatly surprised when they saw Golden Crocodile and Blue Luan walk in together. What's the situation? Why is Third Grandpa here too? Could it be that the Hall of Worship is planning to take direct action against the Heaven Do Imperial family? Blue Luan explained his purpose in the most concise language. After listening, Golden Crown immediately understood what was going on. It must be because Jian Runshui's spirit had evolved into the eight-winged angel. This was what drew the angel god's attention. In any case, that old emperor had recently given little Shui a few days off in order to curry favor with Grandpa. It wouldn't hurt to take this opportunity to go back and take a look. The next morning, Jian Runshui disguised herself as Shui Qing and greeted the old emperor. She said she had been invited by the grandfather-grandson pair, Xing Tian and Xing Daorong, to be a guest at their home, and to discuss matters of cooperation along the way. To this, Shui Yi naturally agreed readily. After a few token words of concern, he granted Jian Runshui's request to go out. As for the daily political affairs that needed to be handled, the old emperor, who had grown accustomed to a leisurely life, naturally did not want to be tied down by these matters. He happened to hear that his good brother Shui Xing had been very idle lately, so he temporarily handed over the political affairs to Prince Shui Xing to handle. He himself returned to the inner palace to enjoy the wind and moon. After settling things on the old emperor's side, Golden Crocodile, Blue Luan, Golden Crown, and Jian Runshui rushed toward Spirit City together. Golden Crocodile and Blue Luan each carried one. Although Golden Crown and Jian Runshui could both fly, at this time, their flight speed couldn't possibly be as fast as a titled Douluo under continuous travel. The four of them soon returned to the Hall of Worship. Looking at the home she had been away from for 2 years, Jian Runshui relaxed completely. Coming to the Angel Temple, High Priest Jian Daoliu was already standing outside the hall waiting. Grandpa Jian Runshui was full of joy as she trotted forward and hugged Jian Daoliu. Jian Daoliu dotingly stroked Jian Runshui's head and said warmly, "Haven't seen you in 2 years. Little Shui has grown up." At this moment, he noticed Golden Crocodile and Golden Crown returning with Blue Luan. He couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why were they returning together? Could it be they ran into each other halfway? But at this moment, Jian Daoliu had no heart to think about these things, because he was in a hurry to take Jian Runshui before the angel statue to confirm if his granddaughter was indeed the new angel god's successor. Soon, several people entered the angel temple. The moment Jian Runshui arrived before the angel statue, the statue showed activity once again. The remnant soul of the angel god appeared once more. "Lord Angel God, this is this junior's granddaughter, Jian Runshui." Jian Daoliu hurriedly introduced Jian Runshui to the angel god. The angel god carefully sized up Jian Runshui. A smile appeared on that cold and elegant face. "Very good, it's her child. Can you let me see your spirit?" Hearing this, Jian Daoliu was beyond happy. Their Jian family finally had a descendant who could inherit the angel god's position. And this person was his own granddaughter. However, what made him a bit puzzled was why the angel god wanted to see little Shui's spirit. Unexpectedly, in the next second, his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. A curse escaped his lips. Holy shit. Faced with the angel god's request, Jian Runshui nodded and revealed her brand new 8-winged angel spirit. Upon seeing the 8-winged angel behind Jian Runshui, the angel god had no more hesitations and directly declared, "Child, you are the successor of the new angel god. From this day forth, you shall stay here and undergo the godly trials." The angel god was exceptionally excited at this moment. An 8-winged angel, she hadn't expected that an act of kindness back then would actually give birth to a genius with even higher talent than herself. One must know that even she was only a seraphim back then. She was certain that if Jian Runshui could become a god, the grade of the angel god position would definitely increase by quite a bit. Angel god, can I refuse first? Jian Runshui thought about it and said this. These words left Jian Daoliu, the angel god, Golden Crocodile, and Blue Luan stunned in place. "Little Shui, don't talk nonsense." Jian Daoliu hurriedly stepped forward and pulled at Jian Runshui, then respectfully said to the angel god, "Respected angel god, little Shui is young and immature, please do not take offense." The angel god smiled slightly. "It's fine. Your name is Jian Runshui, right? Can you tell me why you want to refuse the godly trials?" "Because I still have things to do right now." Jian Runshui informed the angel god about her undercover mission in the Heaven Do Empire. Jian Daoliu was feeling immense regret at this moment. He wished he could slap himself twice. Damn it, if he had known, he shouldn't have listened to that stupid woman Bibi Dong and let little Shui go undercover for some crappy mission. Otherwise, she could be peacefully accepting the godly trials right now. According to little Shui's talent, she would surely be able to become a god within 5 years. Soon, he turned his gaze toward Golden Crown, thinking that his granddaughter and Golden Crown had been close since childhood. So he flashed to Golden Crown's side and whispered, "Xiao Mian, go and persuade little Shui. This angel god position concerns little Shui's future. If she gives this up, there won't be another chance." Golden Crown patted his chest, indicating to leave it to him. Seeing this, Qian Daoliu felt much more at ease. But Golden Crown's next words directly turned Qian Daoliu to stone. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71. Sendu Ryu's mood fluctuated greatly. Chapter 71. Qian Daoliu's emotional rollercoaster. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Under Qian Daoliu's expectant gaze, Jin Mian strode forward and came to Qian Runshui's side. He looked directly at the angel god. I agree with Xiao Shui. Can the angel god's godly trial be postponed for a while? Crack. The sound of something shattering echoed through the hall. Qian Daoliu looked as if he had been hit by a petrification seal. His expression froze and his body stiffened, rooted to the spot in a daze. What the hell was I expecting? I asked you to help persuade Xiao Shui to give up that damn undercover mission and return to accept the godly trial. In the end, not only did you not help, but you actually made things worse. It seems today, my sword must taste blood. Seeing that Qian Daoliu was about to blow his top and had already drawn his sword, Golden Crocodile quickly smiled apologetically. Big brother, calm down. Calm down. Xiao Mian is someone you watched grow up. Third brother, quickly help me talk him out of it. Oh, really? How come I don't remember that? Blue Luan, do you know anything about this? Qian Daoliu looked at Blue Luan with a fake smile. Blue Luan Douluo stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, I was just standing here quietly watching the show. How did this end up being my problem? He didn't want to wade into these muddy waters. Blue Luan Douluo produced a brick from who knows where and smashed it against his own forehead. Without a word, the brick shattered directly into powder. But on Blue Luan Douluo's forehead, let alone an injury, not even a bit of skin was grazed. Yet in the next second, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Seeing how cowardly Blue Luan was being, Golden Crocodile had no choice but to step forward and try to pull Jin Mian back. Jin Mian raised his hand and said, "Wait a second, I'm not finished yet. Don't say another word, or Big Brother's sword will come swinging." Golden Crocodile picked up Jin Mian and retreated. Unexpectedly, the angel god spoke with interest. "There's no need for that. Put him down and let him continue." Her entire attention had been on the 8-winged angel just now. She hadn't noticed. This kid was actually a possessor of a god-level martial soul as well. Although she didn't know which god had bestowed this spirit, she could feel that it was very powerful. Furthermore, it possessed the same light attribute as the angel. Could it be the god of light? That didn't seem right either. The light element within this child was even purer and more powerful than that of the god of light. Could it be that during the years since her fall, the god of light had become a god king? After being put down by Golden Crocodile, Jin Mian coughed twice and said, "Ahem. The reason I'm asking Xiao Shui to delay the godly trial is because I've discovered that Xiao Shui's current 8-winged angel spirit is not its final form. It seems there is still room for evolution. Wouldn't the effect be better if we wait for Xiao Shui to evolve her spirit into its final form before she accepts the godly trial?" These words caused a massive stir. Qian Daoliu shoved Golden Crocodile aside, lifted Jin Mian up with both hands, and asked excitedly, "Is it true? You're saying there's a possibility for Xiao Shui's spirit to evolve further?" Quote, "Speak, tell me quickly." Blue Luan, who had been playing dead and pretending to be unconscious, had stood up again at some point. He hurriedly reminded him, "Maybe you should put Xiao Mian down first?" Qian Daoliu quickly put Jin Mian down. "Xiao Mian, speak quickly." Jin Mian glanced away. "Oh, weren't you just about to beat me up? Why the sudden change of heart?" Hearing this, Qian Daoliu felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly said, "That's not true. Great-grandfather has the best relationship with you. How could I ever hit you? I was just about to hit third brother." Third brother, hum? Just as he finished speaking, he turned his head to find Blue Luan Douluo, who had just been reminding him. He had already vanished without a trace. Qian Runshui tugged on Jin Mian's arm and said, "All right, Xiao Mian, stop messing around." I was just joking with great-grandfather. Alright, let's continue. Jin Mian explained how Qian Runshui's original seraphim spirit had evolved into the eight-winged angel. To put it simply, the reason Xiao Shui's seraphim spirit could evolve into the eight-winged angel is because she consumed the sacred feather sky orchid and the yearning heartbroken red, and the medicinal power of these two immortal herbs has only been partially activated so far. Especially the yearning heartbroken red. It is a divine grade among immortal herbs, and its efficacy is arguably the strongest of them all. If Xiao Shui fully refines the medicinal effects of both immortal herbs later on, her spirit will definitely reach another level. Alright, I'm done speaking. This is where the applause should be. Clap, clap, clap. Qian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile, and Blue Luan, who were present, all clapped supportively. The angel god pondered for a long time. After using her divine sense to carefully observe Qian Runshui, she couldn't help but nod. She agreed with Jin Mian's statement. Through her divine sense, she discovered that the medicinal power within Qian Runshui's body was continuously nourishing various parts of her body and her spirit. Given enough time, this eight-winged angel truly could evolve once more. Jin Mian immediately followed up with another sentence. This directly made the angel god resolve to postpone the angel god's godly trial. Angel god, don't you want the rank of the angel god position to increase? The angel god thought about it. That makes sense. Why should the angel god only be a first-class chief god? If she had been stronger back then and her god position had reached that certain level, how could she have been killed by the Asura god? Thinking of this, the angel god looked up at the sky. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Fine, I agree to postpone the godly trial. Qian Runshui, come back to accept the godly trial after your spirit has evolved into its final form. I am currently just a wisp of a remnant soul and cannot manifest for long. Farewell. With that said, the angel god dissipated into light and fell back into a deep slumber. Jin Mian then said to Qian Daoliu, by the way, great-grandfather, Xiao Shui's current level has reached the peak of level 50. Tomorrow, let's take her to hunt for a spirit ring. Because Xiao Shui absorbed two immortal herbs, her spirit evolved and her physique has been greatly enhanced. For her fifth ring, we can consider a 100,000-year spirit ring. Of course, if we can't find a suitable 100,000-year spirit ring, a 90,000-year one would be fine too. Qian Daoliu nodded. As for the risks of a 100,000-year spirit ring, he wasn't particularly worried. After all, Jin Mian's example of absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring for his fifth ring was right there in front of him. Having finished, Jin Mian looked at Qian Runshui again. Xiao Shui, come to my room in a bit. I'll teach you something. Qian Runshui asked curiously. What is it? You'll find out in a bit, Jin Mian said with a mysterious smile. Then he led Qian Runshui toward his room. And the thing he wanted to teach Qian Runshui was an internal cultivation technique he had previously obtained through the system's check-in. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Of course, he didn't intend to engage in dual cultivation with Qian Runshui. After all, they were still at their current ages. Although the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra allows for dual cultivation between a man and a woman, the yin advancement within the technique is more suitable for women to practice. If Qian Runshui masters it, her future combat power will surely reach new heights. 72. Number 72. Angel God, don't you want your angelic rank to be raised? Chapter 72. Angel God, don't you want to raise the rank of the angel god position? 5 days later, the Heaven Do Empire. Inside the imperial palace of Heaven Do City, Qian Runshui, once again disguised as Shui Qing, was giving a report to the old emperor, Shui Yi. Father, your son has not failed your trust. After 5 days of persuasion, Titus Battle Angel is now inclined to favor the empire. Upon hearing this news, Shui Yi, who was playing chess with Prince Shui Xing, immediately overturned the chessboard. He shouted exultantly, "Good, with the support of this titled Douluo, the national strength of my Heaven Do Empire will surely take a step forward. Next time I meet that man surnamed Dai, let's see how arrogant he can be." The man surnamed Dai mentioned by Shui Yi was naturally the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Tian. His strength was as high as a level 92 titled Douluo. Every time the two sides met, the other party would mock Shui Yi about his level and the number of titled Douluos the nation possessed. This caused Shui Yi to want to slap that guy every time he saw Dai Tian. Unfortunately, the other party was stronger than him, so he could only curse him inwardly. On the surface, he still had to maintain a smile, but if Titus Battle Angel were brought into the imperial family, things would be different. Next time they met, if that man surnamed Dai dared to mock him again, he would directly let Titus Battle Angel teach the other party a lesson. After all, according to current information, Titus Battle Angel's strength was even greater than the two titled Douluos of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school combined. The value of this was self-evident. I congratulate you, big brother, for being about to gain a fierce general. Prince Shui Xing immediately stood up to offer his congratulations. As a successor who survived the last season of the struggle for the throne, and being deeply trusted by the emperor, Shui Xing relied on more than just his status as Shui Yi's biological younger brother. He relied on his shrewd mind and his skill in political maneuvering. Hearing Shui Xing's words, Shui Yi nodded. He turned to Shui Qing and asked, "Has this Titus Battle Angel explicitly or implicitly stated any conditions?" Shui Yi, who was able to take first place in the last throne season, was certainly no fool. For a dignified titled Douluo expert to be willing to favor the Heaven Do Empire, there must be some conditions. Father is wise. Shui Qing first offered some flattery and then said, "That Titus Battle Angel did indeed drop hints to me and set out conditions. I have listed the items he requested. Please take a look, father." He handed over a memorial. An eunuch hurried forward, took the memorial, and delivered it to Shui Yi's hand. Shui Yi looked at the items on the memorial. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed several times, bleeding continuously. 3 10,000-year spirit bones, 1 million gold coins, and various precious metals soon. When he noticed the last column of the item list, Shui Yi couldn't help but frown. He saw the vast sea cosmic shroud written there. He could understand the items requested previously, but this vast sea cosmic shroud, although it was the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, because its use was unknown, it had always been placed in the treasury as a collectible. Does Titus Battle Angel want this item because he thinks the vast sea cosmic shroud has some unique use? Seeing that Shui Yi fell into deep thought after reading about the vast sea cosmic shroud, Shui Qing thought that the other party had sensed something was wrong. In order to make her desire for the vast sea cosmic shroud less obvious, she had discussed it with Golden Crown, and added many other things to hide her true intentions. But she didn't expect it would still arouse the old emperor's suspicion. After a long time, Shui Yi spoke up and asked, "Qing, do you know what use Titus Battle Angel has for this vast sea cosmic shroud?" In reply to father, "When I went to visit his home this time, I saw that Titus Battle Angel had a room specifically for various strange collections. It seems Titus Battle Angel must have a hobby of collecting odd and curious things." Shui Qing answered calmly, "The items before this are all manageable, but this vast sea cosmic shroud." Shui Yi pondered for a moment and inquired, "Qing, what do you think?" Hearing the old emperor throw the question to her, Shui Qing thought for a moment and replied, "Father, I feel that since we don't even know the use of the vast sea cosmic shroud, instead of leaving it in the treasury as a collectible, it would be better to take it out to exchange for the support of a titled Douluo." Immediately after, Shui Yi turned his gaze to Shui Xing. Shui Xing quickly said, "Imperial brother, I feel that what the Crown Prince said makes sense. Although the vast sea cosmic shroud is a national treasure, it has no use and can only serve as a collectible, and the value brought by the support of a titled Douluo is substantial. This deal is not a loss." After listening to Shui Qing and Shui Xing, Shui Yi also felt it made some sense, but for some reason, in the back of his mind, he felt like he was suffering a great loss. Could something that catches the eye of a titled Douluo really be useless? Someone go to the Imperial Treasury immediately and bring the vast sea cosmic shroud. To determine if this vast sea cosmic shroud had any other uses, he immediately sent someone to fetch the vast sea cosmic shroud, preparing to inspect it again. If this item really has no use, so what if it's given to Titus Battle Angel? But what if there is some secret within it that he doesn't know? Soon, the guards brought the vast sea cosmic shroud. Shui Yi held the vast sea cosmic shroud in his hand, observing it from all angles and even injecting spirit power into it. But no matter how he tried, the vast sea cosmic shroud had no reaction at all. It was exactly like a strangely shaped decoration. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Does Titus Battle Angel really just think the vast sea cosmic shroud has a unique shape and wants to collect it? Shui Yi's suspicion slowly faded. Finally, he handed the vast sea cosmic shroud to Shui Qing, and instructed that if she discovered Titus Battle Angel knew the use of this item, she must report it immediately. Although Shui Qing agreed on the surface, in her heart, she said, "Wishful thinking. You will never know the use of this treasure in your lifetime." Seeing that the vast sea cosmic shroud was in hand, Shui Qing added, "By the way, father, when I visited Titus Battle Angel's home this time, I also discovered an important matter." Shui Yi raised his hand. speak. In Titus Battle Angel's home, I discovered a very powerful weapon. It's called a fire gun. According to what I've learned, if several hundred soldiers are organized to hold fire guns, they can fend off enemies dozens of times their number. Prince Shui Xing was the first to ask, fire gun? Could it be a spear that spits fire and has long hair? What's so powerful about that? It can fend off enemies dozens of times their number? Qing, have you been deceived? Shui Xing, be quiet for a moment. Qing, continue. Shui Yi interrupted Shui Xing and gestured for Shui Qing to continue talking about the fire gun. He wanted to hear what unique features this weapon could have, that it could allow 100 soldiers to fend off enemies dozens of times their number after being equipped with it. Seeing the old emperor's interest in the gun, she immediately spoke the words Golden Crown had taught her. 73. Number 73 Treasure obtained. Chapter 73. The treasure is in hand. Father, Imperial Uncle, this fire gun is different from the weapons we usually see. The weapons we usually see are nothing more than sabers, spears, staves, clubs, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. Even the more powerful ones are just bows and arrows or crossbow bolts. But these weapons all have a common flaw. They are completely useless against spirit masters with even a bit of strength. Hearing this, Shui Yi picked up on the underlying meaning. According to you, this fire gun, when facing powerful spirit masters, could it have a miraculous effect? Shui Qing quickly replied, exactly. This fire gun can attack enemies regardless of distance. And compared to those heavy weapons, the fire gun is much more portable. Enough, Shui Yi interrupted Shui Qing's explanation for a moment. He then asked the question he cared about most. Stop talking about these useless things. How powerful is this fire gun? Yes. Shui Qing bowed slightly and spoke of the fire gun's power. The power of this fire gun, according to my own personal testing, I found that even a 3-ring spirit elder, deploying full defense before it, would be pierced and killed in a single shot. Oh, it's that powerful. Crown Prince, you wouldn't have exaggerated the power of this fire gun, would you? Shui Yi was instantly filled with curiosity about the fire gun. Shui Xing, who was beside him, was also like this. It was his first time hearing of a weapon that could directly kill a 3-ring spirit elder. Your son knows that words alone are not proof, so I spent a large sum specifically to buy one from Xing Daerong and brought it here. Shui Qing smiled slightly. She thought to herself, fortunately, she had anticipated this. With over 2 years of experience as an undercover agent, she had long since figured out Shui Yi's mindset. This guy was the type who wouldn't part with his money without seeing the benefits first. To be safe, before coming here, she had specifically asked Golden Crown for a gun. Hearing that there was a physical object, Shui Yi immediately asked, "You brought it? Where is it?" It is like this. Due to the immense power of this weapon, it is not suitable to be presented in your Majesty's presence. Therefore, your son specifically left it outside the hall. Shui Yi waved his hand. That is no matter. Someone, go and bring in the fire gun the Crown Prince brought. Understood. The guard hurriedly ran outside the hall. He brought the fire gun inside. It was an old-fashioned revolver handgun, 9mm caliber, with an effective range of 50 meters, a capacity of 6 rounds, and single-shot damage capable of ignoring the defense of spirit masters below level 33. For spirit masters above level 33, it would still deal significant damage. Of course, it would have no effect on even higher-level spirit masters. This is the fire gun you said could kill a spirit elder? It's only this small? Looking at the fire gun in the guard's hand, which was about the size of a hand, and the few bullets the size of peanuts, Shui Yi was full of doubt. Crown Prince, you haven't been deceived, have you? Shui Xing was equally skeptical. Just this little thing could kill a 3-ring spirit elder. It was likely not even as powerful as a common bow and arrow. Your son's words are true. If father does not believe it, you may set a test, and your son can test the power of this weapon for you on the spot. Seeing Shui Qing speak so confidently, Shui Yi couldn't help but believe him a bit more. But hearing is hollow, and seeing is believing. He ordered the guards to fetch a 30mm thick steel plate and place it on the ground, 20 meters away. This steel plate was made according to the physical strength of a level 30 spirit master. After Shui Qing skillfully loaded the ammunition, he raised the gun and aimed at the distant steel plate. A loud bang was heard. In the next second, a bullet hole appeared on that seemingly indestructible steel plate. Bang bang bang. 3 more shots followed in succession. Unsurprisingly, 3 more bullet holes appeared on the steel plate. This scene left Shui Yi, Shui Xing, and the surrounding guards slack-jawed with shock. After Shui Qing removed the remaining bullets, he gracefully twirled the revolver before placing it on the table. Quickly, present this fire gun to me. Let me have a good look. Shui Yi was excited, as if he were looking at a beautiful woman. It couldn't be helped. Although the Heaven Do Empire had been wealthy all these years, its high-level combat power and military equipment had never improved. This had caused the Heaven Do Empire's strength to continuously decline. Now, seeing such a powerful weapon, how could he not be excited? The guard hurriedly presented the gun. Shui Yi took the revolver handgun in his hand and observed it closely. I didn't expect this tiny firegun to actually have such immense power. A fine weapon, truly a fine weapon. Ching, what were these small stones you just loaded? Shui Ching quickly answered, reporting to father, these are called bullets, and they are also a part of this revolver handgun. I see. Shui Yi mimicked Shui Ching's earlier movements. He loaded the bullets into the revolver handgun, then pointed the muzzle at his own head. His hand even unconsciously moved toward the trigger. Watching Shui Yi's actions, an excited voice appeared in Shui Ching's heart. Press it now. Then this lady's undercover mission can end early. But the old emperor was no fool. He put down the revolver handgun. He looked at Shui Ching and asked, Ching, you said earlier that you bought this gun for a large sum. Exactly how much was it? 50,000 gold coins each. Shui Ching blurted out a price without thinking. But in fact, before coming here, Golden Crown had told her the price was 5,000 gold coins each. Because he was afraid that if the gun was too expensive, the stingy old emperor wouldn't buy it. But even at that price, he could still make a profit of over 10 times. But this time, Golden Crown was wrong. Shui Yi waved his hand and shouted, 20,000 gold coins each? Not expensive at all, it's simply too cheap. How many more of these weapons does that person named Xing Daerong have? We want them all. Seeing Shui Yi being so domineeringly generous, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Ching, felt her heart sink. Damn it, I asked for too little. However, she added, Father, your son hasn't finished. The bullets for this gun are sold separately at 100 gold coins a round. Furthermore, Xing Daerong also said that he plans to auction these weapons at the Heaven Do auction house. Seeing that Shui Yi didn't speak for a long time, Shui Ching thought she had asked for too much. Just as she was about to change her tune and say there could be a discount for buying in batches, Shui Yi said with the air of a tycoon, only 100 gold coins a round? That's too cheap. Let's start with 10,000 rounds. I'll leave the matter of the weapons to you. Don't worry about the money. It will come from the imperial treasury. Father is wise. Then your son will go and make the preparations. Go ahead. Also, leave this gun here with me for now. Yes. Shui Ching finished speaking and withdrew. However, she did not return directly to the Crown Prince's palace. Instead, she headed straight for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After all, the money Golden Crown wanted to earn wasn't just from the Heaven Do Empire, but also from the wealthiest 7 treasure glazed tile school, because the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit possessed treasure appraisal abilities. This allowed them to acquire treasures at extremely low prices and then sell them for several times the price. This also caused the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to exceed that of the 2 great empires. However, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda had a flaw. It was only a support spirit. It had no means of attack. If they heard of a weapon that was powerful and easy to carry, they definitely wouldn't miss the chance. 74. Number 74. A magnificent snowy night. Chapter 74. The extravagant Shui Yi. 2 days later, located in the most luxurious area in the center of Heaven Do City, there was a massive circular building, approximately 500 meters in diameter and 80 meters tall. The people entering and leaving this place were either grand figures dressed in magnificent clothes, wealthy and noble, or they were spirit masters emitting powerful auras. Without exception, however, these people shared a common trait. That was wearing a mask to conceal their appearance. This place was precisely the highest trading center of the Heaven Do Empire, the Heaven Do auction house. Countless wealth, power, and desire all converged here. The daily turnover of the auction reached the level of terrifying wealth. Wearing a mask to hide one's appearance was also a unique rule here. Firstly, it was to protect the privacy of the guests, to prevent guests from being targeted, intercepted, and robbed after successfully bidding on good items. Secondly, it was to guarantee the fairness of the auction items. After all, anyone who could enter the Heaven Do auction house had some status. But status was also divided into high and low. In case someone was bidding happily and then encountered someone of higher status than themselves, they might wither and not dare to continue bidding. In that case, the loss would be the Heaven Do auction houses. Inside the auction house, inside the VVVIP private box, Golden Crown ate imported grapes peeled by Qian Runshui. While looking toward the auction that was about to begin, he saw that the auction seats were completely full. Various tycoons, royal dignitaries, and people from sect forces were all gathered here. However, the ones who truly caught Golden Crown's attention were Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong, who were sitting in the first row. That was the highest VIP area. One could clearly view every single auction item from there. At the same time, those sitting here could also receive a list of today's auction items in advance. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the upper 3 sects. They were immensely powerful and wealthy enough to rival nations. Naturally, they were arranged to be seated there, and those sitting beside him were no small characters either. For example, Prince Shui Xing. However, their main goal for coming this time was the 1,000 revolver handguns to be auctioned today. Xiao Mian, your guess was really spot on. I told Ning Fengji exactly what you said, and after giving him a demonstration, the other party actually agreed to attend this auction without any hesitation. And because of this information, Ning Fengji's attitude toward me lately has been much closer than before. Golden Crown gave a faint smile. Of course, don't forget that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile is a support type spirit. They are very lacking in offensive means. Although there are 2 titled Douluo stationed within the sect, if by any chance both of these titled Douluo are absent, then the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be like lambs to the slaughter. Ning Fengji is no fool. The man is extremely shrewd. After seeing the power of the revolver handgun you demonstrated, he must understand its importance to their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. So this time, no matter what, they will buy a batch of revolver handguns to take back. Of course, besides that, there's another reason. That is, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is simply too rich. Qian Runshui's expression froze as she asked, "Is there a problem with being too rich?" Golden Crown explained, "You don't understand. Rich people generally lack a sense of security. No matter how good Chen Xin and Ji Yurong's relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is, in the end, they are still outsiders. Only when power is completely held in one's own hands is there a true sense of security. By the way, didn't you say the old emperor entrusted the task of purchasing weapons to you? Then why did he send Prince Shui Xing as well? Could it be that Shui Yi doesn't trust you?" Qian Runshui shook her head. No, the old emperor arranged for Shui Xing to do something else. Golden Crown couldn't help but be curious. "What is it?" "You'll find out in a moment." Qian Runshui didn't say it directly. As the two were talking, the Heaven Do auction officially began. The host walked onto the stage. With a face full of smiles, he began his speech. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Heaven Do auction. Your presence truly makes our auction house feel radiant. Knowing that everyone's time is precious, I won't waste any more words. Let's start today's auction directly. Today, the Heaven Do auction house will auction a total of 12 items. Next up is the first item of the session." The voice fell. Staff members pushed a cart out from the backstage. On the cart was a huge iron cage. It was covered with a cloth. As the host pulled the cloth away, 2 catgirls dressed sexily with hot figures, cat ears, and cattails were revealed to everyone. These are 2 catgirl sisters that our auction house spent a great deal of effort finding and training. Starting price is 10,000 gold coins. Each bid must be no less than 2,000 gold coins. Just as the host finished speaking, Prince Shui Xing was the first to raise his sign. 20,000 gold coins. Inside the box, Golden Crown saw this scene. He instantly understood what was going on. No wonder little Shui didn't say why Shui Xing came here. It turned out the old emperor wanted to play with something new, but due to his status, it wasn't convenient for him to say it out loud. So he let Shui Xing find them on his behalf. After it was done, they would be sent to the palace. I have to say, this old emperor really knows how to have a wild time. Others, looking at the tempting figures of the 2 catgirls, naturally wouldn't easily let such beauties go. They also began to increase the bids one after another. I bid 30,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. I bid 50,000 gold coins. I bid. Seeing so many people bidding, Prince Shui Xing stood up directly and shouted, "I bid 100,000 gold coins." This price instantly discouraged many people. Of course, many of them were shills specifically hired by the Heaven Do auction house. The purpose was to raise the price to make more money. Bang bang bang. 100,000 gold coins once. 100,000 gold coins twice. Are there any more bids? The host asked the crowd below. This price had actually exceeded the expectations of the Heaven Do auction house. The price they had guessed was actually 80,000. As soon as the price of 100,000 gold coins came out, the people below were instantly silenced. Although these 2 catgirl sisters were indeed very tempting, no matter how tempting they weren't worth 100,000 gold coins. With that kind of money, they might as well go look at something else. As for Ning Fengji, he didn't make a sound to bid, because the money he brought this time had to be focused on the revolver handguns. Seeing no more bids, the host announced, 100,000 gold coins for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining these two catgirls. Prince Shui Xing rubbed his hands with a face full of smiles. To be honest, if it weren't because they were to be given to the emperor, he really wanted to try what it felt like to be served by these catgirl sisters together. Men, take these two catgirls down first. Following the auctioning of the catgirls to Prince Shui Xing, the second auction item also arrived one after another. 75. Number 75 Tian Do Auction. Chapter 75, Heaven Do Auction. After a long while, under the fierce competition of various buyers, this auction was finally about to draw to a close. As the final item was brought onto the stage, Golden Crown, who had been silent for a long time, had a sharp glint flash through his eyes. It's here. It's finally here. The revolver handgun. He had personally come to the Heaven Do auction this time specifically for this item. 2 days ago, Shui Qing had made a special trip to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to demonstrate this seemingly ordinary weapon. The final result had truly given him a great shock. A spirit master of over rank 30, while fully defending with their spirit released, standing 10 meters away, was actually wounded by a single shot. This weapon was simply too suitable for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He envisioned that if every disciple with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit was equipped with such a weapon, when facing enemies in the future, they would also have the power to protect themselves. Today, he had specifically prepared 100 million gold coins. His purpose was to buy a portion of the revolver handguns. Prince Shui Xing, who was nearby, felt the same way. Although the matter of purchasing weapons had been assigned to the crown prince by his elder brother, Shui Yi, it didn't stop him from buying a few for himself. The host slowly spoke. Now, we shall proceed with today's final auction item. This item is called the revolver handgun. It is an extremely powerful weapon. Despite its small size, it is forged from fine iron. According to our test results, this weapon can be loaded with 6 bullets at once. It can fire single shots or in rapid succession. If a spirit master below rank 30 is hit, they will be either wounded or killed. Its effective range reaches a staggering 50 meters. For such a divine weapon, our auction only has 1,000 units. Excluding bullets, the starting price for a single unit is 100,000 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold coins. Additionally, since there are many items this time, everyone can state the quantity when bidding. I wonder which distinguished guest is willing to throw down tens of millions for it. Inside the VVVIP private booth, Golden Crown was completely stunned after hearing the host's starting price. Good heavens. The night before last, he heard Qian Runshui say that she had raised the price of the revolver handguns to 50,000 gold coins each. When Shui Yi even said it was cheap, Golden Crown instantly felt like he was a conservative, simply because his envisioned price of 2,000 gold coins per revolver handgun was too conservative. He didn't expect there to be an even greater expert today, starting the bid at 100,000 gold coins. Fine. So I, Golden Crown, have become the old-fashioned one, right? Qian Runshui was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect the Heaven Do auction to actually double the price. But with things like this, will the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School bid easily? Golden Crown thought for a moment and said, since this Heaven Do auction could grow larger and larger, their skill in tailoring their approach to the guest must be consummate. They must have already thoroughly investigated the personalities and assets of these people attending the auction. That's why they dare to set such a price. Alright, little Shui, next is your performance. Qian Runshui nodded. After disguising herself as Shui Qing, she put on a mask and walked out of the booth as the host's voice fell. Prince Shui Xing was the first to raise his paddle. I bid 110,000 gold coins to buy 5 units. This gentleman bids 110,000 gold coins for 5 units. Are there any higher bids? Everyone, this is a rare divine weapon. Although the host's introduction was very detailed, after all, it was the first time others had seen a revolver handgun, so who knew if the auction house was exaggerating? In case it wasn't that powerful, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss? Thinking of this, they planned to wait and see. Since no one else bid, these 5 revolver handguns were obtained by Prince Shui Xing. At this moment, Shui Qing spoke up, 150,000 gold coins to buy 300 revolver handguns. Hearing these words, everyone present turned their heads. They were all shocked by this bidding amount and the quantity. 150,000 gold coins per unit. 300 units would be 45 million gold coins. Heavens, just what is this person's identity to actually be so wealthy and overbearing? Prince Shui Xing looked at the surprised expressions of the people around him. He felt very proud in his heart. How could the financial power of their Heaven Do imperial family be compared to by a bunch of hillbillies like you? The host was also dazed by this price. He hurriedly sent someone to investigate the identity of this bidder, to see what their background was and if they had the financial strength to pay such a massive amount. At the same time, he was praying, let this person not be a shill they planted in the crowd. Otherwise, the Heaven Do auction would lose a fortune. Soon, they cleared up Shui Qingyi's identity. When they learned that this person was the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, the heavy stone in their hearts finally hit the ground. So it was a bid from the empire. No wonder they were so wealthy. Had they known, they would have set the starting price even higher. This price was such that, among those present, besides the 7 treasure-glazed tile school being able to contend a bit, no one else had the strength. But Ning Fengji had already seen that the person bidding was his student, Shui Qing. He did not compete with him. After all, the matter of the guns was told to him by this student. He would just give Shui Qing some face. He wouldn't fight for this round. Soon, it was time for the next round of bidding. This time, Ning Fengji spoke first. 160,000 gold coins for 400 units. The crowd was ignited once again. Well, they thought one wealthy person was enough. They didn't expect there to be another one. What made them even more curious was that 2 major powers were consecutively buying such large quantities of weapons. In comparison, this revolver handgun must be something good. Thus, everyone began to join the bidding one after another. But at this moment, the Heaven Do auction house separately called a halt to the auction. At the same time, the general manager of the Heaven Do auction house came to the booth where Golden Crown was located. Hello, Mr. Xing. I am the general manager of the Heaven Do auction house. I have come uninvited because I wish to discuss something with you. Golden Crown looked at him and asked, what is it? Speak. The manager had a face full of smiles. It's like this, Mr. Xing. Our auction house has seen the great power of your weapons. After discussion by the high-level management, we have decided that the auction house wants to buy all the remaining 295 revolver handguns that haven't been auctioned yet. Of course, regarding the price, we will naturally compensate Mr. Xing. For the remaining 295 revolver handguns, our auction house will purchase them at a unit price of 200,000 gold coins each. I wonder what Mr. Xing thinks of this. Golden Crown lowered his head in thought. His trip was originally intended only to earn money from the Heaven Do Empire and the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. He didn't expect that the Heaven Do auction house would actually deliver itself to his door. There's no reason to refuse a meal that's been delivered to one's mouth. However, Golden Crown still gave a tactful refusal. This isn't very good, is it? If I sell all the remaining revolver handguns to you, what will the other buyers who want to bid think? The manager smiled calmly. Rest assured about that. Our venue has its own ways. Fine then. Selling to anyone is still selling. I'll sell the remaining revolver handguns to your Heaven Do auction house. Immediately, the manager of the Heaven Do auction house signed the contract on the spot and paid the full amount at once, then quickly left, as if fearing that Golden Crown would go back on his word. Close black lens bracket. 76. Number 76 Sky High Auction. Chapter 76. Heavenly Priced Auction. It was midnight. The hazy night enveloped the entire Heaven Do city. The streets were utterly silent, except for the occasional patrolling guards moving about. Ordinary citizens had already entered dreamland. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace, in the secret chamber beneath the crown prince's palace, it was brightly lit at this moment. Arms dealing still brings in money fast. In just one day, 1,000 revolver handguns, plus a quantity of bullets. We actually earned nearly 200 million gold coin. I estimate that even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be worth a fraction of this money. We hit the jackpot. Golden Crown looked at the black card in his hand and spoke excitedly. With these 200 million gold coin, he could now manufacture the even more powerful weapons recorded in the Encyclopedia of Firearms, especially the Barrett Cannon Sniper. He had been yearning for it for a long time. Qian Runshui saw Golden Crown's money-grubbing appearance. She couldn't help but shake her head, covering her forehead. Then she took out a gold card, stood up, and walked over to Golden Crown. This is for you. Golden Crown looked at the gold card handed to him by Qian Runshui. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. What is this? Could it be your private savings, and you want me to help you look after it in your dreams? Qian Runshui rolled her eyes. This is the invitation card for tomorrow's banquet. Golden Crown scratched his head and asked, what banquet? Isn't this because second grandpa is pretending to be close to the Heaven Do imperial family? In order to let other forces know that the Heaven Do imperial family will have a high level, titled Douluo overseeing things from now on. So they specially held this banquet. The purpose is simply to show off. Imperial family banquets are usually not only high standard, but also strictly confidential. To prevent people with malicious intentions from sneaking in, they specially produced this kind kind of gold card. Generally, only those invited by the imperial family can receive one. Look, are you and second grandpa going to attend? Golden Crown carefully examined the gold card, then asked, are you going to the banquet? What do you think? I am currently the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. For such a high-standard banquet, I must attend. Qian Runshui spread her hands helplessly. In fact, she personally hated such banquets. But who asked her current identity to be Shui Qing? Although she is the crown prince of a nation, yet, this position of crown prince is not stable. The old emperor's suspicion. The second prince and third prince are eyeing the position covetously. Therefore, she must personally attend this kind of occasion no matter what. Firstly, to meet new officials. Secondly, to win over major forces. To prevent these sect forces from getting too close to the other princes. Thirdly, naturally, to gather some intelligence. Hearing that Qian Runshui was attending the banquet, Golden Crown smiled faintly. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince must attend, then I, your good brother, Xing Daorong, must naturally be present to escort you, lest someone plots against you. Qian Runshui paused, and a slight smile curled up the corners of her mouth the next day. At sunset, Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Banquet Hall. As a banquet hosted by the imperial family, its scale was extremely grand. Under the preparation of hundreds of palace maids and guards, the banquet hall was decorated lavishly. Chandeliers made of various luminous pearls, gems, and crystals hung down from the high dome, emitting light as bright as day, illuminating the great hall. In the center of the great hall, a long red carpet was laid out. It stretched from the entrance all the way to the main seat, where it finally ended. The seats were neatly arranged. All kinds of delicious delicacies cooked by the imperial chef were placed on the tables, served on platters. On the far right, there was also a singing stage. Dancing girls displayed their beautiful moves on it. On the path leading to the banquet hall, various colorful flowers were placed on both sides. The entire banquet, both inside and out, revealed just two words: extravagance. As time passed, the first to arrive was the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong stepped down from the carriage. Unlike previous times, today, there was a little girl in Ning Fengji's arms. She was Ning Fengji's biological daughter, Ning Rongrong, who became the new 9-colored goddess in the original work, having inherited her father's perfect genes. Although Ning Rongrong had not yet grown up, she was a small, beautifully carved beauty. Ning Rongrong looked around curiously. Daddy, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, what is this place? What are we doing here? This is the Imperial Family Banquet Hall. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he instructed her slightly seriously, Rongrong. Later at the banquet, you are not allowed to be mischievous. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yurong quickly picked up Ning Rongrong and glanced at Ning Fengji reproachfully. Fengji, Rongrong is still so young, why are you so strict? Ning Fengji quickly explained. Uncle Ji Yu, I'm just afraid Rongrong might be rude at the banquet later. Besides, if you spoil Rongrong like this, what if she becomes spoiled? Right, Uncle Jian? Chen Xin, who was usually known for his coldness and indifference, spoke up. I agree with Old Bone. Fengji, you too, it's just a banquet, why be so serious? Even if Rongrong is rude or reckless, so what? With me here, if anyone dares to criticize Rongrong, I will personally step in and teach them a lesson. Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword are the best. The mischievous Ning Rongrong kissed Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo on the cheek, respectively. Ning Fengji could only shake his head helplessly at this. After handing the gold card to the inspecting guard, the 4 people then entered the banquet hall. Not long after, guests began arriving at the banquet hall one after another. Imperial relatives, nobles, sect powers, presidents of various academies, and so on. The last ones to arrive were Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, and Golden Crown, using the pseudonym Xing Daorong. The 2 of them stepped down from the carriage simultaneously. Shui Qing was wearing a luxurious crown prince outfit, a gem crown on his head, and slowly walked toward the banquet hall. Golden Crown followed behind him. Compared to Shui Qing, his attire was slightly more ordinary, simple casual wear, and he wore a golden mask that covered half of his face. As for Golden Crocodile, he stepped down from another carriage. As the 3 entered the venue, everyone's eyes were focused on them, especially Golden Crocodile, because they all knew this banquet today was specially held by the Emperor for this titled Douluo powerhouse. But among them, there were also resentful gazes, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Not long ago, this titled Douluo named Xingtian killed Yu Yanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, along with dozens of Spirit Douluo. Consequently, during this period, various forces have been eyeing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan covetously. Fortunately, they have a deep foundation. There are still several spirit Douluo powerhouses overseeing things within the clan. This has temporarily stabilized the situation, but due to the loss of a titled Douluo powerhouse, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's right to speak instantly dropped significantly. As most of the attendees had arrived, the old Emperor Shui Yi, finally, with the support of the palace maids, slowly came to the center of the banquet hall. 77. Number 77 Banquet. Chapter 77. The Banquet. After Shui Yi entered the venue, he began a long, drawn-out speech. In particular, he emphasized the introduction of Golden Crocodile, who was using the alias Titus. His words clearly implied that this banquet was held specifically for him. After quite a while, Shui Yi's rambling finally came to an end. The guests then began to mingle freely. A group of people, holding wine glasses, eagerly approached Golden Crocodile. They wanted to offer a toast and, in passing, build some connections. If they could establish a relationship with this titled Douluo, they would be able to walk with their heads held high in Heaven Do City from then on. Golden Crocodile had no desire to pay any attention to these people. Without so much as a glance, he vanished from the spot in a flash. As for Golden Crown, he followed behind Shui Qing. He was sampling the palace delicacies, while also helping to deflect toasts. At that moment, two figures quickly approached from the crowd. Greetings, Crown Prince. Salutations to the Crown Prince. The two of them bowed to Shui Qing in unison. Shui Qing turned his head, and after seeing who it was, he quickly greeted them. Oh, it's second brother and third brother. We are brothers, there's no need for such formality. Big brother is now the noble Crown Prince. As subjects, we must naturally follow protocol. Otherwise, if Big Brother were to accuse us of disrespect before Imperial Father, we wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Second brother is right. The newcomers were none other than the second prince and third prince of the Heaven Do Imperial family. As for their names, that wasn't important. What mattered was that although they appeared respectful to Shui Qing on the surface, in reality, they had long coveted the position of Crown Prince. In private, the two had formed a partnership to join forces against Shui Qing. They were determined to drag him down from the position of Crown Prince. Furthermore, many officials in the imperial court supported them. Of course, Shui Yi was aware of all this. After all, the current situation in the court was entirely of his own making. To prevent Crown Prince Shui Qingyi's influence from becoming too great, the old emperor privately allowed the second prince and third prince to collude with court officials. This created two factions to counter the Crown Prince's party. Only then could he sit comfortably on his throne. Hearing their sarcasm, Shui Qing felt very resentful. If not for his identity, he would have long since taken action to eliminate them. But on the surface, he still had to wear a professional fake smile. Acting magnanimous, he waved his hand and said, "You're mistaken. I am not that kind of person. Anyway, what brings my two younger brothers to see me?" The second prince picked up two wine glasses. Handing one of them to Shui Qing, he said, "Naturally, we've come to offer the Crown Prince a toast. We brothers haven't had a drink together in a long time." "That's right, big brother. Second brother and I toast to you," the third prince added. The reason they were being so attentive with their toasts today was that the second prince had drugged the glass he handed to Shui Qing. It was a type of drug that could cause temporary insanity. Once consumed, the person's mind would go blank, followed by a loss of reason, leading them to do all sorts of crazy things. Shui Qing naturally couldn't refuse them and lose face. He picked up the glass, preparing to drink. Soon, he noticed that the taste of the wine was off. In such a situation, Golden Crown's usefulness became apparent. He handed an empty plate to Shui Qing and said, "Crown Prince, could I trouble you to help me get some more food?" "All right." Seeing Golden Crown provide a timely rescue, Shui Qing set down the wine glass. Holding the plate, he turned to pick up some food. Seeing their plan disrupted, the second prince and third prince glared fiercely at Golden Crown. "Impudent! Which family do you belong to? How did you get into this banquet hall? And you even dared to have the Crown Prince get food for you. Do you not know that this is a crime of great disrespect?" Golden Crown didn't even look them in the eye, saying expressionlessly, "None of your business." How bold to actually dare to insult this prince. "Guards, drag this man out and give him 100 heavy strokes of the paddle." The second prince and third prince were furious. Where did this wild kid come from, daring to provoke them, noble princes? Did he think he could be so arrogant just because he was backed by the Crown Prince? This was the perfect opportunity to strike at the Crown Prince's dignity. Shui Qing quickly spoke up, "Brothers, calm down. This person's identity is not ordinary, you shouldn't." Before he could finish, the second prince raised his hand to interrupt. "Crown Prince, I am a prince after all. How can I tolerate a wild kid's random provocations? Of course, if the crown prince insists on protecting this person today, disregarding our brotherhood, then I have nothing more to say. Me too. Seeing the two of them working together, Shui Qing didn't expose them. He only offered a slight warning. If you want to punish him, then punish him. However, I should remind you that this young brother is named Xing Daorong, and his grandfather is the Titus Battle Angel whom Imperial Father just introduced. Alright, I've said my piece. Do as you wish. After hearing Shui Qing's words, the second prince and third prince instantly froze in place. What? This kid who looked like a wild boy from the countryside was actually the grandson of that Titus Battle Angel. They were finished. They thought they had picked a soft persimmon to squeeze. They hadn't expected to step on a landmine instead. As for the name of the Titus Battle Angel, Golden Crocodile's alias, it was like thunder to their ears. They had even conducted various investigations. But because they had focused all their attention on Golden Crocodile, they had completely ignored Xing Daorong, Golden Crown's alias. No wonder he dared to have the Crown Prince get food for him. It turned out his background was so immense. If this wasn't handled well, the Emperor might very well banish them to some remote and barren land to rule. After all, the imperial family had put in a tremendous amount of effort to build a relationship with the Titus Battle Angel. If that relationship went down the drain because of the two of them, then they were truly done for. At that thought, the two of them quickly put on smiling faces. Pardon our disrespect, so you are the grandson of the Titus Battle Angel. The two of us have been wanting to visit for a long time. It seems Imperial Father is calling us. Crown Prince, Brother Xing, we'll take our leave now. With that, the second prince and third prince hurried away. Are these second and third princes some kind of jokers sent by monkeys? Golden Crown sneered in evaluation. Shui Qing's expression was cold. These two are usually at odds with me. With the old emperor's overt and covert support, they've cultivated forces in the court to oppose me. It seems it's time to take action against them. And while I'm at it, I'll let the old emperor know that I, the crown prince, am not someone to be trifled with. After 3 rounds of drinks, most of the people present were drunk. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. At such a grand banquet, why not have a match to liven things up? It just so happens that the two titled Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are here. Why don't the two of you have a match with the Titus Battle Angel? And let us catch a glimpse of your prowess? This proposal instantly drew the attention of everyone present. 78. Number 78 Brotherly Love and Respect. Chapter 78. Brotherly Love and Respect. Ning Fengji quickly scanned the surrounding crowd, searching for the person who had just made the suggestion. Isn't this fucking stirring up trouble? How strong was that Titus Battle Angel, titled God of War? He had witnessed it personally. Back then, in the Star Do Great Forest, Sword Douluo had put forth his full effort, yet the opponent had merely commented that it was decent. Even if Bone Douluo were added today, it probably wouldn't help. Not to mention that Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were the pillars of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If anything were to happen during the match, then tomorrow, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School might end up like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and be targeted by various sect forces. Soon, he locked his gaze onto an unfamiliar man in the crowd. He saw that when the man noticed Ning Fengji staring at him, he quickly looked nervously toward Shui Yi, who was seated in the main position. This suggestion is excellent. Shui Yi quickly voiced his agreement, then turned to Ning Fengji and asked, Schoolmaster Ning, what is your opinion? This matter was originally instigated by him. Firstly, he wanted to test whether this Titus Battle Angel was as formidable as the rumors claimed. After all, no matter how exaggerated the rumors, seeing is believing, which brings peace of mind. If he had paid such a huge price only to invite a charlatan with a false reputation, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Secondly, it was also to suppress the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's 2 great titled Douluo happened to be present. If Titus Battle Angel was truly powerful and could easily suppress Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, it would serve as a perfect warning to them, to let them know. The imperial family now had more choices than just the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. But if Titus Battle Angel was merely famous in name only, they could conveniently use Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to eliminate him. Either way, the imperial family wouldn't lose. Ning Fengji, a shrewd man, naturally understood the old emperor's intentions. But if he rashly rejected the emperor's request, if that were to spread, it would likely be detrimental to the reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as he was pondering how to refuse, Ji Yurong stepped forward and said, we accept the match. To be honest, he had long wanted to spar with the legendary Limit Douluo. He wanted to see the difference between his level 95 cultivation and a level 99 cultivation. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. Today was perfect. Seeing that Bone Douluo had agreed, Shui Yi was afraid the other party might go back on their word. He immediately praised them. Good as expected of Bone Douluo. Only a master like you possesses such heroic spirit. Titus Battle Angel, what is your opinion? Shui Yi looked toward Golden Crocodile, who was drinking wine not far away. Golden Crocodile took a large gulp of wine and spat out one word. Fine. Shui Yi was overjoyed. Since none of the esteemed Mianxia have any objections, let us proceed to the Royal Soul Dueling Arena to watch the battle. The guests, led by the guards, all headed toward the Royal Soul Dueling Arena. Ji Yurong walked up to Chen Xin, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Let's go, old sword man, shall we have some fun?" Chen Xin didn't speak, just glared mournfully at Ji Yurong. He complained internally, "Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me along. What kind of strength does the opponent have? That is a level 99 limit Douluo. Last time, I was almost beaten until I shit myself by that guy. And you, Ji Yurong, a level 95 super Douluo, are one level below me. Where do you get the courage to challenge him?" Noticing Chen Xin's gaze, Ji Yurong said, "What's wrong, old swordman? You're not scared, are you?" "No way, no way, no way. The dignified sword Douluo is actually afraid." "Rongrong, you see? Just rely on Grandpa Bone. This old swordman is unreliable." Ning Rongrong blinked, looking at Chen Xin. "Grandpa Sword, are you really afraid of that person?" How could Chen Xin let this old bone show off, especially in front of Ning Rongrong? If he backed down today, Ji Yurong would mock him for the rest of his life. He said stubbornly, "Who's scared? It's just a match, let's go." Royal Soul Dueling Arena. Sword and Bone Douluo stood on the left with solemn expressions, while Golden Crocodile stood leisurely on the right. Originally, Shui Yi had suggested a one-on-one match, but Golden Crocodile found it troublesome, so he simply told Chen Xin and Ji Yurong to attack together. All the guests took their seats in the stands, staring intently at the center of the soul dueling arena. They had seen plenty of ordinary soul dueling matches, but a battle between titled Douluo was truly a rare sight, seen perhaps once every century. Today, they had to satisfy their craving. Qian Runshui and Golden Crown sat together, speaking softly using a secret sound transmission technique. Second grandfather isn't using his spirit. Will he be okay fighting Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo? Don't worry. Although my grandfather's cultivation realm is a tiny bit lower than great grandfather's, he is still a limit Douluo. Even without using his spirit, he can defeat Chen Xin and Ji Yurong. After all, those two are only level 96 and level 95 super Douluo. Inside the arena, Chen Xin looked at Golden Crocodile opposite him. He couldn't help but feel nervous and swallowed hard. The embarrassing scene of him being defeated by this Titus Battle Angel last time seemed to flash before his eyes. Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, cheer up, beat the opponent up fiercely. Ning Rongrong leaned over the spectator seats, shouting words of encouragement loudly. Under Ning Rongrong's shouts, Sword Douluo instantly felt his body fill with strength. So what if he's a limit Douluo? Bring it on. At worst, he'd just be beaten up more miserably. Anyway, Old Bone is here to accompany him this time. If they lose face, they lose it together. The next moment, Chen Xin and Ji Yurong simultaneously summoned their spirits. 9 black spirit rings slowly descended. Golden Crocodile said calmly, "You may launch your attack at any time. I want to see just how strong a limit Douluo is. Watch me." 7th spirit ability. Martial Soul True Body. Ji Yurong made the first move. His 7th spirit ring lit up with light. His entire body transformed into a massive bone dragon composed entirely of bones, with 2 huge wings attached to its back. Shattered Dust Bone Shadow. Ji Yurong condensed a phantom bone dragon and charged toward Golden Crocodile. Golden Crocodile didn't move. He expanded his protective spirit power into a barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. 6th spirit ability. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Chen Xin flew in midair. Thousands of long swords appeared behind him. As Chen Xin pointed his sword, all the long swords surged toward Golden Crocodile. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal striking continued to ring out. The incomparably sharp long swords struck Golden Crocodile's barrier, but caused no damage whatsoever. The attack is decent. It's just right for warming up this old man. Since both of you have made your moves, it's my turn now. As his voice fell, Golden Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and his figure quickly rushed toward Chen Xin in the air. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Seeing this, Chen Xin quickly activated a spirit ability. 4th spirit ability. Spirit Sword Guard. A barrier of sword energy formed by thousands of spirit swords firmly protected Chen Xin in the center. Bang! But the next second, Golden Crocodile's fist directly shattered the sword energy barrier. Chen Xin was immediately struck down from mid-air onto the ground. Swordman, Bone Douluo shouted, but the next second, Golden Crocodile's voice came from behind him. When fighting, you must concentrate. Before Ji Yurong could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and his entire body flew out. 79. Number 79 Sword Bone vs Golden Crocodile. Chapter 79. Old Bone vs Golden Crocodile. Thud thud thud. Countless striking sounds echoed from the soul dueling arena. Old Bone, are you even using any strength? Nonsense, I'm already using every ounce of strength I have. On the other hand, Old Sword Man, are you acting? How come it feels like you're not trying? Bullshit, I've already used my full power. Is this the strength of a legendary limit Douluo? Truly formidable. Chen Xin and Ji Yurong were black and blue, each unleashing their strongest defensive spirit abilities. They were resisting Golden Crocodile's fierce assault. At the same time, Ji Yurong finally witnessed the prowess of a limit Douluo. Just moments ago, he and Chen Xin had joined forces, giving it their all and using various spirit abilities and tactics, but in the end, it was all for nothing. At this moment, he finally understood a saying. Any tactic, in the face of absolute strength, is as flimsy as paper. It's completely useless. Everything was shattered by a single punch from Titus Battle Angel, whose title was God of War. Especially that seemingly ordinary punch he took to the chest. Good grief. The force of the punch vibrated through him, making his internal organs ache. And this was even with the opponent holding back. Otherwise, he didn't dare imagine how powerful a full-strength punch from the opponent would be. No wonder that old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan lost his life on the spot after taking 3 punches. With this kind of power, an ordinary titled Douluo would probably lose half their life after taking 1 punch. Oh, you actually managed to hold out for so long. Worth praising. But let's end it here. Golden Crocodile's blood and chi surged, and powerful spirit power condensed in his right palm. In the next second, he flew up into mid-air. Immediately after, he aimed his palm at the 2 below, unleashing a palm technique descending from the heavens. Let's give it our all, Old Bone. Looks like we'll have to use our trump cards. Good. Chen Xin and Ji Yurong reached an agreement instantly. Exhausting all their spirit power, each unleashed their strongest spirit ability. 9th spirit ability Bone Transformed Divine Dragon. Bone Transformed Divine Dragon. This was Ji Yurong's strongest spirit ability. In the original work, this move of Ji Yurong's was hailed as a super strong spirit ability capable of briefly resisting the attacks of a demigod powerhouse. Unsurprisingly, this move of Ji Yurong's temporarily blocked Golden Crocodile's palm technique descending from the heavens. Seeing his attack being blocked, a hint of shock flickered in Golden Crocodile's eyes. He praised, fine defense. Senior overpraises us. Old Swordman, now's the time. Ji Yurong shouted a reminder. Chen Xin was already prepared, his gaze sharp. Facing Golden Crocodile, he once again unleashed his 9th spirit ability, God Fiend Duel. Slashes. Unexpectedly, Golden Crocodile smiled faintly. Alright, I've played with you enough. This little skirmish should end now. As the words fell, vast spirit power erupted from Golden Crocodile's body. Golden Crocodile rushed forward quickly. In an instant, he shattered Ji Yurong's strongest defensive spirit ability, the Bone Transformed Divine Dragon. Although this move was hailed as being able to briefly resist a demigod's attack, it was ultimately only brief. Ji Yurong was directly shocked into spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward. Watching Chen Xin swing his sword toward him, Golden Crocodile yawned. He extended 2 fingers and easily caught the 7-kill sword between them. Not bad, compared to 2 years ago, your sword intent has improved quite a bit, but if you want to defeat this old man, you're still not good enough. With a flick of his finger, he sent the 7-kill sword flying back. Golden Crocodile kicked Chen Xin away and spoke slowly. Alright, let this match end here. With Golden Crocodile's declaration, the match came to an end. The audience in the stands watched with dropped jaws. They all clapped and cheered. Brilliant, truly brilliant. After living for so many years, I've finally seen a real soul duel match. Exactly. Compared to today's match, the ones I saw before were just children playing house. As expected of titled Douluo, coming to this banquet was totally worth it. On the main seat, Shui Yi was smiling so broadly his face was beaming. He thought to himself, the imperial family has truly recruited an expert this time. From today onward, when facing certain countries, powers, or sects with titled Douluo, the tables have turned. Shui Xing quickly said to Shui Yi, Congratulations, royal brother. Our Heaven Do Empire finally has a powerful titled Douluo presiding over it. Qing has made a great contribution, Shui Yi remarked. Shui Xing flattered him. The crown prince only put in a little effort. It still relies on royal brother's wise decisions. Hearing this, Shui Yi was very pleased. To the side, Ning Fengji listened to the conversation between Shui Yi and Shui Xing. He felt very disdainful in his heart. What do you mean by your Heaven Do Empire having a powerful titled Douluo presiding over it? Senior Titus doesn't seem to have ever said he would join the Heaven Do Empire. However, even if Senior Titus was only close to the imperial family, it was extremely disadvantageous for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He had to find a way to establish a good relationship with Senior Titus. But how should he win him over? Wealth? Treasures? Obviously, neither of these would work. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Golden Crown, who was sitting with Shui Qing under the pseudonym Xing Dairong. A good idea immediately formed in his mind. Right, how could I forget about a marriage alliance? Rongrong is 6 years old this year, which seems to be around the same age as Senior Titus's grandson, Xing Dairong. If our two families become in-laws, then the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's status in the Heaven Do Empire would be even greater than before. Qingyi's relationship with Xing Dairong seems very good. I can have him go and discuss it. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji's gaze toward his daughter Ning Rongrong was full of anticipation. Of course, having this idea wasn't limited to Ning Fengji alone. Shui Yi happened to have the same plan. He knew well that this Titus Battle Angel was currently only close to the imperial family. This meant that he could leave this ship at any time to go to another ship. Only by making the other party a member of the imperial family could he feel at ease. Soon, his gaze also landed on Golden Crown. Marriage alliances and bestowed marriages also came to mind. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have a young daughter named Snow Jade. A princess for a hero. A perfect match. It just so happened that Shui Qing was close to this Xing Dairong. He would let his eldest son speak about this marriage. He believed there was a high probability of success. Just like that, Golden Crown, who was chatting with Qian Runshui, felt as if someone was watching him in the dark. He scanned the surroundings but found no one looking at him. Qian Runshui asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is something wrong with the surroundings? I'm not sure, I just feel like someone is watching me. Is it my imagination?" Golden Crown said, very puzzled. Qian Runshui smiled slightly. "You must be overthinking it. Everyone's attention is on the arena right now. Who would have the time to look at you?" "True." Golden Crown nodded. Little did he know that at this moment, he had already been targeted by 2 old foxes. They wanted him to be their son-in-law. They even intended to have Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, propose the marriage. 80. #80 The Golden Crown that was targeted. Chapter 80. Golden Crown being targeted. The night grew deep. The banquet was gradually coming to an end. Every guest was dead drunk by the time they finally departed. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, had originally intended to return to the Crown Prince's palace with Golden Crown. Unexpectedly, Shui Yi told her to go to the temporary palace first. He said he had important matters to discuss with her. Helpless, she had no choice but to let Golden Crown go back first while she headed to the temporary palace alone. Inside the temporary palace, Shui Qing sat upright in a chair, quietly waiting for the old emperor to change his clothes. Before long, Shui Yi walked in. Shui Qing quickly stood up. "Father." Shui Yi did not speak, but sat on the main throne with an expressionless face. His gaze constantly sized up Shui Qing. Seeing that the old emperor hadn't said a word since entering, and kept his eyes fixed on her, Shui Qing couldn't help but feel confused. Didn't he say he had something to discuss? What's the meaning of this constant staring? Could it be that she had shown some flaw during the banquet that he noticed, and thus became suspicious? In her mind, she began to rapidly recall her behavior at the banquet. But whether it was her speech, conduct, or facial expressions, she had handled everything flawlessly. Could there be a problem with the disguise? That was even more impossible. The disguise of the Seraphim Spirit Bone was such that even a titled Douluo could not detect any abnormality. Thinking of this, Shui Qing decided to ask directly, "Father, I wonder what important matter you have for your son to handle." Back then, making you the crown prince, Qing, was indeed the right choice. In the matter of recruiting the war god Douluo, you can be said to have performed a great service. It is worthy of reward. Shui Yi started with a round of praise and rewards that were limited only to words. Then his tone shifted, and his face became sorrowful. However, no matter how powerful the war god Douluo is, he is ultimately not one of our imperial family. Shui Qing was stunned. No, is this old emperor sick in the head? When we didn't have the combat power of a titled Douluo, he sighed and complained all day about why no titled Douluo experts would align with the imperial family. Now that we have a titled Douluo level combatant, he's worried that the person isn't part of the imperial family. He's just too hard to please. But she could only complain about these things in her heart. On the surface, she still had to ask respectfully. Father's meaning is. Shui Yi sighed and began to earnestly paint a grand vision for Shui Qing. Qing, you are the crown prince and the future master of this empire. But if you want to sit firmly in this position, you must master powerful strength. That war god Douluo may seem close to our Heaven Do imperial family now, but in the future, once another force offers him more generous terms, he will definitely run over there without hesitation. Only by grasping his weakness can we firmly bind the war god Douluo to our imperial family. Shui Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the Heaven Do Empire's talent drain was so severe. With this kind of suspicion, who would dare to come? He didn't even understand the principle of, if you use someone, do not doubt them. If you doubt someone, do not use them. At the same time, she also guessed who the old emperor was targeting. Golden Crown. As she expected, Shui Yi continued by asking her a question. Qing, you have a very good relationship with the war god Douluo's grandson, Xing Daerong, right? But no matter how good your relationship with him is, you are always just friends. You must completely bind him to the imperial family. That way, no matter what happens in the future, the war god Douluo will stand on our side. And to completely bind the other party to the imperial family, there's only one way, and that is to have them intermarry with our imperial family. Coincidentally, I see that Snowjade's age matches this Xing Daerong. When you have time, take Snowjade to see Xing Daerong more often, and let them get along well. As long as Xing Daerong becomes the imperial consort, then the war god Douluo will truly be one of my imperial family's people. At that time, they will surely serve my imperial family with all their strength, and those technologies will also fall into our hands. And all of this only requires using one princess to trade for it. It's not a loss. Hearing these words, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth twitch a few times. This dog emperor, what did his dog mouth just say? Marriage alliance. How old is Snow Jade? Not even 6 years old. Not to mention, he's asking her, his childhood friend, to play matchmaker for her own childhood sweetheart. Shui Qing suppressed her anger and said, Father, fourth sister is too young. I'm afraid a marriage alliance is inappropriate. Qing, Shui Yi's tone became serious. You are the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, the heir to the future throne. No matter what happens, you must prioritize the future development of the imperial family. Do you understand? Shui Qing calmed her mood and said, But father, this is just our wishful thinking. What if brother Xing and the war god Douluo are unwilling? Shui Yi looked like he had everything under control. Let them develop their feelings first. As for how to make Xing Daerong the imperial consort, I have my own plans. What plans? To be safe, Shui Qing asked. Shui Yi smiled with a sinister and cunning expression. Simple. Snow Jade is a princess after all. When the two of them grow up, you will invite that Xing Daerong to your residence as a guest, and at that time, I will bring Snow Jade there. Then we'll drug Snow Jade unconscious and give Xing Daerong some medicine as well. Put them on the same bed, and finally, we'll catch them in the act. In this way, won't Xing Daerong be firmly under our control? Vicious, filthy, shameless. These 3 words instantly appeared in Shui Qing's mind. The imperial family's methods were truly despicable. Snow Jade was so young, and he was already starting to scheme against her. At this moment, she really wanted to kill Shui Yi on the spot. Shui Yi said proudly, Qing, this is the art of kingship. You must learn it well. Alright, starting from tomorrow, you will take Snow Jade to interact more with Xing Daerong to build their feelings. My son, you must understand your father's painstaking efforts. This is all for your own good. Yes, Shui Qing could only agree on the surface. But in her heart, she was thinking, HMPH, if I let this happen, I'll walk backwards from now on. For the sake of an undercover mission, it was one thing that she hadn't guarded well for a moment and let that Yi Lingling take advantage of a loophole. How could she possibly personally invite a wolf into the house now? Am I that stupid? Seeing that Shui Qing had agreed, Shui Yi had nothing else to say. He directly issued an order to leave. Alright, Crown Prince, you may go back. I'm going to rest. Yes. Shui Qing slowly withdrew. At the same time, she saw several eunuchs carrying beauties wrapped in quilts into the temporary palace. This dog emperor actually still has the energy for these things. It would be best if he died directly in bed tomorrow. That way, I could ascend the throne directly. After complaining in her heart, Shui Qing walked out of the temporary palace and headed toward the crown prince's palace. Unexpectedly, she was intercepted by Ji Yurong halfway. Your Highness the Crown Prince, our sect master wishes to have a word with you. Shui Qing was suspicious. What is going on tonight? It was one thing for the old emperor to seek her out, but why was Ning Fengji looking for her too? After thinking about it, she planned to go and find out. Then please lead the way, Bon Douluo. Immediately, amidst a ripple in space, the two left the palace. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 The Despicable Methods of the Royal Family. Chapter 81. The Imperial Family's Low-Handed Tactics. Late at night, Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Shui Qing, returning from the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, walked along the path back to the Crown Prince's palace. At this moment, her expression was extremely grim. Her fists were tightly clenched. It was obvious. Her mood was on the verge of exploding at any second. Simply because she had just gone to see Ning Fengji. She had thought the other party had important matters to discuss with him. Unexpectedly, before they had even spoken a few words upon her arrival, Ning Fengji started playing the emotional card. Immediately after, he revealed his true purpose. This fellow, just like that dog emperor, had his eyes on Golden Crown. He wanted Golden Crown to be a live-in son-in-law. At the same time, he also wanted her to act as the matchmaker. As for the marriage partner, it was naturally his precious daughter, Ning Rongrong. This made her so angry that she almost revealed her true identity and started a fight. First it was Snow Jade, and then it was Ning Rongrong. She really hadn't expected Golden Crown's luck with women to be so good. Frustrating, it was truly too frustrating. If she had known, she wouldn't have let that woman provoke her into coming here as some lousy undercover agent. It led to Yi Lengling taking advantage of her absence to wedge herself by Golden Crown's side. And now there were 2 more people eyeing him greedily. Fortunately, both of these romantic prospects were held within her hands. With her around, they could forget about succeeding. She wouldn't even let the slightest spark show. After all, she didn't want to be some powerless wife in the future. Soon, she returned to the Crown Prince's palace and reverted to her identity as Qian Runshui. She then entered the secret chamber. As soon as she entered the secret chamber, she saw Golden Crown sitting on the bed. He had his eyes closed in meditation and cultivation. Sensing that Qian Runshui had returned, Golden Crown quickly ended his cultivation, opened his eyes, looked at Qian Runshui, and greeted her. Xiao Shui is back. What did that old emperor want to chat about? Why did he let you back so late? Also, why does it feel like your mood isn't great? Could it be that you were angered by that old emperor? He clearly felt the chill radiating from Qian Runshui's body. HMPH it's nothing. Go back to your cultivation. Men really are all the same, not a single good one. Qian Runshui said coldly, then sat down at the desk in a huff. Golden Crown, suddenly snapped at, was very bewildered. Wait, what did I do? I just said hello the moment she walked in, and she just starts snapping at me. Golden Crown got off the bed and sat down beside Qian Runshui. What's wrong with you? Why did you start scolding me out of nowhere? Did I provoke you or something? Qian Runshui crossed her arms and looked at Golden Crown sideways. Although you didn't look for trouble or provoke me, this matter has a lot to do with you. I didn't realize it before, but you, Golden Crown, have quite a lot of luck with the ladies. That Yi Lingling is one thing, but now 2 more romantic prospects have appeared. Then, Qian Runshui told Golden Crown everything about old Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji looking for her, so that's how it is. The Imperial Princess Snow Jade and the young lady of the school, Ning Rongrong. I have to say, my luck with women really is quite strong. In the original work, although Snow Jade appeared very little, as an imperial princess, her looks certainly wouldn't be bad. As for Ning Rongrong, when she grows up, she truly counts as a beauty of national grace and heavenly fragrance. Later on, she was even called one of the Shrek 3 beauties along with Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, compared to the well-endowed Zhu Zuqing and the long-legged Xiao Wu. Although Ning Rongrong didn't have anything prominent in terms of figure, in terms of temperament, she completely crushed the 2 of them. Because her background was the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, from childhood to adulthood, whether in terms of living conditions or material conditions, everything was top tier. She naturally developed a fairy-like temperament. Golden Crown was talking to himself, completely failing to notice Qian Runshui turning red with anger beside him. Damn it all, he actually dares to think about other women right in front of me. This is absolutely intolerable. Sensing waves of chill coming from his surroundings, Golden Crown's eyes subconsciously glanced at Qian Runshui. He saw that the other party was staring at him with a deathly gaze that could kill at any moment. This made him quickly change his tune. I'm just joking with you. I'm not the kind of playboy who falls for every woman he sees. Even if they threw themselves at me for free, I wouldn't want them. After all, this isn't a shelter. Why would I want so many women? Not to mention, women are annoying as hell. I don't want to deal with too many women. Hearing the first half, Qian Runshui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Xiao Mian wasn't the kind of half-hearted person, but after hearing the second half, her expression changed. What does that mean? He finds women annoying. Does that include her too? She pinched the flesh on Golden Crown's waist and asked in a serious tone, according to you, the premise of you not being a playboy is that you find women annoying. To put it another way, if you didn't find them annoying, would you be a playboy? That makes sense, Golden Crown blurted out thoughtlessly. But unexpectedly, in the next second, bang, Qian Runshui punched him on the head. Her fist was even smoking. Come, say that to me one more time, Qian Runshui said angrily. Seeing that Qian Runshui seemed truly a bit angry, Golden Crown quickly began to explain. Oh, you know what kind of person I am. If you said the old emperor and Ning Fengji plan to use money to win me over, I might consider it, but using women? Don't even think about it. Since we were kids, I've only been close to you and Ling Ling. I can't even be bothered to deal with other girls. Qian Runshui thought about it carefully. It seemed that was indeed the case. From the information in her grandfather's letters, she knew that many women at Spirit Hall Academy confessed to Golden Crown every day. Especially that one named Hu Liena. From time to time, she would approach Golden Crown under the guise of a challenge, wanting to use it to nurture feelings. But she was ignored by Golden Crown every time, and he beat her up quite badly each time. She heard that on several occasions, Hu Liena was directly beaten into a pig's head by Golden Crown. Thinking of this, the anger in Qian Runshui's heart finally dissipated a lot. She looked at Golden Crown and asked again, then how do you think I should respond to the old emperor and Ning Fengji? I can't really bring Snow Jade and Ning Rongrong over, can I? Golden Crown raised his hand, signaling her to be calm. Just go ahead and agree. Qian Runshui was startled. What? Quote, don't be in a hurry, listen to me finish first. After Golden Crown pressed Qian Runshui back down, he continued, you agree, but whether the matter succeeds or not has nothing to do with you. After all, I'm leaving in a couple of days. Even if they want to nurture feelings, there's no way. Qian Runshui hurriedly interrupted. You're leaving. Yeah, I've been out long enough this time, it's time to go back. Originally, the plan for this trip was to sell weapons and make money. Who would have thought all these things would happen? But as far as results go, it can be considered a bountiful harvest. If the old emperor asks where I went, just say I don't like staying in Heaven Do City and have returned to my clan. But Qian Runshui was a bit despondent. She had thought Golden Crown could stay for a few more days. That way, she could spend a few more days with him. She didn't expect they would have to part so soon. Who knew when the next meeting would be? Golden Crown saw through Qian Runshui's thoughts and comforted her. Don't worry, we'll definitely see each other often in the future. After all, I still have to come to Heaven Do City to trade arms. Besides, you can come find me too. Qian Runshui was stunned. What do you mean? Golden Crown explained. You can tell the old emperor that I want to invite you to my clan as a guest and to view new weapons while you're at it. I expect the old emperor certainly won't refuse your request for leave. Qian Runshui asked again. What if he wants me to bring Snow Jade along? Golden Crown smiled. Simple, just say that in my clan, only invited people can enter, others are not allowed. 82. Number 82 feeling frustrated. Chapter 82. Swallowing one's pride. 2 days later, Golden Crown and Golden Crocodile left the Heaven Do Empire and returned to the Hall of Worship. When Shui Yi learned of this news, he was incredibly anxious, because he wanted the two of them to stay in Heaven Do City for the long term. Firstly, with high-level titled Douluos stationed in the capital, they could deter any petty criminals. Secondly, he wanted Golden Crown to enroll in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. This way, not only could Golden Crown serve the imperial family early on, but he could also get in contact with Snow Jade ahead of time. Unfortunately, while Shui Yi's ideas were beautiful, reality was that Golden Crocodile directly refused him. He even stated bluntly that the Heaven Do Royal Academy was not worthy of teaching Golden Crown. Furthermore, he didn't forget to remind the old emperor. He advised him not to use the imperial family's dirty methods on his grandson. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. With his strength, destroying a Heaven Do City wouldn't be a very difficult task. Then, without looking back, he took Golden Crown and left Heaven Do City in a carriage. Faced with Golden Crocodile's warning, Shui Yi was naturally very furious. But what could he do, even if he was furious? In the end, he just fumed for a bit, and then let it go. After all, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much power he held or how noble his status was, he was no different from an ordinary person. However, the old emperor naturally didn't give up. After Golden Crown and Golden Crocodile left, he found Shui Qing again. He reminded him that when he visited Golden Crown's family in the future, he must bring Snow Jade along, to foster the relationship between the two. To this, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, thought, "It'd be a miracle if I brought her." The fact that she hadn't killed Snow Jade yet already made her a saint. In the days that followed, Golden Crown often used the pseudonym Xing Dairong to come to the Heaven Do Empire to trade arms. Of course, these weapons were all extremely outdated. He wasn't so stupid as to sell advanced weapons. But even the most outdated weapons were considered very advanced in the Heaven Do Empire. Every time, he earned a fortune. Along the way, he could also spend some time with Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui was not like in the original story, where she had to stay in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace every day. She could occasionally use the excuse of visiting the Titus Battle Angel's family. She would take a few days off. Under the escort of Snake Lance and Si Shui, she would return to Spirit Hall to stay for a while. As for the news of Qian Runshui returning to Spirit Hall, Snake Lance and Si Shui also reported it to Bibi Dong immediately. But the message was intercepted on its way. The ones who intercepted the message were naturally Yu Guan and Gui Mei. It couldn't be helped. Golden Crown had simply given them too much. First, he gave them immortal herbs to help them break through their limits and become rank 96, titled Douluos. Furthermore, he promised them a seat in the Hall of Worship in the future. Although Bibi Dong had also made them various verbal promises, it had been many years, and they hadn't seen even a hair of it. Not only did they have to work high-intensity overtime every day, but they also had to constantly endure Bibi Dong's temper. Comparing the two sides, Chrysanthemum and Ghost joined Golden Crown's side without hesitation. It was precisely because of these two that, except for some necessary and trivial information that Bibi Dong needed to know, all other important information from the Hall of Worship was hidden by them. Simple as that. 6 years passed in a flash. Golden Crown had finally grown into a sunny, cheerful, and handsome young man. At this moment, he was sitting in the mimicry cultivation environment of the Hall of Worship, perfecting his self-created spirit ability, Triple Dawn, Sacred Fist. In an instant, Golden Crown's fists emitted a dazzling light. He opened his tightly closed eyes. Flashes of electricity seemed to pass through his pupils. With a whoosh, Golden Crown flew into the air. Triple Dawn, Sacred Fist. He raised his right arm. He pulled it back with great tension. Violent spirit power gathered on his fist. He swung it out with force. The next moment, 3 golden fist imprints overlapped in a cross-like pattern. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they smashed towards the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, dust rose everywhere, covering the entire mimicry cultivation environment. The ground shook 3 times. After a long while, as the dust gradually dispersed, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground below. Wisps of golden spirit power remained on the ground above the pit, as if telling of the terrifying power of the blow just now. I've finally perfected this self-created spirit ability. Golden Crown slowly descended from the sky. Looking at the huge deep pit, a smile appeared on his lips. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the power of this self-created spirit ability. In these 6 years, Golden Crown's spirit power level had already grown to rank 77 Spirit Saint. What, you say that in 6 years, his spirit power level only increased by a dozen or so levels? Is that too slow? Please. After a Spirit Master's level reaches rank 61 Spirit Emperor, the cultivation speed enters a very slow period. Not to mention that after reaching Spirit Saint, because the martial soul true body is unlocked, the difficulty of spirit power cultivation increases significantly. This leads to a further slowing of the cultivation speed. Spirit Saint experts like Flender, Zhao Wuji, and Lu Erlong, because of this reason, can only increase their level by 2 or 3 after several years of cultivation. Compared to them, Golden Crown's speed can be described as riding a rocket. Furthermore, during these 6 years, he didn't just cultivate spirit power, but also mental force. After challenging various opponents, Golden Crown found that although his spirit power and physical strength were very high, he was lacking in terms of mental force. Although mental force grows relatively with a Spirit Master's level, the growth rate is too slow. So he specifically cultivated mental force for 2 years, combined with a technique specifically for cultivating mental force obtained from the system. Check in. At this time, Golden Crown's mental force had already reached the titled Douluo level. It truly could be said that, spirit power, mental force, and physical body. The trinity of cultivation was in place. Now, he could directly fight against ordinary titled Douluos above his level. And facing super Douluos, he also had the strength to fight. If the level was higher, such as the powerhouses of rank 97, 98, and 99, he would be no match at all. Mi-Ka, a very cute, entirely red little rabbit crawled out from Golden Crown's body. This was precisely the initial form of his second spirit, Miri's. Xiao Mi. As for why Xiao Mi appeared in physical form, Golden Crown wasn't quite sure either. 2 years ago, he reached rank 70 and absorbed his 7th spirit ring. After unlocking the martial soul true body, Xiao Mi automatically ran out of his body. But that wasn't the most critical thing. The most critical thing was that Xiao Mi could release some skills even without relying on his spirit power. You should know that Xiao Mi was his spirit. Generally speaking, no matter what changes occur between a spirit master and their spirit, the two sides are interconnected in many aspects. Take the trashy scumbag Grandmaster Yu Shaogang for example. His spirit, Luo Sanpao, although it can also leave the body to fight, still relies on Yu Shaogang's spirit power when releasing spirit abilities. Otherwise, it's no different from an ordinary pig. Golden Crown stroked Xiao Mi's head and said, "What's wrong, Xiao Mi? Are you hungry?" Mi-Ka, Mi-Ka. Xiao Mi shook its head and made a sound. Then it jumped with force and climbed onto Golden Crown's head. "Oh, so you just want a sunbathe, Xiao Mi? How about I take you to find Ling Ling?" Mi-Ka, Mi-Ka. Xiao Mi cried out happily twice. Then Golden Crown walked towards a small courtyard in the Hall of Worship. 83. Number 83 Self-Created Soul Skill, Triple Dawn Holy Fist. Chapter 83. Self-Created Spirit Ability, Triple Dawn, Sacred Fist. Suotuo City. This place was located in the center of the Lima Plain, the wealthiest region of the Balik Kingdom. It bordered Shrek Academy to the southwest, was adjacent to the Star Do Great Forest to the southeast, and led directly to Heaven Do City to the north. Therefore, its strategic significance was extremely important. Because of this, Suotuo City was also known as the Granary of Balik. A week had passed. Outside the city gates, Golden Crown looked up, gazing at the plaque inscribed with the 3 large characters. Suotuo City. He turned his head and spoke to the person behind him. "I didn't expect us to actually arrive here before sunset. I almost thought we were going to have to spend the night outside." 6 years had passed. Yi Lingling had grown from a raw young girl into a graceful and poised beauty. She wore a very beautiful white dress, her legs clad in white stockings paired with silver high heels, perfectly showcasing her slender and lithe figure. She wore white gloves on her hands, and her capable blue short hair fluttered in the breeze. In her arms, she held Mika. Her lively eyes looked at Golden Crown with a hint of playful reproach. "Isn't it all because of you, Brother Mian? You had that sudden whim and insisted on coming all this way to visit Suotuo City." 3 days ago, Yi Lingling had finished her day of studies. She had just returned home and hadn't rested for more than a few minutes. She was pulled up by Golden Crown, who said they were going to Suotuo City. Before she could say anything, the other party had already picked her up and flown outside Spirit City. Then they took a carriage and began rushing towards Suotuo City. "Didn't I see that you were in a bad mood lately and thought about taking you out to have some fun?" Hearing this, Golden Crown felt a bit awkward, but he couldn't be blamed for this. It was all the system's fault. He was minding his own business, eating a meal. Suddenly, a check-in mission popped up. It required him to go to Shrek Academy to check in within 5 days. Late check-in or failure to complete the check-in would result in punishment, and this punishment wasn't just any ordinary wait. It was actually to have his little brother permanently shortened by 5 centimeters. Since it concerned his future lifelong happiness, Golden Crown naturally couldn't be careless. However, the road to Suotuo City alone was obviously a bit too lonely. So he brought Yi Lingling along. Seeing that Yi Lingling seemed truly a bit angry, he looked at Mika in Yi Lingling's arms. "Mika, you've been out long enough, come back now." Mi-Ka. Mika shook its head, seemingly wanting to stay nestled in Yi Lingling's arms. This little fellow, besides usually liking to lie on Golden Crown's head to sunbathe, just loved being held in the arms of Yi Lingling or Qian Runshui. Girls have always had zero resistance toward cute creatures. Looking at Mika's adorable appearance, both girls' hearts were instantly captured. Seeing Golden Crown about to take Mika back, Yi Lingling hurriedly said, "Don't, Brother Mian. Let Mika play with me for a while longer." Facing Yi Lingling's acting spoiled, Golden Crown could only say, all right, let Mika play with you for a while longer. Fine, we should also enter the city and find a hotel as soon as possible." Otherwise, we might have to sleep on the streets tonight. After saying that, the two quickly walked into Suotuo City. On the main street, people were coming and going. Yi Lingling put on a black veil and tightly held onto Golden Crown's arm with her right hand. Simply because many men passing by were staring at her, Golden Crown comforted her. Don't worry, with me and Mika here, nothing will happen. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, several young men wearing red clothes with red cloth wrapped around their heads blocked their path. Golden Crown and Yi Lingling didn't bother to pay them any attention. Acting as if they hadn't seen them, they simply detoured around them. This left the young men feeling extremely embarrassed. One of them said to the leader, "Boss, those two actually dared to ignore you." The leader was clearly someone who had been used to being arrogant since childhood. In the entire Suotuo city, no one has ever dared to ignore me. Luo Fuji, stop them for me. Yes, boss. Several people quickly caught up with Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. These people were precisely students from Balak Academy, and this one named Luo Fuji, because his father was a director in the Department of Education, could be considered a second-generation official. Usually at school, he was truly a bully who committed all sorts of evil. Today, several of them had run out from the academy to play. Unexpectedly, they saw Yi Lingling's exquisite beauty, so they wanted to go forward and force Yi Lingling to accompany them for some fun. Soon, the group surrounded Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. Luo Fuji walked out with arrogant steps. "Kid, do you know who we are? You want to leave without even saying hello when you see us?" "I don't know." Golden Crown calmly shook his head. One of Luo Fuji's lackeys immediately introduced. "Listen well, our big brother is the son of the Department of Education's director, Luo Fuji." "Luo Fuji? Never heard of him. By the way, who gave you this name? It sounds so terrible. You might as well be called Kirov." Speaking of this, Golden Crown couldn't help but think of a game he loved very much in his previous life. "You actually dare to insult me? Very well, kid, state your name." Golden Crown said without thinking. "Your father is Xing Daerong." Luo Fuji's attitude was very arrogant. "You with the surname Xing. Either let this little chick beside you accompany us brothers for a few days and I'll let you go today, or we'll beat you until you're crippled and then let the chick accompany us. Choose for yourself." "I choose option 3, beating you guys to death." Facing these idiots, Golden Crown didn't bother wasting his breath. Clenching his fists, he directly started punching and kicking Luo Fuji and the others. A few minutes later, the several people who were just arrogant and overbearing were now sleeping peacefully on the ground. "With only this much skill, you dare to come out and show off? Truly seeking death. Lingling, let's go." After saying that, Golden Crown continued looking for a hotel with Yi Lingling. A short while later, the two found a high-end hotel. However, Golden Crown frowned as he looked at the name of this hotel. Rose Hotel? Why does this name sound so familiar? Carrying his doubts, Golden Crown and Yi Lingling walked into this Rose Hotel. Arriving at the front desk, Golden Crown spoke to the waiter. "Hello, give us 2 of the best sweets." The waiter looked at Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. His eyes instantly revealed an "I understand" expression. After all, their place was a couple's hotel. What else could men and women who came here do besides that kind of thing? It must be that the girl was too shy to save face, so the boy asked for 2 rooms. Facing this kind of situation, he was far too experienced. He would help this young couple take the next step. The waiter symbolically checked the list of vacant rooms and then said regretfully, "Sorry to you two, we only have 1 vacant room left. Can you two squeeze in together?" Golden Crown thought about it. Now, both he and Yi Lingling had grown up. A lone man and a lone woman sharing a room seemed somewhat inappropriate. Just as he was about to refuse and take Yi Lingling to find another hotel, Yi Lingling spoke up first. "I have no problem, we'll take this room." "Ah?" This Golden Crown hesitated for a moment. Yi Lingling began acting spoiled again. "Brother Mian, I've been walking all day. My feet are sore, I really can't walk anymore." Fine, let's do that then." After Golden Crown paid the money, he was just about to take the room key. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "I say, this room should belong to me, right?" 84. Number 84 Soto City. Chapter 84, Suotuo City. Rose Hotel. As the best hotel in all of Suotuo City, the decor here was high-end and luxurious. It was a place where many noble children brought their partners to spend the night. Therefore, this Rose Hotel had another name, called the Romantic Lovers Hotel. Hearing a noise, Golden Crown's hand, which was reaching for the key, paused. He turned to see a man walking in through the door, laughing and chatting while holding a woman in each arm. The man was dressed in a white suit, tall and upright, with long blonde hair. His appearance was quite striking, but his eyes were sinister, with heterochromatic pupils. The two women were clearly from the red light district. They had no distinguishing features. At this moment, they were showering the man with all sorts of sweet words. Young Master Dai, you have to work hard today. We've already planned on not getting out of bed. That's right, young Master Dai, don't let us down later. The woman on the right spoke, leaning in to plant a kiss on the face of the man called young Master Dai, being teased like this by the two beauties in his arms. How could Dai Mubai endure it? He patted the two women's buttocks. Rest assured, this young master has made full preparations today. I'll definitely let you know my true strength later. The woman on the left teased with a flushed face. Is that so? Don't let it be like last time when someone couldn't even last 3 minutes before being defeated, and then used cultivation as an excuse to leave. This time, that excuse won't work on us sisters. How is that possible? Last time, this young master really had something to do. Otherwise, how could the two of you be a match for me? These words made Dai Mubai's tiger-like frame shudder as he hurriedly explained. And all the dirty talk from the three of them fell right into the ears of Golden Crown and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's small face was bright red. Being pure-hearted, she had rarely heard such talk. Golden Crown, however, had no reaction, only because the system's unique voice echoed in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding detected host encountering key plot character, Dai Mubai. Sign in successful. Congratulations host on obtaining the reward. 0.1% power of destruction close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket item name. Power of destruction close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket quantity. 0.1%. Open black lens bracket. A system product is a guaranteed masterpiece. This power of destruction has no side effects. After absorption, it can cause a beneficial mutation of the spirit close black lens bracket. Power of destruction? Quote, if I remember correctly, this thing seems to belong to the god of destruction, right? Golden Crown pondered inwardly. The god of destruction, one of the 5 great god kings of the god realm. He was one of the 5 members of the god realm committee, tasked with governing the god realm and maintaining the rules. He was also one of the oldest deities in the god realm. And this power of destruction was a terrifying energy produced by the god of destruction. Open black lens bracket correct. This is indeed the power of destruction of the god of destruction. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, the power of destruction produced by the system is different from that of the god of destruction. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. With the power of destruction rewarded by the system, the host will not experience side effects such as the inability to conceive offspring or loss of emotional control after absorption. Close black lens bracket. Holy crap, that's great. After hearing the system's explanation in his mind, Golden Crown couldn't help but marvel internally. On the other side, after finished flirting with his 2 female companions, Dai Mubai glanced toward the waiter. Call your manager out. This room should belong to this young master. Hearing the commotion, the hotel manager hurriedly ran out. He approached Dai Mubai fawningly. If it isn't young Master Dai, forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. Forgive me. Cut the crap. Dai Mubai grabbed the manager and said, I've taken a fancy to that room. Give me the key immediately. The manager knew well that this Dai Mubai before his eyes was not someone he could afford to provoke, so he quickly stepped in front of Golden Crown. Dear guest, young Master Dai has taken a fancy to the room you have. Could you please give it up? I'll arrange another room for you. Golden Crown smiled slightly. Boss, your place is a place of business. As the saying goes, every guest is a guest. Why are you practicing differential treatment? Everything should follow the rule of first come, first served. I booked this room first. Why should I give it up to him? The manager whispered a reminder. Dear guest, I advise you to give up the room. That young Master Dai is a very powerful spirit master. Spirit master? Hey, so what if he's a spirit master? Spirit masters also have to follow first come, first served. Lingling, let's go up and rest. Golden Crown didn't bother with him at all, leading Yi Lingling toward the room. Stop, kid, that room in your hand belongs to this young master. I advise you to hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being impolite. Dai Mubai stepped forward with a cold tone, his words full of threat. I'd like to see just how impolite you can be. Golden Crown looked at Dai Mubai with a hint of mockery. No wonder he felt the name of this hotel was familiar earlier. It turned out this was the place where Dai Mubai and Tang San first met due to a hotel conflict in the original plot, except the characters in this part of the plot had changed. The one having a conflict with Dai Mubai wasn't Tang San, but himself. Seeing the two at each other's throats, the manager hurriedly spoke to mediate. Young Master Dai, please don't be angry. I'll arrange the best room for you right away. I said, this room is mine. There is nothing I, Dai Mubai, have wanted since I was a child that anyone has been able to take away. PFF'd. As soon as these words came out, Golden Crown couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fine, fine, fine. If he hadn't read the original work, he might have actually believed Dai Mubai's words. This guy chose to escape because he was afraid of competing for the throne with his older brother, Dai Wizi. He abandoned Zhu Zuqing and came to Suotuo City to join Shrek Academy. After arriving here, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away, so Dai Mubai completely let himself go. Every day he was either on a date or on the way to one. His life was quite comfortable. However, what surprised him was that Dai Mubai's body had already deteriorated to this extent. He actually only lasted 3 minutes once? That's way too weak. And he calls himself a tiger? He can't even compare to 1,000th of me. Hearing Golden Crown mocking him, Dai Mubai immediately flared up. Kid, what are you laughing at? Don't misunderstand. I just thought of some happy things and couldn't help laughing. Dai Mubai was puzzled. What happy things? It's a story about a man who can only last 3 minutes every time, Golden Crown said. As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Mubai's face instantly turned beet red. He inwardly cursed those 2 damn female companions for actually revealing his secret in public like this, and it was even heard by this kid in front of him. It seemed he absolutely could not let this kid survive today. Otherwise, if this got out, his reputation would be ruined. Just as he was about to speak, Dai Mubai's eyes involuntarily drifted toward Yi Lingling. Earlier, because the distance was too far, he hadn't seen clearly. Now that he was closer, he didn't expect this kid's companion to be so beautiful. Seeing this weak tiger staring at Yi Lingling, Golden Crown took a step to block Yi Lingling. He said in a cold tone, 3-minute man, where are you looking? 85. Number 85 Destructive Power. Chapter 85. Power of Destruction. Hearing the other party call him a 3-minute man, Dai Mubai was extremely angry. Staring at Golden Crown, he said, Kid, when you left home, didn't your parents tell you to be polite when you're out? But your female companion is quite good looking. Where did you find her? How about this? If you let this chick spend the night with me, I'll let today's matter slide. Otherwise, bang. Before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, pain shot through his stomach. Immediately afterward, his whole body was sent flying backward. Young Master Dai, X2. Seeing Dai Mubai fly out, the 2 female companions ran to Dai Mubai's side in a panic and began checking on him in various ways. After all, this 3-minute man was the sister's long-term meal ticket. Overestimating yourself, trying to make a move on my person right in front of me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Golden Crown said as he pulled back his clenched fist. Hiss, that hurts like hell. Damn it, what's this guy's background? He actually dared to lay a hand on me. Dai Mubai forced himself to stand up. He looked at Golden Crown and asked loudly, Hey kid, that punch had some decent power. What's your name? You're not worthy of knowing my name, Golden Crown said indifferently. Ha ha ha, very well kid, you've successfully provoked me. It looks like you're a spirit master too. I was just careless for a moment. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Dai Mubai laughed loudly, being stubborn. In reality, that punch earlier had almost knocked his dinner out of him. If it weren't for the fact that his 2 female companions were present, he would have vomited long ago. However, for the sake of his pride, he had to reclaim his dignity today. Hey! With a roar, Dai Mubai released his spirit. Dai Mubai, spirit. Evil Eyes White Tiger, level 37 inches. As he finished his self-introduction, a white tiger appeared behind Dai Mubai. 3 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, descended from above. He pointed at Golden Crown and said, Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance to activate your spirit. Fight me. Facing Dai Mubai's provocation, Golden Crown was dismissive. Beside him, Yi Lingling also felt like laughing. A mere spirit elder actually dreamed of fighting a high-level spirit saint. It was no different from seeking death. Golden Crown crossed his arms and looked at Dai Mubai contemptuously. Activating my spirit would be bullying you. You're just a sick cat. I can beat you more than enough in my normal state. Kid, today I'm going to make you pay for your arrogance just now. Dai Mubai was furious. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire and a genius of Shrek Academy, when had he ever been so looked down upon? He immediately raised his fist and charged at Golden Crown. As for the manager, waiters, and other guests, they had already hurried away to hide when Dai Mubai activated his spirit. A fight between spirit masters was not something ordinary people like them could get involved in. Golden Crown raised his palm and easily caught Dai Mubai's punch. Dai Mubai wanted to pull his fist back, but no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. One had to know that he had activated his spirit, which meant his strength was enhanced in all aspects. Yet the opponent suppressed him without even activating a spirit. It seemed he had run into a tough nut today. A desire to retreat arose in Dai Mubai's heart, but then he thought of the 2 female companions watching behind him. For the sake of his pride, he said stubbornly, "Yoho, you've got quite some strength. Let me show you my spirit ability." Third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Under the enhancement of the spirit ability, the muscles on Dai Mubai's body rapidly expanded, and black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. This is my third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra transformation. This ability doubles my attack power, defense, and strength, and I can maintain this state for an hour. Now, you're no longer my match. Dai Mubai introduced his spirit ability with confidence. It was as if he had already won the victory at this moment. Hee, Golden Crown chuckled contemptuously. With such enhancement values, this guy actually had the nerve to show off. He didn't know how many times stronger his own first spirit ability, Dark Gold Tyrant Body, was compared to this White Tiger Vajra transformation. You still dare to look down on me? Next, I'll teach you a good lesson. Yeah. Seeing Golden Crown's disdainful smile, Dai Mubai felt immensely insulted. He was fuming with rage. He immediately gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, trying to pull his hand out. Unexpectedly, no matter how hard he tried, the opponent's hand didn't budge an inch. Seeing that this was truly too boring, Golden Crown let go. Because Dai Mubai was in the middle of pulling his hand back with all his might, Golden Crown's sudden release sent Dai Mubai flying backward. That's it, I didn't even use much force, and you flew out on your own. It seems this tiger of yours is nothing but a paper tiger. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I was just testing the waters earlier. Next, I'll let you experience my real skill. Second spirit ability, White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Mubai immediately unleashed his second spirit ability. He spat out a white ball of light from his mouth, which shot toward Golden Crown. Sigh, why is it that as soon as I arrive in Suotuo City, I keep running into idiots one after another? Golden Crown said helplessly as he struck out a blast of spirit power. It directly shattered Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave. The spirit power attack wasn't completely neutralized and continued toward Dai Mubai. First spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai hurriedly used his defensive spirit ability, hoping to block this strike. Who would have thought? The moment that spirit power attack touched the White Tiger Barrier, the White Tiger Barrier was like paper, shattering instantly. The spirit power attack hit him with pinpoint accuracy. Dai Mubai was sent flying yet again, crashing heavily onto the floor tiles. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Naturally, Golden Crown wouldn't let this playboy tiger off just like that. He had to give this guy a thorough thrashing today. He then stepped forward. Lying on the ground, Dai Mubai was completely beaten into questioning his life by Golden Crown. What kind of monster had he provoked today, to be so incredibly powerful? Looking at the opponent's age, it didn't seem to be much different from his own. Seeing Golden Crown approaching, Dai Mubai crawled backward in fear, not forgetting to beg for mercy. Friend, hero, young knight, what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Let's consider this a case of no discord, no concord, please. Be the bigger person and let me go. I'm no saint, and I'm certainly not the type of person who considers it settled if you punch me and I just slap you back. I'm the type where if you hit me once, I'm going to finish you off. Golden Crown said fiercely. These words terrified Dai Mubai, who said tremblingly, You're going to kill me? Quote, This is Suotuo City. Killing is against the law. Besides, I'm a student of Shrek Academy. If you kill me, our academy will definitely not let you off. Golden Crown said disdainfully. Shrek Academy? What kind of third-rate academy is that? Never heard of it. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to finish Dai Mubai off. Unexpectedly, at this moment, several silver needles flew at him from behind. Immediately afterward, the system's voice appeared in his mind once again. 86. Number 86 Golden Crown. I am not a saint. Chapter 86 Golden Crown. I am not a saint. Time goes back a few minutes. Just as Golden Crown and Dai Mubai were having a conflict, two more young people arrived in Suotuo City, a man and a woman. The boy was dressed simply in light blue tight-fitting clothes, with a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones around his waist. His short black hair barely reached his shoulders. Although he wasn't very handsome, he gave off a clean and capable impression. The girl beside him was shy and cute, with a scorpion braid. She was half a head taller than the boy and wore a set of pink small clothes that tightly covered her developing figure, especially those long legs, paired with pink stockings and small leather shoes. They constantly drew the eyes of passing men. They were none other than Tang San and the 100,000-year-old rabbit Xiao Wu. The two had just graduated from Noding Junior Spirit Master Academy. During those 6 years, Tang San's level had reached rank 26, becoming a Spirit Grandmaster. It was unclear if it was because his first spirit ring had become the Scoundrel Snake, but he was a full 3 ranks lower than in the original story. As for Xiao Wu, she was rank 29, just like in the original plot. With their levels, they could have chosen a better academy to attend after graduation. But under Yu Xiaoging's various deceptions and persuasions, Tang San turned down the olive branches from other intermediate academies. Instead, he headed for Shrek Academy, which Yu Xiaoging told him only recruited monsters. The two followed the original plot. After wandering around Suotuo City for half a day, they arrived at the Rose Hotel. Unexpectedly, just as they arrived, a fluctuation of spirit power erupted inside the hotel. With the mood to watch the excitement, the two quickly entered the hotel, wanting to see what was happening. As soon as they entered, they saw a blonde youth being sent flying by another handsome, black-haired youth. Tang San saw the familiar figure of the black-haired youth. In his mind, the image of that person instantly surfaced. The boy who had snatched his spirit ring back then. He had always kept this matter in his heart. He constantly wanted to find the other party to avenge the theft of his spirit ring and the humiliation of his chrysanthemum remnant. He didn't expect to run into him here today. Tang San immediately pulled out his silver needles, a hidden weapon, and utilized his mysterious jade hand. He launched a sneak attack on Golden Crown. The scene returns to the present. Golden Crown extended 2 fingers and easily knocked all the incoming silver needles to the ground. He already knew who the newcomer was. After all, on the current continent, the only one who used hidden weapons to attack was Tang San. Good, since the opponent had delivered himself to the door, then he would finish them off together. As for Tang Hao, who had been secretly protecting Tang San, HMPH, if he has the guts, let him come. It would be the perfect time for Golden Crown to avenge his parents' murder, although it would be extremely difficult to kill Tang Hao with his current cultivation level. But don't forget, Golden Crown carried the equalizer of all living beings with him at all times. Not to mention, during these 6 years, with the help of Lu Gao, he had already researched and developed the Barrett sniper rifle. If Tang Hao dared to show his face, he would send him to the afterlife. Just as he was about to take action, the system's prompt followed. Open black lens bracket ding detected host encountering a key plot character, Youth Tang San. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. 5 premium soul nurturing pills. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Item name: Premium Soul Nurturing Pill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Effect: produced by the system. It must be a premium product. After taking this pill, the host's soul power and mental force will receive a huge boost. If refined with a corresponding cultivation technique, the effect will be doubled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding detected host encountering a key plot character, Youth Xiao Wu. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. 5 premium vigor pills. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Item name: Premium Vigor Pill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Effect: produced by the system. It must be a premium product. After taking this pill, the host's durability in a certain aspect will be permanently increased by 5 minutes, with no side effects. If refined with a suitable dual cultivation technique, it can increase one's own blood and chi. Close black lens bracket. System: is this certain aspect of yours decent? Is it the aspect I'm thinking of? Golden Crown asked, full of curiosity. Open black lens bracket. That aspect can only be understood, not described. Please realize it yourself. Host. Close black lens bracket. The system gave an ambiguous answer. Then it stopped speaking. 1 pill for 5 minutes. 5 pills would be 25 minutes. More importantly, this thing was a permanent increase. If he took these vigor pills out to sell now, he estimated that a certain paper tiger who only lasted 3 minutes would scramble to buy them. Of course, for such a good thing, how could he possibly sell it? Naturally, he would keep it for his own use. Although his time was already quite long, for a man who would complain about that aspect being even longer. And what Golden Crown focused on even more was this sign-in task. Youth Tang San? Youth Xiao Wu? It seems the sign-in limit for these key characters isn't just once. Instead, as they grow older and reach a certain stage, I can continue to sign in. Thinking of this, he reined in his killing intent slightly. Fine then, in order to harvest more rewards, I'll let these fellows live for a few more days. Although he decided to spare the 3 of them for the time being. It didn't mean Golden Crown would let them off so easily. Since they were here, it wouldn't be right if they didn't get a beating. Just as Golden Crown was pondering, on the other side, Xiao Wu saw Tang San suddenly take action and attack that black-haired youth. She was very puzzled and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Little San, why did you suddenly attack that person?" "Xiao Wu, do you remember what I told you before? When teacher and I went to hunt for my first spirit ring, 2 people used despicable means to snatch the spirit ring that should have belonged to me?" Tang San said, twisting the facts. Xiao Wu nodded. She had, of course, heard Tang San mention this matter. This person is the despicable man who snatched my spirit ring and even attacked me and teacher. Back then, Tang San pointed at Golden Crown, looking very indignant. What, so it was this person? After hearing Tang San's words, the look in Xiao Wu's eyes as she looked at Golden Crown was also full of anger. After 6 years of being together day and night, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Tang San had long since become like that of biological siblings. In fact, even closer than biological siblings. She trusted Tang San very much. So upon hearing that the person before them was the guy who bullied Tang San back then, this 100,000-year-old rabbit didn't care about the truth of the matter at all. The thought of getting revenge for Tang San rose in her heart. Don't worry, little San. Today, I'll help you and Grandmaster get revenge. No need, I want to personally wash away my past humiliation. Tang San showed a smile he thought was very handsome. Then he walked forward with great confidence. Hey, do you still recognize me? Golden Crown pretended to be a stranger and said, who do you think you are? Is there any need for me to know you? Seeing that the other party didn't recognize him, and was also so arrogant, Tang San was very annoyed. He made up his mind that he must teach this guy a harsh lesson later. To let the other party know what a mistake it was to provoke him back then. 87. Number 87. Confident Tang San. Chapter 87. Confident Tang San. Listen well, my name is Tang San. The person whose spirit ring you snatched using despicable means 6 years ago in the Soul Hunting Forest. Do you remember now? After Tang San introduced himself, he spoke to Golden Crown about what happened back then. Simply because he wanted to make the other party remember the events of that year first, and then beat him to a pulp. Only then would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Golden Crown pretended to remember. I remember now, so it was you. But if we're talking about being despicable, I don't think that label applies to me. After all, back then, it was you and that trash teacher of yours who wanted to piggyback on our first-class warrant to enter the soul hunting forest. Then you sneakily followed behind us, waiting for us to finish hunting the spirit beast so you could snatch the spirit ring. Seeing no chance to seize the spirit ring, you resorted to slander and attacked first. And now, you're telling me that we used despicable means to steal your spirit ring. You really have some thick skin. After hearing what Golden Crown said, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San in disbelief, simply because this version was completely different from what she had heard. But as a qualified love brain, she felt it must be this person opposite them who was twisting the facts. Her Sanji was pure and noble, someone who never told a lie. In an instant, her disgust for Golden Crown grew even stronger. Tang San, however, argued shamelessly without even a blush, you certainly are eloquent. Forget it, I don't want to waste words with someone like you. Today, I'll make you pay the price. Tang San directly released his spirit, blue silver grass. 2 yellow spirit rings, representing 100 years, fell from above. Although the first spirit ring had changed from a datura snake to a scoundrel snake due to Golden Crown's interference, the second spirit ring was the same as the original plot, a 600-year ghost vine. Immediately following, his hands shifted forms, performing the Tang Sect's secret technique, controlling crane-catching dragon. He began his attack. At the same time, he didn't forget to secretly use the blue-silver grass to leave seeds on Golden Crown's body, because, in his plan, these seeds had another use. I don't know who he is, but he seems to have a grudge against this guy. In that case, he can be considered an ally. It looks like this kid has some skill. If I join forces with him, we can definitely defeat this guy. I'll help you. Seeing an ally, Dai Mubai, who had been scared witless just now, instantly regained his confidence. He summoned his spirit again and rushed forward to join forces with Tang San to attack Golden Crown. Facing the duo's assault, Golden Crown strolled leisurely, as if playing with monkeys, toying with the two in the palm of his hand. As for Tang San's little tricks, he had seen them long ago. Is that all? It seems I overestimated you. Your strength is actually this pathetic. Golden Crown didn't forget to mock them verbally. Seeing that the attacks from himself and the blonde youth were all neutralized by this guy, before he could feel surprised, fists the size of sandbags landed on his and Dai Mubai's eyes respectively. Their eyes immediately turned black and blue. Little San. Damn it, you actually dare to hurt Little San. I will never let you get away with this. Xiao Wu summoned her spirit, the soft bones rabbit, wanting to go up and help. Suddenly, a gust of fragrant wind blew by. Yi Lingling blocked her path, her cold voice ringing out, with me here, don't even think about passing. As is widely known, support-type soul masters can play a huge role in team battles. But they have a fatal weakness, they have no power to protect themselves. Once they engage in a one-on-one battle with combat-type soul masters like Tool Spirit Masters or Beast Spirit Masters, they are no different from ordinary people. They are easily defeated, not to mention the 9-heart begonia, a spirit that only has healing spirit abilities. To this, Golden Crown didn't believe in such conventions. Who says support-type soul masters can only be healers? As the saying goes, is a support-type soul master without offensive capabilities still a competent healing-type soul master? Thus, he began to train Yi Lingling. Golden Crown first taught Yi Lingling a set of inner power heart methods to help her quickly recover spirit power during battle and strengthen her endurance. Then he taught her several martial arts he had obtained through checking in. Yi Lingling was also determined not to let Golden Crown down. She practiced and exercised hard every day. Finally, after 6 years of hard cultivation, Yi Lingling grew from a healing-type soul master who could only support into the first support-type soul master who could both fight and heal. So you're in this together. To be with such a despicable guy, I suppose you're no good either. Today, let Sister Xiao Wu give you a good lesson. First spirit ability, waist bow. Xiao Wu exerted force with her feet and suddenly accelerated. The flexibility of her waist was greatly enhanced. As an agility attack system soul master, she used her extremely feminine soft techniques to attack Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, who had learned martial arts, was no pushover either. She used her light body technique to nimbly dodge Xiao Wu's attacks. At the same time, she took out a staff from her storage soul tool. Final form of the dog-beating staff technique. No dogs under heaven. On the other side, after taking another punch from Golden Crown, Tang San clutched his eye, his anger surging. In his heart, he was already planning how to torture this guy to death after restraining him. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart, but before that, he needed some time. Tang San fixed his gaze on Dai Mubai. From the previous exchange, this person was a 3-ring spirit elder. If he could pin down this guy, he would take the opportunity to scatter seeds and then use his second spirit ability to detonate them. By then, he would surely be able to restrain this person. Having decided on a tactic, Tang San whispered his plan to Dai Mubai. After hearing Tang San's plan, Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Alright, leave the task of stalling him to me. Having said that, he once again used his third spirit ability, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Pointing at Golden Crown, he said, "Kid, this young master was just warming up with you. The real show is just beginning." Facing Dai Mubai's stubbornness, Golden Crown was speechless. He didn't know who it was that was almost scared to the point of peeing just now, yet he still dared to talk big. After finishing his tough talk, Dai Mubai did his best to block Golden Crown. Golden Crown didn't want to play with this idiot anymore. This time, he didn't hold back at all. First, he punched Dai Mubai in the stomach, then he accurately kicked him right in his little brother. In an instant, there seemed to be the sound of eggs cracking. "Ah, my junk." Dai Mubai clutched his stomach with one hand and his crotch with the other, screaming in pain on the ground. "So noisy, be quiet." Golden Crown slapped him across the face. Dai Mubai's face visibly swelled up, and several teeth were knocked out. At this time, Tang San felt the timing was right. He performed his second spirit ability. Blue-silver parasite. The grass seeds in the surrounding air instantly exploded. Vines wrapped themselves around Golden Crown's body. Tang San gave a crooked smile. "How is it? You can't move, right? Doesn't it feel miserable? Next, it's our turn." 88. Number 88 Dai Mubai, a man whose facade is built upon another facade. Chapter 88. Dai Mubai, even more useless than useless. Looking at Golden Crown, who was successfully controlled by his blue-silver parasite, Tang San's heart swelled with pride. His gaze, which had been serious just a moment ago, now became playful. He thought to himself, he was now a spirit grand master of the 26th rank. He was no longer the youth who had just awakened his spirit and hadn't yet absorbed a spirit ring. Under the wise guidance of his teacher Yu Shaoging, his second spirit ring was a 600-year ghost vine. The guy in front of him, without activating his spirit, relying only on his own strength, could not possibly break free from his second spirit ability. Today was the day for revenge. After all, in his heart, Golden Crown had long deserved to die. And Dai Mubai, his eggs severely injured, he suppressed the pain and stood up from the ground excitedly when he saw Golden Crown controlled. Excitedly enduring the pain, he stood up from the ground. However, if one looked closely, his legs were turned inward, trembling slightly. "Great job, brother." After Dai Mubai gave Tang San a thumbs up, he looked at Golden Crown with resentment. "Kid, next, I'll let you taste young Master Dai's fists." The grudge of his eggs being crushed was irreconcilable. Today, he would let the other party know that his title of Dai the Tiger was not for nothing. Facing the harsh words thrown by the two, Golden Crown was very disdainful. "Do you really think these few broken vines can control me? Too naive." Hey! He exerted a slight force with both hands. The next second, the layers of vines, 3 inside and 3 outside, were instantly torn to shreds. "How is that possible?" Quote, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. His spirit ability was actually torn apart so easily by this guy. And he still hadn't even activated his spirit. This completely defied common sense. According to his teacher Yu Shaogang, when spirit masters of the same level fought, a spirit master who used their spirit against one who didn't, the spirit master who used their spirit would always win, unless the spirit master not using their spirit was very high ranked. Only then could they defeat a spirit master using their spirit, relying solely on their physique. If this theory held true, that meant this guy's strength was far above his own. As soon as this thought emerged, Tang San quickly shook his head in denial. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. This guy didn't look much older than him. How could his strength be far superior to his own? According to his teacher's words, he was a twin spirits user, a rare sight in 100 years, an absolute genius. How could anyone's talent be stronger than his own? An illusion, it must be an illusion. Tang San convinced himself internally. Dai Mubai saw the vines torn apart like paper. He was scared once again. Without looking back, he wanted to run away, but as soon as he turned around, he heard a whoosh. Golden Crown, with a kind smile, said in a demonic whisper, "Didn't you say you wanted me to taste the power of your fists? What, running away already?" Dai Mubai wanted to beg for mercy, but just as he uttered one word, a sharp pain shot through his lower body again. Clutching his crotch, he immediately fell to the ground, screaming in agony, crippled. This time, he was truly crippled. Old wounds hadn't healed, and new ones were added. Golden Crown turned to Tang San. "Your turn. Don't get too smug. I still have a killer move I haven't used." As Tang San finished speaking, from his 24 moonlit bridges, he took out a hidden weapon shaped like a flashlight. This was precisely the powder-shooting shadow he had meticulously crafted over the years, saving every penny and spending a vast amount of time. Compared to the sleeve arrow, the powder-shooting shadow was even more powerful, and it could fire 3 times, each time launching 6 spiral steel needles. Each steel needle was also coated with potent hallucinogenic and paralyzing toxins. Hidden weapons again. Hey, how boring. Today, I'll let you witness the power of technology. Golden Crown pulled out a Desert Eagle, a combination of spirit tool technology. Click. He quickly loaded it, aiming the muzzle at Tang San. Looking at the seemingly harmless weapon in the other party's hand, Tang San couldn't help but laugh. This little toy, was it even worthy of comparison to his meticulously crafted authentic Tang sect hidden weapons? Overestimating himself. With that said, he pressed the mechanism of the powder-shooting shadow with his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 steel needles shot out. Clang, clang, clang. The steel needles struck Golden Crown, making a sound. Even without activating his spirit or using spirit power, Golden Crown remained unharmed. This was because the clothes he was wearing were special bulletproof armor. It could even block rifle bullets, let alone a few mere steel needles. Impossible. Tang San was greatly astonished. He could understand why the sleeve arrow hadn't worked against him before. After all, it was just a basic hidden weapon, relatively weak in power. But the power of the powder-shooting shadow was far greater than that of the sleeve arrow. It could even inflict damage on spirit masters above rank 30. Yet this guy, without activating his spirit or using spirit power, still prevented the powder-shooting shadow from even piercing his clothes. Years have passed, and you're still playing with your broken needles. HMPH, how boring. Let me show you the power of my weapon. Golden Crown finished speaking. His index finger pulled the trigger. Bang! Tang San held his breath, his attention taut, constantly ready to defend. But before he could react, he felt as if his right shoulder had taken a heavy blow. He turned his neck and saw a hole appear on his arm. Blood continuously flowed from this hole. The intense pain twisted his face into a grimace. Tang San clutched his arm, screaming. After putting away his gun, Golden Crown flashed in front of Tang San. He kicked the opponent away, sending him flying to land next to Dai Mubai. Then he slowly walked forward, rubbing his fists. "It's been a while since I've practiced my boxing. Today I'll use you two to warm up." Bang bang thud thud. Clang. I was wrong. Big brother, grandpa, daddy. Under Golden Crown's loving, iron fists, Dai Mubai and Tang San screamed and begged for mercy, especially Tang San. At this moment, he was beaten to the point of doubting his life. He, who had always been hailed as a genius, had faced Golden Crown twice in a row, and each time he was defeated. It was one thing to be inferior in cultivation. Even his proud hidden weapons were not as strong as the weapon in the other's hand. Before long, 2 pig-headed figures appeared in the hotel lobby. Golden Crown also stopped. At this moment, another figure drew an arc in the air. and smashed down beside Tang San. Golden Crown clearly saw the newcomer and realized it was none other than that 100,000-year-old rabbit. How did she also turn into a pighead? Xiao Wu, who was originally shy and cute, now had a pig head just like Tang San and Dai Mubai, her face covered in red slap marks. It was clear she had been slapped swollen. I hit her. It was my first time. I couldn't hold back. Brother Mian, wasn't I amazing? Yi Lingling walked forward, her hands behind her back, looking obediently at Golden Crown. Her eyes showed a desire for praise. Golden Crown gave a thumbs up. Amazing, absolutely brilliant. Afterward, he successively kicked Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu out of the hotel, one by one. 89. Number 89 Tang San, beaten to the point of questioning his existence. Chapter 89. Tang San, beaten to the point of doubting life. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San, who had been thrown out of the hotel, gritting his teeth against his injuries, he climbed up from the ground. He turned Xiao Wu over to check her condition. Ah, who the hell are you? Tang San was immediately startled by Xiao Wu's pig-headed appearance. He shoved Xiao Wu away. Xiao Wu, who fell to the ground, felt very sad. It hurts so much. Sanji, it's me, Xiao Wu. Impossible, my Xiao Wu is nowhere near as ugly as you. Speak, who are you really? Tang San looked at the pig-headed Xiao Wu. He found it hard to accept in his heart. How could the adorable Xiao Wu, who had been by his side day and night, have become so hideous? It's fake, it must be fake. This Xiao Wu was definitely a monster in disguise. Seeing that Sanji still hadn't recognized her, Xiao Wu was heartbroken. Sanji, I really am Xiao Wu. The reason I look like this is all because of the girl next to that man. Xiao Wu recounted the details of her fight with Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling had stopped Xiao Wu. Initially, she just didn't want Xiao Wu to disturb Jin Mian while he taught those two annoying guys a lesson. Her attacks were also relatively light. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu, not knowing what was good for her, actually called Yi Lingling a slutty woman. Not only that, she also insulted Jin Mian, saying he was no good and other such insults. This directly angered Yi Lingling. She immediately stopped holding back. She unleashed all the martial arts Jin Mian had taught her with full force. Once she had Xiao Wu under control, her slaps rained down on Xiao Wu's face without restraint. And so, after who knows how many slaps, Xiao Wu's face turned into a pig's head. After hearing Xiao Wu's account, where there's life, there's hope. Let that guy live for a few more days. Once I become stronger in the future, I will repay him 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. That man must die. Tang San glared viciously at the hotel, his resolve firm. Although he had been completely thrashed again this time, and it was a thorough, all-around beating at that, he was still very confident, simply because he felt he still hadn't used his ultimate trump card. That was the top-tier Tang sect hidden weapons. For example, Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, King of Hell's Invitation, Torrential Pear Blossom Needle, etc. If he could forge these hidden weapons in the future, he would definitely smash that guy to pieces. Xiao Wu immediately encouraged Tang San. Sanji, I believe you can do it. Alright, let's go find another hotel to stay at. We need to heal our injuries as soon as possible. In 2 days, the academy the teacher mentioned will start its enrollment. Tang San helped Xiao Wu up. The two of them, in a sorry state, went looking for another hotel. As for Dai Mubai, when Jin Mian was pummeling him earlier, his attacks were very precisely aimed at Dai Mubai's lower body. This resulted in a certain part of him being repeatedly attacked. Before being kicked out of the hotel by Jin Mian, he had already passed out from the intense pain. The two girls Dai Mubai brought had long since fled in fright. The hotel owner, not wanting to affect business, had someone throw Dai Mubai onto a distant garbage heap. It wasn't until nightfall that Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, on his way back to Shrek Academy after a day of scamming and swindling, saw Dai Mubai lying on the garbage heap. Seeing his student injured like this, Flender was furious, but helplessly, he didn't know who the culprit was, so he could only take Dai Mubai back for treatment first. Of course, that's all a story for later back in the hotel. After dealing with the three of them, Jin Mian took the key and settled into the hotel room with Yi Lingling. Lingling, you go take a bath first. I have something else to attend to. Okay, Yi Lingling agreed and entered the bathroom. After sending Yi Lingling away, Jin Mian sat down on the sofa. He took out the power of destruction he had just obtained from the sign-in. Gazing at the cluster of energy in his hand, its exterior a noble purple, constantly emanating powerful divine force. This is the power of destruction, symbolizing the intertwining of destruction and rebirth. Lingling's bath will probably take a long time. That should be enough for me to absorb this energy. I wonder how my spirit will change after absorbing it. Without another word, Jin Mian swallowed the power of destruction in one gulp. He immediately deployed a barrier, enveloping the entire room. He crossed his legs, circulated his cultivation technique, and began refining the power of destruction. Although it was only 1%, this was, after all, the energy of a god king, one of the 5 primordial forces born at the dawn of the universe. The power of destruction was extremely violent. In just a few seconds, Jin Mian was already drenched in sweat. During the refinement process, the power of destruction tore through his body every second. The pain far exceeded the agony caused by absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. To be more precise, the pain from absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring compared to the pain from absorbing this 1% of the power of destruction. When the two are compared, the former might be like a mosquito bite, while the latter is more like being struck by a meteor. They are completely on different levels. Damn, I've overdone it. This thing is way too exaggerated. Jin Mian's back teeth were nearly ground to dust. Even with a foundation of 77th rank spirit power, plus the physique enhanced by consuming various rare treasures over the years. At this moment, they were of little significant use. The power of destruction coursed through his entire body, tearing his meridians and internal organs. Just as he was about to be shredded by the power of destruction, the Shao Mi within his body seemed to sense something was wrong. Immediately afterward, a surge of pure and powerful power of light burst forth. This power of light instantly rushed to every part of his body, chasing and blocking the power of destruction. Wherever it passed, the residual light energy repaired the damaged meridians and internal organs. Soon, the power of destruction was driven into his dantian. Without a word, the power of light went up and gave it a resounding slap. The originally wild and violent power of destruction, after receiving that slap, instantly became docile. It obediently allowed Jin Mian to refine it. But even so, this power of destruction was still extremely difficult to refine. Outside, Yi Lingling had finished her bath. Wearing a bathrobe, she stepped out of the bathroom. Seeing Jin Mian sitting cross-legged on the sofa, motionless, she thought he was cultivating. So she prepared to sneak up and give him a little surprise attack. But upon closer look, she panicked. She saw Jin Mian bleeding from all 7 orifices, his clothes soaked in blood. 9-star begonia, bloom. Brother Mian, you mustn't be in trouble. Yi Lingling hurriedly released her spirit, unleashing her healing spirit ability with all her might. The 9-star begonia was now being pushed to its limit by her. Powerful life force filled the entire room. But no matter how she tried to heal him, Jin Mian's condition only worsened. In her anxiety, she started crying. Just as she thought Jin Mian was about to die, the wounds on Jin Mian's body, enveloped in a golden, dazzling light, miraculously began to heal rapidly. In no time, he returned to normal. This made Yi Lingling sigh in relief. However, she didn't leave to do other things, but quietly stayed by Jin Mian's side. 90. Number 90. Absorb the power of destruction. Chapter 90. Absorbing the power of destruction. Late at night, Golden Crown sat cross-legged on the sofa. He had finally finished refining the power of destruction. As expected of God King level power, even if it's only 1%. It is still extremely difficult to refine, he muttered to himself with a weary expression. It was obvious, not only had he not fully refined this 1% of the power of destruction, but his physical strength and spirit power were almost completely exhausted. However, the originally violent power of destruction, suppressed by Xiaomi's power of light, had become extremely docile. Stored temporarily in his dantian, it wouldn't cause any major issues. He could refine it slowly in the future. Is it already dark? Looking at the dark night outside the window, Golden Crown felt a weight on his lap. He looked down, and found Yi Lingling curled up, sleeping on his lap. Her face also showed signs of exhaustion. While absorbing the power of destruction earlier, he had vaguely felt a vibrant life force healing his wounds. It must have been Yi Lingling's doing. This girl must have been worried sick. But sleeping like this, she's not afraid of catching a cold. As he spoke, he gently picked Yi Lingling up in a princess carry and walked toward the large bed. He had intended to tuck Yi Lingling into bed and then sleep on the sofa himself. Unexpectedly, because absorbing the power of destruction had exhausted his spirit power and physical strength, a powerful wave of dizziness flooded his brain. His eyes closed, and he fell asleep on top of Yi Lingling. Nothing more happened that night. The next day, it was already noon. The sun was already high in the sky. The streets had long since become noisy as merchants and travelers began their new day. Rose Hotel, inside room 308, while Golden Crown was fast asleep in a daze. He felt like he was hugging something fragrant in his arms. His hands also seemed to be clutching something soft. although he didn't know what it was, but it felt very good to the touch. Unable to resist, he unconsciously squeezed it a few times. Ying, a shy and soft female voice reached his ears. Golden Crown opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw Yi Lingling in his arms, her face already flushed red, her eyes fixed on him. Morning, Lingling. After saying that, Golden Crown closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He wondered who it was. Oh, it's just Yi Lingling, then it's fine. In an instant, time around them seemed to stand still. Golden Crown, who was about to go back to sleep, felt more and more that something was wrong. He was sleeping, so why was Yi Lingling in his arms? And why was her face so red? And that shy voice, what was that about? While thinking, he subconsciously squeezed the object in his hand again. Immediately after, Yi Lingling's voice rang out again. Ying. Suddenly, Golden Crown realized something. If he was hugging Yi Lingling while sleeping, then what he was squeezing must be. He snapped his eyes open. His brain instantly cleared up. Compared to before, Yi Lingling now looked exactly like a ripe apple. Her gaze toward Golden Crown also carried a hint of reproach. If the first time was an accident, then the second time was definitely intentional. Golden Crown hurriedly withdrew his hand and smiled apologetically. Well, would you believe me if I said that was just an accident? Although he said that, in his heart, he thought, I'm so supple. Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at Golden Crown, as if she would believe him. Yesterday, she had clearly fainted on his lap because of excessive spirit power consumption. But when she woke up, she was on the bed, and she was clinging to him like an octopus, pressed tightly against Golden Crown. His hand was even placed on a certain spot. Yi Lingling tidied her messy clothes. She pointed at Golden Crown and said, "Go wash yourself first." Wash what? Golden Crown froze for a moment and looked down. He found that the clothes he was wearing were already soaked with blood. Looking again, because Yi Lingling had been pressed against him all night, her body was also stained with quite a bit of blood. What's going on? Why is there so much blood on me? Golden Crown said, very puzzled. Yi Lingling explained what happened yesterday. Only then did Golden Crown realize. It turned out that when he was absorbing the power of destruction, the energy of the power of destruction was too violent and had directly torn many wounds into his body. At the same time, Golden Crown also reflected deeply. Before absorbing anything next time, he must conduct a risk assessment. Luckily, Xiaomi's power of light had suppressed the power of destruction this time. Otherwise, he would have definitely exploded and died. After seriously reflecting on his mistake, Golden Crown walked toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling threw away all the blood-stained bedding on the bed and called a waiter to replace it with a new set. She also had the waiter buy and bring up a lot of food. 10 minutes later, after showering, Golden Crown took out a set of clothes from his system space and put them on. He walked out. Brother Mian, eat something first. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Yi Lingling entered the bathroom. Golden Crown's stomach had long been growling. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he didn't bother thinking about anything else at the moment, and began to feast heartily. After a while, Yi Lingling came out of the bathroom, and had changed into a new set of clothes. She sat across from Golden Crown, and they enjoyed lunch together. Perhaps because of what happened last night, during the meal, Yi Lingling kept her head down, not daring to look at Golden Crown. On the other hand, Golden Crown was heartlessly eating meat buns. With the replenishment of food, his body began to recover quickly. After a long time, Yi Lingling mustered her courage and looked at Golden Crown. Last night, besides sleeping, nothing else happened, right? Aside from that accident this morning, there was nothing else, Golden Crown replied. Oh, Yi Lingling responded in a low voice. At the same time, she felt a bit disappointed. With such a good opportunity last night, how could nothing have happened? Then, as if possessed, she asked a question. How did it feel? What do you mean? I mean this morning, your hand. Yi Lingling's voice grew softer and softer. She inwardly cursed herself for asking such a question. Cough, 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 Golden Crown said without thinking, very supple. As soon as those two words were spoken, Yi Lingling turned red from head to toe. It seemed like steam was even rising from her head. Immediately losing her appetite, she quickly stood up and went back to the bathroom. As for Golden Crown, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. After filling his stomach, he sat back down on the sofa. He summoned his spirit and inspected his condition. Although he hadn't fully absorbed that 1% of the power of destruction, he had still absorbed a small portion. It should have brought about a significant improvement. Just as he expected, the small portion of the power of destruction he had absorbed really did bring him a significant boost. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.